Sports Radio 92.5. It's 6 in the morning with Brett King. Here's Brett.
Bradley Beal has it right side of the midcourt circle. He gets jumped, throws it off over to Durant. Short clock, you got to shoot it. Jumper. Good, that's a ball game. Phoenix is going to end Denver's winning streak coming out of the All-Star break. They're up by 10 with 80 seconds left to go.
Winning streak coming out of the break finally comes to an end. A loss at home to the Phoenix Suns in a game where the Nuggets did not play well at all and still had a chance to win it at the end of regulation. Jokic just misses a game winner, which I'm not used to saying, by the way. When he puts up a game winner attempt, I feel like it's almost always going in, and just fell off. It was a short iron on a little hook shot. But they didn't deserve to win that game yesterday. The fact that they were even in it blows me away. I know those stats that they were throwing up on ESPN of worst fourth quarter team in the NBA is the Phoenix Suns, and it's by like a wide margin. Their net rating in the fourth quarter is terrible. And I think it's them just trying to work through who's going to get the ball when. I mean, Booker, not in the game yesterday. Had Durant, had Bradley Beal.
Well, you're forgetting their main star.
The main star?
The main star of the team last night. The Suns yesterday?
I don't know what the hell was going on with Grayson Allen. That was insanity. He makes his first 8 threes that he throws up, and you're like, what in the world is happening here? I said this forever, by the way, Marty. I think I would rather have Grayson Allen than Austin Reeves. And I mean that. They're basically the same player. Do you know Grayson Allen this year is shooting 47% from three?
Yeah, but he doesn't try to do too much. Reeves tries to, take everybody off the dribble. Grayson's just like, if I'm open, I'm shooting, that's it.
Which is how if
or
you
getting
have,
blocked by Peyton Watson, one of the two.
If you have the games of Grayson Allen and Austin Reeves, that's how you should. That's your attitude, how it should be. Austin Reeves thinks he's, quote, him. I don't think Grayson, and I'm not, look, like many of these Duke guys, I'm not a Grayson Allen fan. I think he does a lot of stuff that's a little questionable, let's say. But he was on fire last night. Like, when somebody shoots that way, you should have no business in winning that basketball game. If you have an opponent who goes 8 for 8 from three, no business. And the Nuggets,
especially a guy that averages like 10 points a game.
Yeah.
He's almost at 30.
Well, he was so on fire at the beginning of that game. And the Suns didn't shoot the ball well yesterday. I mean, Durant took 34 shots and only made 14 of them, but he made the big ones at the end. As I said before, the Nuggets had no business even being in that basketball game, but they kept fighting. But you don't come away with that from that game feeling good. When you get, a very rare, I would say, bad Aaron Gordon game, 7 points, 3 boards, 3 of 10 from the field. He was a minus 22 on the night. Jokic, 8 of 18, which doesn't sound bad for most people, but for Jokic, that's a very pedestrian shooting number. For him, that is super inefficient, even though it's still pretty damn good. It was just everything that was going, especially early in that game. The second quarter threw everything out of whack. Joker hits that buzzer beater at the end of the first. You're feeling good. And then Phoenix took it to you in the second. Almost outscored you by 20.
Just a million turnovers. There was a couple back-to-back possessions where they tried behind the back, like fancy passes, and they just went like into the legs of somebody. It's like, what are you doing here?
Yeah, the amount of "what are you doings" that I said out loud in watching that, as you mentioned, turnover after turnover. It was the first time since the All-Star break that you watched the team. You're like, yeah, they just don't got it tonight for whatever reason. I know Malone wasn't happy after the game. I felt like this was a big one. Like, I wanted to continue a run of dominance against the Western Conference, and especially against that team, because this is exactly why they're scary. So, yeah, last night it was Grayson Allen, but end of game, they needed a big shot, and Durant just steps up, hits a three to tie it. Because I'll be honest with you, when it was 102-99, right? That was the score right before Durant's three. I thought the Nuggets were going to take it. I was like, wow, they played poorly, but they just executed late, and they're going to sneak away with another win.
Well, dude, the Suns couldn't hit a shot in the fourth. They scored 12 points.
And that's, again, that's a combo of the Suns being really bad this year in the fourth quarter, but also just what the Nuggets do, right? Like, they tighten up defensively so much in the fourth quarter. They make things feel impossible for opposing offenses. They knock down shots, and they were almost able to escape again. But the fact that you were right there on the doorstep, was lucky last night. Here's what's hilarious, by the way. I felt this during the game. I saw Nurkic in foul trouble again. And I was like, it feels like every time he plays against Joker, he's like fouling out. Here's Nurkic's last 6 games against Jokic, courtesy of StatMuse. 6 fouls, 6 fouls, 5 fouls, 6 fouls, 5 fouls, 5 fouls. He's had at least 5 fouls and fouled out of half of the last 6 games that he's played Joker. Like, there is no defense for him when he plays against Jokic. But the Suns are a good team, even without Devin Booker. And it's funny, with Booker out, it almost felt like it freed up KD to be just Mr. Dominance.
To take 34 shots?
Yeah. And I know he missed 20 of them, but he's scary every time he shoots.
Yeah, and he didn't miss any in overtime, or to tie the game, like nut crunching time, and he hit everything.
When you have Jokic like in the post, in a one-on-one situation, you just know you're going to die, right? You know he's going to hit you with a baby hook, or he's going to hit you with a post move, spin cycle, get an easy bucket at the rim. They played on a lot of the shots that Durant made. It was that mid-range, I'm fading away from the hoop thing, and hand like on his nose, and it doesn't matter. Because the guy's super athletic and 7 feet tall and has an amazing shot. He just knocks those down. It's so difficult to guard, and this is why the Phoenix Suns still scare me. Like, their record might be only 10 games above 500, and they've been toiling away this year, but they've had injuries, and they're trying to, they're still, I think, trying to work their way through what the chemistry of that team is when all 3 of Durant, Beal, and Booker are healthy. They're a scary team because they're incredibly talented. And even on a night where the Nuggets played really, really bad, they still gave themselves a shot because the Nuggets are the best team in the Western Conference, and I will hear no other arguments. It's not Minnesota. It's not OKC. It's the Nuggets. But they didn't have it last night. They had a couple of really good bursts that kept them in the game. And that was kind of it. Late game execution, by the way. Why were they taking 3 after 3 after 3? Like, their thing in the fourth quarter is they get shots at the rim. Occasionally you kick out for a 3 and somebody knocks it down, but my God, Marty, I don't know how many times in a row it was, but this game is like tight late. And they just took a 3 like Jokic missed 3. This is with 4:55 left. Jokic missed 3. Porter missed 3. Pope made 3. Porter miss. It's just every single time they came down the floor, it's like they were trying to make a three-pointer. I'm like, guys, they're not falling. Get to the rim.
And some of those were pretty open. Like Peyton Watson had 3 wide open threes that if he hit, that place would have gone crazy.
Yeah.
And he missed them all.
Yeah, Watson had a rough night from 3. He was 0 for 5 from three-point range.
Defensively, though, he was amazing.
Yeah, like he does other stuff to make up for it, but when you're trying to battle your way back from a pretty large deficit, I mean, what was it, 22 points in the second half? You get a look like that, you got to knock it down. And it wasn't just Peyton Watson. A whole bunch of guys were missing. A lot of them. Like Porter started pretty good from 3 and then couldn't knock one down late. Like he was something like 4 for 7 to start the game and finished 4 for 12. But overall, just a very, how do I say, lackluster effort early in the game. And then they tried to do the battle our way back thing. Didn't work. Jokic turned the ball over a lot in that game. And this is the result when you play a good team. And Phoenix is good. Now, at the end of the day, you're still right there near the top of the standings. You know, a game back of Minnesota for first place. And do they still have 3 against Minnesota left?
I think just 2, right?
1, 2. No, they got 3 left.
But isn't the last one like the last game of the season when
It's the
probably not going to matter?
the second to
Second to
last.
last.
So they play Minnesota the last. It's April 10th, then the Spurs, then the Grizzlies to close out the year. Where when you're playing the Spurs and the Grizzlies, you might be able to go Grand Rapids Gold on both of them and beat both of them because they're awful. But they're going to have plenty of chances to make up for whatever loss that was. I'm curious to see how they're going to respond, though, tomorrow when they take on Boston. Boston, best team in the NBA. Have them at home. I'm sure the Nuggets don't want to lose 2 in a row. They'll bring their A game for that one. So 303-504-0925.
Weird to have back-to-back TNT games. Think the crew just stays here? Played last night on TNT, Thursday
good
nights
question.
on TNT. That can't happen too often.
I wasn't listening too much to the call. Who was on the call last night for TNT?
I don't know. I was at the game, Brett.
Oh, that's right. How was the vibe when they were down 22?
Not great, but still, like it kind of felt like a playoff game. Like anytime they hit a shot, it was like, okay, they're right back in it. You just kind of had a feeling they were going to get back in it.
Isn't that funny? Like, I had the same. They were down big, and I'm like, they're going to make this game close. I almost did the old pet. I told you guys like 4 years ago when the Nuggets were down like 20 at halftime. I looked at the live lines on the Nuggets, and it'd be like, Nuggets are plus 14. And I go, well, I'm going to put a healthy amount on that because they're going to come back. And every time they did, I almost loved when the Nuggets were down big at half because I knew they were going to come back and make it close at least.
You know what was really funny? When Bol got his first rebound, you could tell everybody in the crowd was like, oh, hey, I remember him. He's on the Suns. Cool.
He hit one shot, and by shot, I mean dunk, and it was...
Too easy for him.
Why is he not better? When he can do that, why is he
had
not better?
One rebound where his go-go gadget arms just reached straight up in the air. It's like, oh, well, if he can get that, then nobody else should bother.
Because that dunk, that was like in the post, spin move, and I just hammer this over the top of everybody. I'm like, how do you not do that every possession? That makes no sense to me. But, again, Suns are a tough team. And what you don't want to see is this. Jokic played 44 minutes last night. Murray, 42. Porter, 40. Caldwell Pope, 38. The point is trying to get those guys' minutes decreased so that they're good to go for the postseason. So when you play a team like Boston, you can't have such a deficit where this comeback is happening. Then you feel the need to put those guys back in and barely give them any rest. 303-504-0925. Whole bunch to get to this morning. Stick around. We will talk to Jared Bednar at 8 o'clock this morning, and maybe he'll have an answer for us on whether Val will make his first appearance since his break today. So listen for that at 8 o'clock. I got a couple of questions. Discussed a lot of what went wrong with the Russell stuff, and now Russell's moving on. He's free and open to talk to teams around the league, and my assumption is, are we all in agreement on this, that Russell will be week one a starting quarterback in the NFL still? Or is there a part of you that thinks that he won't be?
I think he will be. There was a lot of bad quarterback play last year. He'll find something.
Yeah, he's not going to be somebody's number one option, I don't think. Like, if you had to rank the guys who are, let's just call these guys available in one way or another, like Kirk Cousins is probably the top option.
If he's healthy, yeah, sure.
And then it's probably Justin Fields next. And then probably Baker and then Russell, right? Is that the list? Or would you flip that in any way?
I think I'd flip Russ over Baker. I don't really buy it with Baker.
So you think if teams had both Russell and Baker said, I'll play for you, they would choose Russell over Baker?
Russ is going to cost the minimum. Baker's going to cost...
That's a great point. And that's what I wanted to get to. You know what's funny? If you could get Russell for the price that somebody else is going to get Russell, you would want Russell, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you? Like, again, if I flipped this and I said Russell did this in Pittsburgh the last 2 years, and now he's available for, $1 million, we would be jumping at the chance to take him here. Jumping. It's the biggest enigma that I think I've ever seen for that position. Remember, Marty, in total, I think it was 26 passing touchdowns and 3 rushing touchdowns. So 29 total TDs for Russell Wilson and 8 picks. And you could get that for $1.5 million? What? That would be a coup if the Broncos were able to grab a quarterback like that for that type of cash. Because now you can surround him with whatever talent that you want. The cap has jumped another $30 million. You're only paying a shade over $1 million for a quarterback that's can still be productive.
You have Brock Purdy on your team, basically.
Yeah. So you're probably right. Maybe you do flip Baker and Russell Wilson for that reason only, but I think you would be willing. Kirk Cousins is still the most preferable thing, even though he might cost like $50 million a year. But that price really confuses things. And now, if he goes somewhere, and I'm telling you, remember that feeling that we had in the first year of Russell Wilson when everything was really bad? I still remember that first year especially. God, Marty, it was like every other day, there was something incredibly embarrassing that came out. Maybe on Monday and Tuesday, it was reaction from something stupid that happened in the actual game, either a play that was made by Russell or a call that was made by Hackett. And then a couple of days later, it'd be like, hey, have you guys seen this Subway commercial from Russell? And you're like, more? But every other day, it felt like something embarrassing was happening. And then at the same time, what was going on in Seattle? Geno Smith is having a resurrection to his career. They're grabbing now a top 5 draft pick and making the postseason? Now imagine Russell, who has been the butt of every joke for everybody, going somewhere like Pittsburgh and winning 11 games. And you have Jarrett Stidham playing quarterback. And they're doing that with your money. They robbed you, stole your girlfriend, she lost weight, and they're literally taking the cash from the divorce that you are paying in alimony and buying a yacht. That's going to be the feeling. There's a lot of ways where this can feel really ugly. But listening to that promo, and it's funny, my brother actually called me yesterday and was talking about this. He goes, why are Denver fans obsessed with J.J. McCarthy? And I go, it's actually a good question. I don't know where that came from either, because, Marty, I don't remember during college football season people being like, J.J. McCarthy's a stud. I don't remember people here talking about J.J. McCarthy like he was the guy that you had to have. Now, national championship quarterback, I get that. Now, I do think that that's a little bit overrated in the college game. But if I were to weigh a pros and cons thing with J.J. McCarthy, it's like, okay, J.J. McCarthy comes from a pro-style system. I saw him make some really tight window throws. The one that I remember specifically, if you guys watched the Michigan-Ohio State game, he threaded a ball between two defenders in what you would think is a non-existent window. Like, he's capable of making throws like that. He's super accurate on the run. But I don't know what the obsession is with getting him. And on top of that, I don't even think he's going to be there. Now, I think I sent you audio yesterday, Marty, of somebody who was talking about, was it Rappaport saying that the Broncos might trade up in the draft, or they're a candidate to trade up? And I keep seeing people talk about this, and I'm saying, with what? Like, what do you mean? So here's Rappaport a couple days ago on the NFL Network.
They are going to evaluate all of the top quarterbacks in this draft. Sean Payton was at the Combine, certainly dialed in on quarterbacks, did a lot of the research, spent some time with, I believe, some of the quarterbacks there. Would I be surprised if they traded up? Probably not. Sean Payton has done in the past. Did it for Marcus Davenport when he was with the Saints. There was a quarterback he liked. Wouldn't be surprised if they made a move up.
Is this just laziness or reporters not knowing what kind of assets the Broncos have? Like, is this just them all considering that, oh, every team has 7 draft picks, 1 in the first, 1 in the second, 1 in the third? That's not what the Broncos have. They don't have that. Like, I don't see a world in which they trade up.
It would cost the whole draft, right? Like, you would trade up and then get, what, like a fifth?
It wouldn't. The problem is it wouldn't cost, I don't think, too much in this draft. It would cost future drafts, yeah. And you don't want to give up future drafts because you are building at this time. Like we were just discussing yesterday, Courtland Sutton scrubbing his account. Does that mean something or not? Who knows? I guess we'll see. But if we're talking about cutting Bulls and trading Courtland Sutton and maybe getting rid of some other contracts, you need to fill this roster with players. And I'm telling you right now, I don't want to be the Panthers. I don't want to be a team that takes a stab in the dark, giving up a whole bunch of assets and hoping and praying that that guy's good. And then you get to this year's draft when the Panthers could be picking first again. And guess what? Oopsie daisy, we don't have that. Oh, and by the way, our quarterback looked awful. And we aren't even sure if he's bad or not because the team around him is so bad, it makes it impossible to judge.
And we can't help him in the future. Maybe in 3 years.
Yeah,
can't draft anyone, can't sign anyone.
You're going to be in year 4 with Bryce Young being like, is this guy any good or not? I can't tell because it's filled with Adam Thielens on the roster, which no disrespect, but he's like 36 years old. How do you judge anybody like that? And so I'm just very confused. You know, I saw this thing, Carl Mecklenburg tweeted this out yesterday, and I was kind of surprised. So first of all, he had a giant graphic. It was a picture of Russell Wilson that says, got cut on it. And he said, Russell Wilson isn't a leader. The foolishness that went on his first year at Denver with a private coach, his own office at the facility, a family at training camp when other players didn't have those privileges proved his self-centeredness. And maybe that's true. But isn't it also on the organization to say no to some of these things? I mean, were they that much in a position? You know, we were talking to, who was it from Spot Track yesterday? Michael Giannetti. Talking to him yesterday, and he's like, well, they just gave him whatever he wanted in the contract. I was like, okay, so is that a Russell Wilson problem or is that an organizational failure? You know, and I think Vic was onto something. They make this trade before the new ownership group takes over. And I think they just gave whatever they wanted to boost a little bit of the team perception. But I've been saying it since the beginning. If I'm at 12 and I'm just going to assume the quarterbacks that you like are not there, I'd love to have a Brock Bowers on this roster. Somebody that's going to make a difference. I mean, we heard Mike Sanford. He was at the Combine, but he's been, he's watched Brock Bowers on multiple occasions. We're talking about a generational type of tight end where he does a little bit of everything. I don't get it.
Would you rather have Brock Bowers or like trade back and get more assets like you were talking about?
Bowers. Because I think he's going to be that good. Now, if you're sitting there at 12 and you don't feel like anybody is this like guaranteed slam dunk guy, then yeah, I wouldn't mind a trade back at all. But I think that dude is.
Oh, you got to give Stidham some weapons, right?
God, man. The way they handle this offseason, it is such a pivotal offseason for this team.
How many times have we said that?
But this one, though, I'm telling you, Marty, the way they've carried themselves over the years, the difference here is this. When you eat this type of money that can affect you now for 2 seasons, and in 2 seasons, Sean Payton's going to be past year 3. You're going to have to make a decision on that. Like, you could be starting over again. New GM, new head coach, new everything. But it's also going to take a spot in Broncos fans' minds from this perspective. If you don't do the proper things this offseason, it's going to be years again until the team's competitive. We're going to be talking about a decade since you even sniffed the postseason. You're going to turn, like, there are going to be a young generation of fans out there, they're probably mid-teens, like 14, 15, that are like, I feel like my team's the Cleveland Browns. That's how it's going to feel. And so the idea of like, let's mortgage more of our future to take another stab in the dark and hope a quarterback works, it just feels like you're trying to do the Flex Seal thing again. There are teams that had a steady climb to being good, but it took discipline, and it took a long-term view and a long-term plan at it. The Miami Dolphins weren't doing the quick fix thing. It was a steady build and a steady climb. The Cleveland Browns, who were 11-6 with 4 different quarterbacks starting for them last year, how were they able to make it work with Flacco? You built a roster of very good players, and it took time. Detroit, it took 3 years, and that team was a laughingstock when it first started, but then they were effective. If you have a plan and stick to it, it's the only hope. But 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line. For what you've decided to do in cutting Russell Wilson and eating this money, there is no point in trying to fix things quickly. 0. At this, it almost feels kind of like where the Rockies were last year, where they like got forced into playing young players. And I'm like, good. That's what should happen. Because then maybe you luck into a Nolan Jones and you find somebody who's actually a good player that you can build around, and you find a Zeke Tovar. I hope that the Broncos almost have their hand forced into going that direction, because that might be the only way that franchise does it. 303-504-0925. Quick question before we get to a break. Marty, I saw you make this video last night. Is Grayson Allen actually on your list?
He's always been on thin ice. I've always hated him. Just needed one reason, and he's on there now.
So he got bumped up.
Mm-hmm. I do have to knock somebody down, though. I got to think about that.
Oh, you haven't moved anybody
I have 11
down?
on there. You know that's against the rules.
Yeah, you only get 10. Everybody else gets on thin ice.
I guess I could bump Jerry Rosberg down just to make
I was
some.
going to ask,
you know,
is this the day that Rosberg gets the dip to
it's
thin
a
ice?
fun little joke, but I need that slot. You know.
I mean, who else you aren't moving Perkins. You aren't moving Draymond. You aren't moving Bennington. You
not
aren't
campaign.
You're not campaign. Dylan Brooks, is he still bothering you?
He hasn't in a while, but the scars are deep.
Nurkic, he's not moving.
He played well last night, outside of falling out.
Gobert, he's not moving, is he?
They haven't played yet. I need them to play those 3 times, and then I can assess him. Steve Kerr's been pissing me off. James Harden, he hasn't done much lately. Maybe James Harden.
And you're going to keep Rosberg
I'll
there
keep
for the
Rosberg.
joke.
James Harden goes back to thin ice.
Wow. Grayson Allen makes the bump, and James Harden gets the dip.
8 for 8 from 3. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that was very bothersome. 303-504-0925. Back after this. Saw a few people on the Twitch feed that were saying, wouldn't a guy like Brock Bowers be a luxury item? Isn't every position when your team stinks? Like outside a quarterback, isn't having Joe Thomas at left tackle for the Browns for a decade of no winning, is that luxury? Is having a really good edge rusher a luxury item? Is having a corner? Is having, like, everything's a luxury when your team stinks. But the point is, you get good players hoping that at some point your team won't stink anymore, and then the luxury item becomes a difference-making thing. Like, Travis Kelce would be a luxury item until they got a really good quarterback, and now he's like an essential piece to a championship culture. You can't. See, this is like drafting out of need or drafting because the player's good. You should never draft some position because you need it, because you're taking a lesser player than somebody else. That never works. You have to take the guys who are the best because they will be difference makers who help you win football games. I think the perfect example of what I'm talking about is the Cleveland Browns. They have an amazing defense with great edge rushers, guys like Myles Garrett, a great secondary. That linebacker they have that with the three names, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. That's his name, right?
Nice. That just came to you.
It did. They're able to do that along with having guys like Amari Cooper and Nick Chubb when he's healthy and everybody else. They're able to win 11 games because the team's good. I would love to get to a place where I'm having a discussion like we are about San Francisco of, is Brock Purdy actually good or is the rest of the team that good? Like, what an amazing conversation to have. Because the bottom line is, who cares? We're good. Super Bowl caliber good. So yes, everything is going to be a luxury. Brett asked the Falcons about Kyle Pitts. This is not how you build an NFL roster. Unless they get like Kirk Cousins and he throws 35 touchdowns and Pitts catches 10 of them and they win the NFC South and make the playoffs, then it matters. You're trying to build a team. Like, here should be the goal of an NFL GM. Goal number 1 is find a franchise quarterback. Here's goal number 2. If goal number 1 fails, I almost flipped the camera off because I'm using 2 fingers. Here's number 2. If goal number 1 fails, build a roster that is going to be good regardless of quarterback play. You can't just bank on one position, because I'll tell you what that looks like. It looks like Carolina. It looks like what I watched in Detroit for a decade of Matthew Stafford. Marty, would you agree that Stafford's could I say very good quarterback?
Sure, yes.
Why didn't they win then? And why did they win? Why did he win immediately when he left? Because it's all they cared about, and they didn't focus on the other stuff. You build a good roster for when you get the good quarterback to take you to another level. The Chiefs were good before Mahomes, and then they're dynastic when Mahomes gets there. Now, imagine if their sole focus in that endeavor, Marty, was, I don't care, every offseason we have one goal: find a replacement for Alex Smith. No, we can't take guys like Travis Kelce, and we can't draft guys who are really good on this roster who are outside of that position. I can't take an offensive lineman. We need to fix quarterback first. No, you take really good players and then hope you get quarterback right at some point.
You're right, but like that's what they did with Surtain, right?
Yeah.
But now by the time they might be good, his contract's gonna be up, and he's gonna need to resign and be the highest paid corner in the league.
But they had Surtain, and 2 years ago they thought they got quarterback right because they made this move to do it. It just didn't work. Sometimes it doesn't work. Like, there's no guaranteed process here to success. But you can't ignore guys who could be valuable just because everything else isn't perfect yet. Texture says, Brett wants the Broncos to start over, but doesn't want them to draft a quarterback. I do if he's good, but I don't want it to be forced. And I kind of said this about J.J. McCarthy. Is J.J. McCarthy honestly a really, really good, I need to have this guy quarterback, or is he just somebody who might fit at 12? Are you chasing, or are you in love? And maybe they are. And if they are, then great. I hope it all works out. But this is why I was asking Mike Sanford this question. Like Sanford said, I think there's 6 quarterbacks who are legit NFL guys here. And I'm just, in my head, and I know he knows way more about football than I do, but Marty, 6 quarterbacks from this draft are not going to be like franchise caliber guys. It never works that way.
It never works that way.
And if I'm a GM, I can't have 6 players at one position in the, especially that one, in the bank of whoever's available at the time I draft, I'm taking that guy. You have to love somebody. And typically you only love like 1 or 2 quarterbacks. Like, do you know how much it drives me nuts when people say, oh, like if you're the Patriots right now picking at 3, you know what the Patriots are going to do, Marty? They're going to take one of the 3 quarterbacks that are left. Huh? So you have Caleb Williams, you have Drake May, and you have Jaden Daniels. Let's say those are the 3. All of them are the exact same quarterback to you? They have the exact same ceiling? They're the exact same caliber? There's no way that happens. There's no way you think that way. If I lined up 3 women in front of you and just said, all right, you have the 3rd pick of the 3 women, you're going to think one's hotter than the other. They aren't all equally hot. It's what's called having a crush. It's one. Just saying, I like women, that's not a strategy. Oh, whatever one comes my way, I'll take that one. Yeah, do that with your wife. Pick a wife that way. Whatever woman is kind of available to me at the time, that's going to be my wife. Although I will say, Marty, as much as I love and adore my wife.
Oh, great.
I've heard people say, you have one true love. And I go, well, I hope she doesn't live in China because I'm not going there. I think there's probably a couple. Like if I grew up in Seattle and never went to Nebraska, would the world just align to where me and my wife would find each other? Or would I marry somebody named Susie instead?
It's a great question. What if your parents moved to Florida?
That's only for the gods to know.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't.
Your one true love is the Lions, and they found you, buddy.
Yeah. I would be a Lions fan whether I lived in Peru, whether I lived in Italy, whether I lived in Nebraska. That's my one true love. And she's a fickle bee. A tease. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line reminder. We're talking to Jared Bednar at 8 o'clock this morning. So a couple of things to discuss with Jared Bednar. Number one is tonight the night that Val gives it a go. Number two, Colleen Flynn of the Hockey News said head coach Jared Bednar said Gabriel Landeskog is on a timeline that could allow him to rejoin the team in the playoffs.
Well,
I'll ask him about it. And I feel like my hopes are going to start to climb again, and I don't want to allow myself to do it.
you know, you ask him every week, where's Gabe at? Most of the time he's got nothing, but he might have something for you this
I
week.
stopped asking because I'm like, this is
It's
a
like you moved it to
useless
every
question.
other week now.
I feel bad asking because he just tells me every time. He's like, yep, no update. He's skating.
The way you guys play it is like, how about, this guy that's hurt, and Gabe, what's
Yeah,
going
I would
on?
say and if you want to throw Gabe in there, go
Yeah,
ahead
if
and
you
throw
want.
Gabe. Well, now I think we got to throw Gabe in there. If Bednar said this,
Now you have to now.
Texter, why do they do this to me, man? I'm with you.
Yeah.
Well,
Agreed.
I'm going to ask Bednar at 8 o'clock this morning, why you doing this to me, man? I'll say it just like that, too. So he's going to join us at 8 o'clock. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude.sr in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. Moj Lombardi and Kane next.
Bradley Beal has it right side of the midcourt circle. He gets jumped, throws it off over to Durant. Short clock, you got to shoot it. Jumper. Good, that's a ball game. Phoenix is going to end Denver's winning streak coming out of the All-Star break. They're up by 10 with 80 seconds left to go.
Nuggets win streak ends to the Phoenix Suns 117-107 in overtime. In a game that, let's be honest, they had no business winning to start with. They had a really good finish, and the Suns had a really bad close. You had the Joker shot at the buzzer to try and win it, just hits front iron, couldn't fall, and then Durant takes over in overtime. But I think we can all agree, Vic, they probably didn't deserve to win that game in the first place because the Nuggets did not play well last night.
Now, you try to overcome that 22-point deficit, which they did. Jamal makes that beautiful jumper to put them up by 3, and of course we're all thinking the same thing. Here are the Nuggets, best pressure, best clutch team in the NBA, and they were clutch. Listen, to be able to come back from that hole, to get out of that hole, that's clutch. And then they ran out of gas.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as KD made that 3, even after that 3, I thought, well, plenty of time. Nuggets are still going to win because we expect it now. Here's the problem. They expect it. They expect it to the point where when they're down 22 early, it's good and bad. What's good is that they don't panic and they pick away and they get back into the game. What's bad is that you can't do that every game because it's going to take everything out of you just to get back in the game. So if they took care of business in the second quarter and at least made it competitive, 20-1 run or whatever that was,
right,
at least make it close in the second quarter, you're not in that situation. You're never having to expend that kind of energy and you win that game. So, hey, not the end of the world. I'm not that. I went to bed angry. I did. I went to bed angry. Never want to do that. But, big picture, we know they're better than that. We know that's not who they are.
Also, Grayson Allen hitting 8 straight threes to start that game. We have
that guy. That guy from his college days to that guy as a pro to that guy's face.
Moj, we have movement.
I saw it, and I'm here for it.
We have movement.
I am here
this
for
is a big day. This is a big. Wow.
Marty's list,
Wow.
his not kill list, now features Grayson Allen. He has moved down to thin ice. Can you believe this? Down to thin ice with the movement up from Grayson Allen. Down is now James Harden, who's on thin ice. So to recap, for those following along at home, who is on the list right now for Marty? Draymond Green, Kendrick Perkins, Jordan Binnington, Cam Payne, Yusuf Nurkic, Dylan Brooks, Rudy Gobert, Grayson Allen, Jerry Rossberg, and Anthony Rendon. That is the list.
The funniest thing I saw, that's an amazing list. And the funniest thing I witnessed last night was when Nurk committed his 6th foul, where he assaulted Nikola Jokic, like pushed him from behind and elbowed him and threw his hands into his head. And then he goes up and goes, yeah, review that. Review it.
Yeah, please.
I'm good. I'm laughing. I was laughing watching that.
So I was
just watching that guy play the game, though. I mean, you guys watching him whine, watching him complain. I mean, does Nurk not drive you crazy too? And maybe I just let him do it. I let him get in my head.
I'll give him his flowers, though. He makes rebounding hard for Nikola. Nikola did not have his typical rebounding game
because he's a big old dude. That's why he's big, gigantic.
What is not his typical rebounding game?
Well,
Joker had 16.
I'm talking about defensive rebounding. Defensive rebounding. There's a lot of plays that were kept alive by Eubanks and by Nurk around the rim. How many times did Eubanks tip a ball out for a second opportunity?
Yeah.
It's driving me crazy.
You know what else? Because I thought this in the middle of the game when I saw Nurkic go out with 5 fouls. I'm like, I feel like he's always in foul trouble when he plays Jokic. And as I was thinking that, it's like my phone could read my mind because I open up Twitter, StatMuse. The last 6 games of Nurkic against Jokic, Nurkic had 6 fouls, 5, .655. He's fouled out in half of the last 6 games that he's played Jokic and had 5 fouls in the other 3. He finds ways to get him in trouble and get him off the floor. The issue last night was a whole bunch of things. One of them you noticed as well as I did, Vic. They're trying to battle their way back in the game. They get it close. It's within a possession or maybe like a 4 or 5 point game late. They're just chucking up threes and bricking.
Yep.
I'm like, can we just try maybe to get to the rim once?
Vic, you use a phrase every now and again from time to time, and I think it's absolutely apropos for what we witnessed last night. You say they play with their food. I thought that second quarter, the Nuggets were playing with their food. They're just playing with their food. They're not eating it. They're playing with it. They're not really doing what they're supposed to do. They're sort of jerking around. I didn't like that part of it. And I thought to myself, okay, even if they lose, they're way better than this. And you know what? In some instances, I think you need a wake-up call a little bit. Like, you know what? We're riding high after the All-Star break, coming back when we want, on whom we want. Well, a little reality check never hurt anybody, and that's what the Nuggets got last night.
Scott Hastings will disagree with me. Record this and send this to Scott, because I know they'll talk about it on their show this afternoon. Okay, I know they will. He doesn't mind when opposing players miss games. He thinks it's great. It's great. I do, especially against the Nuggets. I believe that the Denver Nuggets, when they know that there's not another great player in the lineup, when they know a Devin Booker is missing from the lineup, for some reason, they let the foot off the pedal. I've seen it now historically. I've seen it over the last couple of years. The worst thing that can happen is when a guy is unavailable, a major player for another team. I hate it. It scares me, and I know it scares Coach Malone. I know it does. Subconsciously, I don't know what it is. But the team doesn't look the same. If the Suns came in with all their parts and ready to roll, I can almost guarantee that second quarter doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. Now, you guys may say, well, how would there's a history here. I've seen it. The worst thing is when an opposing player is not there. And then they have to wake up.
They had 2 good ones on the floor still. I mean, Beal and Durant.
I get it, but I'm just telling you, it's just something about the nature of this team. Last week, Sacramento comes to town without Darren Fox. And suddenly the Nuggets are in a 15-point hole before they said, wait, what are we doing? And then they turned it on to epic proportions. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
I don't like it. I would rather play every single team with every player. And the Nuggets can beat anybody. They've proven now they can lose to teams they shouldn't lose to in situations, but they can beat anybody. You stack your team however you please. I hope there's no injuries on the Boston injury list. I hope Boston comes to town tomorrow night clean and ready to play. I don't want injuries. And there are those who think, well, you're looking at it. I'm not looking at it differently. I want the Nuggets to prepare for the best because that's when they play their best.
Yeah, they were certainly, how did Zion say lackadaisical? What did he say? You still have that audio?
Less.
They were a little bit like that, especially in the second quarter.
They play with their food. They play with their food.
I don't know if they play with their food as much as they just played poorly. Like, they just turned the ball over a lot. They were doing, like, behind-the-back passes getting picked off. You're like,
that's
what
playing
are we
with your
doing
food.
here?
That's playing with your food. I mean, they're not playing their game. Have you ever seen the Avalanche? I mean, they're doing behind-the-back passes, and they're going east to west a lot and kind of, just passes are missing. You're playing with your food. You're not going north-south and using your legs, driving the play, driving the offense. Same kind of thing last night in that second quarter especially. Same
like
kind of thing.
What's
that?
Like a Zegel's.
I don't think they were lax in how they, the effort was there. They didn't do the things they normally do. And what drives me crazy, as you guys well know, and I've brought this up many times, doesn't matter win or lose. Had they won the game, I would have made the same criticism today. I would have lobbed this same grenade into this conversation. I can't stand the modern NBA when you have a 4-on-2, a 3-on-1 whatever the odds are, when you have a fast break opportunity and you're down big and you're trying to whittle away at that lead, different story if you're up, but if you're down big and you're just trying to make every possession matter, I cannot stand the stop and pop three-pointer. Can't stand it. Will never like it. I don't care who takes it. I don't want to argue with anybody about it today. You can have it. I hate it. Even if it goes in, KCP's 3 to put him up by 1, I hated the shot. It worked. It worked. It worked. I hated it. I'm just telling you, I think that's the way the game is going today. That's not who they are. That's not who in the playoffs. That's not the shots you get. It's not the shots you take.
Is the thought process behind that because we have numbers, even if I miss this 3, we'll probably get the offensive rebound anyway? Is that why they do it?
That's very much the thought process. The reason the analytics tell you to take the shot because you have numbers and people are there to rebound. How'd that work out?
Not great.
So if I told you to take the ball to the rim, you're down by 12, you're down by 8, you're whittling away. I just don't get it. And it's not just the Nuggets, it's every team in the league. It's the league, it's basketball. You go watch youth basketball and guys are doing that now. And I just don't. After the game, Michael Malone was asked about Peyton Watson's performance. He said, I love Peyton's energy. I wish he wouldn't settle for the 3. I wish he would take it to the hole.
Yeah.
You know, a coach can't, he's in a tough spot because I get it. When they go in, they're good shots. When they go in, they're all good shots. KCP's shot, it went in. Great shot. Did you see how many times they didn't go in, though, when they're trying to whittle away at that lead?
Yeah.
There were like 6 straight possessions. What is going on here?
Right.
I just don't get it. And it's not a Nuggets problem. This isn't it's a basketball problem. It's what the league has become. And I don't like it. I'm sure. Are there facets of hockey, Moj, that you watch today that you don't like? Are there parts of the game that you do not like?
I'd have to think about that, Vic. Well, yeah, I suppose. I hate teams that trap in the neutral zone. Drives me crazy.
That try to slow and gum the game up. Gum it up.
I've always hated it, though. From the time of the Devils to when Jacques Lemaire was coaching Minnesota to Ken Hitchcock, I've always hated that style and that brand.
I don't think that hockey has what Vic's talking about, though, which is you have an easier option that you pass up for a more risky option.
This would be like in hockey, you got a 2-on-1 break, and you stop at the line to shoot a 2-point goal. I don't understand.
So you take a slapper from just inside the blue line when you have a 2-on-1.
Yes.
Because it's worth 2 goals as opposed to 1?
And the argument is always going to be, well, this person's a great shooter. He should take it. No, he shouldn't. You should take the shot that has the best chance of going in, especially when you're trying to carve out a deficit. You're trying to dig into this lead, which was 22 points at one point. 22.
Dig.
Now, if you're up 10 and you got a nice cushion, have at it. Do what you want. I don't care. Have at it. But some of the shots that both teams were taking in transition, that's not good basketball.
Yeah.
That's not entertaining basketball. That's silly basketball. It's silly what you're doing to the game.
We're going to talk.
And I know where it comes from.
We're going to talk to Jared Bednar at 8 o'clock this morning. Hopefully he can give us an answer. And I don't know if we're going to get it yet, but hopefully we'll get an answer from him on whether Val is going to play tonight. Also, I saw this from Colleen Flynn of the Hockey News. Head coach Jared Bednar said Gabriel Landeskog is on a timeline that could allow him to rejoin the team in the playoffs. Now I got to ask Coach about Landy and what this means. Because, Moj, I gave up on this. I said I'm not even going to ask him about Landy anymore.
Okay, this is not Colleen's fault that you brought
Bednar
this up.
said. It's Bednar said.
What Bednar said is no different than what Bednar has been saying for 6 months.
Okay, so it's just the context of this makes it sound a little bit okay.
In fact, I would say that he would answer that same question that same way for the last 6 months if anybody asked him, but nobody asks him because there's no update.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, maybe
Don't start with me today on this.
Look, I'm just reading things that
And don't you defend him, Martin. Vic,
He's reading a report.
I'm reading what a reporter said about what Bednar said. It's not my fault.
Can I get a little backup? Just tell him, please don't start with this today, please.
Read that report one more time.
Oh,
Head coach Jared Bednar said Gabriel Landeskog is on a timeline that could allow him to rejoin the team in the playoffs.
Why does that make you so mad, though, Moj?
Because that's not an update.
I've never heard him say those words. He said the words, though, right?
He said those words.
Here's what I'm saying, Moj. We've asked him the Landeskog question a lot. I don't think he's ever said it like that before.
Okay.
He's never said it like that. I don't understand.
Here's
what's
how
so,
for those who
why
didn't
you
see
so
it, here's how it went
apoplectic
down.
about that.
Ask me the question about game.
Is there any chance that Gabe could come back and join the team for the postseason?
Yeah.
All right.
I don't understand why Mosier.
That's exactly how it went down. It was a one-word answer.
So that's what the answer was. So so you're saying the journalist, whoever wrote that or said that, did not use proper journalism.
No,
Basically, put words in his mouth.
No, it was a question that was asked like this: hey, is there a possibility where Gabe is right now that he's on a timeline to return for the playoffs?
I'll tell you what. I'll do this again at 8:00 this morning. We'll ask him again.
Right.
What's the harm? We can do it just to see if there's any different
All
sort
I'm
of feel.
asking you is please don't give anybody out there, all of our beautiful listening audience who trust us, don't give them brain damage this morning, please.
That's all I'm asking. I read what a reporter said. That's all I did. 303-504-0925. Back after this.
Hey!
I don't know what's happening. Marty, back me up here. Moj is like angry this morning. You've told Marty to F so many things this morning. So many. What has he done to you?
If the shoe fits, it's just his face today.
I'm not doing anything.
Okay. Well, I'm
Like Marty said hi.
I'm in a
What is your problem?
Hold on. I am in a private situation watching a clip.
He's been watching Harrison Ford talk to a woman on this for like 15 minutes this morning. What's going on here?
He's like, "What are you watching? What are you watching?" I told you what.
No, I didn't say that. No,
Not
you didn't
you.
tell
I
me.
did.
Knucklehead.
Oh, I did.
All right. Anyway,
Well, all I hear is just sounds of Harrison Ford going.
well, that's how he talks now.
Did you guys go to bed angry?
Absolutely, I did.
understand.
I did,
I
Vic,
don't
but not as
understand.
angry as I thought I would be.
I am soon to be 55 years of age, double nickels coming up. I don't understand why I let sports, games, teams, I don't know why I let this stuff get to me. I'm ashamed of myself. I'm going to start the morning by telling people I'm ashamed at myself that I allow the outcome of a regular season game, which may have zero impact whatsoever in the ultimate goal. Zero. And I let it fester. I take it with me to bed. I let it affect how I sleep, how much I sleep, the quality of sleep. It's shameful. It's pathetic. It's like I want to tell myself, grow the hell up. You're almost 55. What are you doing?
I
You
wasn't
loser.
I wasn't affected that much by it because I didn't think they deserved to win anyway. I was shocked that they had a chance at the end. They didn't play well last night. And so I'm like, yeah, they lost. They should have. They didn't play well.
And yet I was mad. And yet there's no reason. I'm telling you right now, the practical me, there's no reason to be that upset. None. We all know the reasons why they lost. We just spent the last 15 minutes talking about it. After a tough Avs loss, like give me the toughest Avalanche loss of the season. The one that led you to lose sleep. Which one was it?
The first game in Nashville in November,
I remember
where
that.
they scored 2 goals
It all broke down.
in the
Yeah.
final
Yes.
38 seconds to win. Not just to tie or to win.
Yeah.
Puck took a funky bounce. It was going around, took a funky bounce
Yes,
off
I
the divider
remember that.
behind the net. McCarr
you
blew a
wore it,
tire
right?
trying to get back. It popped right out in front. I mean, just crazy
You
crap.
wore it.
Yeah.
You wore it.
Well,
And you
yeah,
couldn't
of
help
course
it.
you do.
When-
And Vic,
when-
I wore the Nuggets a little bit last night, but I'm also saying to myself, they goofed around. I mean, they just goofed around. Hey, listen, when they wanted to when they put the hammer to the Suns, they put the hammer to the Suns. They tied the
proved
game.
they're the
Hell,
better
yeah,
team.
they could have won the damn game. They lost in overtime, but they expended all their energy getting the lead, getting tied, whatever you want to say. And so it happens. But the team that goofed around in the second quarter and chucked up threes and gave the ball away and played with their food, I'm going to keep saying that until you acknowledge that it's the proper context.
Yes, we've used it. Yes.
Okay, that's
But,
not.
like
that's
Brett,
not. That's not the Nuggets team that we're going to see in the postseason.
I'm just talking about the concept of the sports fans' inability. Some of us that are listening to the show, talking on the show. How many of you have the same problem I have? It takes too much time to cleanse your system after a tough game, a tough loss. Albeit a Nuggets game, a Broncos game, an Avs game, a rec league game. It doesn't matter what game. Games. These are games. And I have a problem. I have a fundamental problem of letting it go. I can't. I chew on it. It leads to wrinkles and gray hair. It leads to ulcers and sickness. I'll probably die from this.
Oh, all right. Okay.
Hey, Meryl Streep, you want an Oscar for that drama?
No kidding.
Jesus.
What killed Vic? It was a regular season game against the Suns, actually. That's what did it.
Too many 3-pointers.
Can I ask
How
you
did
something?
you, how did
Brett.
you overcome?
Hear me out. Hold on. Hear me out. Freaky Friday, except Vic changes bodies with Meryl Streep.
Dude, there are people that agree with me. Again, I say things that everybody's thinking. That's what I do.
Okay.
I go to the text line. Josh says, I'm with you, Vic. I am 50 and realize that sports should not affect my mood. And yet here we are.
You know
Bud
what?
Driver Buff. I do too, Vic, especially hockey overtime loss. We are too old for this. I'm not a neophyte who doesn't understand how this works. I'm too old. I've been around too long. I've been a part of sports for my entire life. What am I doing? I am a loser. I am a bona fide. My wife looked at me last night after the game. I walked into the bedroom and she looked at me and she snickered. She gave me one of those. And I felt so low. I felt so stupid. What a loser.
We don't disagree. Anyway, Brett, so what about I can't get the Freaky Friday out of my head. I know we got to get to the Avs.
No, hang on. This isn't your therapy couch, okay? You're going to air every grievance?
Yeah, go talk
right
to
now?
Dr. Chandler. I mean, don't
What are you doing
save it
here?
for her.
Hey, Powder.
Yeah.
How did you? I envy you. I really do, because I think you have the best makeup of anybody on this show in terms of overcoming stress and bad. I mean, look at your life. It's a horrible life. Bad things have happened to you your entire being, and yet you're able to overcome.
Maybe that's
you're
what it
a
is.
Lions fan. You're a Lions fan. That alone should be a stress level of 100, right?
Yeah.
How were you able, after the Lions vomited all over their feet, how were you able to overcome that?
I think it's just years of being a redhead and freckled and pale. You get made fun of a lot. You get over things quickly. I think that's what it is. I was just blessed genetically with horrible physical features that people make fun of you for, and then it's easier to
you're
get over
used to
things.
it.
Yeah.
So I guess here's the curse that I've always been probably the best looking man in my class.
Yeah.
Most athletic, smartest, and that's cursed me now. That's cursed me to this day.
Definitely, yeah.
You've been a loser your entire life.
All right,
So
I
if your
think Vic
team
needs to go
loses-
take a walk.
Yeah, shut him off. Brett, you love Margot Robbie, right?
Uh-huh.
What a Freaky Friday.
Okay, Moshe, why don't you go join Vic on that
What
walk?
are both of you guys doing right now?
What would
is
happen?
this?
What would happen if you and Margot Robbie switch bodies?
I am not going to answer that question on the air.
Come on, Moj. You want to get us all fired here? Stop it.
That's just a weird.
and
that's-
what are you
that's a
doing?
weird- that's a weird premise. All you scriptwriters out there,
All right. I am going to shut this part off and this part off and move to something else. Here's a question
that's
I
a
have.
weird premise, though.
Vic, you use this term all the time in discussing football teams that are bad, okay? This guy who's really good, not a quarterback, is a luxury item. I was having a discussion, the appetizer, about Brock Bowers, and people said he would be a luxury on this team. And the reason why I don't like that term, especially where the Broncos are at right now, he wouldn't be a luxury for a team that is competitive. And here is, I think, the approach the Broncos need to take. You can't spend every waking second just trying to figure out how to fix quarterback.
Good
You can't
call.
do it.
Excellent call, Kaner. Good job.
Here's the top priorities as a GM you should be going through. Number one is find a franchise quarterback. And number two is, if you can't do one, build the best team possible. Because when you do get that guy, everything takes off. For example, was Travis Kelce a luxury item when the Chiefs had Alex Smith? And then they got Patrick Mahomes, and then he becomes a core piece of a dynasty? Isn't it funny how that works?
Yes.
You need to build a team under the assumption that you will eventually find the right guy under center, and you can't spend every waking second just being like, nope, this is the only thing that matters right now.
But if the Broncos were a lot closer with their overall talent level on both sides of the football, I would say, okay, let's go. All systems go. You better nail your quarterback right now. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
But they're not in that position. And you're looking at the division. The Witch is there. And now Harbaugh's there, Vic, with her. I mean, so take your time. Get it right. You know, that's an excellent point. You don't have to find your quarterback right this second.
There's no... If
In
you
this
find him,
draft.
great. If you find him, great.
In this draft, correct. That is correct. So, but you're going to have to, And when you do, boy, how nice would it be to have a Bowers right there ready to go to catch footballs and stick it to the opposition? That would be
Regarding
fun.
quarterbacks and drafts, this draft is ripe. You got 5, 6, 7 quarterbacks who could be something in the NFL. If you talk
And you
to
have
Coach,
you have a handful of those guys in that mix who could
Yes.
not be something in the NFL.
if you talk to Coach Sanford and other people, next year's quarterback class not good.
Not as good.
Not good. I mean, we're talking depth of 2 tops.
What, Quinn Ewers?
Not good.
Shador.
It's not what this year's
Shador?
class is.
Yeah.
So that's the only part of the timeline you have to worry about is how often will you get those years where, like the class of 83, the greatest class of quarterbacks college has ever produced, the class of 83. At no point in the history of football will we ever have another class of 83. Do you agree, Moj? These guys are too young to understand what the
very
class of 83
difficult
means.
to find one again.
Well, they even though they're youngins, and we were young at the time when that class came out, they understand the quality of quarterbacks.
history.
Yeah, because you recognize
You'll never get anything like
you
it again.
recognize every single name, including including Kenny.
Todd Blackledge? Is that what you going to say?
Todd
Blackledge.
Blackledge and
Eason.
Ken.
Well, you'll never forget
No.
his name.
No, the
Wow, you're really doing a great job with this.
play for the Jets. Play for the Jets. Went to Sac
Stabler?
State. Went to Sac State and UC Davis.
Tony Eason?
No, not Tony Eason. You
Oh, I'm looking at the answer, but I like to see a flail in the wind here. Come on.
Ken
Ken-
O'Brien.
Ken O'Brien. Jesus God.
Who could forget?
Who could forget?
Hey, Buck on Twitch.
But-
That's
but-
all you,
and
baby.
By the
Courtesy
way,
Buck.
I like Ken O'Brien. I mean, he's a damn good quarterback. He held some Jets records for a while, but he left. I'll never forget this. He left Sac State.
Sounds like it.
Okay. He left Sac State to go across the causeway to the rival UC Davis Aggies. And that hurts, bro. Bro,
Wow.
do you
What
understand?
a painful memory in sports
All right,
history.
so
Well, yeah,
what I'm
I mean,
trying to say
yeah.
then, you have certain years where the depth at that position is like this year. It's like, whoa, that's the only dice you roll here is if you wait, like the Broncos may end up doing, you wait. Next year may not be your year either. I mean, if they finish 500, let's say next year, or close to it, they'll be drafted in the same area they're drafting now. And those quarterbacks I speak of, like if there's 2, they're gone. They're gone by next year. So you got to get lucky, man. You have, this is all luck. I'm telling you. Everybody talks about the draft and building a franchise quarterback as this great, I'm playing chess, everybody else is playing checkers. Look at the Chiefs, they're playing chess. You got to be lucky. You got to be lucky.
Okay, well, you know what? There's something on that subject. And far be it from me to disagree with Mike Sanford on the subject because he knows more about football than I ever will.
He was a quarterback and he coached quarterbacks.
and I trust
doesn't make
his
him perfect.
evaluations
Does not make him perfect.
wholly. But there is one thing that I disagree with when we were actually talking to him at the Combine about this, and Vic, you mentioned it. There's like 5, 6, 7 guys that you could see as franchise quarterbacks. I don't think you can operate that way. I don't think you can do that. Like, if you are running a team and you're trying to find a quarterback, there is no, I have 5 options to me at number 12. It can't work that way because as good as that class was in 83, you aren't going to get 6 dudes coming out of this draft that are leading franchises for a decade. That's just, the math will not work that way. It's not going to happen. So I have something to pick a bone with Mike Sanford on that subject when we come back. Jared Bednar is going to join us in 15 minutes. We'll see if Val's going to get his first start tonight since entering the player assistance program. Here's what I want to discuss, though, Vic. When we're talking about, there's 5, 6, 7 guys you could choose from. You can't think that way as a franchise, can you? Like, here was my comparison in the appetizer. And maybe this is stupid. But a lot of people said, yeah, I get it. You can't just say, here's 5, 6, 7 women that could be your wife. Choose one. And whichever one's left, because you're picking last, that's going to be your wife and you'll make it work. I don't think that's how you can operate. To me, you can have maybe 2 dudes that you see as franchise guys. You can't tell me, no matter what, it's going to be McCarthy, Penix, Nix, or Drake May or Jaden Daniels. If I get any one of those guys, I'm good. You can't think all of them have the same ceiling. You can't think all of them fit your system, right?
Well, who thinks that?
When we were talking to Sanford, he's like, I think there's 4 or 5 guys that could be franchise quarterbacks in this class. I'm like, but the teams can't think 4 or 5 guys.
Do they fit?
Of course they don't.
Do they fit? Bro, this is where beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Well, I like a guy like Michael Penix Jr. Number one thing, man, I like that arm. That's my number one call, right? Brett Favre. Was he the smartest quarterback in the history of the game? I don't know about that. But boy, was his arm rad. And obviously it propelled the Packers to a Super Bowl eventually.
Well, I guess what I'm getting at is this. Let's go back to finding a wife. You know, people say you have one true love out there. I'm like, I don't know if that's true. I adore my wife. I love her to death. But if she lived in China, I don't think we're getting married because I'm not going to China. So do I just not find a wife after that? Like what?
Wait. Is this your therapy couch now?
No,
this is your therapy. Is
what I'm
that
saying
what we're doing?
is, if I'm applying this to quarterbacks, it's not like you only lock in on one guy. But listen, man, you can't have 6 different options. You know, my brother called me yesterday, and he goes, and it was like a valid question. He goes, "Why is Denver obsessed with J.J. McCarthy?" And you're kind of right. I didn't remember Broncos fans being like, J.J. McCarthy is a...
Wait a minute.
When he says Denver, is
Who
he saying
says?
the fan
Who
base
says-
or the Broncos?
Are your brother? Get your brother on the air. I got to talk some sense into him. Who says Denver's obsessed?
Okay, hold on a
What
second.
are you guys talking about?
Hold on a second.
First of all, what is coming out of your mouth? You're making an impression on people that the Denver Broncos are cozied up, talking to everybody in the NFL, saying they're. Who says that?
No,
that's the
no,
assumption
no.
you're making.
No, I'm not talking about the Broncos franchise. This is a general sort of thought experiment. And look,
You mean media? You mean media?
Yes, media and fans.
Okay,
Like I've seen
we're all idiots. We all have no idea what's going on. See, when people align the franchise with the people who talk about the franchise, same problem like with the impression from Phillies that, the Nuggets are jerks. The Nuggets are being jerks about this Embiid Joker thing. Well, you could say Nuggets fans are, Nuggets media. Yeah, we don't like we don't like them, they don't like us. But the team isn't. The team has nothing to do with that.
What I'm saying is the Broncos fan base, I've seen a lot more people saying, I really, really want J.J. McCarthy. And I'm like, I didn't see this
Fan base.
like 3 weeks before the football season ended in college football.
And what is your brother doing in Omaha, sniffing around our backside?
You're
I mean,
right.
what is none of his
Get
business?
him out. You tell your brother if he wants some of this to move here.
Yeah. If you want Nolan, in fact, Nolan, if you can hear me right now, you listen tight. If you want some of this, get your ass a U-Haul and get out here. Otherwise, you stay out of our quarterback search. Do you understand?
All right. From now on, I will not talk any sports with my brother
Good.
outside of
Good.
UNO hockey.
Perfect.
Is that fine?
That's totally acceptable.
The point is the obsession that people tend to have just because the Broncos don't have a quarterback. And this is why I'm tying this back to when I said I would love to have Brock Bowers here. I don't care if it's a luxury item in the short term. What the Broncos should be looking for is if you got a quarterback or maybe 2 guys that you're like, I love this guy. If he's there at 12, we take him If not, I'm not going to reach on somebody just because we need somebody at that position that's not Jarrett Stidham. You build a roster for when that time does come. You actually have pieces around it that could make it better.
It's just like this. You need a centerman, right? You need a center in hockey, and you're picking 12. Well, if you're picking 12 and you can move up and blah, 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 you don't just take the next available best center, right? I mean, maybe it doesn't fit what you do, right? You see what I'm saying?
Right.
But maybe there's an awesome goalie there or a killer defenseman that when you do find your number one center to complete your roster, you're going to have the D set, you're going to have your winger set, you're going to blah, 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 that kind of thing.
I could give you the opposite, like somebody who took the approach I'm saying not to take. You could look like the Panthers, who gave up everything with a stab in the dark, hoping that Bryce Young was this generational guy, and maybe he is, maybe he isn't. You know what's funny, Moj? I don't think we'll ever know for the next few years because the team is so bad around him. How could you even tell?
That is correct. But C.J. Stroud.
Name
C.J.
three
Stroud,
offensive players on the Carolina Panthers right now. Go.
I got it, but C.J. Stroud walked right into Houston and kicked butt. So it was pretty impressive.
Well, it turns out Houston had some good players surrounding him, didn't they?
Well, I think D'Amico Ryan's probably got those players to play better.
That too.
Because the year before, those same players stunk.
303-504-0925, Champ Mazda text line. We'll talk to Bednar here in 10 minutes. Did you guys see what Carl Mecklenburg said on Twitter yesterday about Russell?
I did see that. And by the way, the thing about Mecklenburg is he doesn't throw stuff out like this very often.
So here was the tweet. Russell Wilson isn't a leader. The foolishness that went on in his first year at Denver with a private coach, his own office at the facility, and family at training camp when other players didn't have those privileges proved his self-centeredness. That's what he said.
Wow.
Have you ever, in fact, in your entire life, have you ever heard Carl Mecklenburg say anything resembling that whatsoever?
I've never heard him say anything that would draw this kind of whoa reaction.
Exactly right. Neither have I. So he obviously feels strongly about it. When Meck is one of those people, when he talks, I listen.
Yeah.
Now, that might be also a little bit of old school thinking, but I think in terms of the human experience, he's onto something.
When things like that happen in year one, God, dude, it was such a mess. You guys remember every other day it was a new embarrassment? It'd be like Monday, Tuesday, something terrible happened in the game where Hackett made a bad call or Russell made a bad play. They'd be making fun of the Broncos. And then a couple days later, it's like, did you see Russell's new Subway commercial? Like every other day, it was something else embarrassing happening.
Well, here's the difference between Russell Wilson and other flops in free agency or trades. Here's the difference. We've talked about it incessantly on this show. When's the last time you heard a big-name player, a quarterback, mocked openly by fellow players in the league?
It is incredibly rare. Yeah.
I've never, ever seen a guy still active, still playing, where other players were posting social media videos like mocking what he says, what he does. I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it. You remember the first couple months of Russell Wilson's career in Denver.
But dude, I
what the
remember
rest of the league thought.
Justin Tucker was making fun of him.
Yeah,
kicker.
So that was something we had never seen before, correct? Has anybody ever? Give me an example, please. Give me an example of another elite quarterback who was openly scoffed, mocked the way Russell was, to the point where we were defending him like, hey, knock it off already.
Right.
Leave him alone already.
And there's plenty of guys who played bad. Like Zach Wilson wasn't exactly great in New York, and I don't remember anywhere near the heat that Russell got when he was playing the way that he was.
Nobody. Well, I mean, the fan base nailed him, and the media
but they were nailing him not for his play, but for his
they were
nature.
That's correct. They were nailing Russ for being Russ.
High knees in the plane.
Yes.
Stuff like that. It wasn't his play. Like I'm
and it wasn't fellow players.
Examples.
Vic, it wasn't
Mark Sanchez.
It wasn't fellow players coming out and saying, "This Zach Wilson kid, oh my God!" They weren't doing that. Haven't done that.
Somebody says Mark Sanchez butt fumble. Yeah, that was a play. That was mockable. Everybody mocked that. I'm talking about personality. I'm talking about personality traits, how you come across. People were killing him for that.
Mm-hmm. I wonder, because those were strong words by Mecklenburg. Is the self-centeredness and the not a leader thing, is that all on Russell, or is that partly on the organization for allowing him to do that stuff too? Like, the weird part about it was, how much of a line could you draw for him when that trade happened? Because it felt like you had to give him everything just to get him here. Is the organization in some part responsible for allowing that stuff and then having that fester? And then they obviously hit the emergency brake once Sean Payton got here and said all of that ends. But it was just such a wild shift.
I've never seen this before in real life. You remember those old movies where like people are riding on a train and they grab that rope and the whole train like skids to a stop, right?
Yeah.
Hey,
That's exactly what happened when Sean Payton arrived.
Peyton Manning.
By the way, that sound is really annoying.
Peyton Manning, according to the Athletic, Andrew Marchand, think about Peyton Manning's development after football. He's gone from football king, Super Bowl champion, the sheriff, to media mogul. Not just a media player. Like, everybody suspected that Peyton Manning would enter a broadcast booth and be, nah, that wasn't enough for Peyton. He saw bigger than that. Peyton Manning said, I'm going to start my own company. I'm not doing this traditional media stuff. I don't need to work for one of the networks. Screw that. I'm going to start my own network. He starts his own production company. And now word comes down that Peyton Manning, the sheriff, he's eyeing former Patriots legend Bill Belichick to join Omaha Productions as a player for them. I don't know what capacity. I don't know what he would do. But forget Belichick going to one of the Fox CBS broadcasts. He may go work with Peyton Manning.
What?
And it's a
No
different
offense.
media as we know it.
Yeah, no offense.
The media world, by the way, Moj, check out my last tweet. You'll like it. Speaking
right.
of the media world and how the media world is changing before our very eyes. It's changing so much. Peyton Manning, I give him full credit for having the vision and he's got the cachet to do what he's done. Not many people can do what Peyton's done. There are a lot of athletes who have tried it, but he's got the cachet to pull it off. He came into town, Brett,
Yeah.
a couple months ago. He produced a commercial right in my neighborhood here. They rented out a house and did a commercial. Not only did he star in the commercial, Omaha Productions produced the commercial. That guy's getting it on both ends.
He really is one of the only people I think that could pull that off.
Vic, excellent tweet.
You like that?
Excellent. Yeah.
You like that tweet? How good is
Excellent.
that?
Super.
I've
good.
had that in the holster because I'm sort of tired of it now. I'm sort of tired of people doing these drive-bys.
Yeah.
Had that one in the holster.
303-504-0925. Let's get to our weekly chat with the head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, next. All right, looking to connect with Jared Bednar here in the next couple of minutes as the Avs back at it tonight. The Wings in town.
The Wings are in town. There was a time in this town, and I say this town, this universe.
This town.
There was a time in this universe, Vic, you know exactly what I'm talking about, when all eyes in the sporting world were on this game. And, Brett, they used to play, obviously, the postseason makes rivalries. But they used to be in the same conference. Vic, stop typing. They used to be in the same conference. And so it was a bigger deal. They played more often during the course of the regular season, so on and so forth. And everybody watched this game. The entire sporting world, it was the top story everywhere you went.
Well, let's discuss it with the head coach, Jared Bednar, who joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. And all conversations with the coach brought to you by Premier Members Credit Union and Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Coach, how are we doing this morning?
Doing good. How about you guys?
Doing good. We got a couple of questions to start. I'm going to get this one out of the way right now. Are we sure or not if tonight's the night that we see Val back on the ice?
Not sure. I wish I could say we were. I would say he's probably doubtful for tonight, and we're hoping for Friday.
You said doubtful for tonight and hopeful for Friday. Gotcha.
Coach, is that a getting in shape type of thing? Is that a finding your game and your handles again? What does all that entail?
Yeah, I think he's there on that part of it. I mean, he's not perfect condition just yet, but in my opinion, he's good enough to play. He's feeling good. He's been on the ice long enough. I'd love to get him in, but we got to. There's a protocol that he has to go through and get cleared to play, et cetera. He's been cleared to practice and be with the team, and we're just waiting on like a final approval and then waiting on the right opportunity to put him in our lineup. And it's probably going to be. We're hopeful it's Friday, but we don't really have a timeline on it just yet.
Well, we know what else is happening this Friday. How hectic is this week, Coach, for you, for the players? How do you manage trade week? Because it's always crazy for each team.
Yeah, we just try and keep the guys focused on the task at hand, and tonight that's Detroit. I think it's easy to let your mind wander, but all the stuff that may or may not happen on Friday is out of our control, right? So we're playing and trying to play the best we can on any given night and grab 2 points to keep climbing up the standings, and that's the most important thing. And there's no use worrying about things that may or may not happen, especially when they're not in our control, and try to relay that message to our guys. And we're in a position where we're probably trying to add to our group, not subtract from it. So I think everyone should just relax and we go about our business and go do our jobs.
Well, I'll follow up with this then, because there's a lot of Avs fans that are wondering, a couple different spots in the team if you're looking to add somewhere. One of them's been backup goalie, but with the last few games from Justus Ananen, are you at the point right now, and I know he's only played a few games this year, would you be comfortable going with him into the postseason as the backup goalie to Georgie?
We're certainly way more comfortable now than we were, and part of that's just time, opportunity. Our goalie's making the most of it. We were riding Gorgie early in the season. He's feeling good and rested, and we didn't have a bunch of starts from our backups, and some of them weren't great. And it wasn't an ideal situation for them, especially both being young guys, Prosvetov and Anderson, right? So I said this before, we wouldn't call up Sam Malinsky and have him sit here as a young player and not play, or go in once every 2-3 weeks and then expect him to play really well. It's just not feasible, especially for a young player. I think you have to be playing. You got to be playing game situations. You got to be getting puck touches. You got to be getting lots of work. And for any player, once you kind of find that rhythm, then it's easier to maintain. So now, once we made that flip, there was going to be starts available, right? Our schedule got really busy. And Noonan's made the most of his opportunity and has played fantastic for us. So we feel good about him. And then Prosvetov's gone down and found a rhythm and played. And he's, player of the week. He's got racking up shutouts, wins. He won 8 in a row down there at one point. He's still going strong. So we feel pretty good about both those guys and what they're doing. So now I think that we've got some better proven or some more proven options for us if we need them. So, it's certainly much better than it was at the start of the year because the unknown is no longer there.
He just looked so calm and so good the other night. In fact, his last 3 starts, Coach, he's looked so calm and so good, talking about Eustace. And it's got to be a great feeling for a coach. It's got to be a great feeling for players in front of him as well. But I got to ask you this. In your long career as a player and as a coach, and me, over 27 years, I just know what I see. When you see a goalie early on in a game, can you tell if he's really feeling it or if maybe he's not feeling it? And can the guys as well, like, all right, boys, we better stay in front of this kid tonight or we better give him some goal support? How does that work, that dynamic, when you see your goalie early on in a game?
We had lots of erratic situations in a hockey game because pucks get, there's screens, pucks get deflected. Sometimes they hit, they ricochet off players and go to the net. So, I'm looking at the positioning and what Anunen's doing right now. The difference is Anunen's a big guy, right? Like he's a big man and he likes to play at the top of the crease. So his positioning alone will set him up to make saves. So, we've seen multiple dangerous pucks to the net, whether they're well-executed plays, lucky bounces, a little bit of both, just throwing it there. And he's in the right spot and it's hitting them. And, he looks big and strong down low when he's around the net. There's not a lot of net to shoot at. His positioning and rebound control have been great. He's been reading plays nicely. Like he makes a big save on Bedard the other night on the breakaway.
That's great.
This is right. He gave up 2 in Detroit, and he was running back-to-back shutouts against Chicago. I think we did a nice job in front of him in all 3 of those games, but that is our team's responsibility, right? So, if we can keep playing like we're playing in front of our goalies and we keep getting the performances we're getting out of them, they're giving us quality starts on a nightly basis, which is why we're, starting to rack up some points here.
Coach, as you approach the stretch run here and mentality changes when the playoffs come around, what blade would you like to sharpen most with your team?
I'd like to, it's funny with our team because, we have like a handful of boxes that we want to check, right? We want the quality start out of our goaltending. We want to make sure that we're digging in and competing with an intensity on the defending side of it. Part of that is details, getting back above pucks, just having really good defending details. And then we want to make sure that our offense is firing on all cylinders. Like we're a hungry, tenacious, relentless team on our forecheck, ozone play, and that we're getting into dangerous areas of the ice, right? And so on off the nights, we have 2 out of the 3 of those, and it's a grind. Sometimes we win, sometimes we lose. But we're finding when we're checking those boxes that we're winning hockey games. And we've really dug in on the D side for a long time, and then we struggled just a little bit offensively here recently. We've been digging into that. We've liked what we've seen the last couple of games. Hopefully we can continue to build on that. But I'd say like our forwards and our forward production, like throughout our lineup and being a dangerous team with 4 lines and sort of finding that rhythm would be the area that I'd like to keep improving on for now.
I know a lot of people are focused on if anything's going to happen, before the Friday deadline, but you guys already did make a move. You guys got Zach Parise involved in the lineup, and it looks like he's been playing at a very high level. Is this what you expected out of him? Is it a little bit more? How would you evaluate his play?
Well, this is certainly what we were hoping for. We watched him closely on video from his play from last year. We have a lot of guys in our room that know him. He's been around a long time, know the character, know the way he can, like his habits, his conditioning, his preparation. motivation, they're all off the charts elite. Otherwise, he wouldn't be playing this long. Like for our fans that know Andrew Cogliano, it's a very similar approach. These guys are just like true professionals through and through. But I would say we're really pleased with what we're seeing from him. Like, you just don't know that unknown of, like, when you get to his age and you're sitting out a while and you're at home, can he come in and impact the game as much as he has? He's answered that very clearly on a consistent basis here. He's been fantastic for us.
Only you will understand this on this program. But I look at Zach Parise, and again, almost the age of 40. But, Coach, the way he's playing it, and again, having not all that wear and tear on his body throughout the course of this year, I mean, it's just like the late, great Toby Keith. I ain't as good as I once was, but I'm as good once as I ever was. I mean, is that kind of what we're hoping to get out of number 9 the rest of this year and into the postseason?
Yeah, no question. This is like the reason he is coming back to play this year and leaving his family in Minnesota and making those sacrifices is because he's a true competitor and he wants to win. Like that. It's that simple. And I'd love nothing more than to be able to win with him. You know what I mean? Like, I just think it's an inspiration to our team, and it's a guy that can help lead us, a guy that's been there before. When you get in hard games in the playoffs, a calming influence, just another great leader in our room, and he's going to do everything in his power to try and win, and that we know. And so I don't think you can ever have too many of those guys in your locker room.
Yeah, but how about that Toby Keith, right? I mean, that's a good reference, right? It worked. Sort of.
You nailed it.
You don't strike me as a Toby Keith guy, Coach. Am I wrong on that?
Oh, yeah, you're wrong.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're probably wrong on that.
Oh,
yeah.
All right.
I like my country guys, yeah.
What about Dua Lipa?
Coach,
No.
one other question I wanted to ask, because we got I saw this, and I'm asking to clarify. I'm assuming nothing is different, but when I read something from the Hockey News that said you see a timeline that lines up with Landeskog maybe being able to play in the postseason. That's not any. Is that the same old, and I just read that incorrectly? Are we in the same place with Landy still?
Yeah, we're in the same place.
Okay.
Yeah, the question was asked to me yesterday, do I see a timeline that Landy could possibly play in the playoffs? Yeah. Yeah, I think there's a possibility that he could play in the playoffs. I think the reality of it is there's a possibility that he doesn't play in the playoffs, but we're hopeful that he's going to be able to get back. He's putting in all the work that's necessary to try and get back, and only time will tell.
Jared Bednar with us, head coach of the Avs. I was wondering, as we were looking around the hockey league, how do you feel when you watch a guy like Rempe going out and fighting somebody every single night? I'm watching this dude with like 2 black guys go out and swing on people again. I thought those guys were dead and gone. They're still here?
Yeah, it's funny, how the hockey world works. And, you get an enforcer that goes out and is trying to get into it and rally his team or stick up for teammates. And oftentimes on the internet, you're seeing a lot of people going, "This is archaic. What's going on?" Now a young kid comes in and does it and tries to earn a name for himself, and he's the talk of the town, right? Like, everyone's like loving it, and so which one is it, right? It just flip-flops back and forth like constantly. But when I see Rempe come into the league, young guy, big guy, strong, has the ability to fight, the reason I love it is because he understands. This kid's grinded his whole life to try and get to the NHL, and now he gets an opportunity to go in a game, and he's going to do everything in his power to make sure he stays in the NHL. He understands this is a great life. It's a great lifestyle. It can be life-changing money if he's able to play and stay in the league. And I mean, that's his dream, and he's, this kid's digging in and doing everything he can to make that dream a reality long term. So I love it. I don't know how you can fault any player or any person for chasing their dream and going after it wholeheartedly.
Last thing for you from me, I look at 29 every night, and look, everywhere he goes in the National Hockey League, people hold their breath when the puck is on his stick, but especially at home, Coach. I mean, he dials up a 4-point game the other night. He gets tied with Cooch. You can probably feel it inside the building when he's got the puck. Maybe you feel the same way. It's like, oh, baby, watch out.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously it's something we've come to expect at Nate, but I mean, it doesn't make it any less remarkable for me. You know, you guys watch it every night with Joker at the Nuggets. I mean, it's hard to keep talking about it because what are you going to say? You know, but it's just impressive to me that you can dial it. Like it's hard to dial it up 82 games a year, right? But even when whether you have it, you don't have it, that you're still finding a way to contribute on a nightly basis. It might look different on some nights, but it's still a huge positive impact for our team, and he's just finding a way, you know. And again, I think it's more than just skill and ability, right? It's the preparation you put into it. It's just a deep desire to want to be successful and a drive to be the best, and that's what Nate's got.
Coach, last thing for you, and always appreciate your time. When you guys signed this man to a 2-year entry-level contract, Ivan, when you are coaching him in practice and you say Ivan, are you addressing his first or last name?
I'd say first name.
Yeah, first name?
We're on a first-name basis with most of our guys until they get a nickname. I don't know what his nickname's going to be, but someone will figure something out.
Are we the only city in the league that has had 2 professional athletes with same name? Bol and Ivan.
Yeah.
In the same
Ivan. Yeah.
I'm going to guess
Ivan,
yes on that.
Okay, yeah, I think it's the only one, which is awesome.
But it was cool. Last thing, it was cool to watch Coach Schneekloth, tell the entire Eagles room that he'd earned his first NHL contract. I thought that was pretty cool, man. That's got to be a special moment.
Oh, yeah. I mean, again, it just kind of goes back to what Rempe's doing. Like, that's the first step, right? Kid comes in, he's on an American League contract. He comes in, he has a great camp. Like we release guys to the Eagles that were on NHL contracts before him because he was an intriguing player. He plays the middle of the ice. He can skate, pass, shoot. He's got a little tenacity to his game. Young player, still going to grow up physically, but he come in and he play with no fear. He play the right way. You see a lot of potential in him, and then he goes down, and he's been a consistent contributor to him all year long as a young player. And they're a pretty deep team at times. I know we've taken some players from them, and we've given them some players, so there's a lot of fluidity to their lineup. But he's been a guy that's been in and playing well all season long. So to be able to get rewarded with an NHL contract and know that the parent club in us, being the Avs, that he's on our radar. I mean, that's all you can ask for is players to push themselves to try to be their best, and it's our job to help them develop and try to turn them into an everyday NHL player. And so it's a great reward for those guys. It's a good message that gets sent around the room there for other guys that aren't on NHL deals, that you're trying to earn them, that you can watch a guy and know that it can be successful.
It's head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, who joins us every Wednesday, 8 o'clock. Good luck tonight, Coach, and always appreciate the time.
Appreciate it, fellas. Thank you.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, and all conversations with the coach brought to you by Premier Members Credit Union. Better banking starts with Premier Members Credit Union. Stop by your nearest branch or visit becomepremier.com to learn more about the artisans of banking.
That was pretty interesting to hear, Vic, that what the situation with Val is.
Yeah.
He's got to be clear. I mean, he's cleared to practice, but he's got to be cleared by the protocol to play. And that's where we're at. That's pretty interesting.
So, Moj, again, the pronunciation of Ivan.
Ivan.
Okay. Tell me how you guys felt last night when Bol hung on the rim for a little bit and got teed up for it.
Didn't like it at all.
I didn't think it was that bad.
Well, it was
I
completely
didn't think it was bad either.
It was completely unnecessary.
Yeah, but I think
he had a
NBA
clear
goes too
lane.
far.
He had a clear lane to the bucket, and he does a.
Oh, who cares?
It's a pretty killer pull up. It's a pretty killer pull up.
That was a weak tee.
Nah, I don't like it.
The thing is, when I watched him dunk it,
our guys, I don't like it.
When I watched him dunk it, Vic, I still sit here. I'm like, why is he not good? What if you can do that? Like, it was a good move. How do you not do that consistently? It makes no sense.
I don't get it either. He affected a few shots last night, by the way. Bol, if you noticed in that second quarter, when the Nuggets couldn't make blank, when they struggled to score, he affected a lot of shots at the rim.
303-504-0925. If you missed any of the Bednar interview, check it out. iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker. It should be up on the podcast shortly. And a chance to win $50 to Altitude Authentics. All you have to do is just pay attention to the interview. We'll give you the question next. As we follow up every Jared Bednar interview with a chance to win $50 to Altitude Authentics, all you had to do is pay attention to the interview. It's not that hard. So Marty's going to play a clip.
But hang on. I think Vic and I both agree that you make it way too easy for people.
Okay, we'll see.
I mean, this is $50 to Altitude Authentics. You can get some killer gear, some cool stuff, and you just like, hey, just name your own name and you're qualified. And I'm like, that's lame.
All right, how about this? This is Marty's going to bleep out a word. You text in the word with your first and last name. And if you get the answer right, you are automatically entered and qualified for the $50 to Altitude Authentics. The line is, am I wrong on that?
Oh, yeah, you're wrong.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're probably wrong on that.
Oh,
yeah.
all right.
I like my guys. Yeah.
That's a terrible bleep. You gave the answer.
That actually was a bad bleep,
Oh,
Marty.
come on.
It was a bad bleep.
All right, Vic, what do you know the answer?
No, don't say it. You can't say it now. I feel like we heard the tail end of the word. I think that's the problem.
Of course we
That would
did.
have been a good one. But Marty, you bleeped it, buddy. You did.
Yeah, you're probably wrong on that.
Oh,
yeah.
all right.
I like my guys. Yeah.
I guarantee, though, if I had a round of golf with Jared and we played some of that
Don't
is
say
not to
that.
be
Don't say the
mentioned,
thing.
he would start
Oh, you
shoulder moving like that.
But Dua Lipa? No, I guarantee he would not.
If we played, what's the one song that we love from Dua Lipa, Marty? What is that song that always gets played that just gets us? Well, I don't. Here's the problem.
One song.
I can
name 10
I
songs.
confuse her with Doja Cat, though. That's my. Yeah, this one. There's no way not to shake the shoulders to this song. There's no way. There's no way not to do it. What is it? Levitating, right? Levitating? Makes me levitate.
Huh.
So,
Stinger is up. Yeah.
303-504-0925. All right, so Nuggets lose last night. Vic he used this the open to the show as his therapy couch because he's like, I'm angry. Well, angry.
You know, it worked. It worked because I'm not angry anymore. I woke up angry. I went to bed angry. I mentioned it to my wife. She said, yeah, you are angry. And I'm too old to be angry about a sporting game, a regular season game that really has little to no impact on the season and the championship drive. Well, what are you laughing about?
What's a sportsing game?
Whatever. I was trying to say something else. I cannot believe that at my age, I still let it upset me and fester. I can't believe it. And I'm not the only one, because a lot of you who listen to the show text it in. It takes hold of you. Like, I promised myself after the Nuggets won a championship, at that parade, at that scene where everybody's out there, I said to myself, I'm free now. I'm liberated. I need nothing more in life when it comes to that. And here I am months later getting upset over a loss, which I know full well shouldn't upset me.
Sure.
But I let it upset me.
Well,
and I'm ashamed.
Vic,
I'm ashamed of myself.
You're just a fan too at times. I mean, you're a human being. You have emotions. I'll bet you even this. When Loyola gets bounced from the tourney every year, I'll bet Sister Jean, I'll bet she throws a couple of F-bombs out there. I bet she gets mad. She probably takes it to bed with her, prays to God, and then takes that loss to bed with her. I'll bet.
Sister Jean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll bet she does. She's a human being. She may be a nun, okay? Nuns are human beings. They got feelings.
T-Mac.
So Vic, what I'm trying to tell you, it's okay. I was angry as well last night, but I only let it eat me for just a short amount of time, and then I moved on.
T-Mac on the Safeway Twitch feed. Altitude is the best sportsing talk radio station in town. I wasn't as bothered by that. I don't know. I wasn't as bothered by the game last night because, first of all, I didn't think they should have won anyway. Like, the fact that they actually had a shot at the end of the buzzer to close it out, which I'm shocked Jokic misses because I feel like he never misses in those opportunities.
I felt like he missed shots last night that he typically does not miss.
He was good from three.
Yeah, but around the bucket, I mean, when he's missing within 5 feet of the bucket, then I'm like, I mean, I'm not expecting him to be perfect, and he didn't have a horrible shooting night. It's just that he missed some that I thought that typically he should make.
Well, this from Loretta, Vic, we're upset still because it shouldn't have been a loss. I wholly disagree. I thought the Nuggets played bad last
100%.
night. They did not deserve to win that game.
In fact, let me take this a step further and tell me if you guys agree with me. I want people reacting to this, please. Yes or no? Yes or no? I would have preferred that the Nuggets, when they gave the game away in the second quarter, just, all right, I would feel less angry because they teased us, got back in, took the lead, and then lost.
Yeah.
Those kind of losses, they get inside your gut and they sort of fester there, and then they work their way through the bowel region and then back up. And I don't know what to do with those kind of games.
Marty, you were at the game last night. Would you rather that game just got away from them in the second quarter, they never came back, or would you want the finish that you got?
No, that was a lot of fun. The comeback was great.
Yeah, it was great. And they sucked it up. They showed, who they are. The fight is
fun. They lost. See, that's the difference between me and guy like Marty. Marty's all about field day. Let's go do the three-legged race. Is everybody having fun? Hey guys, are you having fun? Okay, it's not about who wins.
Hey Vic,
everybody.
Hey Vic,
it's about everybody having fun.
Not everybody gets to go to every Nuggets game, and so the few that they go to, they probably want to see a good game as opposed to a blowout. And I
don't like the way his
for that.
face.
Think
I don't
about
like the
that,
way his
you
face
selfish
presented that.
son of a gun.
I don't like the way his face presented fun. Like fun. Fun is winning. Fun is laughing at your opponent. Fun is making sure they leave with their tails between them. That's fun.
Fun is them taking that L on the way out.
Exactly right. Fun is what we're doing on this radio show. That's fun.
Is it?
Excellent question, Martin. Excellent
Oh,
question.
and by the way, getting free tickets to a Nuggets game is something that most people don't get either. So don't try to put that on me.
That wasn't from the company. It was a buddy of his.
Yeah,
It's an
I
extra
know.
ticket.
Come on.
So, Martin, yesterday, for those who don't, well, you're not privy to our private conversations in the hallway.
I record everything.
I'm going to the game tonight. Oh, really? How'd you get that hookup? I got it, buddy. I says,
Why are you guys making fun of him
Oh,
for this? He had a
because-
friend that invited him to
I
a
don't
game.
like his- I don't like his attitude.
Yeah, because his attitude changed when I said, "Oh, really? Where'd you get those?" He goes, "My buddy, and they're really good seats too."
They are.
And I'm like, you know what? Okay, well, you're a rubber inner. That's what you are.
Oh, that's funny.
So let me ask you something. No, Marty, this will tell the tale.
You
right
are
here.
a perpetual
No.
rubber inner.
No.
I was
this will
happy that the
tell
Suns
the
won. I
tale.
just like to see everybody have a good time.
Jesus.
Oh, I hate you so much for that attitude. Let me ask you this.
KD
Would you
deserved
rather,
it.
Would you rather go to a game
Oh, Marty.
and it's sloppy basketball and the Nuggets win by 40, but it's terrible basketball and the Suns just look terrible, but the Nuggets win by 40? Or would you rather have the game last night where the Nuggets make this valiant comeback, it's crazy, good to the last drop, miss it, and they lose in overtime? Which would you
I'd
prefer?
take a
And be
win
honest.
over anything. I'd take a
You
win.
said it was fun.
Yeah, but it was fun. I'd rather see them win the basketball game, though.
You two are being so weird. Yeah, Texter, time for Granddad Happy Hour is right. I don't know what the granddads are doing on this show.
Moj,
Don't
they're not
you
wired
include
like
me
us.
in this. I
You were
was
just
Moj,
getting after Marty
Moj,
for getting a ticket from a buddy.
Moj, they're
That's because
not
the way he-
wired like us.
Yeah, but-
they're not wired. They're not killers. They're not killers.
Gotcha.
I should have said no and earned my
Right,
ticket.
right, probably. No, but you did. The way you said it yesterday was with a smirk.
I'm going to the basketball game.
Kinda, you did. No, we said because Vic, we're gonna go have to meet. Brett and I went and had beers last night.
Oh, you did?
Yes, and some pizza, and before the game, and we
You and Brett did?
Yeah,
So you guys won't come hit by Sim, but you'll do that? I've asked you 3 or 4 times. You
And
guys
he-
won't come to me?
well, there's a reason for that. Anyway, the point is that we asked Martin to go have beers with us, and then he throws the "well, I'm going to the game tonight" thing. I mean, but it was a
Wait a minute.
It was a
You
little.
guys are
It was
getting
a
together behind my back. You guys are getting together and doing these like
We've invited you a million
See,
times,
Vic,
dude.
it's this thing called a brewery that me and Mojo like to go to that
Oh, I
I
ain't
just
doing
stop asking you because I know you're going to say no. Oh, and by the way, it was in Parker, which no shot he goes there either.
not a
Zero.
chance.
Like, it has to be 5 minutes from Vic's house, and it has to serve wine, and that really limits my number of places that I can
why
go
don't
to
you
with
guys do what I want to do once in a while? Why does it always have to be what you do?
Matt, listen. For those who also
Because we mutually agree on these things, and you say it's
Right.
my way or nothing.
That's exactly right. For those who
I'm
are
giving
new,
you a free sim and
All right,
wine.
Cut him off. Cut him off. For those who are new to the program, if Vic comes to my house, it has to be a situation where he packs a bag. He's going to stay the night because
No doubt
to
about it.
him driving from the northwest side of town to the southeast side of town, it's like he would rather take an airplane. I mean, he feels like he should be on a jet, right, landing, Ubering to my house,
Where
and then
you
he
guys
packs his.
live is inconvenient. It's to be honest, it's an inconvenience to most of us that are alive.
Who are most of
It's
us?
inconvenient.
Well, the three of us are fine.
Yeah.
It's you that has the problem.
Well, most real Denverites, most real people from Denver live on this side of town. I told you, that side of town's for all the newbies.
I've decided something, by the way. I'm going to let Vic take every directional
I've
part
lived
of
in
Denver.
Colorado for
hang
28
on.
years.
Mosier,
more than
Mosier,
half my life.
listen to me. Do what I'm doing, okay?
Yeah.
Because I've just decided this in my own head. Vic gets to claim every directional part of Denver. He's north side some days, and he's west side some days, and then he gets every direction. So you know what I am? I'm A-Town. I'm Aurora. I claim Aurora. That's my spot. That's
all yours.
my home. I
You
get
can have
all of Aurora. Mosier,
Take it.
you grab Parker. Parker's
A-Town.
yours.
You got it. Marty, what you got?
I don't
Glendale.
know. I'll take Glendale. Okay.
Got it.
You
Come see me at
shotgun-
Shotguns on
shotguns.
You get
Wednesdays.
shotguns.
You got
That's
it.
what you get.
I'll take the north and west. I'll take where the real OGs hang out in Denver. The
And,
north
and some
west.
days, if Vic feels like it, South Denver too. South Denver too. Yeah.
Nah, I'll never claim South Denver. South Denver to me is always far away. No, I'm not going to do that.
One more time too on the text line for people who want to enter the $50 gift card to Altitude Authentics. One more time.
What'd you just say?
Can we just for those who just joined the show, maybe they were just getting in their car.
Oh, is it still open? Do we have
Yeah,
the
it's
contest?
still open,
Okay.
yeah.
Marty, play. Am I
One more
wrong
time.
on that?
Oh yeah, you're wrong.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're probably wrong on that.
Oh, all right.
I like my guys. Yeah.
So that, if you can fill in the blank, first and last name to 303-504-0925, you are qualified for a chance to win $50 to Altitude Authentics. Okay.
Oh,
I just saw something.
So
No, this is important, Moshe.
Okay.
This is important. I just saw something. A report. The Broncos could be moving on from both Jerry Jeudy and Cortland Sutton. Multiple sources tell us that Jerry Jeudy and Cortland Sutton could be on their way out of Denver this offseason. Jeudy more likely to be traded is the latest report from Stadium. We'll get to that next. That's the sound of luck, and that's the sound of Tulotero. Are you ready to take your chances and win big? Well, get excited because Tulotero is here to make it happen. This is Brett Kane for Tulotero, and you can play the lottery anytime, anywhere, right from your phone, as Tulotero offers official state lottery tickets for Powerball, Mega Millions, Lucky for Life, Colorado Lotto, and more. You'll love how easy this is. When you use the code MAGIC, you'll get your first ticket on Tulotero. That's right, a free ticket to make your dreams a reality. Discover the benefits of playing your favorite lottery games online and try it out for yourself for free with the code MAGIC. The promo code is only valid for new registrations. We wish you good luck. All right, so again, there's report from Stadium. The Broncos could be moving on from both Jerry Jeudy and Courtland Sutton this offseason. Remember, yesterday, we noticed that thing that happened to Russell Wilson, where he scrubbed the Broncos from the social media stuff, and then a day later, Russell Wilson was gone. We saw the same thing with Courtland Sutton. Maybe it's something, maybe it's nothing, but now you back up this report. Again, multiple sources tell us that Jerry Jeudy and Courtland Sutton could be on their way out of Denver this offseason. Jeudy more likely to be traded, that from Stadium.
What? So Stadium is the place where like Shams works. What is Stadium again? Help me
Yeah,
out.
yep. That's it. They have their own, they have a TV channel. They do some sort of live sports, like some college stuff. But here's the thing. If they were to move on from both Sutton and Jeudy, what does that leave there to? How bare bones are we going?
True.
cares?
Jerry Judy's contract escalates in a
cares?
major way.
Why are you
This
guys
coming
worried
year.
about that position when they haven't fortified the quarterback position? You got to have the guy to throw the ball for having someone to catch the ball.
Don't confuse this with concern. It would send a direct message for the direction they're going, which is a total incomplete restart. Which, to my knowledge, have the Broncos ever done that? At least in the last, since what, the 80s? Any time before 83, have they ever
Denver
done the
Broncos-
complete restart button?
In my lifetime, since I have been able to turn on a television, watch a Bronco game, follow the Denver Broncos, may have happened in the early 70s when they were terrible, but since I've been a Bronco fan, I'll pick it up at 77, and they have never gone through a rebuilding year. Now, there are years where they've been down. You can argue that after the 2 Super Bowl championships, Greasy takes over for Elway. That wasn't rebuilding. They thought they could win there. And then Terrell Davis tears his ACL and everything went to hell. But they never went and said, all right, we're going to strip it down and we're going to start over.
Even
in
after
my lifetime, they've never done
that. That is a great point. Vic, mostly because once Elway arrived on the scene, you never rebuild. You always have an opportunity. You know what I mean? So the coaches came and went, Reeves, and then Wade Phillips, and then here comes Shanny. You were always, even like you said, in down years, you were 1 year away from being back in the mix big time because you had number 7 slinging the pig. And the reality is, man, that's a once in a lifetime situation for teams. I mean, it really is. Brett, how long have you been moaning about the Packers and their Favre/Aaron situation where they've been in the mix for almost 30 years?
Yeah, never even had to think about it.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's it's just the way it is. But I have no problem because you're going to clean house. We just played the Giannitti cut from yesterday on a promo. If you're going to go big because Jerry Jeudy's contract this coming year, he goes from 4.8 to 12.98. Courtland Sutton, and again, that's the trade of Jeudy. Courtland Sutton will count about, if you dead cap him or dead hit him, 7.6 dead. The salary itself is over 17. So I can see where the Broncos are leaning here that, look, man, if we're going to remake this offense in my eyes, Sean Payton, we're going to remake it in my eyes, what I see, what I envision. Maybe these guys aren't included in that. And so if you're going to go big.
Yeah.
Listen, rip that Band-Aid off, let it bleed a little bit.
I would love it.
Let the air get to it, clot up, and then let's get on with it.
I think it's probably the smartest way to approach this. Because you aren't going to be competitive with the amount of money you're going to be missing anyway. You aren't going to be competitive unless you are the luckiest of all lucky in just stumbling across a superstar at quarterback, which is not likely. This is the smart route to take if this is actually going to happen here. But it's funny that this comes a day after we noticed that the Broncos stuff was scrubbed off of Courtland Sutton's social medias.
Let me tell you why it makes perfect sense. All right, listen to this and tell me if you agree. This makes sense, and I've never been this excited about a franchise that I follow and love. I've never been this excited about a franchise stripping it down to the nuts. Just take it all out, start all over. The reason why I'm excited about it is because I know that the ownership exists that we know for a fact will spend the money to build it up the right way. Now, if you had an ownership group that you did not trust, if you had an ownership group that you thought was just trying to save money in the long run and doing it for that, that's a different deal.
Right.
But I have full faith that Greg Penner and his group, they're going to do it the right way. So if you're going to do it the right way, strip her down. Take it all off. Take it all off. Strip down right now.
And let me reassure Broncos fans this, Vic, because I completely agree with you. This ownership group is a damn good ownership group. It is.
They are.
Top
I
to
don't think
bottom.
there's any question.
This is a very good ownership group, and they want to win. They're also very smart people. And as you look at it in the whole, and again, they got their feet wet and what's this all about and so on and so forth a couple of years ago. Now they're in the mix. Now they're getting it. They got it. And they are going to do what's right, Bronco fans. Just rest assured, you're going to be in pain. It's going to hurt. It's going to suck. But they are going to put this franchise in a position to win as soon as it's reasonably feasible to do so. Right now, it ain't because you're eating that money. So rest assured, it will get back on track. The only question is how and when. But it will. I'm convinced of that.
Something else that I've noticed. Vic is very picky and choosy with which road games he travels to. If there's a game in L.A., he's probably going. If there's a game in Miami, he's probably going. He's not going to Minneapolis. He's not going to Oklahoma City.
Yeah,
Vic,
you're very caviar in that regard, Vic.
Vic, I just saw that
you really are.
The Nuggets are playing 2 preseason games in Abu Dhabi next year.
Sign me up. I'm in. I'm going. Is it warm?
Well, yes, yeah. I think that's warm. Yeah.
So allow me to be a little like
is
Stephen
it
A.
warm
Smith
in the
here.
Middle East? Yeah.
Yeah. Allow me to be a little like Stephen A. Smith here, because this is, I'm having fun with Stephen. We're exchanging things left and right, and we're going to play some of Stephen A. Smith's comments momentarily. Stephen A. says he doesn't want to come here because of the altitude. See, he can't say that. I can. I can say where I want to pick and choose to go because I'm covering the Nuggets. I'm playing the Nuggets reporter role. This is the team I work for, essentially. I am not covering the Boston Celtics or the LA Lakers or the New York Knicks. Stephen A. Smith works for ESPN. He covers the NBA. He covers the league. He's on a bigger platform. He's got a bigger responsibility. He has to cater to every NBA team. He cannot have that same leisure I have. He cannot pick and choose because you have to cater to the league. And once you pick and choose and say you only want to do this or that, then the rest of the league, the rest of those teams says, what the hell? Do you see the difference there? Mm-hmm. Do you understand? I'm a homer all the way. This is where I live. I follow and report on this team. Of course I can do that. He cannot. If I worked for ESPN, if somehow they call me and say, Vic, we want you to cover the league, I can't go out there and say, I ain't doing that. I ain't going to Milwaukee. Too much cholesterol. I don't want to die.
There is cholesterol. Well, yeah, there's plenty in Wisconsin. No doubt about
you
it.
see the
I've been
difference,
there.
though,
I've been
Brett?
there. Yeah.
Did I paint the picture for you? The
Yeah.
difference? Okay, so it makes perfect sense. So when the Nuggets announced, and the NBA just announced that the Nuggets and Celtics are going to play 2 preseason games in Abu Dhabi,
You're not going to Abu Dhabi.
Why not?
Because there's no reason for you to go to Abu Dhabi.
It's preseason. We always cover preseason.
So what?
Camp. So why did you go to Finland?
Because that was in the regular season. That was required.
So was there ever a preseason game you went to cover the Avs? That was out of town?
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, but it's just to the day of to Dallas and Arizona and back. It's not like we're going to,
So okay. I'm not gonna
wherever.
argue.
Hey, yeah,
I'm not gonna argue.
We got a game just outside of Machu Picchu for the preseason.
No,
doesn't make any sense.
Here's what Mosier's telling you, Vic.
Moj, you're being stupid.
No, Moj, or Vic, what he's telling you is he's more important than you are to the broadcast. That's what he just did. He did that.
Well, I don't dispute that. He's the play-by-play guy. He should be ever. There's no doubt about it. The Nuggets could live without me, 100%. They don't need me. But I'm going on that trip. I guarantee you that. I'm still working here.
Hey, I will say this though.
I mean, let's be honest. All right, let's be fundamentally honest here. You're darn right they can live without me. But I'm going on that trip.
I will say this.
Hear me out, Vic. When you go on the trip, forget your passport. Do that one for us. They'll make
Okay.
good content for the show. Forget your
Okay.
passport.
Yeah, that's great.
Just give us the content.
Last thing I want to say.
No,
before we play
the last thing I
Stephen A.
want to say,
Smith
real quick. Abu Dhabi looks like a pretty damn awesome place to visit.
It looks like it's in the future.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. It's
it does.
man-made. It's just built. Well, everything's man-made, but I mean, it's just like built out of thin air. I
Who
know.
else is
but I
gonna
mean,
make
what I mean by that,
Denver's all natural. It's not man-made. You see what
What
I'm
I
saying?
mean
You know,
by
that,
that is,
city was actually
it
made
was-
by dogs, believe
Correct.
it or
But
not.
what
Yeah.
I mean by that, there was a desert there, and then all of a sudden, boom, a civilization.
It's
It was crazy.
it went from desert to like the most beautiful high-rise skyscrapers in the history of the world. It's pretty
Okay.
crazy.
Poll question
All right,
at
we're gonna
Brett
have to
Kane
wait
Radio.
next segment.
Did you
We're
know
gonna have to wait.
Did you know Abu Dhabi was man-made? Yes or no? At Brett Kane Radio.
We're going to have to wait next segment to play Stephen A. But I want to add one last thing to this conversation. Isn't it interesting for all the people, and remember, Moj, we were on this, all the people, and I hate the Live Tour. I think the Live Tour is stupid. Live Golf is stupid to watch. It's dumb. But I never pass judgment on those dudes taking that money. Never did. Do you remember all the people saying how immoral of you to take that money? Guys, is the NBA going to Abu Dhabi for the scene? What
No.
do you think what do you think is attracting the NBA to Abu Dhabi for 2 preseason games?
Money, bread.
So where's the oh my God, the despair? Where's the reaction that we had from the
Well,
Live Tour players?
That's the United Arab Emirates as well. It's not Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
It's different.
Is it, I mean, that was some of the
it's
people's
money
beef,
driven.
but
It's financial. What I'm saying is money. Why are the referees in the NBA wearing United Arab? It's all about the money. It always is in every sport. Always about the money. At the end of the day, if you have a question about why something is done, the answer is the money.
As we get to the top of the hour, the 1143 says, Abu Dhabi is hella man-made.
yeah.
I didn't even say hella today. I didn't even say.
We've said you're not allowed.
And therefore, I didn't say it.
303-504-0925. Back after this. The winner of $50 to Altitude Authentics is Brian Dumler. Brian, congratulations. $50 to Altitude Authentics. Yep. Doomler? I don't know. Is that old Dumas commercial? Hey, Mr. Dumbass. No. It's Dumas. Doomler? Brian Dumler? Whatever it is.
My name is Brian Esuipe. It's Italian.
He gets $50 to Altitude Authentics because the word was obviously country, is what Bed and I were saying. Marty, can we hear it without the bleep, please? A lot of people wrote in Toby Keith. Close. But go ahead. Am I wrong on that?
Oh, yeah, you're wrong.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're probably wrong on that.
Oh,
yeah.
all right.
I like my country guys, yeah.
He likes country music. How about that? All right, Vic, you said you wanted to get something on the other side. What is it?
Well, I just wanted to respond to Stephen A. Smith's response to us because a couple days ago,
I got bronchitis.
On this show, and let me preface all of this. This is where Brett and I agree. This is where, Brett, you and I agree.
Mm-hmm.
I don't view Stephen A. Smith like I view Skip Bayless. I think Skip Bayless is bad for our business. He hides. He doesn't go to events. He's not seen. He never responds to anybody. He just casts these ridiculous notions, and I think it's all for show. That's my honest opinion of Skip Bayless.
Can I make one other distinction?
Yeah.
I think that Stephen A. probably exaggerates or emphasizes things to accentuate his point to a big
100%.
degree, but I don't think that Stephen A. just makes things up that he doesn't believe in.
I totally
and
agree.
Skip
and that's what I
Bayless
think
totally
Skip
makes up
does.
arguments
Yes.
just to have arguments.
100%. I have nothing but profound respect for Stephen A. Smith. I may disagree with him, but I think he is the absolute best at what we do. All right? The best. He is able to elicit emotional responses, whether you agree or disagree. And that's what his goal is. That's what he does. That's his job. He gives you an opinion and he wants you to respond. He's at war with all of Dallas, with the Cowboys, right?
Yeah.
He's at war with the New Orleans Pelicans.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's at war with Denver because of the words he said about not wanting to come to Denver if the Nuggets advance to another finals. He just doesn't want to come here. Why doesn't he want to come to Denver? And what purpose does that serve to tell the world that? Well, he heard our show the other day, I believe. It must have gone to him where I completely ripped him. We all did for that notion. And here's his response. Play it.
It may come down to Boston and Denver. Because I think the Nuggets have been lurking and just waiting around and all that other stuff. If all of y'all want to get sensitive out there in the city of Denver, talk about who the hell is he to say he doesn't want to come near, hell with you. I'm not used to high altitudes, having my nose stuffy and having these damn sinus headaches. Hell with you. You're a great sports town, great city, great fans, great team, great coach, great superstar. Two, as far as I'm concerned, and Jokic and Jamal Murray, who I love. Don't get on me because I don't feel like being in that damn high altitude.
Get over it, is how he finished. Get over it. Which, listen, man, I know he's playing the game now. Do you believe Stephen A. Smith? Do you believe when he says the reason he doesn't want to come here is because of the altitude sickness he endures?
Nope.
Might be a part, but
So
he wants to go to L.A. I mean, it's
so. Let me ask you this, because if that's the excuse that's being used now, if that's fine, we're going to go HIPAA, sucker. HIPAA. That's what he's saying, right?
Mhm.
HIPAA, sucker.
Mm-hmm.
So if Stephen A. Smith can't handle the in and out of coming to Denver because of humidity, or I'm sorry, because of altitude, how do players do it? How did Kevin Durant do it last night?
well.
And Grayson Allen?
I got another question for you, Vic. I guarantee you, college football season rolls around and he does a show or two from Boulder.
Huh.
I bet you he does.
So yeah, but so when he was in Boulder visiting with his pal for 3 days, how did he do it? Did he have an oxygen tank? I'm just curious. But he covers the sport in which he scrutinizes athletes, right? That's what he does. But what about the athletes who have to come in for a day or two and then leave? It's not an easy adjustment. They do it.
Mm-hmm.
Not only do they do it, they're running up and down a court. Referees do it. Don't officials? I know a lot of officials that live on the East Coast. They live in New York. They do it. But you can't do it because of altitude? So my excuse then when I go to New York City and I'm wearing a suit and I have to go through those suffocating New York City subways where, Mose, you've been there. And once you go down there, you're sweating through your suit. It smells like urine. Rats are all over the place. You got people all up in your face. I can't handle that. My body, health-wise, I can't do it. So I can't go to New York anymore. Sorry.
That's not a kitten.
Can't
That's a
do it.
gigantic
Hey,
sewer rat.
Yeah.
Guys, I can't go to Milwaukee because in Milwaukee, with all of Wisconsin, they serve so much cheese and so much fried stuff. My cholesterol levels are high. I'm taking a statin. Honestly, I'm taking a statin. I can't do it. It's going to kill me. Can't do it.
Could
I'm
you
out.
go? Could you go? Could you go to Boston?
Boston has a lot of people that talk, and my ears have been bothering me. I've had some earaches. Too many people talking with those weird accents. Can't do it.
What about Oklahoma City?
Wind has damaged me. Wind. I can't. The allergies. It brings up all this weird stuff.
New Orleans?
Can't do it. Again, the food. If you
Fish.
put me in New
It's a
Orleans
fi-
for 2
it's
days,
it's a fish thing.
Atlanta.
I love it.
Humidity.
I love Atlanta.
humidity, just straight heat and humidity. If I go out for a run and that humidity hits me,
Indianapolis.
oh my God, it's cold, especially this time of year. It's you know how I moan about the cold. Can't do it, guys. I would die.
How about this? The
Detroit.
ultimate- yeah, I was going to say Cleveland. How about Cleveland?
There's a lake there. Somebody could push me in it. And get to it.
So that, and here's the thing. This whole altitude thing from Stephen A. Maybe it does affect him. Maybe it's psychological. Maybe it's whatever. He can use it as a
No, he got. Now,
yeah. He can
come
use
on,
it as an
man.
excuse. It's
He
just
got.
yeah. It's. I mean, come on, man.
Salt Lake City.
We're not dummies.
Salt Lake City.
Boring.
Shh. Salt Lake City, Vic.
I got too many people going door to door in my way all the time. I
I thought you were going to say it's the salt. You got high sodium content, and your body can't take it anymore.
It's too much salt. Abu
Just
Dhabi.
walking through Abu Dhabi's.
Abu Dhabi's fine. I mean, I'm all good.
Abu Dhabi? Great. No
Sounds
complaints.
great. Perfect.
Yeah,
no
let's go.
problem. Yeah.
Fire up the jet.
Oh, that's funny, dude. That is funny.
Um,
Hey, real quick, can I? We're going to keep an eye on the Judy and the Cortland Sutton stuff, right?
yeah. Yep.
Have you guys seen the conceptual computer stuff for the supposed A's new stadium in Vegas?
I have, yeah. It
What are we doing with stadiums nowadays? Like, how architecturally is all this possible? Like, I look at SoFi and I go, it's not possible for that to stand the way it stands.
Okay. Can I?
And I don't mean to get us off on track here.
No. I think this is a good subject. It's something that just look at the renderings of what this looks incredible. Like incredible. So as you can see from the outside, it's covered obviously because Vegas is hot during baseball season, so they got to have it indoor. But that almost looks like the thing in Australia, in Melbourne.
That's
right?
the Opera House. Yeah,
The Opera
Sydney,
House.
the Sydney
You-
Opera.
you know
no,
what
it's in
that also
Sydney.
looks
Or is
like?
it
The Sydney Opera
Sydney.
House.
That looks like see-through lingerie. That's what it looks like to me.
Oh, match
That
the
other
pants.
angle you gave us, Marty, that first angle. Tell me, no, not that one. The first angle you gave us. Tell me that's not see-through lingerie.
Sure. But here's the thing. Look at the video board that they have there. By the way, you can
It's
see
on this. It's on the wall. It's on the wall.
it's
sweet,
on
dude.
like the roof, and it
Yeah, the
goes
roof.
all the way over the top. It's so cool.
Right?
And-
You know what that is? That's like us in 1996, and all of a sudden they show us what the future looks like.
Yeah, and
That's
it's
it.
got a perfect view of the strip where you see all the MGM and all that different stuff in the background. But here's the deal. I've had a beef about now. This isn't sports related, really, but sports are like the best at this thing that's bothered me. Look, I haven't traveled to Europe yet. I want to sometime soon. Everything in Europe is so pretty. And it's like they used to take pride in the way that buildings looked hundreds of years ago, and then at some point we just stopped caring and everything looks like a warehouse. I appreciate how sports arenas are giving me a little bit of cool stuff to look at again. I think that's awesome.
You're right. You know, every cool piece of architecture that comes around these days is a sports arena. You're so right
but
about
Vic,
that.
SoFi is
Everything looks like a department store now.
Yeah, SoFi.
Make something pretty.
SoFi is completely unbelievably rad. It's so cool.
Well, it's so detailed and
Yeah.
unique. It's unlike anything you've ever seen. And that, just like, you know, the Raiders stadium is detailed, unique, and unlike anything I've ever seen.
It is
Beautiful.
completely unique and really cool. You drive by it, you're like, my God, how do humans think of this stuff? How do humans think of what I'm looking at, right? I mean, they built this sphere, right?
I'll tell you how
this
they
is like
think
the
of it.
sphere.
Yeah, Vegas
Someone
is
got to look
crushing
at some
it.
see-through lingerie and said, let's build this stadium.
So that's what it was. Architect goes, hey, baby. What's up, baby? Let me see that see-through lingerie. Oh, God. Hold on, baby. I got an idea for
You know
a
what's
stadium.
better than this? Baseball.
Brett and Moshe.
Baby, you just built my new ballpark.
Brett and Moshe, you're looking at the very reason. Brett, I want you to turn around while I tell you this. Look at that. You're looking at the very reason and a virtual guarantee why the Denver Broncos will have a new stadium when their lease is up.
100%.
There's no doubt about it. There is zero. I mean, for those of you who live by the, oh man, they got to hold on and hang on and just stay right. It's not happening. I'm telling you right now, these owners are not afraid to spend a ton of cash.
And by the way,
and they see what other owners are doing with it. There is going to be a new Broncos stadium, and it could be sooner than later.
Guess what else? The A's are getting fans again once this thing's built.
By the way, you realize that this stadium, which looks like it looks like something out of like a Matt Damon movie in space, there's only 33,000 people here.
Yeah.
That's all they need because with the ticket prices and people in Vegas, by the way, you want to go to ball games?
81 games a year.
And all the teams, their fans will travel there.
Sure.
They've got it knocked right now, man. They've got the Golden Knights proved you got it knocked in Vegas. End of story.
Harvman 99 said something, and I want to dispute this. I love the debate and the opinion. Harvman writes, obviously these owners like wasting money. That's not wasting money.
No.
That's making money. Au contraire, my friend. When something like this is built, people are like, oh, my gosh, it's just excessive. The gluttony. Oh, no. You're confused here. They're not building these for gluttony and for look how much they're going to make money.
Dude.
This is an attraction. This is a reason for people to enter their buildings.
Do we not have the perfect example? The Rockies have been awful. If they played in the same stadium the A's do right now, nobody's going to that game. You're going to Rockies games because it's beautiful. Like, it's such a cool venue to go to.
Had this conversation with Casey last night, our buddy Casey.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a Yankees guy, but he loves to go to ball games at Coors Field. And you know why? Because the stadium is like a cathedral.
It's awesome.
Coors Field.
He's right.
Coors
Casey's
Field.
completely right.
Yeah, Coors Field has stood the test of time for almost 30 years, and it looks as good as the day they built it. If not, no, it looks better than the day it was finished. That's how good Coors Field is. You walk into that place and you feel like, man, this is a ballpark. I'm home. It's half the battle just to get people in the joint.
And Moshe, on a July evening, sitting in that sun, nothing beats
dude,
it.
My vitamin
these
D,
stadiums,
Brett, my vitamin D is getting sucked into the pores of my skin.
Yeah.
It's flipping awesome.
So
I just wish the Rockies were better. That's all.
So if you took the Oakland Coliseum, that trash pit,
dude,
it is.
I've spent so many in my youth.
It's the worst.
So
I've
much
been there
time
so many times.
Dude,
It's
when I was a
pit.
kid, the Oakland Coliseum sucked. How do you think it is today?
Ask the question, Vic. Ask it.
If you took the Oakland Coliseum, lifted it with 18 helicopters, and moved it to Vegas, would it have the same effect in Vegas? People
Not
would
a
say, "What's
chance.
this trash hole?"
100%.
What is this trash hole?
Yep, and that's a great way to put it. Trash hole. They had a raccoon living in it. They're doing the.
Trash hole.
They're doing the game last year. Remember this, Brett?
Mm-hmm.
They're doing the game at the Oakland Coliseum, and the friggin' raccoon falls through the ceiling in the visitor TV booth.
Yeah.
That's what's so funny. Oakland is all up in
the
arms about
raccoon
losing
was
their team.
living. The raccoon that was his house.
Jenny Kavnar's going to need a bodyguard in there.
100%.
I don't understand. How is the city of Oakland so up in arms? They can't believe we're losing the A's. Maybe fix your trash hole.
Yeah.
You got a dump. You're playing your games in a virtual dump.
303-504-0925. Me and Marty are going to piss off Mosher and Vic next. I think it's about time. It's about time that we gotta do a thing.
What's that?
Of quarterbacks! Yeah! God, what a day. I can't believe we're bringing it back.
You know what? I was in bed thinking, like I always do.
Yeah.
And I thought, you know what? It's time for me to embrace the wheel of quarterbacks.
Really?
We need a quarterback around this joint. There's a bunch of dudes out there, a bunch of kids, bunch of free agent knuckleheads.
Yeah.
You know what? I am into the wheel of quarterbacks
Marty,
now.
we got him on board.
That's a good point. I think if you and I both embrace these ridiculous things they do, they won't do them anymore.
Well,
They'll
that
stop
can't
doing
work.
them. So
Now you gotta hate it. Now you gotta hate it.
Let's do fake energy. Moj,
Okay,
let's
all
do
right,
the
let's
fake
do it.
energy.
You've tried
like
this.
You're
It
at
won't
a
last.
game show.
It won't last.
Let's pretend.
All right, here we go. Let's spin the wheel, Marty. Big bucks. All right, spin that wheel. Yeah, big bucks, no whammies. Where are we gonna land? Come on, spin. Great spin, Marty. Great spin.
that's a
Nice
good
job.
one. Oh,
And
this
we've
is great.
fallen on.
Hey, Ma, go watch this. This is great.
Wait. Oh, it's still spinning. Kirk Cousins. All right, here's what makes this difficult. They can't afford him.
No,
But
they cannot.
let's say you get rid of Cortland Sutton. Let's say you get rid of Jerry Jeudy. You cut
Get rid
Garrett
of a whole
Bowles.
lot more.
You make all these moves. How about this?
Wait, Brett, do I need to remind you? Now, I'm embracing your wheel of crap.
Yep. It's quarterbacks.
Whatever.
But most of these options are crap. You're right about that. Yes.
Your wheel of cheese is funny and all.
Do I need to remind you that the Broncos still have to clear $20 million more
Yeah.
in the next week and a half?
Can I ask you this?
Do I need to remind you of that?
Let me put this a different way. Okay? We know they can't afford Kirk Cousins. There's no point in talking about him being a Bronco. But if you were to power rank these options, okay? Let's say money wasn't an issue. Cousins, Baker, bring Russell back, or Justin Fields. How would you power rank the four between those options?
I would, golly. I would go for the long term, Justin Fields. What are you doing?
What are you doing, Marty?
Just getting ready for the next one if we do one.
Oh, okay. All right.
It would be Justin Fields for me. For you can't afford Baker. You can't afford Kirk. Russ ain't. Why would you even throw Russ out there? You're an idiot.
Well, here's why.
In fact,
Because-
take Russ off the dang board. It's ridiculous.
That is true, Marty. He's got to go now. We
I
can't.
made
have
this
Russell
like a
still
week
here.
ago. It was different then.
So here's my question, though. You know what's really weird about this? Me and Marty were talking about this in the appetizer. If I just took the free agent quarterbacks who are available, the top ones, Cousins, Russell, and Baker Mayfield, I think Cousins is first. He's the best one of the bunch.
Yes.
If you got him, you feel like you got a shot at the postseason.
But he's a good quarterback. But here's the sad part too. He's a 35-year-old quarterback coming off a torn Achilles, and you're like, he's the best option?
Now, let me give you this one,
that
though.
stinks.
And Vic, let me pose this to you as you have embraced the game. Would you take Baker Mayfield at $30 million or Russell at $1 million if you're looking for a quarterback?
I've already given you the answer. I would take Russell Wilson at $1 million.
Think about the options. Like, this is what I don't think people are understanding. Whether you think that Russell Wilson has lost a step or not, if you're the Steelers, if you're the Patriots, and you can grab a quarterback who is starting caliber, who, by the way, threw 26 touchdowns and 8 picks last year for like $1 million, think about what else you could do with all that money. Like, you are getting him at a steal, like free, for free. Somebody just handed you one. I think it's huge. All right, Marty, let's go one more, and then we'll move on. I want to spin the wheel one more time. So bring the wheel back up, put it behind me. All right, it's time. Spin that wheel! Good spin, Marty. Nice job. Look at how fast that goes. Like, you guys can't even see it. And we fall on Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams.
And that's also a no-go because you can't get there from here.
You
It's
Do you
a
understand?
silly
Do you
notion.
understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like, hey, Brett, I need you to drive to Abu Dhabi. You can't get there from here.
Yeah.
The Broncos can't get there from here with Caleb Williams. Yeah, they can't.
Well, no. Here's the thing. They could.
They couldn't. They don't even have enough draft. They don't have enough draft capital to even.
They can't.
If they give up their entire draft for the next 2 years, it's not enough to move on.
It's going to be future first. They could do it. What you guys are saying is it would be stupid. That's what you're saying.
No.
How many
I think
firsts
we're
to go from
saying
12 to 1?
Yeah, it's just not going to happen.
The price to go from 12 to 1 would probably be 3 first-round picks.
Okay, let me ask you, when's the last time a team went from 12 or more to 1? I'm just curious. I mean, I'm sure it's
I
happened.
have no idea.
And
I have no idea.
And I want to know what the price is for that.
Where
and
did
what-
the Niners
and what happened
go
to
to
that team.
3? Where did the Niners go from to get to 3 to get
They
Lance?
went from 12 to
Nobody
3.
goes 12 to 1.
12 to 3.
Nobody
12 to
goes
3.
12 to 1.
Okay, how about this?
You don't.
What if the Bears just don't like Caleb? They like Jaden Daniels better. And then he's available at 3. And so that price that the Niners paid to go from 12 to 3 was 3 first-round picks and a third. You can't say it's not possible, Moj. It's possible. It's just
Did your allure of Caleb Williams, and I've been a big Caleb Williams guy. I think he's the best quarterback in this draft. I got to admit, though, I lost a little sense of loyalty after his episode at the Combine. After refusing to do anything. He wouldn't get medically tested. He wouldn't throw. He spoke to reporters and he got the hell out of there. He
didn't do it. He didn't do a dang thing.
And I know people will say, well, why would he? Why would he? He's number one. I'm hearing things that I don't like suddenly that are sort of, it's turning me off a little bit.
It's funny, but when I mentioned that to you when we were talking to Sanford, who was there at the time, you said you weren't bothered by it. It's
No, I wasn't at the time. But upon further review, after reading a little more and doing a little more research on his approach to this whole thing, it's a little too, I'm going to try and get my prize as fast as I can. And when he says, what do I have to lose? Well, what do you have to lose? We know you're a great quarterback. Throwing in the combine's not going to hurt your stock. What are you going to go out there and just suddenly your arm doesn't work?
It's come a long way since the rumors, the floating of it, which is impossible anyway, of, well, he wants a piece of a team and he wants this and he wants that. And you're like, God, come on, dude. Come on. It's come a long way since then. He's not that guy anymore.
You know what's weird is that I felt that immediately, Vic. I think the attitude thing with him really turned me off in a way where I would start to question some bigger things. What did we always say about Nikola Jokic and why he's so valuable? He's got the proper attitude that you want from a leader, right? Like, everybody takes their cues from him. That's why the Nuggets are an incredibly unselfish team as opposed to others. I think that stuff really matters from that position. By the way, back in 2016, the Rams traded from 15 to 1 to take Jared Goff. And I'm trying to find the exact compensation here.
They gave away their future, 3 or 4 drafts? I mean, they gave away a bunch of drafts. But you know what? At the end of the day, it worked.
God, this is
Goff
all it
netted
took.
them Stafford.
This is all it took. The Titans sent the number 1 pick, a 4th and a 6th, to the Rams in exchange for the Rams' first-round pick that year, 2 second-rounders, a third-rounder, and then a 1st and a 3rd the following year. That's all it took
Tennessee
to get from 15
did not
to
take
1.
off. The Rams took
Here's
off.
the difference.
No, Tennessee had number 1 that traded to the Rams.
Okay. Right, but then you said this is what Tennessee gave up. I'm like, well, the Rams gave all that up, right? One more time?
Good.
No, Tennessee gave the top pick, a 4th and a 6th, to the Rams in exchange for the Rams' first rounder that year, 2 seconds, a 3rd, and then a 1st and a 3rd the following year. That's all it took.
That's all
really?
well and good.
Well, they weren't in
But
love
you
with
know
Jared
what?
Goff, obviously, and they had Brian Tannehill.
Jared Goff in that quarterback class pales in comparison to this quarterback class. So the price goes up.
Oh,
Capiche?
for sure. Yeah. Yeah, but that's crazy. That's all it took.
Yeah, I'm surprised by that. Hey, did you guys read, and you sent this out, Moj, and I took a look at it. Warren Sharp had some numbers from Russell Wilson last year. And if you missed the news today, the Broncos have allowed Russell Wilson, they've given him permission, even though it's not the end of the league year, he can start interviewing with other teams. He can fly out to other cities and meet with those teams for his new job. They've got nothing to lose. Why not? Some of the numbers that Russell Wilson produced last year, when you read this, I want you to ask yourself this question. When you hear these numbers, is this Russell or is this the offense he was running? Okay? Make this distinction. Here we go. 27% of his passes were thrown behind the line of scrimmage.
Mm-hmm.
Number 1 in the league since 2005.
Yeah.
In 20 years, he threw the most passes behind the line of scrimmage. He threw 62% of his passes within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage. Second most since 2005. 20 years nearly since that's happened. Sean Payton had no confidence in Wilson's intermediate passing, according to Warren Sharp. They had the least amount of intermediate passes of any offense since 2005. Those are passes 5 and 15 yards down the field. He put together historic numbers in where he threw the ball. In other words, not taking chances down the field at all. And I'm going to ask you, is that the deterioration of Russell Wilson, or is that the leash he wore given to him by one Sean Payton?
I was asking this forever. Like honestly, I didn't know that the numbers were that insane. But I'm like, you watch that offense and tell me that looked like what he did in Seattle. It didn't. Now, the question is Russell capable of that or not?
Well, see, this is so confusing and frustrating
His entire
now.
game 2 years ago, Moj, was I make time in the pocket and I heave the ball 40 yards downfield.
See, that's the thing, is that he was known as one of the best deep passers in the NFL. And so you're going to sit here and dink and dunk with him? Here's what I do know. You saw some of that out of Drew Brees in New Orleans, but you know what Sean Payton let Drew Brees do? He let him move the ball down the field aerial. I mean, he let him throw the ball down the field for big plays. That's how you get over 4,000 passing yards in a season and 40 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Okay, so Payton is willing to let the right guy do it. He didn't let Russ do it. He didn't want him to do it. Is it because Russ can't do it or Russ won't do it? I truly don't know the answer to that. Either way, he's gone. But boy, those numbers, when I saw those and I sent them to you guys, I'm like, man, it felt like that. But to see them, the raw numbers in front of you, it blows your mind.
Like that's not a professional offense. That is like you're running a low-end college team with no quarterback that you trust.
This is
and you're
Rice.
like, yeah, seriously, it's like, let me just bubble screen, throw to the running back out of the backfield.
I mean, it's not quite Air Force, but you know what I mean. But
doesn't this reinforce the whole idea that I don't know if Sean Payton really had any interest in trying to find how to get Russ back to what he was. This was, I want to minimize as many mistakes as possible. Wasn't it always? And we wondered, guys, every game Russell's ending up with 185 yards, 200 yards passing, like there's rarely a 300 game mixed in. Well, it's hard to do that when every pass is that. And by the way, I know towards the end of Drew Brees' career in New Orleans, they did a lot of this. They did a lot of short passes, 5 yards past the line of scrimmage because Brees' arm started to fall off. He couldn't hit the deep ball as much. But do you know what the difference was with that team? They had Alvin Kamara, and they had Michael Thomas, and they had guys, when you got them the ball in open space, they make guys miss, and they take off for a 70-yard touchdown.
Who was that stud tight end they had?
Jimmy Graham was gone at that time. But
by that time, are you sure?
At the very end, yeah.
Are you sure?
Positive. Because he got traded to Seattle, and then he went to the Packers. And then he went to the Bears. Like, he had a whole bunch of teams. But that's just no trust. Zero. And I'm like, is that going to change with Stidham? Shouldn't this be a little bit better? I don't know. But you're right, Vic. Those numbers are just like, whoa. 509 quarterbacks in that sample, by the way, from Warren Sharp. 509. And it was the lowest of any of them in almost 20 years.
Hey, guys, I have a question. This is an NIL question. I don't know if you guys read the story today. Nick Saban admitting one of the reasons he left Alabama, and he finally admits this, NIL and the transfer portal. He was tired of it, said he didn't want to deal with it anymore. Two things that he just, he built a program and tried to build it on personal development, academic success, graduating his players, developing NFL careers, and now it's taken on a completely different meaning, and he left. What happens, and listen, we're all pro players getting something. You deserve your something. I have no problem with it. But what line can be crossed where you're uncomfortable with it? And let me give you a line, okay? Local businesses pay college athletes. Car salesman, insurance company, restaurants, boosters. Booster just drum up money, you pay them. What happens when media, networks, local TV stations, newspapers, what if they strike an NIL deal with a local athlete and say, we want exclusive content. We want exclusive interviews. We want to be your exclusive voice to the public in exchange for NIL money. Is that cool?
What do you see the harm in that?
I'm just
that the coverage of them is different.
I didn't say I saw harm.
Okay,
I didn't say I saw. I'm asking because it's the age-old paycheck journalism. Listen, when I worked at Channel 4, and they still do the shows on Monday nights where they have Bronco players on the show Thursday nights, and every station does this. Well, we pay those players. You pay the Broncos to show up. They don't show up out of the goodness of their hearts.
Mm-hmm.
They are paid good money to show up.
Yeah.
And there are many people in local media. It's usually, newspaper journalists who look down upon that. It's paycheck journalism. That's what it is. What if that extended to written journalism? What if that extended? What if everybody started doing that? I'm just curious. What do you think about that?
Well, we've done that with pro athletes. You're talking about the college game. Like, let's say we struck a deal with Shedeur Sanders.
I don't see the difference, I guess. I don't see the difference.
Okay.
Yeah.
We struck a deal with Shedeur.
Shedeur came on our show.
Does that mean he's not going to talk to anybody else and only us? What are you talking about here?
Yeah, you want exclusivity, right? Don't you? Listen, we had Brady Quinn on our show. We paid him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but he's also
exclusivity.
But he's a pro. It's different.
I get it, but I mean, where do you draw that line? Is all I'm saying. This is the Pandora's box of NIL. It's just where is the line drawn? When do you put a marker and say you can't cross that?
For years, I was against compensation for college players. And not because I didn't feel that the kids deserved money. Because I did feel. Who's the kid at Ohio State that got busted for getting a tattoo?
Terrell Pryor.
Quarterback.
Pryor. Yeah. And I'm like, that's ridiculous. Mm-hmm. Kids should be able to trade a jersey for a tat. It's just so dumb. But I was against it because, man, I was afraid of what it could become and what it would do to the game. And if Nick Saban is finally admitting that he was ultimately driven out,
hey, you know what
about
Saban?
Okay, well, I'm just saying, Brett, it's a whether you think it's a small factor or a big factor, it's a reality.
No, but here's the thing about Saban. I'm not going to hear this from him. That dude skated by. You don't think Bama paid a whole bunch of guys throughout his time in Alabama?
Maybe.
So now the playing field's a little bit more level, and now it's driving him nuts.
You're right. You're exactly. I just brought it up because he milked the system the best he could, and now the system changed that he could no longer milk. Right.
Right.
He did. But
the
Scott
system that had him at total advantage now became a little bit more even, and it's a problem.
Yes. Scott on the Twitch feed, thank you very much for bringing this up. And this is where this originated, my thought, because I don't know if you guys saw this, but Fox is offering Caitlin Clark a bundle of money, NIL money, to remain in college for one more year. Because the ratings for the games they show when she plays, the women's games,
insane.
They're off the charts.
Yep.
So it behooves Fox to pay her a side piece, just here's your money. So the reason I bring this up is what's happening now with NIL, the media is eliminating or can eliminate the middleman. Why pay the conference? Why pay the bowl games? Let's just pay the players. Let's just go directly to Caitlin, here, we're going to pay you. Stay in college.
Well, especially for that. I think the allure is different once you start talking about a men's college player who has the NBA in front of him and $50 million contracts is a different story, I guess, than maybe the salaries that the women make. But still.
And I'm all for it. If I'm Caitlin Clark, if I'm advising Caitlin Clark, I'm telling her this. Okay, Fox, you want to pay me? Let's dance.
Yeah.
Let's dance. How much you going to offer me to stay? But then herein lies the other portion of that problem. Here, listen to me. Hear me out on this. She goes to WNBA. She's a professional. Everybody's getting paid. She stays in school, and she's making a ridiculous fee. Do you think that's going to cause some unrest between Caitlin and her teammates who are making nothing?
A little bit.
Maybe.
See what I'm saying?
Well,
See
hang
the
on to that.
Pandora's box.
Hang
we're
on to
going.
that thought. We'll get to that when we come back. Circus Sports available right now in Colorado, so download that app and check out the game tonight between the Avs and the Wings. Avs minus 190 to win tonight. The over-under 6.5. You can check all that out at Circus Sports and get on that now because March Madness is right around the corner, and you're going to want to at least put something extra on some of those first couple of rounds in March Madness. Download the app right now, Circus Sports, as they have tight money line splits, low holds, amazing customer service, or go circusports.com.
Can't stand it. I know you planned it. I'm going to set it straight, this Watergate.
We got the NFL Network on in here, and it says your favorite sports big man of all time is blank, and they're showing highlights of Gilbert Brown. Do you guys remember him? What a monster he was. Because he was not only a big guy, he was a big guy with giant pads, too.
Gilbert Brown may be the last big guy with giant pads. Now
and he had the smoke visor, the dark one.
Now they all have these little cappies on. Little cappy.
It gave me great pleasure when in Super Bowl 32, the little old Bronco lineman, I remember all those guys from Green Bay saying, the Broncos are too little to move Gilbert Brown. They had their way with him, dude. Gilbert, you might be big, but you can be moved.
Well, you can be moved when you chop block a guy all game, yeah.
Oh, wait. Whoa. They weren't chopping him all game. They were moving Gilbert Brown.
Well, I'm not gonna get on the Broncos. It was totally legal at the time. You could do whatever you wanted, essentially. Now you can't hit a guy there when he's engaged with somebody else. Back in the day, you could.
Doesn't that drive you nuts, by the way? Like, the one call that really pisses me off now in the NFL, and I get why they do it because it is dangerous, but when I see them call a chop block, I'm like, oh, come on! He's a running back! What's he supposed to do? Because it's what is the rule? If you're engaged already with an offensive lineman, you can't be chopped by somebody else. But a lot of times the engaging is like he's got a hand on the shoulder looking the other direction. I'm like, please. This man's too big.
My least favorite rule is, what is it? When they call for a defensive chop, when a guy's coming at you, a tight end or a running back, full speed, that's twice your size, and you're like, wait a minute.
like a pulling guard or something like that? Yeah,
And I'm like, wait a minute. I'm going to hit him low.
It's like, no. You're expected to get run over in that situation.
Yes.
Okay,
No,
cool.
you just got to take it, my friend.
Yeah, just eat it. High tackle or high pulling guard. Bang.
It's like if Giannis is going to the lane and there's no charges. You're just like, okay, so I just get dunked on every time now? Is that what happens?
Pretty much.
Moj, you got a preview for the Wings game with us?
I want to, for those who did not hear Jared Bednar earlier, you can check us out on
iTunes, Spotify, and Spreaker. Moj, Lombardi, and Kane.
Okay. Coach was on, and he said this about Val Nichushkin and the possibility of him being in tonight.
This one out of the way right now. Are we sure or not if tonight's the night that we see Val back on the ice?
Not sure. I wish I could say we were. I would say he's probably doubtful for tonight, and we're hoping for Friday.
And the reason for that is because he's been cleared by the protocol to practice, which is what he's been doing, but he's not been cleared to play hockey yet.
I wonder why that is.
I don't know.
If you can be cleared to practice, why can't you just give it the full go?
HIPAA, sucker.
Yeah, I suppose. Bringing that one back. Yeah.
The Detroit Red Wings are playing without Dylan Larkin. And he's out a couple of weeks.
How old is he now?
Larkin's only like 27 maybe? If that?
He's been in the league since 16?
Yeah, but he was, since 2016 or since he was 16?
No, since 2016. Since 2016.
No, it hasn't been that long. Can't be.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
I was in Grand Rapids in 2016, and I'm pretty sure he was playing for him.
All right, let me take a look.
NHL debut October 9th, 2015.
Oh my God, he's been in the league that long.
He's been in the league a long time.
How can you be so sure?
He's only 27. He's only 27.
Moj, say I was right on the hockey thing.
You're right on the hockey thing.
Thank you.
God, doesn't feel. I got the age right. I guess I didn't get the year right. Anyway, the point is that he's out. He's a big factor for them, obviously. I mean, he's their main guy. He's their captain. He's their driver, but he's a leading scorer. But they're still dangerous. And obviously, we saw that a couple of weeks ago in Detroit when the Avs lost in overtime to the Red Wings. What will be fun tonight, this is the last guy to come back. JT Compher will play his first game at Ball Arena since moving to the Red Wings. Is he going
to get a video thing?
Yeah, he'll get it. Absolutely. I mean, he's a Stanley Cup champion.
Yeah.
He was important to this team.
Mm-hmm.
And so he'll get his thing, and it'll be fun in that regard. But the Avs need to string together some wins here, Jack. They need to start putting it together, and they need to start solidifying some things. Now, Nashville did lose in overtime last night, but if you're the Avalanche, you want to just – things will take care of themselves as long as you start to put things together. You're 4 points behind Dallas, but you have a game in hand on them. You're 2 points behind Winnipeg, but they have 2 games in hand on you. So you got to start winning.
Well, it's a big game tonight. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
And the McKinnon thing is not lost on me. I don't even want to bring it up because do you guys believe in jinxes or anything like that?
Breaking news, by the way, Mo, is from Darren Drager. Tarasenko traded to the Florida Panthers.
Oh, my God, are they loading up? Oh, my God, are they loading up? Now, Vladimir Tarasenko.
They don't know the compensation yet. Draft picks are the expected return.
If Vladimir Tarasenko ain't what he used to be, but that guy can still shoot the puck. You realize Florida's got 90 points now. They've won 6 in a row. They're 9-1 in their last 10, and now they're adding Tarasenko.
What's crazy, though, Moses, last year they got there as sort of a Cinderella story, both Florida teams, Florida, the hockey and the basketball team, right? They got there on a just, wow, wing and a prayer. This year, Florida's in a different zone. This year, they're like, okay, we got there. Now we're going to win there.
They've got 43 wins already this year. 43. 41 of those are row wins, regulation or overtime wins. Man.
Yeah, that's crazy.
They're honestly, Paul Maurice has turned them into a wagon. And thank God they're in the East right now. You know, you worry about that if the time ever comes, but that's a pretty good get for them. I mean, he's a guy that's going to certainly on the power play, he's going to fire that puck, man.
I had a friend of mine text me who was unhappy with Marty O's comments in the first hour of the show, and I'm glad I'm not the only one. I thought it was unheard of and ridiculous in nature. But Marty, I'll let you defend yourself right now. Because you told the world that you had fun last night. You had a lot of fun at the Nuggets game. Can you recap your definition of fun?
They hit some big shots and everybody stood up. It was a good time.
They had a chance at a buzzer beater.
My
Buzzer beater.
friend says those are the same fans that went to that OKC game years ago when Russell
Oh my God,
hit the triple-double and they got up and they said, God, fun. Good job. Those are the same
No,
people.
it's not.
I don't know what's so hard to understand about this. If I'm going to a game to watch my team, I would rather the game be close than it would be a blowout.
Yeah, but when you walked out of the arena last night, when you
I was
walked out
disappointed.
Oh, were you really? Are you sure?
So
How can you be so sure?
Hold on a second. Hold on. Let me challenge Powder here. So the Nuggets went on an historic 16-4 run through the playoffs, as the Avs did the year before.
Yeah.
You preferred that to be closer?
The games were great. What are you talking about?
But your notion, your theory that you want everything close, though, you preferred instead of a 16-4 run, maybe a 16-15
Hey, Vic, we're talking
run?
about L's, not W's here. We're talking about L's.
No, I don't like your fun. I don't like your
all
version
right.
of fun.
No.
Fun is winning.
That Super Bowl against the Seahawks was a lot of fun, wasn't it? I'd much rather have that one than
Fun
a
is
close
winning.
Super Bowl loss. That's
Fun
not
is
the
winning.
question. That's not the question. It's a
Fun
would
is
you
winning.
rather have a close loss or a blowout by 50 points?
Marty, all right, I'll ask you in a different way. Marty, you fashion yourself as the best ping pong player in this joint, right?
Yes.
Good God.
If I beat you, but it was a close game, I beat you 23-21, would that be fun?
No. Also,
What
not
would it be?
conceivable. I couldn't think of that ever happening.
I mean, I'm just wondering, what would that be if not fun?
That would be disappointing, and I'd put a hole
Okay.
in the wall, I think.
All right, reconsider your mind. Rewire
I'll
it.
go back to the lab.
Marty, you're arguing with an idiot right now. It's like, I don't know how else we can say this to you.
There are other people who agree with me.
Well, then there's a
I
lot
guess
of
we're all
idiots in this
idiots.
world. Yep, there's a lot of them. You wanted Marty to say that you'd rather have them lose by 50. That's what you
Kyle
want.
writes in, why is anyone asking Vic about fun? The guy's miserable all day. No, I'm not. I have a lot of fun. You know why I have a lot of fun, Kyle?
Because you
Hey,
win.
I have fun.
Hey, Vic.
Those are the guys that have fun.
Hey, Vic.
Hey, Kyle.
Hey, Vic, hold on. Why don't you tell everybody how your golf swing is?
It sucks right now. Do you want my sim? Take it. Take it out of the basement. I don't want it.
I'll be over today.
The ball's
Seriously,
just
buy
sitting there, dude. Hit it.
It's hard.
Right. iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Mojo Lombardi, and Kane. Have a great day. We love you all. Goodbye.
Grayson Allen in the paint. Went up for a dunk, and it's blocked out of bounds by Peyton Watson. Get that weak shot out of here.
Anybody do a scouting report, your best shot blocker on this team is Peyton Watson.
Nuggets make it a one-possession game with any kind of a bucket. Joker to the lane, got fouled by Nurkic, and he's out of here. Yusuf Nurkic is fouled out of the game, and he can go sit on the bench. Back behind him, Beal three.
Oh, no.
That's too late. Didn't matter anyway. Denver got the rebound. Jokic front court over to Casey for three. Yeah! Nuggets are in the lead by 1 on a 10-0 run. What a game!
Wow!
You get a stop here, Scott Hastings, you win the basketball game. Bradley Beal against Michael Porter Jr. Crossover move, he's in the paint, guarded by Jokic, throws out of it. Durant, gotta shoot it for three. Good! Tie ball game at 102. Well, the Nuggets down by 22, made it interesting. They forced overtime, but didn't have anything left. Phoenix beats Denver 117-107, and Denver is the final.
An entertaining, although frustrating game at Ball Arena as the Nuggets drop their first game since the All-Star break, 117-107 at the hands of the Phoenix Suns. It was a game of runs, a game of Grayson Allen going 8 for 8 from 3 before cooling off in the second half. Nuggets were down by as many as 22 in that game, came back, took a 3-point lead with under a minute to go. Kevin Durant drops a 3, and then after Yusuf Nurkic fouls out, you thought that the Nuggets would have an advantage going into the overtime period. They end up falling by 10 as we welcome you into Dempsey and Company. Alex Ryan-Emme alongside right. Christopher Dempsey and Steve Nelson behind the glass today. Listen, guys, we got a great show on tap for you guys today. Nick Kosmider of The Athletic will join us at 10:20 to talk about his thoughts from the NFL Combine, what the Broncos are planning to do headed into next month's NFL Draft. Dempsey will take us on what we'll call the NBA's baseline coming up at 10:45. We'll have shout-outs at 11:45. And as always, Nelly takes us through the gridiron, his NFL notes at 11:20. But back to the hardwood, Demps. Your initial reactions from a game last night that started off entertaining. Nuggets were on top after 1. It seemed like there were great vibes at Ball Arena, especially after Joker hits that buzzer beater at the end of the first quarter. And then you get an 11-0 run, a 19-1 run by Phoenix. And before you know it, you look up at the scoreboard and go, well, this thing could be over.
Yeah. I mean, with with a 77-55 lead in the third quarter, this might have been the roughest 11 minutes of the Nuggets season. And that would have been from 7:59 in the second quarter to 9:26 in the third, in which the Phoenix Suns went on a 41-12 run. And it was just like minute upon minute upon minute upon minute of not making a shot from the field at all from the Nuggets standpoint. And that is, that was crazy. And then they got themselves right back into the game to be able to take the lead, and Phoenix had to force overtime, and then just a bunch of turnovers right at the start of overtime. I thought this, Raj, it really flashed back to our conversation yesterday when we were talking about, some of the teams that are big competition to the Nuggets in the Western Conference. And for the longest time, I said just yesterday, I was like, for the longest time, I had the Phoenix Suns at the top of that list, but I had to back off of that a little bit because of their lack of health. General health for the entire season. But this is why I was most concerned with that basketball team, because they can do that. And it is Kevin Durant as the head of the snake. It's Bradley Beal yesterday. They didn't even have Devin Booker on the court, and they were able to do that. And then it does
seem like Phoenix, though, like they have to rely on someone going nuclear to win a basketball game. Okay, and you got a probably career best performance from Grayson Allen through the first 75% of that game. So yeah, you don't have Devin Booker, but then Grayson Allen shows up and lights the lamp from beyond 3.
which is what they didn't have last year. But
they had in the playoffs. They had two nutso games from Booker and Durant.
And nobody else. You know what I'm saying? So my point is this. Grayson Allen, I'm going to get to him in just 2 seconds because I think he actually is one of the great stories in the league. He should be. We should give him a lot of.
You're not going to praise Grayson Allen.
Yeah, I'm going to. I'm going to in 2 seconds.
He's on Marty's list. That's not a fun list to be on.
What list is that?
The list of guys that he hates.
Oh, that's right. That list. He's on it.
That
Grayson
list.
Allen's on that list?
Yeah, why wouldn't Grayson Allen be on it?
Did he do
when you think of hateable Duke players, you think Grayson Allen's in the top 3. He's number 3.
He definitely wasn't lovable. I'm not saying that. I'm not
Christian
saying that
Laettner, JJ Redick, Grayson Allen. That's probably your 3.
Christian Laettner.
There's so many hateable white dudes from Duke, and he's one of them.
Bobby Hurley. I think what Phoenix has done a really nice job of is putting more significant players around Kevin Durant and Devin Booker. So to your point, did they find 2 ridiculous games out of those 2 players in the playoffs? They did. But as soon as those 2 players weren't putting ridiculous numbers on the board, they lost all the rest of those games. And this year, if Kevin Durant or Devin Booker doesn't have a good game, well, guess what? Bradley Beal could have one. Grayson Allen could have one. Yusuf Nurkic was coming off a 14.31 rebound performance the other day. He could have one. And they are just set up so much better around those 2 players than they ever were last year. And that was my chief concern because the 2 lead players are great players. Both of those. Kevin Durant has been the NBA Finals MVP. Devin Booker has taken this very team to the NBA Finals. So you know that they're proven commodities.
What got me scared going into the 4th and knowing that like the Nuggets had started their run right at the end of that 3rd quarter, it gets sparked by that beautiful left side drive from Jamal where he tomahawks one down, and then the Nuggets get a stop. Joker drains a deep 3, and you can feel it. Feels like a playoff game where, oh crap, the Nuggets are right back in this thing. You're going against. Obviously, it was one of the biggest things on the TNT telecast last night was how bad Phoenix has been in the 4th quarter. Mm-hmm. You just felt like it was coming. The one thing that you looked at though was, well, KD was like 10 for 30 going into the 4th quarter, and you went, it's not going to end there. Yeah. And even though Denver gets back-to-back stops, and neither one of the teams down the stretch can hit a 3. Denver was at one point in this game they were 1 for 10 from 3, right? Yep. They got a few clutch ones from MPJ, certainly the baseline 3 from KCP late in that game, but yet you felt it. Even though Jamal takes that 3-point lead, you knew Kevin Durant was going to do something special. End of the 4th quarter, overtime. That's what scares me about Phoenix is. And maybe it goes hand in hand with what you're saying, is they do have these ancillary players that can keep them in games. And if KD is just off for a little bit, he's one of the greatest scorers in the history of the game. He's not going to stay that way for the entire, 44 minutes that he played last night.
And he would still make clutch shots. Like, even if he's having an off night, Kevin Durant could still make the clutch shot at the end or make the couple of plays down the stretch that gets his team to the victory lane. And the question is does he have to do all the heavy lifting during the game plus the clutch shooting as well, which is what he had to do last season with this basketball team, he and Devin Booker, which it's not the burden isn't as heavy on them now because they have acquired additional significant help, and that it makes them a dangerous basketball team. I think for the Nuggets, they got a little sloppy yesterday. And, the turnovers were just kind of inexplicable sometimes. They started the overtime off with a couple of turnovers. And if you're going to play that way, then, it's you're just going to make life difficult for yourself in that situation. And, look, are we ever going to see this team go 5 minutes plus without making a field goal? Probably not. This is one of the best offensive teams in the NBA. And so I think that's a little bit of an anomaly. But it really does it was a game that it probably just look, it's going to open up eyes for anybody who's looking at the Phoenix Suns and going, oh, wait, that's right. They do have all those players. And I'll say this about Grayson Allen. We've been over him a little bit earlier in the season, but he leads the NBA in three-point percentage. He's making 47% of his three-point shots. 47. I mean, he's almost up at 50%. And so what he did last night, he has generally been maybe not the what was he, 8 for 8 to start or something, like 6 for 6 to start?
8 of 8 to start,
Yeah,
and then he finished 8 of 12.
Yeah,
but like no one could hit a 3 in the second half.
Yeah.
Either one of the teams.
Yeah. He has been a player, even coming out of Duke, that could make a three-point shot. But the work that he has done, so if you guys are on social media at all, there is a basketball trainer goes by the name of Lethal Shooter on Instagram, and he basically was a player who played in college, didn't quite make it in the pros, but could just shoot the tar out of the basketball. And then what he has done is he breaks down basketball players' shots, helps them shoot better. And Grayson Allen is maybe his greatest achievement, because the work that they put in together, and now to see what Grayson Allen has done last season to this at the three-point line has been unbelievable, and has really made him a very dangerous individual, because if you're on the court with that team and you got to worry about KD and Bradley Beal and Devin Booker, then he's going to get lost in the sauce, and he's going to get all kinds of wide open three-pointers, which he is making. And so it's a tough equation.
Obviously, taking care of the basketball last night was the biggest reason why the Nuggets didn't win that game. Taking care of the basketball, failing to hit on open threes in the fourth quarter, where you really could have stretched that thing out and won it by a couple of possessions had you just hit a couple of damn threes. I was shocked, though. Nikola Jokic, 5 games in his career, 7 turnovers or more. You would expect. My initial reaction to last night is like, if that dude has 7 or more turnovers, the Nuggets may have won a game over the course of his career. They're 2-3.
Yeah, because he almost cancels those turnovers out with 25 and 16 and 5 assists, and he's just he is even when he is having a bad turnover performance, what he is doing in all the other stat categories still gives you a chance to win.
9 turnovers at Memphis earlier on this season, 22 points, 12 rebounds, 7 assists in a 108-104 victory. 7 turnovers last night, where he goes 25, 16, and 5 in the 10-point loss. They were at the Knicks on January 25th, 31 points, 11 rebounds, 3 assists in a loss against the Knicks at Madison Square Garden. They beat Indianapolis at home on a 25-12 and 9 near triple-double with 7 turnovers, and they lost to Oklahoma City in a 32-minute, 19-point, 10 rebound, 7 turnover game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because usually if you have a player that has 7 turnovers or more in a game, I'll probably also show you something like 4 of 17 from the field shooting. You just like the entire game is in a malaise for that player. Whereas Nikola Jokic, it really just means that it's a stat category that he doesn't want to have a high number in, but the rest of them are probably still going to have his normal, ridiculous numbers, and he keeps you in the game because of it.
Nuggets lose 117-107 last night at the Suns. On the other side, the Athletics. Nick Kosmider joins us to talk about his thoughts from the NFL Combine and what the Broncos need to do coming up in April's draft. It's Dempsey and Company on Altitude. Russell Wilson cut by the Broncos. They have given him permission to talk to other teams around the league that are in need of quarterbacks as we welcome you into Dempsey and Company here on a Wednesday morning. Alex Ryanemi alongside Christopher Dempsey. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. Text us there on the Shop Mazda text line, and over on the Ramos Law hotline, we'll find our friend from The Athletic, Nick Kosmider. Nick, what's up, man?
How's it going, guys?
Going pretty well. We're a couple days, obviously, removed from the NFL Combine. We'll get into your latest article on what the Broncos need to do with their actual roster right now after going through this $85 million dead cap buyout, the highest in NFL history. I just want to get your initial thoughts on, first and foremost, the quarterbacks that may be available, let's say between picks 7 and 12, and if they drop down later into the first round, the available quarterbacks for the Broncos, assuming they can't trade up into the top 3.
Yeah, and I think that is a pretty fair assumption. Now, is it impossible that the Broncos would put together a package that would vault them all the way into the top 3? No, you can never say never. But again, this is a team that has given up 3 first-round draft picks in the last 2 years. They've given up 3 second-round picks. They gave up one of the third-round picks that they had in this year's draft by moving up to draft Riley Moss, the cornerback out of Iowa last year. They have just surrendered so much draft capital over the last few seasons, and it's a tangible thing now that you see on the roster where they're lacking blue-chip players. So it would have to be just this aligning of stars in a way that is hard to foresee right now for them to move into the top 3. So that being said, I think the quarterback that it becomes to watch, and it's not just for the Broncos, it's for a couple of these other teams that are in that similar mix, like the Raiders at 13, the Vikings at 11, depending on what happens, with them. Does Tennessee at 7 try to have another quarterback after drafting Will Levis last year? The Falcons at 8, list goes on. That they're kind of looking at J.J. McCarthy and saying, is this the guy that's if all those other quarterbacks, Caleb Williams, Drake May, and Jaden Daniels go 1, 2, 3, or in the top 4, is this the guy that we feel comfortable with, that we think has a high ceiling, that we'd be willing to move up a little bit for in order to draft? So I think that's going to be the thing. Now, Bo Nix out of Oregon is a guy that could still make his way further up into the first round discussion. Quarterbacks always go, higher than maybe their overall kind of projection or ranking in the draft just based on the position. So those to me for the Broncos right now are really 2 guys to watch, is J.J. McCarthy and Bo Nix. Where do those guys eventually slot in Denver's eyes when they build their board, and how much would they be willing to move up if necessary to get one of those guys? That's going to be the thing from between here and the end of April to really keep an eye on.
Nick, I think I haven't been the biggest J.J. McCarthy fan, but it's okay. Sell me on his skill set and why that would mesh really well with Sean Payton.
Yeah, it's hard. The biggest knock on J.J. McCarthy is obviously that he played in a system where they were an extremely good running football team with an extremely strong defense, wasn't asked to do as much, certainly, as some of these other top quarterback prospects in this draft who were throwing the ball all the time, who really displayed their work in the pocket. But I think the thing that's intriguing about J.J. McCarthy is if you dig into the times when he did have to be that guy, right? And we're talking largely third down. We're talking red zone situations. He was highly efficient and made some throws on third down that very much were NFL first-round talent kind of throws. We know he has the arm. Only Joe Milton, who it reminds me a little bit of from a pure physical power standpoint of Jamarcus Russell back in the day. The only quarterback that matched Joe Milton in terms of velocity on his throw was J.J. McCarthy. The guy can spin the football, and when you look and you dig into those third down numbers, you look at the times where he did have to kind of be, as Sean Payton likes to call it, on an island. Or on the high dive rather, he was able to really make some good throws. So again, he's a guy that did exactly what he was asked, and that in its own way is appealing, right? A guy that like, hey, I just want to win. I'm going to fit in and do whatever I need to do, whatever you ask me to do. But then when it needs to kind of be on my shoulders, I've shown that in those moments I can raise my level. Again, just turned 21 years old. That's another part of the appeal that, hey, this is a guy who has a lot of growth left. So perhaps his ceiling looks even better than some of these other guys. So he is this guy that scouts have liked more and more as the draft has gone on. And we're just going to have to see how far that ultimately carries him.
Nick Kosmider of The Athletic is our guest on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney at ramoslaw.com. All right, Broncos at number 12. Obviously, all the talk as we start off our conversation with you is around the quarterbacks. Are you team quarterback at 12 or bust, or can you actually make a valid argument for going best player available at 12 regardless of position?
Yeah, there's the easy, absolute best argument to be made is that you don't have enough good players on your roster right now. You need more top-end blue-chip talents on your roster. And this is a thing that I've tried to – when I try to explain this in visual terms to people about, like, where Denver's roster stands, let's say you take every player in the AFC West and you pour them onto a table, right? You pour a card with their name on it onto a table, and now you pick 4 people – to draft teams out of that pile of players. How long until the first Denver Broncos player gets selected? It's going to be Pat Surtain. Is he 6th? Is he 7th? Now, how long until the next Broncos player, whoever that is, Justin Simmons, whoever it might be, how long until they're picked? And go on and on. There's big gaps between where the Broncos players in that exercise would be selected relative to the other players in this division. And so I think the bottom line is this team needs more players, needs better players. So absolutely, there's a great argument to be made for saying, hey, stay at 12, pick a blue chip player, get you a top end edge rusher, get your left tackle for the next 10 years. Get yourself a huge playmaking wide receiver where you can now reset the clock. Get a tight end in Brock Bowers who can create mismatches all over the field and finally give you a weapon you've been missing for a long time. There's great arguments to be made all over the board, and that's why I think free agency is going to be important with this quarterback position. You go out and you get somebody who can compete with Jarrett Stidham, give yourself a couple different options at quarterback, and that way when you get to the draft, if it works out for you, great. To get the quarterback you want, great. But otherwise, man, you have the opportunity to add really needed talent to your roster.
You obviously were talking about Bo Nix and J.J. McCarthy kind of shooting up draft boards around the league, that they might be there at 12. In your opinion, the gap between those guys, let's say if they're selected between 7 and 15 in this draft and presumably the next guy in Michael Penix, is the gap big enough that, like, you think they're going to make that jump for the quarterback, or they could possibly trade down? I'm along the lines of you. Is obviously they have a lot of holes to fill in this roster. I'd like them to trade down, maybe open up a second-round draft pick this year if they don't think that the gap between a guy like Penix and Nix and McCarthy is that wide, and they can get the guy either in the early part of the second round or the latter half of the first.
Yeah, that's obviously an option. I think Penix is the one guy who it's a little bit tough to get a read on, right? Like apparently the medicals came back really clean in Indianapolis, right? That's the big red flag on Michael Penix is that he has had numerous season-ending injuries. He dealt with a lot of different injuries during his career, college career at both Indiana and obviously healthier at Washington. But even at the end of last season, was dealing with some nagging injuries as well. So that's going to be the big thing with him. Is the medicals, do they check out enough to get him into the end of the first round? As you mentioned, the Broncos don't currently have a second-round pick. And then you also have to say, hey, would they be willing to take a guy like Spencer Rattler out of South Carolina or Michael Pratt out of Tulane, guys that are probably going to be third, fourth-round picks, and try to develop a guy in that sense. There's a lot of different ways that they could look at this quarterback position. The other thing to keep in mind here, guys, is that there could be teams that are going to draft a quarterback and move on from younger type quarterbacks that some around the league might have high opinions on, right? Like a guy like Sam Howell, who's had his moments in the league, certainly takes a lot of sacks, but can spin the ball. Mac Jones, if the Patriots decide to draft a quarterback, is he on his way out? So I don't know Denver's read on either of those guys. All I'm saying is that there's going to be these other avenues to get a quarterback as well. If sort of the guy that they want, if the opportunity, the pathway to get him doesn't materialize.
That's interesting. Excuse me. That's interesting. I want to touch back on the roster in general because I often talk about NBA teams and life cycles and what's your life cycle right now, and relative to where you want to be. And the Broncos were 8-9 last season, and I wonder. I asked this question, and I don't know exactly how to feel. To what extent, then, if the roster is that flawed, to what extent was last year any kind of a foundation for anything? Or is this just all right, we made the best of what we could last year, and now we're going to have to start over and actually really lay a foundation this year?
Yeah, I still think last year was foundational. Now, can they take a big step forward next year with what they've had to do roster wise, with obviously looking for a new quarterback, with the fact that they're limited both in free agency spending power and in draft capital. I don't know if you're going to see a linear jump in the record column or not. Like that's the question. But I still do think there was foundation laid in terms of how they wanted to go about their business. For Sean Payton, it was like understanding in that building that every single detail mattered as it related to learning how to win. And I think you saw a general sort of late game toughness at times with the Broncos last year, particularly during their 5-game winning streak, which is the longest they had in 7 seasons. Where you started to get this sense of like they're actually going to figure out ways to win football games. There was a toughness developed in those sorts of situations, and so I think that's part of the growth. The other thing that I've said, and I really believe, is second-year opportunities within the confines of both schemes, offensively and defensively, is going to be hugely important. The Broncos simply have not had continuity on both sides of the ball as it relates to personnel, as it relates to coaching, as it relates to scheme. They haven't been able to have that because they've constantly switched coordinators, head coaches, quarterbacks, all those sorts of things. Well, now you're going to have a little bit more of an opportunity to kind of hit the ground running in the offseason, to know the language, to know the verbiage, and I don't think you can discount how important that will be. Again, what will that mean for their overall jump in record? I think we still need to see how the rest of this offseason plays out to have a bigger part of it. But I do think last season, as disappointing as it was, how they ended down the stretch, I do think there was some big foundation laid that I think will benefit them going forward.
So let's talk about that roster moving forward, right? There's a good foundation laid by Sean Payton, but obviously we know that they're in cap hell right now. They're going to have to move away from some of those players that the foundation is being built with. In your latest piece on The Athletic, you talk about release candidates, trade candidates, a lot of these veteran players, the Tim Patricks, Cortland Suttons, Garrett Bowles of the world. How much does that foundation matter if they have to move on from some of those foundational pieces?
Well, that's where it gets interesting, because if you ask, maybe the fans or those of us who observe who the foundational pieces are, your mind will go to these veterans, right? These guys that have been here for a long time, who are still probably some of their better players talent-wise. If you ask the coaching staff, the foundation might be some of the new guys that they brought in that helped help the team that won only 5 games last year and looked always inept, climb to the precipice of the playoffs. What we view as the foundational pieces versus what the coaching staff and the front office might view as the foundational pieces moving forward, they might be different. They might have a different view of who those guys are. And I think that's important to keep in mind when these moves start to come really any time between now and next Monday. Like, they have to get way under the cap. Right now they're about $16 million over the salary cap. But an important thing to keep in mind is that if they decide to take the bigger of the dead money hits this year with Russell Wilson, that would mean they need to clear an additional $18 million to take on that extra dead money. So you could be looking at a situation where right now the Broncos are trying to clear $35 million in cap space just to get cap compliant by next week.
So give me those top candidates that I apologize cutting you off. Give me those top candidates of roster players right now that you would have to move to clear that. Let's call it $18 million for sake of argument.
Sure. So some of it is going to come in the form of restructures. So that's basically converting base salary into signing bonus, and then allows you to kind of prorate that down the road. It's kind of the proverbial kicking the can down the road on some of the players. Those are typically guys who just signed long-term contracts. So Zach Allen, Mike McGlinchey, Ben Powers. By doing those restructures, you could clear up to $27 million. So that'll be a way that they do it. They're going to restructure a couple contracts. The other thing is outright releases. One guy that will be released, or he'll either be released or he'll have just a dramatic pay cut, is Tim Patrick. Hasn't played the last 2 years. He's due to have a $15 million cap figure. He's not going to play at that this year. If they cut him, that's $9.5 million, and then maybe you could come to find an agreement on maybe a veteran minimum for him going forward. So they'll have big savings there. DJ Jones is a guy they could make $10 million by cutting him. Again, though, this is a defensive line that really struggled against the run, wants to get better there, don't have a lot of ways to add depth. So just cutting guys for the sake of the money has to be balanced against whether you have a replacement. And then the big one, Garrett Bowles has the highest cap number on the team for next year now that Russell Wilson is gone at $20 million. The Broncos, by either trading or releasing Garrett Bowles, would save $16 million in cap space. Justin Simmons, trade or release, $14.5 million in cap space. So those are the ones you're looking for. And then finally, I think the trade candidate, when you're talking about, like, the main one would be Jerry Jeudy, a guy that has $13 million guaranteed for next season, the fifth year option on his rookie contract. If he's traded, that money completely comes off Denver's books. So he'd be another candidate to watch. So yeah, between now and Monday, don't be surprised if there's some pretty big names that either have their contracts restructured, get released, or have some other financial maneuvering with their deals in order to create some of this space.
He is Nick Kosmider of The Athletic. Read him at theathletic.com. As we cut you off here, Nick, give me your top 5 most punchable Duke basketball players of all time.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's always Allen for me, man. There's just something about about it. I don't know. Hey, and good for him for having the year he's having, man. That's great. But yeah, no, very punchable face.
Well, get out of here, Nick.
Go on and on. Thanks, man.
We appreciate you. I'll take Grayson Allen as number 1 instead of a top 5, because all I wanted was Grayson Allen's name in there to make a damn point, Demps. On the other side, Chris Dempsey will give us his NBA baseline, the biggest stories around the association, and including the top 4 threats to the Nuggets around the league. That on the other side at Altitude. Dempsey and Company, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Get your shout-outs into 303-504-0925 on the Schomp Mazda text line. We will shout them out at 11:45. Nelly's NFL Notes coming up at 11:20, where we'll talk about some of the biggest tags around the league, including some running back options for the Broncos. We'll go a little bit off the beaten path coming up at 11:20, but we're doing a new thing. On Tuesdays, we go around the NHL on My Hot Lap, and on Wednesdays at 10:45, it's time for Dempsey's NBA Baseline.
That's right. I love this song so much. All right. One of the things that I want to do in this space each week leading up to the playoffs is do a power rankings. And the power rankings are going to be of the teams in the Western Conference, the top 4 threats to the Nuggets in the Western Conference. And so we're going to start in that space, and I'll just grab a couple other things at the end of that. Want to hear your opinions of this list. Want to hear Raj's opinions of this list. We're going to start with at number 4. We're going to go 4 to 1. 4 being the least, all the way to the most concerning team. So number 4, the LA Clippers. The LA Clippers are right now they're not playing so hot. They're 5-6 since going 17-3 from a space of, it was December 26th to February 5th. They were as hot a basketball team as there was in the entire NBA, winning 17 of 20 games in that span. Well, they've cooled off a little bit in that time. But still, look, this is a team that has got Paul George. It's got Kawhi Leonard, and those two guys have been healthy. I mean, they have just been healthy the majority of the season. They have played 55 out of the 60 games for that team, which quite honestly, for those two individuals, is kind of unheard of given their recent injury past. Right now, they are dealing with the loss of Russell Westbrook. This actually relates to the Nuggets a little bit because Russell Westbrook just had surgery on his left hand. It's going to keep him out the balance of the regular season. They're crossing their fingers to get him back for the playoffs. But right now, he has been out this week. And old friend Bones Highland has found minutes back in the lineup for the LA Clippers. So the LA Clippers minus Russell Westbrook for the balance of the regular season. Remember, he just had surgery on his hand. That's going to keep him out for the foreseeable future. Incidentally, Bones had played 11 minutes in the game against the Milwaukee Bucks, which they lost a couple of days ago. Number 3, the Oklahoma City Thunder. This is a team that's obviously been in and around first place pretty much the entire season. They won 3 out of the 4 games against the Nuggets, which is what gives you a little concern about this basketball team. Because I think almost as well, maybe even more than any other team in the West, and we'll know more as the Nuggets can play the Minnesota Timberwolves 3 times here to the end of the season. But to this point, more than any other team, this team gives the Nuggets issues. That style, even when the Nuggets were beating them, it was just hard for them to handle. A lot of 5-out basketball, a lot of drive and kick, and then the head of the snake is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who 0 people can keep in front of him league-wide, one-on-one. And so once he starts getting going, collapses your defense, now is a kick out, now is a swing pass, now it's a wide-open 3, and you just keep doing this over and over and over again. With Chet Holmgren now as being a rising star in this league, they are a team that is very concerning. Very concerning if you get them into the playoffs, although I will say this. If you get OKC into the playoffs, there's still experience, and they can still be had from an experience standpoint because they just don't have it the way that many other teams have. Brings us to number 2, the Phoenix Suns. And last night we got a little glimpse as to why I had been most concerned about this basketball team for the majority of the season. Now, they have not played consistent basketball, but they have done a really nice job of putting some players around Durant and Booker and making sure that they are trending in the right direction as a defensive basketball team. That's why Frank Vogel is there as the head coach, is a really good defensive basketball coach. Can you get more physical with the additions of guys like David Roddy? We saw the old CSU star. We saw him on the court yesterday. So can they get more physical? You need to be big in the Western Conference because you're going to have to run into Nikola Jokic at some point. How in the Nuggets, how are you going to deal with the physicality and the size that the Nuggets bring to the table? You see Phoenix kind of retooling their roster to be able to deal with that in a real way. And Phoenix Suns come in at number 2 for me on this list. At number 1, Minnesota Timberwolves. This is their defensive rating is 108. That's by far the best rating in the NBA.
From a defensive perspective, that's the one team that breaks the mold over the previous 3 that you were mentioning. The previous 3 that you mentioned there's not a lot of teams that scare me with the Nuggets, right? But teams that possess the ball and push the pace, right? The 3 teams that you previously mentioned are in the top 15 in terms of pace rating across the league right now. And pace doesn't directly correlate to wins, right? Like the top pace team in the league right now is Washington, and they have 9 wins this season. But the Nuggets they've gone 1-1 against Milwaukee. They're 5th in the league. They have struggled against Oklahoma City with 3 losses. 8th in the league. They've struggled against Sacramento. 12th in the league in terms of offensive possessions per game. Minnesota's the one team that doesn't fit that mold.
Yeah. The defense is great everywhere. They're the only team in the NBA to have 20 victories on the road. And when you play defense to that level, defense travels, right? I mean, that's what they always say. Defense travels. And it doesn't matter where this basketball team is. They play great defense. And the reason why they play great defense is because Rudy Gobert is back to his Utah form. And what I mean by last year, he was bad. I mean, like there's no other way to put it. He was not good for that team last year. This year, he is 2nd in rebounds at 12.8. He's 7th in blocks at 2.1. He's got 43 double-doubles on the season, and he is back to the intimidating shot alterer, shot blocker, rim protector that they need. And so now they can kind of get after you on the perimeter, which is what they do with Ant Edwards and McDaniels and these guys, long, lengthy players that can blunt the point of attack, and then if you're not blunting the point of attack, then you're going to get your shot blocked at the rim. And so they have been built, and look, this is Tim Connelly. He understood what he was doing when he went there and acquired Rudy Gobert to go along with Karl Anthony Towns and just as many long-limbed people as you can get to defend this way. And it's paying real dividends for this basketball team.
By the end of March, you'll understand whether or not that Tim Connelly experiment has worked, right? Like the third to final game in the regular season likely will not matter. Like someone will have separated themselves to the point where they're going to want to start resting their players before the NBA playoffs begin. But the month of March, you will learn whether or not the Nuggets can handle Minnesota.
Raj, they're the most fascinating games to me left on the Nuggets schedule. And the Nuggets have a lot of good teams still to play.
Boston on Thursday.
Yeah, exactly right. But the most fascinating games to me are the games against the Minnesota Timberwolves because, one, they played the Nuggets earlier in the season, beat them pretty good. They were ready, and they wanted to win that game. And you could see the attitude that they were taking in these games, that they would bring to these games against the Nuggets. Well, now I want to see what the Nuggets do to counteract a lot of those things. Minnesota has clearly separated themselves as one of the best teams in the league. But are they still good? But are they built well enough to still handle the Nuggets? And for the Nuggets, I think this is going to be, I always talk about intel and just gathering little things from these games. So whether they win or lose the games against Minnesota, neither here nor there. You want to win them because, but what you really want is a full understanding of what you're facing and how you need to conduct yourself on the court to be able to be successful to win against this team in a series. And so those are the games I can't wait to see the most. But that is also the team that I am most concerned about in the playoffs against the Nuggets.
What's the biggest thing that Denver can do to counteract the deficiencies that they have against those 4 teams? You don't have to go into each and every one, but like one hallmark of the Nuggets that goes, yeah, they're still better. They're still the defending champs, and they have to deal with X, Y, or Z.
You know what I would love to see? I would love to see consistent three-point shooting out of the Nuggets. I really would. Look, defensively, I can always just say they should play great defense. We know that. I think the three-point shooting is something that I would just love to see be more of a consistent weapon for the Nuggets. They hit 15 of them yesterday in that game. That's a number I would like to see them hit the majority of the time. 15 made three-pointers the majority of the time. Because what that's going to do for them, especially with Nikola Jokic, it's going to space out the court for him better. You know, those little lob passes to Aaron Gordon coming from the dunker spot, they'll be more available to you because the defense is stretched a lot more thin. They got away with it last year, winning an NBA title with really not being a great three-point shooting team. I just think that that's a shot that they're going to need to be there for them more often than not throughout the playoffs.
There's a quick look around the NBA on Dempsey's Baseline. Nelly's NFL Notes coming up at 11:20. Again, text your shout-outs into 303-504-0925 on the Champ Mazda text line. We'll read those aloud at 11:45. Jared Bednar joined the morning show as he always does Wednesdays at 8 a.m. He had some Chushkin and Landeskog updates. We'll play those for you on the other side.
this one out of the way right now. Are we sure or not if tonight's the night that we see Val back on the ice?
Not sure. I wish I could say we were. I would say he's probably doubtful for tonight, and we're hoping for Friday.
That was Coach Jared Bednar on his weekly appearance, 8 a.m. with Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane every single Wednesday. Val Nichushkin, we thought he was going to come back Monday against Chicago. We thought he was going to come back tonight as the Avs prepare to host the Detroit Red Wings at home. It looks as though you will not get big number 13 back in the lineup this evening. Hopeful for Friday evening's game as we welcome you back here to Dempsey and company. So Big Val not in there. He would go on to give an update or more or less the same conversation about Gabriel Landeskog of, well, yeah, he could play in the playoffs, and, well, he also might not play in the playoffs. So nothing's changed on that front.
Yeah.
It's not a setback that's happening with Nichushkin. Again, it's not an injury that he's coming back from. It is just being essentially off the ice for a month and a half and having to get back up to pace and, get back on the bike and be skating, get back into game shape. Like there's a full protocol that the Avs go through. It's not the end of the world, although I want to see him in the lineup more often than not, especially coming off a night in which the Winnipeg Jets lose in regulation.
Yeah, it's it really does underscore that he probably was he just didn't do anything during his stint with the players assistance program, which is fine. It's fine. But what that does then mean is that it's just going to take a little longer for you to get back, which is what we want. It's what we don't want is let's rush him back to the ice. Now he gets injured in a game. Now he's got to deal with an injury. Yeah, exactly right. So if it takes a couple of more games to get him back, it's fine.
Yeah, they're at the point right now that like Nichushkin's absence, and you saw it last year. You have the data set that proves to you without Val Nichushkin in a playoff series, the Avalanche do not advance. You lost to Seattle last year after winning your division, right? It was a tough series. Seattle probably outperformed expectation a little bit. You couple that with not getting Landeskog back. You thought you were going to at the end of the season, and then Cale Makar gets suspended there. Sure, there were a few other outlying factors that came into play with the Avs getting bounced in round one, but the biggest one was Val Nichushkin wasn't on the ice.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fine with them taking their time, but as I went into it yesterday, the Avs struggle mightily away from home ice. And if you do finish third in the division, Dallas comes back. They're now the 7th team this year to come back from a 3-goal third period deficit. The Avs have done that once this season as well. They beat San Jose. San Jose had a 3-goal third period lead and blew it last night. We thought we were going to get scot-free with Dallas and Winnipeg both losing in regulation. It didn't happen. You need to find ways to get points, and Nichushkin in the lineup is the easiest way to do that. So I do sit in this place where I'm like, you got to push at one point, right? Because we kind of know who you are. You're not good away from home. And maybe that gets fixed with a trade.
Right.
And the trade deadline comes up. It's at 1 p.m. on Friday afternoon. I told you I'll be in Mexico, but I will have my phone next to me. If I have to walk off of the wedding aisle that I'll be sitting on, I will talk to you about a big trade at that time. A little bit of news, maybe some tinfoil hat here.
Yeah.
The Avs are on the ice. They're practicing today, right? This is morning skate.
Yep.
No Logan O'Connor.
What?
At morning skate. We assume that's just some maintenance. He's been banged up as of late. No Logan O'Connor.
Okay.
That's okay.
Cool.
I don't expect the Avs to move on from him. The big name, Bowen Byram. Nowhere to be seen on the ice at morning skate.
Stop it.
And this is the time of year where players get held out of practice and get held out of games and get held out of skates. Alex Wenberg, you've heard the promo on the station over the last day and a half, has not played in a game for Seattle this week because he might get traded. Bowen Byram, not at morning skate. Methinks something's happening.
Okay, here's the thing. I really like Bowen Byram. And if that's a name, boy, then the trade must be big. I mean, if this is a thing, that's actually a thing. the player coming back has to be significant because this is a significant player for the Avs.
His ceiling is still very, very high. I've let it be known very loudly, not only on this show, but on Between the Pipes, that it takes years and years and years to learn the league as a young defenseman. And Byram has just passed like the halfway point of his second year in the league in terms of games played.
Yeah.
He's obviously had bad injury problems and needs to continue to get up to pace and play a little bit more physical, but his ceiling is there. He was the top defensive prospect in his draft when the Avs took him at number 4. So if this is the case, again, it's a little bit of tinfoil right now, and this could just be a rest day, a maintenance day where he's not on the ice, and you could see him tonight against Detroit. But this is the time of year where guys being out of practice, it means more than any other time during the season. If you decide to put Bowen Byram in a trade, it has to be a big one. You must fill second center, not only for this playoff run, but for multiple playoff runs going
for foreseeable
forward.
future, right?
You have to, and you have to make sure that guy fits and he will perform. If Byram moves away, you also have to be certain that, well, he's not going to hit the ceiling that we thought he was going to, because the thought process is Bowen Byram on 80% of the teams when he gets to his peak is a bona fide number 1 defenseman. That was the book on him when he got drafted. There's not many of those in the league, right?
Let me ask you a couple of questions here, because the first one would come to mind would be this, and I know we're now in heavy speculation territory, but it's okay. That's what the trade deadline's for.
It's my favorite time of the year.
Yeah,
trade deadline day in the NHL and free agency day are my 2 favorite days. In the calendar year for hockey.
It's so good. I want to ask this question, which is, if he is, in fact, not here anymore, who takes his place with that pairing, and is that player young and up and coming as well, or a veteran? Like, how do they backfill his spot?
Yeah, I mean, again, if we're speculating here at the trade deadline, if Bowen Byram is part of a trade this year, you fill that with Sam Malinsky. They love him.
Yep.
You move Girard over to the left-hand side, and you probably pair those 2 guys together. It's a smaller pairing. A lot of people are going to hate that, but they love Sam Malinsky. Absolutely love him. Josh Manson back on the ice today. He was back on the ice yesterday as well, so he would slot in. Maybe he would play with one of those 2 guys, so you have like Manson, Malinsky, and then Gerard Johnson are your pairs. Malinsky's the guy that would slot in right now. They believe in him. They think he's a full-time NHL player as it stands right now. Or there's a possibility that you would go out and make another deal to bring in a depth defenseman.
Well, okay, and so the reason why I asked that question is because, if you remove a player of significance from your roster, usually you would do so knowing that you have somebody else that can play in that, like, ready to go. Like, you didn't just create a hole on your roster without already having the answer for what it might look like after he's gone. But now, because you already have an answer, you can take significant player and bring one back to your program, which is, we'll see. I mean, Bo Byram has been one of my guys. I really liked him a whole lot, and we'll see. Maybe he stays, but it definitely is interesting.
Other news from around the league earlier today, about an hour ago, the Florida Panthers have acquired Vladimir Tarasenko from the Ottawa Senators in exchange for a 3rd-round pick in 2025 and a conditional 2024 4th-round pick that can become a 3rd-rounder if Florida wins the Cup. The Panthers currently at the top of the NHL standings. Good news is they're in the East. You don't have to worry about Florida until you possibly make a Stanley Cup final. Thing is, the Panthers are an absolute wagon. We talked with Nick Kosbider about an hour ago about his thought process from the NFL Combine and what the Broncos actually have to do this year at that number 12 pick. He made it sound as though he's in the camp of, unless the guy is there at 12 and he is 100% your guy and you would have selected him at 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, you're going to take him. Unless it's that guy, he feels like I think he's in trade down mode. Get more guys. get more picks in the second round because you're going to be so heavily above the cap. When the new league year starts, you're gonna have to move these players around, cut certain players. Maybe Tim Patrick's gone, or you're gonna have to trade a Jerry Jeudy. I thought the Broncos were completely screwed money wise. He did sing a different tone though in terms of like being able to restructure these vets.
Yeah, that's what it seemed like to me too. It was, and look, we've heard. I believe, in fact, in the statement that the Peyton joint statement on Russell Wilson, I think one of the last lines in that statement was, "We have flexibility. We feel like we have flexibility to do some things." And what Kosmider really just outlined was a way that it sounds like you can keep a lot, might be the wrong phrasing, but a good chunk of the guys that you really want to keep and still be able to make some moves with the roster. It's really interesting. I think the Broncos might have known some of this all along. Obviously, they it's in the middle of the season when we were talking about this, and there was a little bit of I hope they know what the numbers are. Well, yeah, they already knew the numbers. You know what I'm saying?
He mentioned three players, Ben Powers, McGlinchey, and Zach Allen, all offseason acquisitions last year that, if I'm right, top of my head, they spent the most money in the offseason of any team last season because of those three guys.
Yeah.
You could create up to $27 million in cap space with those three players alone.
Just restructuring.
And that means you could take on the $52 million this year in year one. That's what I want to do, right? I want to be done with that dead money as soon as possible. And if that means, obviously the 85 isn't going to happen, but if that means 52 this year, and then you get a $33 million dead cap the year after, when hopefully the cap goes up again and the Broncos are in a better position to actually compete, maybe go out and get some free agents as well, I'd prefer them to do it that way.
Yeah, me too. And it sounds like they can do that. And not not compromise whatever foundation they feel that they have.
Ryan says it here on the text line, trade down, draft Nix or Penix, have your cake and eat it too. I am team trade down, and I will not move off that point. He's Chris Dempsey. I'm Alex Ryan. Steve Nelson has his NFL notes on the other side. It's time for Nelly's NFL notes here on Dempsey and Company. Right before we get into that, we were having some fun with our tinfoil hats on when Bowen Byram was sat out of morning skate today. Logan O'Connor will not play tonight with an injury. And Bowen Byram not being held out because of trade speculation, Demps. He's under the weather.
Oh, wait, he's just sick?
They're hopeful he can play tonight, but he's just sick.
Oh well.
Way to kill our fun.
Yeah, no, it was fun while it lasted.
I don't want them to trade him, but I like talking about trades. Nelly, bring us around the gridiron.
He's under the weather because he's sick to his stomach about the prospect of being traded. So there you go. Checkmate, Betsy. All right, we got the most unsurprising Shefty bomb a few hours ago. Schefter on Twitter said, before free agency begins next week, the Broncos have given soon-to-be-released quarterback Russell Wilson permission to immediately begin speaking and meeting with other teams in their home cities, per sources. Wilson's free agency begins now. So some teams of need that we've already discussed. Now he can actually begin to have discussions with Steelers country, let's build, or Raiders country, let's raid. Falcons country, let's flock. Patriots country, let's 1 if by land, 2 if by sea. What else we got? Vikings country, let's also raid. You could use that one.
You're on fire right now.
Thank you. The most
Let's
interesting
pillage.
Exactly. The most interesting one, though, I pulled up this article from USA Today, and they went for chaos. They went for Bears country, let's hibernate. And they suggested, what if the Bears brought in Wilson on a short-term deal, and then they still draft Caleb Williams first overall. So now you have the future quarterback long-term who can learn from a veteran short-term, and then you have Justin Fields as a tradable piece.
Yeah, you're number 1 overall. You're playing. That's what's happening, right?
Yeah.
I could understand if it was New England at number 3 and they selected Jaden Daniels and they wanted a guy to sit in front of him for a handful of weeks. I could understand if it's Chicago, if Russell Wilson's a backup.
Yeah, okay.
Right?
Yep.
And you would have to get his camp to be okay with that. And the midday show had a really good poll. Do you think the Broncos did Russell Wilson dirty? And the vast majority of people, I think it was like 75% of the 700 votes that got in there on Twitter, said no. And mostly because, well, he's getting paid crazy amounts of money. Could you convince Russell Wilson to come in and be a backup or break glass in case of emergency, injury, failure to perform? I don't know if you could do that at this point in his career. I still think he understands that, like, the Hall of Fame is out there if he can have a resurgence for 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
Chicago is not an option to me. New England is, because you would start him over Jaden Daniels. I still think it's Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh screams to me, this is the spot.
Yeah, it's... Here's what I think. I just think if you're a team that has legit Super Bowl aspirations, then maybe this is not the quarterback for you. But if you're a team that is just looking to continue to build and improve, and maybe you have drafted a quarterback and you want that player to, sit and watch and learn for a little while before putting him on the field, then I think Russell Wilson is your quarterback. And so normally I would be with you 1,000% on that Steelers thing, except for I think that the Steelers feel like that they're not too far away from being a legit contender. And if they are right about that, then as much sense as it would make to bring Russell Wilson into that program,
it probably makes more sense to bring in a guy like Cousins.
Yeah. I just think that Russell Wilson's days of being difference-making quarterback that can help you get to a Super Bowl are over. And if you're okay with that, then he's certainly a serviceable quarterback that can make you a competitive football team.
Well, if that's the case, then the Hall of Fame's out of the question. If he doesn't have a home on a team that can compete and get to the playoffs and win a couple of playoff games, the Hall of Fame conversation is dead. Right? Like, if the only teams that he can go to are Atlanta, and hopefully you get Atlanta back to being like a generally 500 team, or you
Right.
go to New England that's likely going to pick in the lottery again next season, going to their first year post Bill Belichick, which, by the way, Peyton Manning is courting Bill Belichick to be part of his
Omaha
production.
Productions?
Yeah, Omaha Productions Company.
Do we really want to see Bill Belichick on?
Listen.
Is that a
as
guy
I
we-
put a pin in the Russell Wilson thing to go off on my little tangent.
Yeah.
Anytime that we've seen Bill Belichick on camera, just hanging out with the fellas, he's been great. Belichick in front of the media sucks because he wants to be buttoned up and he doesn't want anyone to know his secrets. But when he is part of a documentary, like the Brady documentary,
Yeah.
when he's part of that, he's awesome.
Yeah, I like football. I like football season, all the things that
He's
go with it.
terrible when that happens.
I know that. I can't get that out of my head.
Dude,
All
I'm
that-
telling you,
Coaches
for
coach,
years.
and players played.
If anyone can get him out of like his perceived shell, it's Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
So I would love that. Roundabout way to say if he goes to New England or Atlanta or any one of these other quarterback needy teams that are so far away from actually competing,
Right.
his chance to get into the Hall of Fame is dead. And it probably died here in Denver.
His career seems to have fallen off a cliff, man. It has fallen off a cliff. I don't know. I think don't we think he's still a Hall of Famer even right now?
No.
I mean, not first ballot or anything like that, but don't we think he's a Hall of Famer?
I don't think so, man.
No? Okay.
He won a Super Bowl. He's never had a single MVP vote. Not one. And falling off the cliff as far as he has.
Yeah.
If he continues on that trajectory, no, he's not a Hall of Famer. Because the other guys behind him that have cases like his,
Yeah.
Ben Roethlisberger, 2 Super Bowls. Didn't get an MVP vote, but 2 Super Bowls and arguably the greatest rookie run as a or first year run as a quarterback in NFL history.
Right.
Eli Manning, not
Manning.
a single MVP vote, but 2-0 in Super Bowls and vanquished Tom Brady in both of those, including an undefeated Patriots team.
Right.
Like there's that allure around Manning that will eventually get him in. The other guys that are around there, Phillip Rivers, Matt Ryan, Matt Stafford. Stafford has a Super Bowl ring. Better
And a
numbers
bunch of yards.
and
Yeah.
a bunch of yards
Yeah.
in the most important stat, right?
Yeah.
Of his era is passing yards.
Yeah.
Russ doesn't have that. I don't think he's there. I think he is on the outside looking in, and you'll look at his stretch in Seattle and go, he was really freaking good. He was magical. But there's guys out there that are just Hall of Very good. And I think that's who Russ is.
Love it. Mike, drop that.
Nelly?
By the way, shout out Manuel on the text line. He said, Steelers country, let's weld. That's better.
Let's
Teamwork
weld.
makes the dream work. Good one there. All right, Raj, you and I were chatting before the show about the fact that there are some high-profile free agent running backs that are about to hit the open market here. Some of the names include Josh Jacobs, Tony Pollard, Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry, Austin Eckler, DeAndre Swift, Ezekiel Elliott, J.K. Dobbins, Zach Moss, and A.J. Dillon. But you were telling me that you probably wouldn't take a flyer on any of those guys because you think that the Broncos need more pieces than just a running back, and you don't think they could slot in one of these free agent running backs immediately and have success?
I wouldn't say that I don't want a running back because they need different pieces. I would say that you can't go after one of those guys because, and we just had the cap conversation, you're strapped for money.
Yeah.
And that money needs to be utilized
Differently.
elsewhere.
Yep.
Like if you're going to move on from a wide receiver or two, you probably have to go in and grab another wideout, right? You've got a young running back that's still on his rookie contract in Javonte Williams, and hopefully he comes back, right? We saw the resurgence of Cortland Sutton this year after his ACL injury, that while he's not the guy he was in year 2 of his career, this was arguably the second best year of his Broncos tenure.
Mm-hmm.
You're hoping that Javonte Williams can be that type of guy next year, where he is now essentially 2 seasons removed from blowing out his knee, and he can get back on track. You've got a Jaleel McLaughlin, you've got a Samaje Perine. I don't think that running back is where they need to go. If they do add a back, I assume it's going to be in the middle to late rounds this year.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. You know, let's see what Javonte is here in in his first full season, his second season after ACL surgery. I mean, he didn't look like himself, and maybe he does get right back to looking like himself now this way. And then Samaje Perine, I thought he was really good, to be honest with you, this season. So I don't. The running back room is not something that is of great concern to me, but there are some interesting names out there if you want to, if you can kind of finagle it. And it's not like running backs are commanding a ton of money. So maybe if that's something you wanted, but I'm with you, Raj. I don't think they should mess with that.
Saquon's got the most run left on that automobile, right? Like we probably think Derrick Henry is toast.
Yeah.
Just how hard he's ran over those years, how heavily he was used at Alabama. Maybe Josh Jacobs being a year younger and not having that devastating injury that Saquon did. Those are your two biggest chips. And, one of them is going to find a way to go to a contender, and it's going to piss me off. Nelly.
This segment is brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. All right, for my draft note today, let's go back to the second segment of the show when we had Nick Kosmider on. And Raj, you asked Nick Kosmider of The Athletic a great question. You said everybody is acting like the Broncos are for sure going to take a quarterback at 12. And you asked him to make the argument, could you instead just take the best available player instead of drafting the position of need? And I really liked Nick's answer.
Yeah, there's the easy, absolute best argument to be made is that you don't have enough good players on your roster right now. You need more top-end blue chip talents on your roster. And this is a thing that I've tried to, when I try to explain this in visual terms to people about like where Denver's roster stands, let's say you take every player in the AFC West and you pour them onto a table, right? You pour a card with their name on it onto a table, and now you pick 4 people to draft teams out of that pile of players. How long until the first Denver Broncos player gets selected? It's going to be Pat Surtain. Is he 6th? Is he 7th? Now, how long until the next Broncos player, whoever that is, Justin Simmons, whoever it might be, how long until they're picked, and go on and on. There's big gaps between where the Broncos players in that exercise would be selected relative to the other players in this division.
There's a thought that there could be like 5 or 6 offensive linemen taken in this first round, and likely two, maybe 3, but probably 2 of them will be selected before 12.
Mm-hmm.
You'll have an opportunity to take a first-round tackle if you want to move on from Garrett Bowles and then insulate whoever your young quarterback of the future will be this year, next year, down the road. I think that's a possibility. I think it would be really, really tough to sell the fan base on grabbing another cornerback, like if Quinyon Mitchell from Toledo is available there, and I know that Coach Sanford loved him at the Combine, but Surtain's great. The Broncos still suck right now. And to get another quarterback or cornerback would be a very, very difficult thing to spoon feed Broncos fans. Could you get them on board with like the sexy tight end pick, Brock Bowers from Georgia?
Yeah.
The way that I would do this is if you're going to select a guy at 12 and it's not a quarterback, I like the idea of Bowers because of how vital the tight end position is today. The other one that I would look at, if Dallas Turner is available at 12 and you can get a guy who is Micah Parsons-esque, you select Micah Parsons, right? So like if Dallas Turner is available at 12 and the Broncos don't have a quarterback that they absolutely love there and they don't want to trade down, I would go defense first, best player available. Those will assumedly be Dallas Turner or Brock
you would
Bowers.
you would go defense first.
Dude, if Turner's there, that guy's legit.
You're right. I just think that offensively they need the most work. This is a team that hasn't had 1,000-yard rusher, hasn't had 1,000-yard receiver, in years, and I think it was an offense that scored more points a little bit than it did the prior season, but it wasn't scaring anybody. Like the Broncos offense wasn't scary to anybody because they knew at the end of the day they could put together a defensive plan that would hold them down. And they weren't just dynamic. They just need to continue to collect playmakers. And so that's what I would do. As a matter of fact, I quite honestly, Raj, I hope that they use the majority of their draft picks on offensive players.
They have not had a tight end since Owen Daniels.
Yeah.
And you could argue that they haven't had a dynamic tight end in terms of a pass catcher since Thomas.
Yeah, I was going to say Julius Thomas, right?
Julius Thomas is probably the last dynamic pass catching tight end that they've truly had. They were going to hope that Noah Fant was going to be that guy, but while he hasn't turned into legit top-tier offensive tight end talent in this league, well, you traded him away in the worst trade in NFL history. Nelly, what's next?
Here's the rest of Nick Kosmider's answer. He rattled off some other non-quarterback players you could take at 12, and he's on the same page with you, Raj. Brock Bowers is one of the names that came up.
Bottom line is this team needs more players, needs better players. So absolutely, there's a great argument to be made for saying, hey, stay at 12, pick a blue chip player, get you a top end edge rusher, get your left tackle for the next 10 years. Get yourself a huge playmaking wide receiver where you can now reset the clock. Get a tight end in Brock Bowers who can create mismatches all over the field and finally give you a weapon you've been missing for a long time. There's great arguments to be made all over the board, and that's why I think free agency is going to be important with this quarterback position. You go out and you get somebody who can compete with Jarrett Stidham, give yourself a couple different options at quarterback, and that way when you get to the draft, if it works out for you, great. To get the quarterback you want, great. But otherwise, man, you have the opportunity to add really needed talent to your roster.
1,000 ways to skin a cat, man.
Mm-hmm.
There really are when you go to the NFL draft time of year. You can go about it any which way you want.
You can. It's Raj. I am in a space though. I love Brock Bowers. I would love to have him. The question that I always come back to then is who's throwing him the football. It's great that you have all the pieces that you need, but if the mailman can't deliver the mail, then does it matter?
The vast majority of truly great tight ends in NFL history are paired with Hall of Fame level quarterback. Yeah. Antonio Gates had Phillip Rivers throwing to him for his entire career. The best years of Jimmy Graham were Drew Brees and Russell Wilson. Gronk had Tom Brady wherever he went. I suppose you could look at Tony Gonzalez and go like, who did he really have in Kansas City? Yeah. But maybe you could look at Tony Gonzalez and say, yeah, he deserved better. Like Shannon Sharp had John Elway for all those years in Denver.
Sure did. Yeah. I just, and that's why I think for me, the quarterback is just so, it's so important. It's so important that they address that in the most significant, real way possible. Because if you don't, then I do love having fun little pieces around in the offense, but it just doesn't matter if they can't get the ball in a real way.
I have breaking trade news from the Avalanche from Elliot Friedman. Stay tuned on the other side to hear what it is. Breaking news, the NHL's trade deadline coming up at 1 p.m. Mountain Time on Friday. This from Pierre LeBrun just 1 minute ago. The Philadelphia Flyers have traded right-handed defenseman pending unrestricted free agent Sean Walker to the Colorado Avalanche, still pending the return. I'll keep my fingers on the pulse there. There's a theme here. Sean Walker is a offensive defenseman, 5'11", 195 pounds, originally broke into the league with the Los Angeles Kings. He shoots, he joins the rush, and he scores. He's one of the most sought-after offensive defensemen on the trade market right now. The Athletic has him as the number 3 trade chip across the league, following Jake Gensel and Noah Hannafin out there in Calgary. So that is the news out there. The Colorado Avalanche have made their first trade of the deadline. Sean Walker, right-handed defenseman.
Where would he slot in?
They're sending a first-round pick back to Philadelphia.
Who would he be paired with?
He would slot in on the right-hand side, so that gives the Avs 3 lefties and 3 righties. Your first pairing, obviously, would be Devon Taves and Cale Makar. Your second pairing likely would be Josh Manson on the right, Samuel Girard on the left, and your third pairing would be Bowen Byram on the left and Sean Walker on the right.
Okay.
He's a pending unrestricted free agent. Again, $2.6 some odd million against the cap. I would assume that Philadelphia is going to eat 50% of that cap to help the Avs out if they want to make another move there. But again, this is a player that fits the Avalanche mold, whether you like it or not, whether the mold is for you or not. McFarland, Sakic, Bednar, the organization loves fast, offensive-minded, puck-moving defenseman. Sean Walker is that.
Okay. Well, then he fits. If he fits, he fits, and that's it's not the move that I was expecting from this organization, but it's the move they make so far. I mean, we're still obviously a couple of days away from the actual deadline, but interesting. Definitely interesting.
Yeah, it certainly is. I was not expecting a puck-moving D-man to be the option. But depending on what you think Walker could be signed for in the offseason, again, the Avs do not like to just do rentals. That is not the Sakic and McFarland way. They like to trade for these guys and then sign them long-term. Maybe this is a sign Sean Walker in the offseason and then you move one of the other defensemen that are on the roster, a Byram or a Girard. That could be the issue here. Walker's 29 years old, still in the middle of his prime, currently 16 goals on the season, right? Like the Avs score from the blue line, and that might be what the team is telling you is we're going to outscore all of our problems this season, and not only are we going to do it from the front side, we're going to do it from the back end as well.
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess it doesn't mean that, like if they still feel like Malinsky's a guy that they want to get in at some point, or maybe just wait until next year for a bigger role for him. But if they do think that they still want to get him in there, maybe there's more moves to be made.
Other news around the NHL. Adam Henrique, 34-year-old centerman from the Anaheim Ducks, reportedly has been traded to the Edmonton Oilers. And then the Alex Wenberg thing is still around the Avs, but more so the New York Rangers are looking like they're going to be the biggest suitors for Alex Wenberg. Sean Walker, man. Yeah, I thought the first trade was going to be a forward.
Yeah.
I really did.
Yeah, that's what I thought too, actually. But you know, I think what they understand here is scoring can and probably needs to come from everywhere. And in that respect, can you add more to that to the blue line? And they just did.
Edmonton sends a first-rounder this year to Anaheim for Adam Henrique and Carrick, plus there's going to be a later conditional pick in that deal as well. Again, the big news, if you just missed it, Colorado Avalanche have acquired right-handed offensive defenseman Sean Walker from the Philadelphia Flyers in exchange for a first-round pick. I'm currently conversing with the Flyers skills and development coach, trying to find out what he thinks about the strengths and weaknesses and how he fits in with the Avs. If I get that before the program, we'll obviously handle it to you. But as I call into Dempsey and Company tomorrow and on Friday, I'll give you that information later on directly from the Flyers source. It is Wednesday at 11:50, and that means it's time for shoutouts. Do it every Wednesday here on Dempsey and Company. Shout-outs. We had a shout-out from Marie on the text line, shouting out Coach Sanford and his hard work at the NFL Combine.
Can I explain my D now?
Whoa, Coach. Holy smokes.
That's right.
The 383, shout out to the number 8 seed CSU Pueblo women's basketball team, upsetting the number 1 seeded Colorado Mesa team in the first round of the RMAC women's basketball tournament last night. So go CSU Pueblo, although that's some Colorado on Colorado crime there. So I'm shouting one team out and then, at the expense of another Colorado team. So you watch it there. My only shout out, and this happened out on March 5th. Congratulations to Durango and Regis Jesuit, who walked away with the 4A and 5A Shasta State hockey championships. Jesuit 3-1 win over Valor Christian. So congratulations to Terry Ott and his, the Jesuit Red Raiders. Is that correct?
I think so, question mark?
Regis. We'll just call it
Regis.
Regis.
Just call him Regis. Yeah.
Dempsey.
I'm going to do the same thing on the basketball side, actually. They are into the Final Four. But there was a big upset in the 6A bracket. Fruita Monument was 25-0 coming into the quarterfinals. They lost to Eagle Crest, so congratulations to Eagle Crest taking down the number 1 seed in the tournament. Raj, you have some news?
Darren Dredger just tweeted out that Ryan Johansson is going back to Philadelphia in the Sean Walker trade.
Oh.
Which now makes sense that a first rounder would be part of that. Continue.
Wow. Also, congratulations to Smoky Hill and Valor Christian. They will play each other in one semifinal. Eagle Crest will face Thunder Ridge in the other, but certainly wanted to highlight Eagle Crest's win over Fruita Monument. But good luck to all the teams still alive in all the classifications, boys and girls, in the basketball tournament.
Anybody who played sports growing up knows that your parents are your greatest fan, but they're also your harshest critic. And Pelicans forward Trey Murphy learned that the hard way over the weekend. My shout out is to Trey Murphy's mom, who actually showed up to a post-game Pelicans press conference and did this.
It has been a couple of games where you've missed 2 free throws in a row. That is bothersome to your mother. You would have 31 points tonight if you had hit all 3 free throws. I would love to know
next question, please.
I would love to know why, when I know I have witnessed you make almost 98 free throws in a row and never miss. What is going on when you're at the free throw line? To miss 2 in a row.
Next question, please.
No, there is not a next question. I will harass you when you get home.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I have to make free throws, obviously, and just not rush and not get too excited on the line. Yep, next question, please.
Wow. Raj. Wow, she really stood up in that press conference and got after him for a couple of missed free throws. That's good stuff.
Corey wants to shout out the Green Machine 3rd, 4th grade girls basketball team up in Frederick, Colorado on their undefeated rec season. Proud coach there, Corey. Congratulations. Again, if you guys missed it at the beginning of this segment, massive Avalanche trade news. They have brought in defenseman Sean Walker from the Philadelphia Flyers, going out of Colorado to Philadelphia. A first-round pick. Yeah, it would seem like that's an overpay. But you know what else is going to Philadelphia? Center Ryan Johansson. They have parted ways with the 3rd or 4th center on the Avs for this year. It just simply was not a fit. That could be a precursor to another big trade. The Avs now do have an actual roster hole
Right.
in the middle of the lineup. Byram was out today. They said he was sick. Is that really true? I think it's a precursor to a bigger trade. The Avs are going to make a trade for a second center before Friday's up. That's going to do it for us. For Chris Dempsey, for Steve Nelson behind the glass, I love and appreciate you, my friend.
Next question, please.
No, there is not a next question. I will harass you when you get home.
Okay, all right.
I'm Alex Ryan. Emmy PhD is coming up next.
One of the more disappointing losses of the year for the Nuggets last night. We'll dig into that. The J.J. McCarthy train is chugging down the tracks. Holy cow. Abu Dhabi. Get to know it, Nuggets. We'll get to all of that.
You talking F1?
We do have breaking news. No, we're talking Nuggets basketball in Abu Dhabi. But we have breaking news when it comes to the Avalanche, and it's being reported that the Avs have traded Ryan Johansson in a first-round pick for Sean Walker, who's an offensive-minded defenseman. Bo Byram was kept out of the skate this morning, and we're going to track down every breaking morsel of news that we can from the skate and see what we got.
We got one more, though.
Grizz just said he was traded.
We got one more that just happened.
Hit me.
Bo Byram was traded to the Sabres.
There you go. Welcome to Buffalo. I can give him a good recommendation in Allentown.
For
75 Mariner
Middlestat.
Street. Oh, so who do we get there, Dan? Hey, Raj, just come in here. Why don't we just cut to the chase? Raj, get Raj in here.
Just be thankful Raj doesn't have sweatpants on right now.
Right. Okay. You're funny.
You're
saying Raj is excited.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the absolute latest? What has just happened?
Kevin Weeks just tweeted out that the Avalanche have sent defenseman Bowen Byram to the Buffalo Sabres for pending restricted free agent centerman Casey Middlestat.
Casey Middlestat. Okay. And he'll play
second center.
2C.
2C. He is a former first-round pick. He's leading the Sabres in points right now.
Wow.
They made some moves, and when Byram
they're
was
moving
out,
and shaking, man.
When Byram was out today, and they said he was under the weather,
yeah, right.
We put on our tinfoil hats, and we were like, "No one's under the weather the week of the trade deadline."
Right.
They made some moves.
Unless you don't want to get traded, then you come up with, my meniscus. Wow.
You were pretty anti-touching Bo Byram, though, weren't you?
I was, unless you found a way to fill second-line center, not only for this year, but for multiple seasons to come.
So what we
Can
really
you afford
have
to sign Middleton?
You can, because you move on from Byram's contract.
Oh, there you go.
So what you got here really isn't Byram for Middlestat. It's really Byram for Walker and Johansson at the end of the day for Middlestat.
Yes.
Sort of.
And a first-round pick.
And a first-round pick. Yeah, boy, Ryan Johansson, what a bust.
The first-rounder
Holy
was
cow.
going to be at Colorado's if Johansson wasn't so bad. He's just not
Okay,
good.
what should we know about both of these new acquisitions? What should they do for the Avalanche?
Middlestat's a two-way center that can slot in on power play too, so you might see the three defenseman power play unit go away, which I've been begging for many, many weeks.
Because they've been bad over the last month on their power play.
Hasn't been good at all, man.
bad.
And they put like McKinnon out there for 2 minutes, and they just hope that he stays out there and scores. So that'll help. Sean Walker is every Avs defenseman that has ever played for Joe Sakic. He is 5'11", 195 pounds. He moves like the wind, and he shoots. So they're going to try and outscore their problems.
Again, not keeping anybody in front of the crease.
Away. He'll be better than Gerard and Byram at that, but he's by no stretch of the imagination Rob Blake.
What do you hear from your guy from the Flyers?
All right, so this is from a source within the Flyers. Very, very sad to see him go. He's a great teammate, great competitor, competes hard, great legs, can get up the ice, and is a perfect fit for Colorado. He has terrific stick instincts and can really shoot the puck. He had 2 or 3 shorthanded goals this season. He does say, however, he can lose his game and try to do too much once he's had a little bit success. So if he gets hot, he can start feeling himself, and then maybe he gets out of position. He can really be hard on himself at times, which is what my source with the Flyers says. But Colorado is a perfect fit.
So the pairings on the defense now would be Taves McCarr, Gerard Manson, Walker Johnson.
Walker Johnson, or Walker Jones, depending on what you like.
Whatever they feel,
or maybe even Malinsky.
Really?
Maybe they love him.
Hey, good job, and keep at it. We'll see where else it goes.
Bye, guys.
We'll update things as we go.
What does this do for them? Is this what they needed?
This is what they needed. They needed a second line center.
You know what they needed? To get rid of Ryan Johansson.
He's not wrong.
You were calling that a month and a half ago.
I was calling. A lot of people were, but I was amongst them. I wasn't the first, but I definitely joined the chorus. And when we saw Devon Taves say people think they're doing things around here that they're not, well, who do you think he was really talking about?
I mean, maybe it's the Bones Highland trade from last year with the Nuggets.
It's a chemistry
addition
thing,
by
too.
subtraction.
Yeah, it just wasn't fitting. Then I'm at the game, Monday night, and he's on the fourth line. How much does he make a year?
Who?
Johansson.
$4 million, but he actually makes $8 million because Nashville's paying half of it.
Yeah, he's on the fourth
$8
line.
million. So he's
To
a
play
guy that
9
got
minutes.
a fat wallet, and he's kind of happy with it.
You know, the guy just never fit the style of the Avs. He's a bigger,
He
lumbering.
never accepted the challenges, it felt like. You know, like he was called out left and right by coaches, teammates, maybe not using his name.
Yeah.
But he never rose to the occasion after all the call-outs.
He didn't really give me the vibe that he wanted to be here, frankly. He'd been at Nashville a long time, and I think I think he's going to have a little bit of a life crisis about hockey, period, to see where he really fits in, because he ain't the same guy he used to be.
No, he certainly isn't. But for $8 million a year, I can be
I get
anyone
it.
you want me to
But
be.
here's the interesting thing: is he not the guy he used to be, or thinks he is, or whatever? But is it self-inflicted, or is it age-inflicted, or is it something else?
Psychology of athletes.
Yeah,
You know,
because
who
if it's
knows?
self-inflicted, that can be improved, but that takes work.
But look, he's a newer guy here. You got to fit in with this crew, and they can't wait around. If Val comes back, 4 of the best players in the world, maybe, with Val, Makar, Miko, Nate. I mean, what are we waiting around here for?
Yeah, they're not.
You can't.
You can't punt. Thanks for having me in, guys.
All
I'm
right.
going to Mexico. Bye.
Okay. Oh, all right. See ya. Oh, we go to Jesse Montano from Gorilla Sports, who was actually at the skate today. Jesse, we got the lowdown on the trade and the deals. What was it like at morning skate, and what's your reaction from inside the locker room?
Yeah, I was just saying, this has to be one of the crazier, whatever there's been, 45-minute stretches in Avalanche history. Like, this is pretty nuts, what we're seeing right now. All was relatively normal at morning skate. No Bowen Byram, no Logan O'Connor. And the Bowen Byram one stuck out to me as a little bit interesting, but Logan O'Connor, he's been dealing with some injuries. Sure enough, Bowen Byram, 1-for-1 for Casey Middlestat with the Buffalo Sabres. So the Avs moved Ryan Johansson out and immediately replaced him with a 25-year-old, skilled 2C that, he'll be due for a new contract this summer. But, I mean, theoretically, guys, we should be looking at the Avs at, Nathan McKinnon, Casey Middlestat for the next 10 years. Down the middle.
Wow. I mean, Jesse, this one feels a little bit different. A couple of years ago, they went out and made a handful of trades for Manson and crew, and all great additions. But getting a guy like Middlestat, I mean, talk to us about what we're getting here. This is a different type of trade to me.
100%. We were on here, whatever it was, 2-3 weeks ago talking, and I said, look, if you're going to move a guy like Bo, it's got to be for a player that isn't just coming in for a quick run at a cup. It's got to be a guy that you feel can turn into your long-term 2C. You need to stop chasing this position, and that is exactly what they did. And the thing that's maybe more impressive is the way that they found a way to replace Bowen Byram before they even moved on from him. They send Ryan Johansson and a first-round pick to Philadelphia for Sean Walker, good puck-moving defenseman, good skater. I mean, a solid second pairing, right-handed shot, which, will fill in right where Bowen Byram played. So they solved their issue of Ryan Johansson just wasn't the fit. They replaced Bowen Byram, and they get a 2C. I mean, on paper, this is just masterclass work from Chris McFarland and Joe Sakic, in my opinion.
You interviewed Devon Taves when he unleashed there's 16 guys that are working and 6 guys who aren't, or whatever that was, something like that.
Yeah.
And that was a frustrated Taves, who I thought was clearly talking about Ryan Johansson, in my opinion. What do you think this does, addition by subtraction, for the chemistry in the locker room?
So here's how I'll answer that. So in reference to what you're talking about, to me, D-Mac, I saw that as when Devontae said that, there was a few guys that he was kind of calling out. I thought Ross Colton was one. I thought Miles Wood was one. I agree with you. I think Ryan Johansson was one. And the issue was that those guys weren't buying in, right? They weren't buying into the process. They weren't buying into the system. They were, the word that Taves used and that Jared Bednar used was, you had guys that were freelancing. So let's fast forward now, to that 6-game road trip just a couple weeks ago where they really struggled. At the end of that trip, Jared Bednar said that Ross Colton and Miles Wood were two of the only guys that were sticking to the process and that were following the game plan and that were doing what they were supposed to do and playing predictable hockey. So you had two of those guys that saw the message from Devon Toews and over the course of 2 months became, models, role models on the team for how Jared Bednar wants the group to play. And it just felt like Ryan Johansson never really responded to that. I was hearing a little bit of what you were saying, and DMAC, I'm kind of with you, to be honest. It felt like Ryan Johansson understood that this didn't work, the relationship wasn't gelling, and I don't want to necessarily say he checked out, but I mean, you could just tell his demeanor, the way he'd answer questions, his body language on the ice. It seemed like he knew this wasn't going to work, and he needed to move on as much as the Avs needed to move on. I think the guys in the room liked him. I don't think he was ever a bad guy. I don't think he was combative. But I don't think it's any mystery now, especially with the way that it's played out, that he was not fitting on the ice, and that was leading to some frustration and amongst players. So I think you're going to get guys in here. Casey Middlestad's going to be a young guy who you think is going to understand the opportunity he's getting here. I think you're going to have a little bit of the group looking around saying, okay, here's our group. This is what we're going with. Everyone's bought in. Let's go for it. And you're not going to have any of those kind of question marks anymore of, okay, well, is everyone on the same page?
I got to one statement, a question. The statement would be the to me, in my eyes, watching the Avs when they've struggled, there's been a lack of urgency in their play. Right, and then they get down 2 or 3 goals, and all of a sudden a second period starts. You go, oh, well, there they are. But it seems like there's been overall a lack of urgency. If your new 2C ends up working out, is it something where you could also lose him to cost next year, like you lost Kadri as well as he played when you won a cup, and then all of a sudden you lose him because you can't afford him? Is there a worry of that at all?
Not right now. Casey Middlestad's only making 2.5. He'll definitely be due for a raise. He's broken out a little bit over these last couple seasons. But we're talking 59 points, and he's sitting just shy of 50 right now. Has yet to hit 20 goals in his career. I think that's all stuff that's possible for him here in Colorado. But Nazem Kadri, that was kind of the perfect storm for all kinds of stuff, right? For as well as he played, he had a career year in his 30s, as going into a free agent summer. All that stuff kind of came together. I'm not worried about that with Middlestad at this point. Now, obviously if he came in and went absolutely nuts, but I'm trying to look here. And you know what? I'm sorry. He's still a restricted free agent. Sorry, I'm kind of doing this on the fly. He is still a restricted free agent, so he does have arbitration rights, but he'll be back in an Avs sweater next year.
Okay, great job, Jesse. Great coverage following you at Gorilla Sports, and we'll see you at the rink tonight for the for the game. We'll see against the Red Wings. They're playing the Red Wings bloodbath. Hopefully,
JT Compher and the Red Wings.
JT Compher's back. We'll see a tribute video. I would think JT Compher, maybe tribute. Maybe.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay,
for sure.
All right. Thank you, Jesse. Wow.
Lots of moving parts, man.
Kaboom.
This is different. This is a swing. This is a big time swing right here, which you got to respect.
I read a Bleacher Report article today, and I just got skimmed through it, and I went, whatever. And but basically the title was a new rule on things that's going on in NHL trade deadline that could make this year's trade deadline a bust. And I went. Then I walk in the door, and dude, there's bodies flying around. There's like people hitting doors and running in and coming out. But Grizz is up there holding his phone up in the air. Bo Byram's gone. And I'm like, well, so much for that bus scenario.
So much for that. So we'll follow all the breaking news as it comes. But just to recap a little bit, the Avs have moved on for Bo Byram and Ryan Johansson, for Casey Middlestad, specifically Byram for Middlestad with the Sabres, and then Byram for Johansson for Sean Walker of the Flyers, and a first-round draft pick. Ryan Johansson and a first-round pick for Sean Walker.
So here, take this guy and his money, and we'll give you a first-round pick.
But it's
going to be way low.
Really, we're going to give you this pick. Can you take this guy?
Yeah. Can you please pay for him?
And that's I'm telling you, man, sometimes you do get vibes. Sometimes things do mean things, and it just never clicked with Ryan Johansson. It really didn't. Whew. And the only question remaining, are they done at backup goalie? Do they feel good enough with what they got?
Cool, man. If they got more puzzle pieces coming, that'd be insane.
That to me is the only thing that is even like maybe in doubt. But maybe it's not in doubt.
But
Maybe
here's
it's
what
done.
I can put in stone on backup goalie. Ready? You can play the rest of your games against the Blackhawks.
You'll be all right.
You're in.
It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's C-Mac from Mike Maroney Automotive. Things are moving and shaking in the NHL with the Avalanche, and maybe moving and shaking with you with Mike Maroney Automotive. If you're smart, here in the month of March, mark down mania at Mike Maroney Auto Group, marking down hundreds of new Chevys, Fords, Buicks, GMCs, and discounts up to $20,000. 20 grand off. That is a great deal for you. Get financing as low as 0% APR for 72 months. And if you're looking for a great deal on a quality pre-owned vehicle, it's Mike Maroney. They're marking them down. They've got a great selection of economy cars, family cars, luxury cars, trucks, and SUVs that you're not going to believe. It's Mike Maroney Automotive. They all include their money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado. So check them out today. Mike Maroney, Buick GMC in Boulder, Mike Maroney, Chevy Buick GMC in Longmont, and Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. Go online to MikeMaroneyColorado.com.
McKinnon right up Broadway, over for Mikko Rantanen. He cuts to the middle, back door. Byram, he scores! What a passing play! McKinnon to Rantanen to Bo Byram. BB4 beats Vasilevsky, and with 4:52 to go in the first period, Colorado strikes the Lightning first. It's 1-0 Avalanche.
Wait a second. I thought we were supposed to play this music when we were kind of happy a guy was gone. I thought this was a joke song. No, this is like,
we're gonna remember him.
I'm gonna miss Bo Byram. I like Bo Byram. The Bo Byram.
So it would have been okay if we did Johansson.
Yeah, this would be wait, stop the music for a second, but have it ready. This just in. The Flyers, ready in? The Flyers have released Ryan Johansson.
I will remember.
Ryan Johansson just had himself a 26-minute career as a Flyer.
That was fun. Hey, he won up me as a Lion.
I got a big question. What was his number with the Flyers?
Very similar to Colorado.
Yeah.
No, I don't mean play numbers. I mean his sweater number.
12.
Okay, good.
They're going to put in the Raptors.
Ray Bork.
Wait till the Flyers have their tribute video for Ryan Johansson.
Could you imagine the equipment manager's back in the back room and he's getting a Johansson jersey and he's putting some, sewing some numbers and letters on it, and also, hey, Barbara, we're just releasing. Razzle Frank.
Never
Hey, at
mind.
least you didn't have to get on a flight.
Oh my God, who knows?
What if he's midair? What if he's midair? He flew out there.
Now let's think of the human being. He is in a crossroads in his career, and he's got to decide who he is, and what he needs to do different.
Yeah. How old is he?
He's like 32 or something.
Or he can retire.
Yeah. Had a nice run if he wants to.
Yeah, he's
made $8 million this year.
Yeah. No, he's if he plays his cards right, he's not dumb. He's all right. He's 31. He's not that old. I mean, it's not like the career could be over. We'll see what happens to Ryan Johansson. But so the Flyers really just wanted that first round pick, and Scott, help me out here, Tyler.
That's always a fun way when you always wonder, like, tangibly, how important is a first round pick in the NFL? How important is a first round pick in the NHL? Well, it's about $8 million or about $4 million, right? Because the Avs were on the hook for about $4 million. So they just bought a first round pick for $4 million.
And it goes back also, if you're a bad team, that first round pick can mean the difference, right? I mean, then you can get a Cale Makar, you can get a McKinnon and a high pick or something like that. But if you're drafting down there at 28, 29, 27, 28, 29, you might be lucky if that guy makes your roster in 3-4 years, if at all.
Sean Walker's a restricted free agent too, and I don't think the Avs make this move if they don't have plans to keep him going, and the Flyers are just going nowhere. And
Avs don't do rentals. Matter of fact, I can't even think of a time that they traded for a 1-year rental.
How about a year and a quarter rental?
Year and a quarter.
How about the Flyers having Johansson for about 26 and a
half
minutes?
That was a while back. I mean, you're going back on that thing.
Won a cup.
Well, I'd say that rental worked.
Yeah.
Ain't no doubt about it. Mark Mosier joins us now.
Was Kadri a rental?
Sort of. But if you're here for a couple of years, I don't think you're a rental. Mark Mosier, what's your reaction to the news of the day?
What, do you mean Russell Wilson being released?
Yeah, let's dig into that deeper.
Yeah, okay, well, good. Honestly, guys, this is a big day for a number of reasons. The two guys who are going away, I love both those guys. I was just talking to Ryan Johansson in the locker room this morning after morning skate, and it went down obviously after that. But here's the reality of the situation, and this is where the real world comes into play. He's not going to be a guy that's going to, talking about Rigel to start, I love the guy. But I think he probably knows it. We all know it. He wasn't going to be a guy that was going to probably factor major on a Stanley Cup run. Now, his postseason numbers are great, but, something about it's just the style the Avs play, the speed with which they play. This is an upgrade for sure in terms of the 2C position, which is ideally where they wanted him to be. That's number one. Number two, I don't like to lose a Bowen Byram and see a Bowen Byram go away. But I'm going to be honest with you guys. Bowen Byram is not the same guy he was when the year the Avs won the Cup. He's just not that player right now, and I don't know why that is. I don't know what the story is. He's just not that same hot rodish kind of guy. So here's what you do: you get a good defenseman in Sean Walker. He's going to help your team. A guy who is a good skater, good puck moving kind of guy, and he'll take the Byram spot. Essentially, is what happens. And in order to get Philly to take, this is my opinion here, in order to get Philly to take also Ryan Johansson as part of that deal and his salary of $4 million a year, maybe they'll buy him out. I don't know what they're going to do, but you have to give the first-round pick. So basically that first-round pick in 2025 that's included, half of it is for Sean Walker, half of it is for taking Ryan Johansson and his contract on. That's the reality of business in the National Hockey League. But I will say this. As we sit here this second, boys, the Avalanche are a better team than they were an hour ago. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, Moj, talk to me about. I mean, Middlestat seems like a huge pickup at 2C. Like that is a legitimate weapon there. The Avalanche just picked up. Talk to us about what we're getting there.
Well, Ty, the idea is that Middlestat has never become the player that the Buffalo Sabres drafted him to be. He's never become a star. He's a nice player, no doubt about it. But they envisioned him of being a 1C. That's what they envisioned, right? He's 25 years old, or they wanted Jack Eichel as their 1C, and he's their star 2C, and so on and so forth. And it just never happened for him. Now, is that he was overdrafted, or is that, man? There's something about Buffalo, and I don't want to be demeaning here, but it's something about the Buffalo Sabres.
You're in talk radio, dog.
Yeah, I know. I do it every morning to everybody else. I might as well do it now.
Hey, Moj, it's all right. Hey, listen, I just lived there, have friends there, got married when I was there. Go ahead, rip on Buffalo. Let's go ahead. Go ahead,
and
take your shots.
And that's why you didn't stay there. That's why you've been here for 25 years, sir. No, there's something about the Sabres, guys. And D-Mac, you know this more than anybody
I worked
else.
for the Sabres. It was crazy.
I know you did, but you worked there for their last goodness, right? That was the last of the good Sabres.
I worked there for last goodness, but I got some of the badness. It was weird because Seymour Knox, the owner, passed away while I was working there, and they were got the corrupt cable family there. The Regis family took over, who I think they're all in jail now. Anyways, I know what you're saying about the Sabres, okay? I get it.
Guys don't realize their potential in Buffalo. For God knows what reason, and I don't know why that is. It just seems like when guys play for the Sabres, it's a stagnant situation. And I think it's probably unfair to say that, but it's also seemingly a reality, and I don't know why it is. I mean, Jack Eichel is another example. Obviously, he goes to Vegas in a mega deal, the whole neck thing and everything. But obviously, he exploded, right? I mean, Ryan O'Reilly, he wanted the big fat money. And in Buffalo, it's like, the stagnant. And he explodes after that. It was St. Louis, and they won a cup and so on. So it's just something about it. Now, I think because Middlestat hasn't even reached his prime yet, he's only 25. I think that, and you have cost effectiveness and you have control over said player for a couple of more years. That's a huge deal, man. It's huge. I mean, just think about what they did with Kadri, right? It was cost effectiveness and control of the player for a couple of more years as a 2C, and that's like a dream, man. That's what you want. So I think Chris McFarland did a hell of a job today. I really do. And that's not to say I'm not going to miss Ryan Johansson and Bowen Byram, because I will. I've only known Ryan Joe a short amount of time. Great dude, and obviously Bowen a lot longer, and he's a Cup champion. He'll always have that. But this needed to happen, and what the Avs were able to get done here, it's a big day. It's a very good day as well. And I think when you guys see the reaction from around the league, they'll say, those friggin' Avalanche, man, they're setting themselves up again. It's a hell of a deal.
Let me ask you this, having been around hockey.
And by the way, Scotty, I just tried to interrupt you. It's not like Casey Middlestat is. It's not like Casey Middlestat is some scrub that they're trying to revive his career or anything. I mean, he was, how many points did he have last year? Almost 70 points last year.
60.
For a guy who's in a stagnant situation in Buffalo. Man, I mean, if you put him on a line with an Nichushkin and a Drouin or whomever, Hell, dude, I like that. I like that a lot. I mean, you could see this guy soar to 80. I mean, that's my projection. I'm sure that's what the Avs are hoping, but he's going to help immediately too.
What I want to ask you about it is sometimes you see in all sports, a trade either kills the locker room or sparks the locker room. It can also, a trade can wake up a locker room to the lethargy that they may have dozed in. We talked to Jesse a while ago from Gorilla Sports, and to me, if there's been anything that you could put one finger on where they've had an issue, it's just kind of been a lack of urgency in some of their games that they give away. That being said, what kind of spark, forget about what the players are, what does it do to a locker room?
Well, I think that the guys inside that room, while they'll miss their teammates who are going away, I think they'll recognize right away. You know, it reinforces, boys, and Scott, you know this as well as everybody, it reinforces that the club is serious about winning. It reinforces that, hey, this is not mess around time. This is we want to win again time. Our window is open time, so let's go get it done time, right? And it awakens everybody up a little bit inside that room, no doubt about it. But it reinforces that this is a serious club on a serious mission, and it also gives a little pep in the step. I mean, these guys know what Middlestad's all about. They played against him. They played against Sean Walker, even though those guys have been in the Eastern Conference. Middlestad his whole career. Walker was a former LA King who then went to Philly. But, you know, they know who those guys are, and they know they're players. They know they're not just you know, you're not just moving, you know, deck chairs. You're bringing in talent, and you're bringing in guys who I'm sure are driven to win. For Casey Middlestad, and no offense, again, D, to Buffalo and the Sabres organization, but he's got to feel like he's been paroled from prison, you know, and now he's got a real chance to go win a cup with a team that is I like Buffalo. I mean, it's a beautiful city.
Stop. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
Real quick.
Don't worry about it.
Last thing for me, Moj. I just wanted to say I did hear Bednar on the show this morning, and I just wanted to compliment you guys on doing a great job of getting him to break all this information on our airwaves this morning.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, we always do that, you know. And here's the good thing about Coach. He loves to spill the beans before things go down.
Yeah.
He loves. Yeah,
well, I just thought you guys did a good job of it.
Hey, boys, this is what we're working on the next couple of hours, so just get ready for it. Yeah.
All right, Moj. Great job as always. Not boring, that's for sure.
Hold on a second.
Oh, yeah.
Remember what I said last time I was on this program about 3 days ago or last week? You remember what I said?
Not a clue.
I forget it.
Yeah, you were to punch D-Mac.
Me?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about daughters and kids and all that.
Oh, yeah. We were going to hook you up. Your daughter was going to get hooked up with Connor Bedard.
Okay. I don't know why I come on this program.
Okay.
Because I want to fight all three of you every time.
I didn't say anything.
Yeah, in fact, you know what, D-Mac, you're the one that's off the hook the least today.
Well, she's 18, Moj.
Jeez.
All right,
oh
pal.
My God.
Jeez.
We'll talk to you later. Thank you.
There's
brother.
a line.
Okay. All right. I'm just pointing out numbers.
17's the line.
I got. Hey, what time we got? I got two things I want to say real fast. One, watching this excitement of what's going down, and I agree with Moj 100%. If anybody, McFarland and Sakic, they're in to win a cup this year.
Absolutely.
They're not.
Gotta be.
Well, let's see if this thing goes around and does better next year, and let's see if we gel. They're like, we got a window. Let's go for it right now. That's what this statement was to all Avs fans right now. Even if this doesn't work out, all Avs fans right now, I'll be saying, hey, we got management that is going for it right now.
Yeah. They're trying.
That's one thought.
And Raj brought up a good point. I mean, they've just accepted they're going to have their issues on defense this year. It's not going to get radically better, and they're just going to outscore them. That's the plan. They're just going to outscore teams.
Here we go. Second thought. The NBA has made a mistake because the Avs season will end before the NBA season.
Right.
Why is their trade deadline a month ago or 3 weeks ago?
Stupid.
Yeah.
It should be like now. This is the right time.
Like 20 games out, like a quarter of the season left. Right now, that it should be right. It should be after the All-Star break.
It's stunning the NHL does something better than the other leagues.
And that's what this is right now.
But this is it for sure.
Yeah. Could you imagine if the NFL had a trade deadline all the way to week 11?
I wish they did.
I know it'd be anarchy, and you can't do it. I wish you could trade in the playoffs. I think it'd be freaking awesome.
That would lead to some major corruption.
I got it. They would lead to tanking and all those sorts of things.
Yeah.
But you know what? It'll at least be above board tanking now.
Well, it is exciting. It's a sprint now to the finish, and I do think it's like going in a pit road to put on those tires. Like, let's go, and here off we roll.
Can I now say something that's going to be, get ready for your text lines that you guys will read.
Oh.
And
Scotty doesn't love listeners.
Was Mosier? I don't. Doesn't matter. I'm not going to change what I say. So I
don't look at it.
Yeah. Plus, I don't know how to put it up.
It's a combination. I understand.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I think Mosier said, let's be honest, Bo hadn't been the same guy since they won a cup.
Yep.
Ready? Is Kel McCarr?
He come back to life here a little bit. He's coming back to life.
Oh, man.
Scotty quit. Scotty's permanently quit on Kale after the Kraken game.
No, not at all.
I think the Kraken game changed you.
Wow.
Well, I think that game where he got suspended a game changed how he played the rest of the way when he came back. I will stand by that, and I think just watching tape you can see. But has he been the same? Do you hear the conversation best defenseman in hockey?
Yes.
As much now as you used to?
But he's if you just talked about the best defenseman in hockey, he would come up immediately.
His name's going to be in the list.
Yes.
But it was definitive for a while.
Hey, man, I'm not going to argue with you if that's how you're perceiving it. Caught me by surprise.
I'm asking a question. If you could
He
throw
was
Bo Byron
he
out
was
of
in a
him.
goal-scoring rut recently that he just got out of, but he had been contributing points on assists. He's a core player on special teams
Absolutely.
left and right.
And do not touch him and sign him, and I hope he plays his whole career here.
Correct.
I can ask a question without sitting there saying the guy's a dog. I'm
You
not
can
trying to
say-
say
sure,
but
of course.
but it feels like Kel McCarr's not the same guy as the Cup run either. I don't. And you want to throw another one?
Just a little interesting time to throw it out there.
I think Mikko Rantanen has not been the same guy since the Cup run.
Oh, now you're just trying to get them all to yell at you.
Dude, he had over 100 points last year. He had his career best year in scoring.
What did he do in the
and
postseason?
Nobody did anything in the
Okay, good.
postseason.
All right, then.
but he was.
So he's fine to you.
Mikko? Yeah, he's a top 10 player in the world.
How's he been this year?
He's been solid, very solid.
Was he called out by an international guy this year?
He was, by his teammate's dad.
Just some random dude with a microphone.
Random
Have-
dude,
have
random
we
dude,
met heard of him?
random dude, hockey player guy that has a podcast about hockey.
It's funny
The
to me.
Spitting Chicklets of Finland.
Because Lecky is like talking to a doorknob. Nice guy, but he doesn't have much of a personality. But yet his dad is some
Right.
sort of
podcast guru in Finland. I'm just throwing out questions.
You're throwing out bombs. I love it. Left
No,
and right.
I'm throwing out seriously, and I could be wrong.
Why'd you call it a hockey shirt, not a sweater, while you're at it?
I call it a
jersey.
sweater.
Yeah, call it a jersey. Okay.
No.
Oh,
I at least got that right.
Well,
Listen, I want to win a cup. I'm and I got a conversation we can have this year too. There's more pressure, and I'm gonna say fandoms on the Nuggets and the Avalanche right now because how bad the Broncos suck. And listen, the Rockies, we don't. Hey, nice place to spend a summer night. Okay, but if you want championships, I mean your whole volume of pulling stuff in and absorbing and watching is Nuggets and Avs.
We should just get to the text line and just respond to the text
Oh,
line.
it killed me, didn't it?
You made him mad, Scott.
Scotty, they want you to just say no.
Well,
there
how
was a
about this?
campaign for that back in
How
the
about
day.
this? We'll read them. We'll take a break, come back, and let's go through them. You antagonize the
I
hockey
didn't
guy.
antagonize.
Oh, you knew what you were doing. You told them. You warned them.
I asked a question.
It's PHC on 92.5.
Hey, this is Tyler here for my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, every single car that I bought since my rookie year has been from Phil Long Ford in Denver. And I keep going back because I always have a great experience. I know that car shopping can feel a bit cumbersome at times, but not at Phil Long Ford because they've got the largest inventory in the state of Colorado. Whether you're looking for a used vehicle or a new vehicle, they've got the largest selection and they've got the best deals. And you can check out all those deals online at phillongdenver.com. They've got incredible inventory arriving daily. They've got cars and trucks on the lot for you to choose from, or you can always go online and get exactly what you want. And check out their incredible line of electric cars, pickups, and vans with the latest technology. They've got the largest selection. They've got the best deals. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And once you buy a car from Phil Long Ford, you will be a customer for life because you will realize that it is an experience that is different than other car dealers in Colorado. Go check them out online at phillongdenver.com and let them know that Tyler sent you on over.
I think Mosier said, let's be honest, Bo hadn't been the same guy since they won a cup.
Yep.
Ready? Is Kel McCarr?
Oh, he come back to life here a little bit. He's coming back to life.
Oh, man.
You want to throw another one?
Yeah, just a little interesting time to throw it out there.
I think Mikko Rantanen has not been the same guy since the cup run.
All right. 303-504-0925.
Scotty said, come at me, bro.
The Avs deal Bo Byram for Casey Middlestad. So we got a 2C. Sean Walker's now an Avalanche as Ryan Johansson, which looks like a collection of Chick-fil-A coupons and a first-round pick go to the Flyers. The Flyers immediately waive Ryan Johansson. So
that says something.
That does say something.
And what did Rod say? The Bones Highland kind of trade from last year for the Nuggets, kind of a subtraction or addition by subtraction.
Yeah, because there's chemistry issues too.
Yeah.
It's production and chemistry both kind of tied in together.
Moj loves him.
Moj apparently loves everybody.
He loves anybody who talks to him.
Yeah.
He hates you now.
He loves me still. I semi-agree. This is from RJ. I semi-agree with Scott.
Oh, that's good. That's smart. Soften him up, right?
I'm
Read him the softball first before you send the zingers.
I am reading them in order. I'm just going to go right down the line. I think Mikko's off-the-puck play is lazy, and if things aren't going his way, he pouts instead of putting his head down and keep going. I also think Makar needs time off. He's one I think could have used the All-Star break instead.
Yeah,
he
I agree
went
with
and
that.
almost won $1 million.
But almost.
Hastings needs a Red Wings jersey.
No.
Calling you a traitor there.
How come you, with hockey fans more so than any
Shut
other
your
fan
mouth.
base, if you just ask a question that may go against the grain a little bit, it sends people into a tizzy?
It's just, as soon as you say hockey guy, if you say hockey guy, they're triggered.
Well, yeah, I didn't even say hockey guy.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a good question.
But is that a wrong perception?
There's never been a sport that begs to be talked about more than it gets mad when you do talk about him.
Kale has gotten a longer leash because he's been struggling all year, but he's also been struggling through it. Most shifts, Mikko is non-existent. It's Will and Fort Collins.
So this guy just said Makar's been struggling kind of most of the year.
You said, Scotty, you're not wrong. You're getting support here.
Another guy says he needs time off.
Right. This guy, I love the show. Keep it up. Oh, well, that's
Thank you very much.
Shut your mouth, Scotty.
I like this show, or I like this text. Worst show on altitude. It was bad when Tyler got there, and it's worse now that Deepak's here.
How did I get thrown into this?
Well, you're the worst part. So at least like it was bad when I got here, but it's worse with you.
Dan, what time is Let Football Go? What time does that start?
You know what time it is.
Has Scotty ever watched an Avs game? Just a question.
See, and that's always the first question too, right? That's always
Have you ever watched an
Avs game? Okay. Yeah, all the time.
Didn't go the other night though, did you?
I didn't go Monday. If Chicago would have been a better opponent, I probably would have gone Monday.
I am now dumber for listening to Scott's take on Kale and Mikko.
And may God have mercy on your soul.
Is Gerard's job safe in your opinion? See him being one of the guys Taves was referring. I don't think so. I don't think Taves was referring to Sam. And yeah, I think Sam's okay.
But do we hate Taves now for calling out teammates?
I don't. I thought that was awesome.
Hockey guy.
Oh, does hockey guy? Oh, right. Right. Because
hockey guy was not mad at Dad that called out a teammate. And so hockey guy's not going to be mad at Taves.
Hey, Avs hockey guy was mad at Lekkonen's dad.
Not our Avs hockey guys. Everything was cool.
This is also a team that doesn't need a captain on the ice this entire year. But
you know what?
I didn't say that.
I'm almost feeling better about my takes already.
You should.
Yeah, because I refute me with evidence. I don't mind. I want to learn. I still believe in learning every single day.
I'm going to be fascinated to see how this trade, all this, like the last 45 minutes, last hour, goes down in Avalanche history because, when they won the cup and they made a handful of small additions that really did not feel like they were going to be anything big, well, they all turned into big-time additions. They all were huge contributions, and they all were a huge part of the cup run. And that was a fantastic week or whatever they went about in those 3 trades. But now you've got these, and it's bigger, and it's more tangible, and it's sexier, right? And we'll see, man, because this feels like the exciting one. This feels like the amazing one. Hey, you got a 2C. You got a legitimate 2C right now. A dude that wanted to be a 1C, or at least his old club wanted him to be a 1C. Should explode with the right guys on this team. But I just always find history is fascinating when you look back on the trades and which ends up being more successful in the long run, when you swing big or when you swing small.
This today solidifies in my mind the best front office in pro sports in this town belongs to the Avalanche.
Whoa. Explain.
Well, because they're not afraid to do it. We talked about it in the last break. They understand that they're in a real cup run. And they say, we've got to get better. Do they win a cup?
Can I counter that, though?
When you compliment one side, you're kind of...
No, but see, I don't know why. That's like saying LeBron's the greatest player that ever played.
You're making me ask why Chris and Joe are better than Calvin and Malone. And those guys.
I think they're the best in town.
Okay.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing. I just want to know what they do better than Calvin and Michael Malone. That's all.
They took this opportunity in a Pierce. Let me ask this. They're going to win a cup with Johansson as your 2C?
No, he wasn't even the 2C. Against Chicago, he's playing
and
the
we
fourth
still
line.
don't know they're going to win a cup. But do you feel better today?
Yes, but I would counter that just real quick.
Yeah.
Like the Nuggets have always been, both teams actually, they both built their teams incredibly organically from the ground up. Train their own guys. They're their guys.
Absolutely.
They're going to commit to them long term, right? But there is an argument to be made that the Avalanche are not in a window. They're in like an era. I mean, you've got 4 of the best players in the world that aren't going anywhere. So, do you have to press it for right now?
Well, talking to an NBA coach recently, he says everybody talks about windows, but you don't understand in pro sports how close they and how fast they close.
No, I get it.
You get McKinnon gets an injury or Landeskog. Look what happened to Landeskog.
We saw it last year in Seattle with Val. We get it.
You get all these different things can happen, and all of a sudden the series you're supposed to win, you don't win, and now there goes your cup run. Take 1 year off of that run. So I stand by that. I just don't think they're afraid. They keep their core. They recognize the problem. Johansson's not working out. They just brought him in. He's not working out. Let's trade. Hey, we're going to have a low first-round pick. Let's give that away, take it, and as you mentioned, the Flyers already cut him. Right? I mean, they had him on ink for 15 minutes,
right.
And they released him. Right?
That's true, yes.
So that to me, you saw a problem. You saw where it was. Here's an opportunity. Now you get a guy who's 25 who a lot of people think he's got a bright side to be that 2C. And now you're going to control him for a couple years.
If you're just tuning in, the Avalanche have traded Ryan Johansson, a first-round pick, for Sean Walker, defenseman, and they've dealt Bo Byram for a second-line center, Casey Middlestat, to the Buffalo Sabres. So they switched things out. They got rid of...
But Middlestat excites us.
I don't know enough about him. He had 15 goals last year in 82 games, so hope so.
Yeah.
Hope so. Hope so.
The potential of Middlestat excites us.
He's 25 years of age, and when we had Jesse on, he goes, we should have Nate and Casey for the next 10 years. And that would be exciting.
Right.
If that's the case, that does excite me.
It's like drafting an all-pro that gives you 10 or 15 years at corner. I mean, you should be excited about
like
that.
Foundational,
foundational
cornerstone pieces of the team.
Made on a trade is pretty
that you're going to
amazing.
get multiple contracts
awesome.
out of.
I don't think the second line center plays the 5th most important position on the team, but whatever you want to say.
Well,
about
what is
that.
he? Close.
What's a corner? Is like a great penalty. It's like Logan O'Connor.
Well, you're saying that the corner's 5th most important position?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What's second line center?
Second line center would be a really good pass rusher. He'd be the probably 3rd most important guy you get.
More than the goalie? More than any of the 3 guys on your front line?
I love how you devalue the 3rd most important player on the team.
I'm just telling you what it is. That's my hot take, I guess.
The 3rd most important player on the team isn't that important, huh?
No, it's important. He's the 3rd. He's the 3rd.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty specific.
Yeah.
3rd most important.
To start the
I
segment.
put corner at 4th, by the way.
I know, but I like receiver these days more than corner.
Oh, hell no.
Well, there you go. So good minds can disagree, but I think.
Well, you didn't say smart minds.
Yeah. What?
You didn't say smart minds.
I don't claim to be smart about anything.
So anyway, now we're back to Kel McCarr. So maybe I wasn't 100% off base on McCarr and Rantanen.
Both top 20 in points.
Yeah, listen, Mikko had a unreal year last year, okay? And he's been very consistent this year. Everybody goes in little dips and dives and dunks. And yes,
and you know what?
Kale had a recent little goal-scoring drought that he just remedied against the Blackhawks. And he was like, I finally got one. So, I don't know.
He had 86 points in the Cup year.
Yeah.
Regular season. He was even better in the postseason. He won the MVP, right? He was even better in the postseason.
Conn Smythe.
86 points.
Yes.
Yeah, in the regular season. He'd have to score more than a point a game for the next 19 games, and that's not missing a game to tie that. So to sit there and say, I don't think he's the same player, I think it's fair. The year after, he had 86. Last season, he had 66. So I don't see how it's a giant stretch to say that I don't think he's the same guy we saw when they won the Cup.
All right, the bigger question then is...
Now, does he have
what?
potential? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, still one of the best defensemen in the world.
Absolutely.
We're getting tons of reaction. We'll have more. Hey, so have we reached out to Riker and Connor, those guys? We'll track them down at some point. So it's we're putting out the bat light to our hockey guys. Great day for hocky people around here. We're going to have a hockey
One
show.
Straight hour of hockey talk.
We got it.
And somewhere Broncos fans or Nuggets fans are going, and Broncos fans are going, phew.
Well, listen, we're going to take a pause in it just for a little bit because our guy, Carl Mecklenburg. Wow. Carl.
Roast.
Wow. So we
Did
got
you think that was a roast?
Oh, what? Oh, my God. We'll hear that.
It's what you've been saying.
Coming up next. Hey, it's D-Mac for Old Chicago. Oh, man, I love Old Chicago. And my joint is at Arapahoe and Parker, but there's Old Chicagos all over the place. Did you know Old Chicago was founded in Boulder in 1976? And from there, they have been legendary. And they're always messing around with cool new stuff. This chicken bacon ranch pizza, are you kidding me? Absolutely delicious, where ranch is the sauce. You got to give it a shot. But it's more than pizza at Old Chicago. I mean, what do you want? They got great salads and calzones and burgers, entrees like their fish and chips, and you pair that out with over 100 legendary and local beers. And man, chef's kiss, flavor explosion. It is all working out for you at Old Chicago. So whether it's in person or takeout, they got you covered. Go to oldchicago.com for your nearest location to order takeout or delivery. Or, better yet, download the Old Chicago app. You get $5 off your first order of $25. And yeah, check out that chicken bacon ranch pizza. It's Old Chicago. Check them out today at oldchicago.com. All right, Connor McGahee coming up at 120. Is that right? Okay, cool. So really quick, and we'll dig deeper into it with Connor at 120. No dumb questions should be interesting today. 303-504-0925, where you could qualify.
Someone said I'd already asked one.
I think you made a fair.
Dan Tanner came in here backing you up, actually.
I disagree with you, but I understand where you're coming from with it. But I think there's something going on, and has been with Kale. So, Miko, I think you're just getting completely wrong. But the Kale stuff to me is, I think it's interesting. But I think it gets into weird stuff that I'm not sure if we're comfortable talking about or not. And there's a lot of suspicion I have, but I'm a very suspicious guy.
You think he's hurt?
Well,
I don't want to see if I say something.
Hold on. Dan came in during the break, and he reminded us that before the season ever began, Bednar said that, hey, Kale's got something that we're going to be managing the entire season. What that something is, I don't know. I guess you could be suspicious. You can make whatever assumptions you want to make out of it. But before the season ever began, Bednar did say that.
I know.
Now, I will say this about Miko. Dude's an Iron Man.
He's been unbelievable.
I mean, he is an Iron Man. He played all 82 games last year.
He was the only one last year.
Yeah, and he's played all 63 this year.
It's been incredible. I think you're more wrong about Miko than Kale.
Hey,
but the reason is because Kale was in such a weird upper echelon the year they won the Stanley Cup. Like, it's hard to have those kind of years,
absolutely,
no matter what. We'll get to it with Connor. We'll get to it with Connor here in a little bit. But just to let people know, the Avs have traded Bo Byram for Casey Middlestad of the Sabres, 2C. And Ryan Johansson has been traded for Sean Walker to the Flyers, and a first-round draft pick.
Texas Ranger. I guarantee you, if he scores a goal, Connor's going to have some sort of Texas Ranger.
Yes. We'll ask him in 13 minutes, and a first-round pick, and the Flyers immediately dumped Ryan Johansson. They waived him immediately.
Which says a lot, dude. That
it does.
Speaks volumes.
What's your guys' relationship with Carl Mecklenburg?
Good guy. I've been friends with him for a long, long time.
Okay.
Good guy. Not friends with him. Good guy. Run across him all the time. I'll tell you something funny after you read what happened.
Okay.
About an interaction I've had with him.
Known Carl for 20 years. I'd say I'm friendly.
Yeah, friendly. I would say that too.
Meaning, like, we know who each other are. Anytime we run into each other, we have a good chat. But,
I've done shows with him. I've interviewed him a million times.
Right. I don't know why he's coming off the top rope. I don't get it. I don't know.
Well, you got to understand.
I don't know what's going on.
You got to put it into context, and I'll give you a story after this again. But you got to put it in context because Carl does not ever go against the family. He never does it. He's incredibly optimistic about absolutely everything after the losses. He's never on Twitter berating anybody. I mean, he is Mr. Family when it comes to the Denver Broncos.
And that's why I was kind of asking everybody's relationship because what he did surprised me.
Yeah, I would say he will be a Bronco. In fact, if he, in 40 years when he passes away, his casket will be orange. He is Mr. Bronco.
Right.
All right.
He's Bronco guy.
Before you even get to it, I'll just tell my quick story. It'll take 2 seconds. But I really don't know Carl. I've been around him a million different times, shook his hand 20 different times. But I was at Steve Atwater's Hall of Fame party. Right. And I don't have a relationship with Carl at all, but I see him at Steve Atwater. Rewind.
Slow down.
Take that back. Rewind it back. Hit that. I saw him at Atwater's Hall of Fame party, and he walks up to me, and out of nowhere, like I've never really had more than like a 5-word conversation with him. He just walks up to me, shakes my hand, and like stares me dead in my soul, and he's just like, I wouldn't like your job. You got to criticize a lot of people.
Did he really say that to you? Out of the blue.
He came on a beeline for me. And I'm like, dang, Carl's been listening to me. Clearly doesn't like something I've been saying. And disagrees with something I've been saying.
We say, why don't we get more credit for saying nice things about people?
Right, yeah. Yeah, but then
Well,
when I saw
it's
this,
the
and
bridge builder
I'll
thing.
be true because after he said that to me, I was very conscientious of reading all his tweets, and he never would criticize anything.
Okay.
Until yesterday.
And then, one thing I love about this tweet from Carl is the graphic of Russ.
Great graphic.
Where did that come? The thumbnail.
I know.
Like
Carl's got he's got a team. He's got a graphic team.
You don't think Carl's doing that himself?
I think he's got a team.
And if Carl's got a team, why does Carl got a team? Or do you think he's got a hobby in a graphic design?
Or maybe he just saw it somewhere on Twitter. And
He's
he
kind of a
copied and
brilliant
pasted
guy
it.
now.
All right, well,
he ain't no dummy.
It is a got cut with a sunset with the, Purple Mountain Majesty and the orange hues with a Russ and an orange.
I mean, that image is the ultimate. I will remember you. If you could just play the song with that image at the same time, that's what it's made for.
Yeah, you got Sarah McLaughlin right now, Dan. If you hit that, we can read.
She's coming to Red Rocks this summer, I think.
Oh man, time to get depressed with your adopted dog.
Wow, she's fantastic in concert.
I bet she is.
I've seen her.
I'm totally
Alan
agreeing.
Jackson.
Wonderful. Go ahead, hit Sarah. I mean, hit the music.
Whoa! If you wouldn't have, you didn't have to follow it up.
You know what I meant.
You didn't have to follow it up. You didn't have to do that.
I'll help you out here. Ready? She was a looker.
Please help me out. Russell Wilson isn't a leader. The foolishness that went on in his first year at Denver with a private coach, his own office at the facility, and family at training camp when other players didn't have those privileges proved his self-centeredness.
Jeez.
Okay.
Off
but
the top rope.
Why?
I don't know.
Is that not what everybody's said?
Yeah, but Scott, you got to put in context who's it's coming out of.
Why?
Like, you got to put in context the dude that is saying it when, like, I hadn't seen him doing that before,
I don't scour other men and women's.
Well, I'm telling
Twitter
you who
like
he
other
is.
people.
I mean, I'm telling you who he is and why it's a
I
big
know
deal.
he is. He's Mr. Bronco, which to my response to you guys when you put it up there, I agree. He came in there and it was. We talked about it in training. Were you Take the Money and Run was still here. Were you with us?
I got here in October.
So you were in a training camp. We talked about that. We're like, whoa, parking lot. Remember, didn't he have a big truck also for a while?
The zombie apocalypse survival vehicle.
Yeah, I mean, and we're like, he's got an office.
It's got a snorkel.
We're
got a
asking.
source, by the way. Got a source on that monster truck.
Yeah.
Texted me. I was making fun of it on radio one day. He's in Russ's team, and he texted me, "Believe me, that truck's never seen a dirt road."
No
Oh,
kidding.
no. It's like back in the 80s, it's called Urban Cowboy, right?
I mean,
it's
when you
fake
put
cowboy
a
stuff.
snorkel on your truck, I mean, what
You better be going to safaris in Australia or Africa or
Dude,
someplace.
when's the flash flood on Arapahoe Road? I mean, what are you doing? Anyways.
But anyway, everything Carl said, we all have said and agreed with. We were even saying it during training camps. Isn't this weird? Because we were asking during the interviews. Now we always get interviews. Been up to Russ's office? I mean, think about that. A player, you've been up to Russ's office and all that stuff. So that's not that. I still will contend this, and I have no problem with him saying that. I think it's great. But again, he's Mr. Team Bronco, right? So don't forget that. And you even admitted that, right?
Mm-hmm.
He got on you because you were being probably critical of the Broncos. Somebody had to say yes to all that. And it's easy target to get Russ, and I agree. It's a selfish thing to do. I've been saying for how long? Since you've been there, he ain't a leader, right? I've been saying that forever. Absolutely. But no one calls into question who said yes. Hey, I need extra parking lots. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I need an office in my facility.
That's a good point.
Yes.
That's a
I
good
need
point.
my family and their 3 security guards to be able to go inside and use the bathroom.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's
Great point.
bizarre.
Great
We
point.
talked about this yesterday. It's absolutely bizarre. The only dude that was truly saying yes to all that, it wasn't Nathaniel Hackett. It was George Payton. That's the dude that was saying yes
That's a
to
great point.
all of that. He brought the trade, he gave the contract, and he enabled Russell Wilson via Nathaniel Hackett and let him do it. Because look, even by the time ownership got here, they didn't know what's what. They didn't know if other teams
Which
had
you were
crazy
saying
things like this
from
going
you
on.
got here, they've got to learn what NFL owners are.
Sure. I mean, it's on Hackett as well, but the buck drops with George Payton.
So that's I have no problem with
It's
you
a
saying
good
because
point.
you're absolutely
I'm
right.
with you.
Selfish rule, but I mean, absolutely. But somebody would say yes. I've told this story. Tyler may have heard it, but I used to tell a story all the time. D-Mac, I'm the first one for you, so bear with me. I had a buddy who went to this famous steakhouse in Idaho somewhere. We were going to Idaho. We were going up to Yellowstone. There's this famous steakhouse that had the biggest prime ribs ever, and Wilt Chamberlain couldn't even finish the prime rib the one time he drove through because it's so big. So we're talking about steaks for 2 days till we get to this place, driving this it's one of them old country steakhouses, right? All of a sudden he's got like 4 kids. His kids are going, Daddy, I want steak too. I want steak too. And he's going, no, you're getting a hamburger. I want steak, Daddy. No, you're getting a hamburger. I go, come on, Fred. Let him have a steak. He goes, no, hamburger. He turns to me, and I might have been like a junior or senior in college. He goes, when you have kids, you understand. First time you let them have a steak, they're always going to want steak, and you'll never get them to eat hamburger again. So you keep them eating hamburger as long as you possibly can.
You make me feel
Russ came in year 1, and you know what Hackett or whoever was responsible did?
Yep.
Gave him all the steak. And that was a big mistake.
Connor McGahey, with the latest on the Avs trade. Vic has a statement he knows you're going to disagree with. We'll have that plus no dumb questions. It's PhD on 92.5.
Tell them, Lindahl. Tyler Plums here, my friends over at Revitalize Health, the best in the industry. What they do, you're going to absolutely love them because I love them. I've been working with them for 7 years, and they made a huge, huge difference in my life. Guys, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, and testosterone. Whatever your body needs to feel better, they have got you covered. They've got 3 locations. They're close to you no matter where you live. And when you go in there, you're going to look better, you're going to feel better, you're going to sleep better than you have in a very long time. So find them online at revitalize-health.com.
McKinnon right up Broadway, over for Mikko Rantanen, he cuts to the middle, back door, Byram, he scores! What a passing play, McKinnon to Rantanen to Bo Byram. BB4 beats Vasilevsky, and with 4:52 to go in the first period, Colorado strikes the Lightning first. It's 1-0 Avalanche. Taves down low for Johansson, he tips it for Kivi Ronta, back up top for Taves. Swings it over for Jack Johnson, the deep slot. It's tipped wide, rebound, they score! Kids, stay out of Mr. Johansson's yard. For the first time in 20 games, Ryan Johansson finds the range.
Connor McGahey, the voice of the Avalanche right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Puck drop at 7:30 tonight. Pregame gets going around 7. And Connor joins us now. What is your reaction to Bo Byram being traded for Casey Middlestat, Ryan Johansson, and a first-rounder being traded for Sean Walker? What do you think, Connor?
That was one of the craziest 12 minutes I've had in a long time. I just got put in a washing machine and had no idea.
You've had a crazier 3, though.
Yeah, well, 3 is generous. Kiefer and I had to host the Twitter X Spaces for the Avalanche like right at noon, and all this stuff happened.
Oh wow!
Like at 11:54. So we're trying we're hosting that thing. I'm looking at Cap Friendly and trying to check out Sean Walker's contract and Casey Middlestat's face-off numbers and all this kind of stuff. But we'll summarize it this way: the Avalanche got infinitely better, and they saved money doing it. They have. I know everyone gets attached to Bo Byram, and he's easy to get attached to. You win a cup with him, but you have to give to get. You always do. You had to give up Justin Barron to get Arturi Lehkonen in 2022. You had to give up Drew Hellison to get Josh Manson in 2022. And the Avalanche improved their roster with both of these deals. And Ryan Johansson, you get his $4 million off the books. Like I said, you saved $1.35 million on both these. So that's an extra $2.7 million in money that you've saved. So you have $4.9 million left with the LTIR long-term injury relief that is available to you before Friday's deadline at 1. So not only do you improve the roster, but you improve your financial situation as well.
You know, Connor, I've seen a lot of people, and you just touched on it a little bit, but I've seen a lot of people saying in the build-up to all this, Bo's untouchable. Don't touch him. Don't touch him. Nobody wants to get rid of Bo Byram. And I don't know if that's just because of the cup run or if that's because of just the utter belief in the young talent. But what would you say to folks that are missing Bo Byram in this, and how you could tangibly say we are significantly better?
If Cale Makar is not on your hockey team, you keep Bo Byram. Bo Byram is the number one defenseman on pretty much 31 other teams in the National Hockey League. But because you have Cale Makar on your team, that makes Bo Byram a little bit more expendable. Is he a great defenseman? Absolutely. But the Avalanche have the top D pair for Team Canada and Taves and Makar. They have Sean Walker now, who just is a brilliant skater, excellent penalty killer. Is Bo Byram a little bit smaller, but at $1 million cheaper, Sean Walker. And don't forget you have Caleb Jones, Sam Malinsky as options in your system. And with all those factors in there, it makes being able to part with Sam Girard easier to get other things that your team needs. Your team doesn't need defensemen like that. They need other things, but you're able to get both. Insurance policies on the blue line and a young center up the middle. It's rare that you can go out and acquire a 25-year-old centerman who now you have the RFA rights to negotiate with when his current deal is up after the season in Casey Middlestat.
Real fast, and Connor, you know, as one of your favorite color analyst partners that you've had.
Top of the charts, number one, Scott.
Yeah, well, and I know why. I just shut up and let you let you do stuff. And you've had a couple other that I'm not sure that's their MO. But anyway, I was thinking now when Sean Walker scores, when Sean Walker scores, because listen, your calls of goals are epic. I mean, we run them every time, right?
Fantastic.
So he scores. I don't know if we could go this now. If he's playing the Stars, you go, Walker, Texas Ranger. You got the Texas Ranger thing, or Sean Walker is Dynamite.
Oh, that is going back. That is going.
He likes
back.
it.
Do you get that, Connor? Do you understand what he's talking about?
Of course I do. Like I told Scotty yesterday, my soul is like 86 years
Ask
old.
me.
Dynamite.
Do you know what the reference is?
I know.
Of course.
Oh my God, Jimmy Walker. Good times.
Good times.
Dynamite.
Not ringing the bell.
So how does
It's
hold on.
not
Hold
helping
on
me
a
here.
second. Who's older, you or Connor?
Well, Connor, first off, has got like a 6-year-old soul. So I would assume he's older, like literally and metaphorically.
I don't know, man. I think you guys are right there.
Connor, how old are you?
I just turned 39 in February.
See, he's got me by at least 9 months.
Yeah, I mean, so how does he totally get it and you totally don't? I mean,
I'm not the most cultured dude. I went to Cherry Creek.
Cherry
High School.
Creek box.
Yeah.
So anyway, do you like the Dynamite then? That's not bad.
Oh, 100%, and that's where my brain went to first. And I think that might have to be it because you play in the Stars division, you can't go Walker, Texas Ranger, even though I mean, who doesn't love Chuck Norris?
Exactly.
You could homage Larry Walker with the infamous Sean Walker, which is a nod to
Hall of Fame.
Alan Roach.
Yeah, that's right.
But he sits right in front of me, and I can't be doing that with Roach right there. He's going to turn around and backhand me.
I just want to know what do you got for Ivan? Like what how do you really emphasize that one?
You know what's funny is when he played in the World Juniors, I don't know who was running the graphics in the TV truck, but I'm not sure if they thought his middle name was actually Ivan or they just had a great sense of humor, but they made his middle name Ivan, so they put up Ivan on the
You can say it's so nice
It
to
was
say it
so
twice.
good.
I don't know. Anyways.
Yeah, so
all
good.
right.
That's pretty solid, actually.
So nice to say it twice.
That's pretty
Ivan,
solid.
Ivan, something like that. I don't know. Who knows? Hey, all right. Have a good call. A little bit later of a start, correct? Pregame gets going at 7.
We got a 7:52 face-off.
Oh,
tonight
no.
because it's also on
What?
TNT.
No.
We'll be on air at 7, but the puck drops at 7:52.
7:52?
You can thank Paul Bissonnette and the TV crew at TNT.
Which they do a great studio show.
So why do they say 7:30 then for puck drop for this game? Why do they? All right.
Because
It's not
TNT wants everybody to tune in and watch Bissonnette and watch Gretzky and all them for 22 minutes talk about. Well, they'll have a lot to talk about today. Let's be honest, because it's been a busy day around the NHL. But I always thought it. That's a lot. That's a long time.
All right.
So yeah, we'll just sit around and twiddle our thumbs for 22 minutes.
Okay. All right, Connor. We'll listen to that.
Hey, when do you expect all these new faces to show up?
Well, they just recalled Andre Pavel and Jean-Luc Foudy from the Eagles today, so they won't be here. The good news is they're both traded from teams that are based in the United States, which makes the paperwork easier. If you're on a Canadian team going to an American team, that's a longer process. Like Chris Tanev going to the Dallas Stars from Calgary took almost a week. So the fact that they're coming from Philadelphia and Buffalo is actually a good thing. So maybe Friday versus Minnesota.
Hey, why not Malinsky?
Well, you still have Caleb Jones already called up, and so you don't. And
you want him to play?
You have to be you want him to play. You got to be cap compliant with every cent all the time.
Okay.
So because you already have a defenseman up here, you shipped one out. That's a way to save some money because the cap hit is calculated daily. So
that's crazy.
That is crazy.
If you were to call a guy up, you got to pay him for that day. If that makes sense.
Oh man.
So you're down 2 forwards, so you call 2 forwards up, and then because you frankly need bodies. And,
Yeah.
So they'll be there, but yeah, you have to keep compliant with the cap on a daily basis.
That's crazy.
What a crazy process. Thank you, Connor.
Good Canadian reference. Good job.
It's a tremendous organization.
You know what that was, D-Mac?
What?
That was Dynamite.
No dumb questions. Let's go.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space. Send us your not dumb question now. You're a smart guy. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions.
Hey, I know this segment is called No Dumb Questions, but sometimes there are.
With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
And I know Connor keeps it alive. And I think the Avs fans hook on to the nickname type stuff and everything else.
Of course.
Baseball in its past has been great.
Okay.
But are we on the lack of cool nicknames in basketball and in the NFL right now?
Well, you got Kool-Aid McKinstry about to enter the NFL.
That's his real name, right?
I'll tell
Is
you
that
the
his
real
nickname?
problem, Scott. We're in a day and age of self-coined nicknames.
you can't do that.
That's the day and age we're in. I was sitting in Brandon Marshall. We were locker mates, the wide receiver. I was sitting right down there. He's signing a stack of autographs for fan mail, and he hands one over to me. It's signed Brandon Marshall. And then in quotes, it says The Beast. And he hands it to me. He goes, "Hey, what do you think?" I go, what do I think about what?
The Beast.
He says, The Beast. I said, "Wait, is that your name?" And he goes, "It is now."
Trotting it out.
He coined himself The Beast, and it stuck.
Did
Brandon
it
Marshall.
stick?
Well,
Did
you know
it
what?
stick?
It stuck more than I thought it would. For sure, it did. But that's where we are. People self-coin themselves.
By the way, just to back up a second, Scotty, did you really say is Kool-Aid McKinstry his real first name?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, all right. I want you to break that down for me when it comes time to fill out the birth certificate for mom and dad.
Yeah.
Dad's sitting there ready to catch the baby being born, and all of a sudden it busts
through.
Kool-Aid!
Oh!
And so, boom, all of a sudden, it gets put on the birth certificate.
His name is Kool-Aid because he had a big smile and he reminded his grandmother of the character, and they started
I
calling.
was thinking
It's
maybe
not
it
his
been a birth
real
thing,
name.
it could have been birthing.
The more troublesome name
I
is.
thought it was his real name, and now I'm disappointed.
No, it
like,
isn't.
I legitimately 100% thought it was his real name.
Did you think Bones Highland, his real name was Bones?
What's his name?
It's like, oh boy, it's I don't know. It's not Bones.
Oh,
Yeah,
here
it's
we
Bones.
go. Yeah, it's Bones.
You want?
No, his real name is not that.
It's not. It's I don't know it off the top of my head.
Nishan. And yes.
Nishan.
And yes, I did. Does anybody else have a sudden urge to really know what Ivan's middle name is?
Now, that's one where what are the parents thinking?
Yeah.
I mean, honey, what do you think we should name the kid? Well, our last name's Ivan. Should we just go with that?
Let's go with that. That'll keep things easy.
I think I've heard of an Anderson.
Who is named Anderson?
Exactly.
Now, having two first names is always an interesting thing.
Sure.
Like Larry David or
Frank George.
Hunter Tyson. I'm going to screw that dude's name up
I
forever.
do it all the time,
Yeah, because Tyson Hunter Tyson. I mean, you know what's neat about his? He either has two first names or two last names.
Right.
That could work either way.
Yeah.
Hey, I heard the boys in the morning talking about it, and we've got to be the only city in the history of sports that has had two players on two different teams in the same city with the same first and last name. We got to be the only team. You know what the other one is, right?
I'm losing it. Help me.
So Ivan,
Yeah.
and previously we had a Bull.
Right. Saw him last night. Right. Had a great dunk. Got a tee.
Hey, he did hang on that rim.
Who'd he
though.
go by?
That was a solid hang. Was that a little bit of a weak tee?
Yeah. They're all weak tees like that.
You know
was a
what?
weak no, that was a stupid technical.
It's the rule. The rule is the rule, and it
The rules
absolutely
don't.
fit
Although
the
Murray
rule.
didn't get one late in the game, but he kind of did a little.
I was wondering.
Yeah.
Bull was okay defensively last night.
Well, they threw out a lineup that was wild for a second because they had KD, Bull, and Nurkic out there. I'm like, whoa, that is and that was in the second quarter.
And they wanted to,
And
they
that was-
wanted to clog the lane, and the second unit couldn't get anything going.
Yep. I want to get to that. Maybe we can get to that coming up.
Yeah.
But if you hit a jump shot, you win by 20. Do you have the Vic thing ready for Scott? All right. Vic has a no dumb question.
And you think this is something he thinks that I won't agree with?
He was insistent that we were going to talk about it. He was actually somewhat arrogant that we would deem.
So you gave him what he wanted.
Yeah, basically. Here we go.
Scott Hastings will disagree with me. Record this and send this to Scott because I know they'll talk about it on their show this afternoon. Okay, I know they will.
Thanks.
I believe that the Denver Nuggets, when they know that there's not another great player in the lineup, when they know a Devin Booker is missing from the lineup, for some reason, they let the foot off the pedal. I've seen it now historically. I've seen it over the last couple of years. The worst thing that can happen is when a guy is unavailable, a major player for another team. I hate it. It scares me, and I know it scares Coach Malone. I know it does.
Why would I disagree with that?
I don't know.
That's been talked about.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Talk to Vic.
Yeah,
Well, first off, Vic, I hadn't even heard it, so no, we weren't talking about it on the show.
No, we probably wouldn't have got into it because, I mean, you still got two superstars, right? You still got two All-NBA at one-time players. But, yeah, that has been historically, and I've heard Malone talk about it. He worries playing a team that's down one or two stars, and he's talked about that in the past. So,
no dumb question.
I don't know if that happened last night.
Here's what I think.
I don't think that happened last night.
Here's what Jokic hit that crazy Sombor shuffle to end the first quarter. Okay, they're up by 4. They thought the game was over, and they played like it. And they took away the dunker spot from Aaron Gordon. They took it away because they clogged things up, leaving them with wide open shots, wide open shots, and they didn't make their shots. They make shots they normally make, and then Grayson Allen was. The dude averages 12 points a game, and he went 8 for 8
at one time from 3.
And it's just a weird game.
Yeah,
and Jokic hits that game-winning shot out of 100. What are we putting that at? 85.
When Jamal hit
90?
that one, the fadeaway, I thought it was game over. I thought they were going to win the thing.
Yeah,
well, Jokic literally had the shot.
I
to
thought
win the
Jokic
game.
was going to hit the shot and get fouled and be an and one. To be honest with you, I thought that was the game was. How about Durant though? Doesn't do anything really all game.
Yeah.
Hits the 3 to tie it, which I don't even know if people realize. They were sitting on 9 points in that quarter until he hits that 3
with like 28 seconds to go. 9 points,
and he couldn't miss.
All right, Nuggets,
in the
Nuggets
overtime
stuff is cool, but I got one more no dumb question. Before I got to get it in.
All right.
What's weirder, Ivan, Bull, or Andy married to Andy?
Yeah, that's a weird one.
Andy Lindahl is married to an Andy. Here's what I want to know.
Yeah.
When the lights turn off, start things getting excited.
Mm-hmm.
Start talking dirty. How does that go? Oh, Andy.
We didn't ask for your recreation.
Yeah, we don't.
I mean, it's like hearing Seth Rogen get hot. I mean,
especially after you went to the barber today, we really don't need to.
You know why I went.
Yeah, I know. I saw that when you walking in. I went, oh, okay.
Andy.
But you know what? You hear that when
Man,
his,
I knew I
his
was
wife's
good.
out of town and he's alone.
Me.
Andy. And I knew I was good.
All right, Jeff Legwold. When I hear this music, I think of Jeff Legwold. Let's get it on with the NFL. With Leggy coming up next, baby, PhD.
You just want to get around them as much as you can. I was fortunate to see, a lot of these quarterbacks during the fall, and then that's one step of the process. And then you have the all-star games, and then you have the combine, and then you have pro days and maybe private workouts. So as much as you can get around them and see what makes them tick. Sean talked about leadership. What's the day-to-day like? What do their teammates feel about them? You can evaluate the arm strength, the accuracy, the athleticism. Being able to process is a little more difficult. But I think the more you can get around them, the better decisions, you'll make.
Here we go now.
The Avs have made a trade. Bo Byram, Ryan Johansson gone, Casey Middlestat, Sean Walker here. Details after 2 o'clock. But they aren't the only ones that might be making moves, because the rumor mill about who's going and who's staying with the Broncos is off the chain, as the kids say. It's Jeff Legwall, brought to you by BetSafe Colorado, the exclusive club for passionate gamers and bettors across the state. Jeff, let's just start with Russell Wilson, and then we'll get to what might be happening next. How did you think the Broncos handled things overall, top to bottom, with what's going on and the statement that Russ put out there?
Well, I mean, it's about what you expected. I mean, I don't think anybody really thought all the lip service both sides were paying to the, hey, this might still work out. I think everybody knew that was a load of crap the whole way. And he was never coming back here. He wasn't going to give them any consolation on the deal. And Sean Payton wants another quarterback. So I think that was painfully obvious. I'm not sure what to do with it. Yes, it's a failed experiment, but I still am of the opinion the Broncos really never committed to it. So we don't know if it's how failed it really is. But 2024 is going to be painful because of it, and there's no way around it.
Jeff, I saw a rumor out there today from a site called Stadium, which is probably a mom's basement source, but the premise of it actually felt pretty legit to me. And the gist of it was that the Broncos are going to move on from Jerry Jeudy and Courtland Sutton. What are your thoughts on that, and do you think that's realistic?
Again, I don't think that's any change from the end of the season or even what, Courtland's there's 3 receivers, Courtland Sutton, Jerry Jeudy, Tim Patrick, have 3 of the 9 highest cap figures on the team. And anybody with a top 9 cap figure for the Broncos is in play now. The minute they made the Russell Wilson move, if you have a high cap figure, you're in play. And that's just a fact, because the Broncos have to get under the cap. They got to deal with dead money, and they got to have a roster. So, yes, it's kind of the good rumor, but I don't see any change in that. I don't think I expected them to have all 3 of those guys back next year. I think Tim Patrick gets a reworked deal in some fashion. I don't think Courtland would redo his deal. That's Russell Wilson's best friend on the team.
Yeah.
And Jerry's been in play for a year and a half. And Marvin Mims plays Jerry's position. So, and Sean Payton said out loud at the Combine several times that Marvin Mims has to see more playing time next year, and that would come at Jerry's expense anyway. And again, he has a top 9 cap figure on the team. So I think they will see what they can get, and they need more draft picks.
Yeah, and I guess my argument in favor of it is you don't have quarterbacks. Why do you need high-paid wide receivers?
I mean, you got 3 of them. You don't just have one of them. You have 3 of the 9 highest cap figures on the Denver Broncos are wide receivers. And they haven't had one go to the Pro Bowl for 4 years. I mean, it's, the allotment of resources has to change. And again, it's going to be painful. There are going to be several players who are prominent names on this team who are either going to be given the choice, help us out with a contract, or via con Dios.
Give us a timeline, Jeff, because you mentioned a while ago, they have to get under the cap. That's going to be the first thing. We was talking about the end of the season, right? That Monday after the end of the season, Black Monday for coaches.
Right.
Wins, if you will. Do you think the Broncos Black Monday, when does that happen? When does that start?
Well, Scotty, in the off season, it's top 51 salaries in the off season. So they have to be under when free agency opens.
Right. And that's in 9 days, right?
13.
Yeah. So and they're
7.
roughly 13 over, 14 over, depending on what cap guy you talk to around the league. So they've got some work to do. And that's just to get under. That's not even to be able to add anybody. But I don't think they're going to be involved in this first wave of, during the legal tampering period. I don't think you're going to see much Denver Bronco action in the top tier of free agency. They're looking for very specific fits in the middle tier because that's all they can afford. And that is the first ramification of the Russell Wilson movement is you're not going to be able to see them be active for free agency names that are going to make you shoot the confetti cannons off.
Well, what players on the team now that are becoming free agents, Jeff, do you think are the most likely to be signed, if any?
I think they would have, unless the player wants to stay, they're going to be able to do better elsewhere. I think.
Wow, all gone. Anybody's a free agent. Gone. See you.
No, unless they want to stay. Look, I know everybody's wanted them to get rid of Russ. Well, welcome to the new day. Here it is. They can't sign players. They can't give out money. They can't do it. You're going to see a lot of 1-year prove-it deals or 2-year deals to middle-tier free agents because that's what they can do this year. If they would have waited a year, they could have participated for 1 or 2 guys in the opening period. Certainly not like last year. They weren't going to be able to do that no matter what. But this year, they're going to be shopping the middle-tier aisles, and it's going to have to be guys that fit very specifically what they do. Defensive tackles. Not sexy, but they're thin. Purcell's a free agent. They're not tendering Jonathan Harris. I mean, they need defensive tackles. I think that'll be at least one position you see them take a look at, and they'll go from there.
The Broncos are going to split Russell Wilson's salary cap hit over the next 2 years, but they do have the choice of whether they want to take the brunt of it now or later. And don't quote me on the numbers, but I believe it's 53 versus 39, give or take, somewhere in that ballpark. And I'm more or less in the camp that I'd rather see them take it this year because they're not going to be good. But is there a fair argument to be said they should actually push it down the road because the salary cap only goes up?
Yeah, Tyler, I think the benefit of taking the $50 million hit this year is that the COVID money is in this year's salary cap bump. This will be the biggest salary bump we may ever see for years and years and years because the COVID money went off the books. It wasn't just revenues increased. It was that the deferred money and early payments and all of those things that happened during COVID are all finished. So that was the other huge component in the jump this year that won't be there next year. So this jump is far bigger, and I think the Broncos roster will end up being younger this year slightly than next year. So I think they're leaning to taking the 50 this year, but they have not decided.
And you mentioned just a second ago, so this may be a bit redundant, of their own free agents, unless they really want to stay there, is there anybody you see them bringing back or be willing to come back at a team-friendly deal?
Well, I mean, Jewell signed a team-friendly deal last time, but I think he knows they're looking to replace him. So he may just decide to move on. Mike Purcell, obviously a hometown guy, said right when the season ended, yeah, it's a home. I'd love to stay. This is my hometown. But then he quickly added, but it's a business and I'm going to do what's best that way. So I think their free agents know the writing is on the proverbial check somewhere else.
Is J.J. McCarthy moving up to you, in your opinion, or is he just where he is? Because he is skyrocketing everywhere else.
I know you desperately want him to be really good, C-Mac, but he certainly ain't going to be there at 12.
He's not. No, he's not going to be there at 12. That is right. That is correct.
I think
so I'm losing that coffee bet.
He ain't going to be there at 12.
It's an overdraft. It's a huge overdraft, but that's how quarterbacks go in the draft. I mean, I've always said forever, there's a quarterback board and there's everybody else.
Who is your favorite of the second tier three? Penix, Nix, and McCarthy.
Well, if the medicals, and we're still not anywhere clear of knowing the truth there, but Penix has thrown the best when I've seen him. He easily had the best combine workout. Now, that's 1% of a draft evaluation on the quarterback. But he has the live arm of the second tier group. The throwing motion's a little funky, and there's a lot of snap in there, so that shoulder could have some issues later on. But he has the most live arm, and he's done pretty well when teams put him on the board in the combine and at the Senior Bowl. So, but the medicals are enormous for him. You're not even sure he's going to get through his rookie contract okay yet. It will depend on the medical staff.
Real fast, and just want to throw out a scenario to the intelligent man in this room, or in his kitchen anyway.
I'm glad you clarified.
Yeah, I had to clarify that. In the kitchen.
That's where I cook, Scotty.
For a second, I thought it was coming to me. I thought it was coming my way.
In all reality, would it be best if the Broncos could move down in the draft once, who knows, maybe twice, and acquire 2 or 3 more picks, including a lower first-round pick?
Let's go!
Would that be the best scenario for this team, considering all of its financials?
Oh, my God.
Well, of course, but I'll just say, and D-Mac will spin his chair around 10 times when I say this, but any quarterback you take at 12 will have a second-round grade at best. So if you're in the take the quarterback no matter what camp, because by God, I hope he's good.
Can't choose when you suck.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, then you'll leave 30 really good players for other people to take.
But he always leaves out the part that you can choose not to draft a sucky quarterback. You can't choose when you suck, but you can choose not to draft a sucky guy.
8 years down the same road.
Well, you can't. Well, they've taken the quarterback no matter what, and you don't seem to want to admit that ever.
Lynch doesn't count. Lynch, Tebow, not in the 20s. Listen, you're trying to get me to fight with Leggy. And we're up on the break, and I like Leggy. And you want me to be Nate Kreckman to Leggy, and I don't want to be Nate Kreckman to Leggy.
When Kansas City got Mahomes, didn't they spend a couple of years? Didn't Mahomes come into a team that's pretty good?
You said really quick, and now you want to go on and on and on.
I'd rather hear him fight.
I know. Go, Mahomes, go ahead.
How about build the team up and then get a quarterback?
Oh, my Lord.
The take the quarterback no matter what is a recipe for disaster. And it just is.
He's got a manifesto.
I love Leggy, and we're out of time.
You haven't read his manifesto?
I mean, the best way to do it is to trade down, and if enormous if there's a quarterback the organization loves, in theory you've traded down, got more picks, and you still get the quarterback you love, because that's where he's graded.
Jeff has literally thought I'm an idiot on this topic for the past 15 years. Just to be clear.
I literally could hear Jeff watching the sky fall.
There's 50 years of drafts where people took the quarterback no matter what, and it never works. It never works. And you still think they should have taken Justin Fields, and the guy is.
We gotta go. Forget the break. Forget the break. Let's go.
You're killing me.
Let's hash it out. Let's go.
I love you, Leggy. We gotta go. I gotta.
Commercials.
People pay money.
Take Justin Fields.
No, my God.
Moving on.
It would have been a better pick still, though.
Jeff Legwell's brought to you by BetSafe Colorado, the exclusive club for passionate gamers and bettors across the state. Bye, Jeff.
Bye, Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff.
Hope you find your dad.
Mac Jones, no matter what. Okay,
It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low T, listen, if it's a problem, maybe your sleep's not great, your energy levels stink, and your sex drive just ain't what it used to be, go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Well, first of all, just do this. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take the Low T quiz. 10 questions, yes or no, it takes 2 minutes. Schedule a consult, and then you go through this process. I've been through it. It's easy. It's not hard whatsoever. You get your results within 30 minutes with a Colorado licensed medical provider giving you all your options. And the appointment's $99. Not that much. It includes the medical consult, T and PSA test. And if you sign up for testosterone treatment, the day of your appointment, the visit's free, and away you go. So maybe get that sex drive back. Maybe get that flavor going with you. You know, guys lose 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every year. Happens gradually. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, 720-440-7900.
do I see a timeline that Landy could possibly play in the playoffs? Yeah. Yeah, I think there's a possibility that he could play in the playoffs. The reality of it is there's a possibility that he doesn't play in the playoffs, but we're hopeful that he's going to be able to get back.
Well, that's Bedsy on Gabe, but it was a morning show that did not get the scoop.
No, they did not. But they did have a fantastic chat with Bednar the day of all of this information.
So Bo Byram is gone, as is Ryan Johansson in a first-round pick. He goes to the Flyers for Sean Walker, defenseman, and the Flyers immediately, within 20 minutes, put Ryan Johansson on waivers.
Hey, we'll come right back to all that, but I did hear Bednar say something on the morning show that was interesting to me that I don't know if you know what it means. I don't know what it means.
All right.
Dynamite!
Dynamite. That's what he said. Something about push-ups and pushing through the earth. I'm not sure. Chuck Norris joke.
I got it.
Yeah. He was talking about Val and the return. And he said Val is he is cleared to skate. He is cleared to practice.
Yeah.
But he still has to be cleared through the protocol
Yeah.
to come back to the games.
Yeah.
So I'm not entirely sure what that means. He's talking about the player assistance protocol. That still has to clear him?
It's a really good question. I heard the same thing. And I was not aware of that there's a return to play protocol. I did not know
we didn't
that.
really discuss this with Sam. Like when he was back, it was just
it felt like he was. I think it really was.
Yeah, he was gone also. I think probably what it is, my assumption to the Players Association protocol, it's probably you now have to have X, Y, and Z in place so that there's no slippage. What do you do on the road? Who do you got here? Is there somebody? And Sam Girard's done it. I think Sam Girard's played way better than he was before he went into rehab. So,
well, you would think the team would have that covered. Like, if the
it
team
may
was
not be
not
on the
prepared
team.
for that.
Do you want the
That's a good
team to
question.
get your quote unquote therapist, for lack of a term, for that guy? Do you want it to be the team's guy, or do you want to have a guy that's approved by the Players Association?
No, I definitely want it independent.
Yeah.
Here is what Bednar said about that from earlier today. Go ahead, Dan.
I think he's there on that part of it. I mean, he's not perfect condition just yet, but in my opinion, he's good enough to play. He's feeling good. He's been on the ice long enough. I'd love to get him in, but we got to, there's a protocol that he has to go through and get cleared to play, et cetera. He's been cleared to practice and be with the team, and we're just waiting on like a final approval and then waiting on the right opportunity to put him in our lineup. And it's probably going to be. We're hopeful it's Friday, but we don't really have a timeline on it just yet.
Yeah, that was news to me because I do not remember that with Girard, nor have I ever heard of it. Period. So I don't know what all the rules are.
Well, I guess the real question becomes, like, what does that timeline look like?
Well, it seems a bit ambiguous, doesn't it?
Right. It doesn't feel like it's the next game. It doesn't feel like he's going to be out there right away. It feels like he's setting you up. Like, hey, we got a little runway here.
All right. Do the guys deserve that sort of privacy in this particular situation? Do we, as the public, fans, media, need to know all the specifics of the return to play protocol when you're in the substance abuse program? Or is it all right that it's vague and, it'll be what it'll be?
I'm totally fine with it being vague. Totally fine. I mean, on one essence, they're professional athletes that we don't have the same luxury of privacy that a normal citizen does, like, don't mean to say citizen, a normal human being. We don't really have that luxury, but then there are certain things when it just comes to family and struggles and whatever that I'm more or less okay with it. But I don't really see the beef with asking for definition of the protocol itself, because the protocol isn't asking for, like, how's Val doing?
But this gives me the impression that there's different protocols based on the variety of violations could have got you there in the first place. And we really don't know specifically why Val was there in the first place, right, Scott? So,
well, we got a couple of people that texted in the same date that they said that Sam was 10 days back of practice before he got to the game.
Okay, so maybe it just didn't feel like that to us, and maybe it is the same.
Well,
so he'll be back
here.
You
from
looking it up?
Sporting News. The Player Assistance Program was created to assist players and their families in dealing with mental health, substance abuse, and other issues. The program gives players access to a phone line, confidential phone line, and counselors are available in every league city. So you probably got to make sure all that's all set up as well. No set time a player must spend in the program. Players continue to be paid while they step away from hockey and focus on themselves. No one can leave the program until they have been cleared by those running it. So what it assumes to me is once you do get in, you have to be cleared. Everybody have to be. And once again, some might assume, and some people have said, this is his second time in the assistance program.
Right.
So there's probably a lot of people running the program said, no, we're going to make sure, there might be some testings going on. There might be counselors that they're talking to, and they want to make it stick, which I would hope by going into the program.
There might be an outpatient
he wants it to
phase
stick
to
it
as
also.
well.
Yeah.
Initially, I thought it was just like hockey, like skating and stuff. And now I'm like, oh, it's not got nothing to do with that. It's something else. Listen, he'll be back soon enough. I mean, he'll be back. It'll work itself out. They got the Red Wings tonight. They got the Wild Friday. They got 4 days off. They got actually kind of a big break, and then they go on a 4-game road trip. So they have an unusual sort of like, we got some time, maybe 3 days. We got that. But anyways, they got time off.
Yeah.
So one way or the other.
And you could be adding the two guys you traded for, Dan and Nichushkin, be like an influx of 3 dudes with
Sure.
emotionally high energy and charged for this last 17, 18 games to make it go for a cup run.
I think the Avs are done with skaters. Backup goalie, I'm shrugging my shoulders a little bit. I think that was an up in the air sort of thing.
I mean, I know it was the Blackhawks, but I feel like he's solidified that job. I mean,
It feels like
goodness, what more could he have done his last few appearances?
Well, nothing. It's literally nothing. He had 2 shutouts in a row. He could do nothing better. But you have to understand what's going on with Prosvetov with the Eagles. He's been on fire too. Now, he had a little bit more of a sketchy time with the Avs, but he's been like the best goalie in the minors for the past, 3 weeks as well. So is that enough?
Isn't that kind of like saying you're the player of the month in the G League?
It is, but you still had to make a basket, didn't you, Hunter Tyson? Yeah. You did something, didn't you?
Gillespie was averaging like a triple-double.
Oh, Gillespie was a superstar there. Gillespie was unbelievable. He was a G League All-Star.
Yeah.
How about that moment at the Nuggets game when they wanted to recognize the guys going to the All-Star games, and it was like the average Joes, Colin Gillespie, and Nikola Jokic, as if it's all on the same, like, the average Joes got hype.
Nice.
Like, Jamal had to sit there and look at the average Joes and Colin Gillespie get their flowers. And
The dance team?
The dance team.
Who went?
Kyle Speller, too, who we love.
Is your dude still on that?
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
He is.
He's like the guy.
Big
really?
mass.
Oh, yeah.
Big sexy?
Tell me he's not the most prominent of all the average Joes.
Oh, yeah. He shows
he's
out.
the guy
right.
of the average. Some of those guys I don't even think should be on the average Joes.
It's not so average?
They look kind of like they look like marathon runners.
Below average?
They're too.
Well, what they don't say, I didn't think it mean they had to be big.
I know.
I think it was
You
more
just
in
wanna
terms
laugh
of
at
their
fat
dancing
guys.
ability.
I know, but I just
See,
think
here's
they should
this
be
is so
fat
typical
guys.
D-Mac. This
Or
is so
old
typical
guys.
D-Mac.
Yeah.
He gets on soda. He's talking about it left and right, and now all of a sudden he's judgmental of who he was 2 months ago.
What if they asked you to perform?
Well, I wouldn't qualify now.
No, that's your own qualification. You think fat guys? Aren't
I
you
saw
just
you
an
with your
average
shirt off the
Joe?
other day.
Hey. Listen, I could firm up a little bit. I get it, but
Are you just? You know what he told me last night? He looked at me and he looked at me. I'm a little worried about you. Told me last night.
You're such a
I believe it.
I can't say what really happened, but you're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. Okay. Hey, I got it. Scotty's Revenge. Let's Football Goes coming up next.
Don't put an S in there.
Hey, what's up, guys? Tyler here for my friends at Revitalized Health. I've been working with them for 7 years. You don't keep going back to the same spot for 7 years unless they made a huge difference in your life. Guys, they're going to help you look better, feel better, sleep better than you have in a long, long time. And I'll keep it honest. I had a hard time with my sleep after I retired, and my body does not respond the way that it once did in the weight room. So I hooked up with Revitalize Health, and I'm feeling like a young man again. They can help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. You can find them online at revitalize-health.com.
And you're playing that for Let's Football Go?
Oh, man. Oh, those are some legitimate weird noises that I made right there. Thank you, MountHighAppliance.com, Colorado's most complete local appliance store. Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, Glenwood Springs. All right, Dan.
Let's be honest. I sweatpanted you on that comment, didn't I?
You got me. Go, Dan Bud Tanner, go.
Let football go.
All right, Carl Mecklenburg can't let the Russell Wilson stuff go. He tweeted this out yesterday, fellas. Quote, Russell Wilson isn't a leader. The foolishness that went on in his first year at Denver with a private coach, his own office at the facility, and family at training camp when other players didn't have those privileges proved his self-centeredness. And he also adds a picture to this with Russell Wilson. You got the orange and blue Denver sky backdrop that says, got cut.
Yeah.
That's from Carl Mecklenburg.
I mean, it's all facts. Russ is not a leader. He never has been a leader. There's always been a separation between him and the other stars on his team, no matter what team he is on. It is all facts, but I got to tell you, that shocked me to see that coming out of Carl. Shocked me. Carl is he doesn't take shots at people, and he's very complimentary in nature. It just caught me way off guard. I guess that's all I could say.
Carl is very involved with a lot of Bronco stuff. If you follow Twitter,
he's
Facebook,
Mr. Alumni.
Yes,
Yeah.
and they're donating bicycles here and speaking there, and so I'm going to guess that Carl's hearing from other people too. It's a guess on my part that the relationship with the Broncos and Russ has been bad for quite a while, and that's why you heard Brandon Marshall go Psh, when Russell Wilson said he wanted to be back with the Broncos. Psh. When you get psh, you know that.
Do that at home with the wife, and what are you going to get?
Oh, it's not going to go well. I mean, I wish it was 100 years ago. All right, next up, Dan Montana.
All right, let's go to Chris Sims. He tweeted out his top 6 quarterbacks in this year's draft.
Yeah.
He said these rankings are based on film. Okay, so here's Chris Sims, 2024 NFL draft rankings.
Failed quarterback Chris Sims, that guy?
Former Broncos quarterback.
Played a lot, don't they? Hey,
Former
played at
failed.
University of Texas. Dad was a quarterback, professional quarterback.
Hold
done
on.
nothing
My
but
teammate, by the way. My
Yes.
teammate.
Biggest Texas loss in a Big 12 championship ever. Quarterback.
Hey, man, there is there. There. Oh, did he beat you? Was he?
No.
No.
You
that
went
was
in and
Vince.
killed Texas.
Oh, all right. Okay.
Yeah, that was Vince.
Okay. Anyways, he's qualified to talk about quarterbacks.
Everybody's qualified. It's America.
He's a little bit more qualified
But
than
he
other
was still
people.
a failed professional quarterback.
All right. Well, there's that. His spleen's
So,
better.
His rankings,
Go ahead.
which we totally respect.
So he's got 4 tiers. Tier 1, a class of his own, he puts Caleb Williams. That's
Agreed.
tier 1.
Agreed.
Red flags, but go ahead.
Tier 2, number 1 is
Hold on,
other
hold on.
years.
Red flags that's a dangerous word because red flags to me implies off the field stuff. But so I
can detail the red flags if you want me to.
Well, I know what you're going to feel free, and that's fine.
And it wasn't going to be off the field
Just
stuff.
to me. Oh, I know, but to me, red flag feels like off the field stuff.
Well, I'd say a red flag is not releasing his medicals to teams at the combine. First
Or is
players,
that just smart? Is that genius, knowing he's got no reason to give his medicals to teams that he will not be on?
well, he's quite the trailblazer.
Yeah.
To
So
me-
is Christian McCaffrey.
Okay, to me, it's a red flag to me. Well, what are we talking about here? What else have we got here, Dan?
Okay, so Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
Tier 2, the tier is number 1 in other draft years. He has Jaden Daniels. That's tier 2. Tier 3, franchise starting quarterbacks. Bo Nix, Michael Penix Jr., J.J. McCarthy.
In that order.
Nix
In
is
that
for-
order.
Okay.
In that order. Nix, Penix, McCarthy. The final tier, tier 4.
There's somebody below them. Yeah.
Talented project.
Oh, you didn't mention somebody.
Number 6,
Tulane
Drake
dude.
May.
Drake May.
Oh, Drake.
Oh,
Oh,
that's
I
his
forgot
top
about
6.
Drake.
So he's dumping on Drake
So,
May.
Chris does this almost every single year. He comes out with a very controversial list. I can't remember who it was a couple years back, but he put somebody number 1 that was like number 5 in everybody else's opinion.
Mm-hmm.
To see Drake May that far down, that I wouldn't agree with that. But I do agree with everything else in that list in terms of I I think it's. Oh no, I'd put Penix. I'd put Penix before Nix.
You know, I don't really know Drake May that great, to be honest with you. I haven't watched enough North Carolina football.
He's got inconsistencies in his throwing motion. He's got
Mitchell
inconsistencies in the throws themselves.
Yeah.
And his footwork in particular.
And ACC football, you
But
know,
the
I
dude
do
just balled.
I do watch a lot of ACC football because of Syracuse, but
What?
I do watch a lot of ACC
You watch
football.
Syracuse football?
I watch it every weekend.
What?
I record it and I watch it.
Okay.
We go out to bars with my wife, and
That's cute.
well, we met in Syracuse.
Oh,
Really, seriously.
So,
There's
real
no.
fast.
Hey, hold on. This is what pisses me off. I got a little rant here.
Here we go.
That people from Colorado that went to CU think that they're the only school that like matters to watch college football.
I'm sorry. Do you have Shador?
You
Do you have a prime
people,
weekend
you
coming
got
up for your
to
spring
realize
game?
college football is special equally to everybody who went to whatever college they went to if they like their football team. You don't get to care more about CU than I do about Syracuse, or Syracuse isn't less important.
Sure it is.
Okay.
Syracuse hard to find?
There's always lesser thans.
Syracuse is annoying to find, but it's easy on the New York Straight Thruway, Expressway. You go right.
Dion's not hard to find.
You know what?
Who's your coach?
Listen, they fired him. It used to be Dino Favors. They got some new guy now. I actually don't know who the coach is right now. They really did just fire Dino Favors. I'm not quite sure. I think Boeheim's coaching. Nope, he's not. He's not even coaching.
No, he's done too.
He's done too.
You know what? I watched so many first halves of Arkansas games this year,
Let's next story, Dan.
but they're out of the game by halftime.
Well, I did want to just mention
Peyton Hillis
something here real
forever.
quick.
Yes.
So with Drake May, according to Chris Sims, his tier 4 talented project, if for whatever reason he was to fall to the Broncos, and he is a project, as Chris Sims is saying, are you guys okay with a project quarterback coming in here versus a guy more like Michael Penix or a JJ who might be a little bit more pro-ready? You okay waiting for a year or two?
I'm fine. Listen, make your minds up. Penner, Peyton. Just pull the trigger and let's go. Boy, Hemmen and Hahn waiting for the perfect opportunity and realizing, oh my God. And if I hear anybody else talk about trading back to get a quarterback, I'm gonna be angry. I already am angry. I'm an angry little guy. I mean, it's the most preposterous thing of all time. Start Hemmen and Hahn. Start hedging your bets. Pull the damn trigger. And if it doesn't work out, do it again. Oh my God. We've been so burned by this Paxton Lynch, Tim Tebow crap. It's over. It's time. Period. Am I okay with it? Damn right. Get it done. Sorry, you guys. Are you guys still here?
I wasn't gonna follow that up with anything. So
Yeah, sometimes you gotta let the mic drop. I'm not gonna catch it. Well, you want us to dive and catch that mic?
Please. I said what needed to be said.
Well, we're going to hear somebody else talk about.
still here.
That's going to make DMAC angry because.
Here we go. Oh my gosh. Let's go.
Hey, this would be a Denver
Scott,
radio record.
Scott.
3 rants in one segment.
Scott, you got to go take a leak.
No, go ahead. I'm not
Here's
talking.
Nick Cosmider. He was on with Dempsey and Co. this morning on drafting for need instead of a quarterback. Nick Cosmider gave his reasoning as to why he believes that's the right move.
The easy, absolute best argument to be made is that you don't have enough good players on your roster right now. You need more top-end blue chip talents on your roster. And this is a thing that I've tried to, when I try to explain this in visual terms to people about like where Denver's roster stands. Let's say you take every player in the AFC West and you pour them onto a table, right? You pour a card with their name on it onto a table, and now you pick 4 people to draft teams out of that pile of players. How long until the first Denver Broncos player gets selected? It's going to be Pat Surtain. Is he 6th? Is he 7th? Now, how long until the next Broncos player, whoever that is, Justin Simmons, whoever it might be, how long until they're picked? And go on and on. There's big gaps between where the Broncos players in that exercise would be selected relative to the other players in this division.
5 feet away from the mic.
I'm going. Go ahead.
I kind of 100% agree.
That's good. Yeah.
Well, what a job. Great. Good job, Dick.
Nick, that's good.
Listen, I had someone tell me, you get Mahomes, You set him out for a year. You let Alex Smith be a great bridge. They credit Alex Smith. Hell, they traded him, and then he gets a ring even though he played for somebody else. That's how much he meant to the team. But let's be honest. He went to a team that was pretty good. I mean, they had talent on that team, and so now you let Mahomes become Mahomes. How about we get the talent here, and then whoever that guy's going to be, let him be that guy?
Well, slight differences there. I mean, it would take the Broncos 5 years to get to that level of talent.
Not if you trade down and get a whole bunch of picks this year. Might take 2 or 3.
Maybe, but you're not getting any big names. I mean, you could get some solid foundational players, sure.
So you trade this year, they trade down, you get a whole bunch of things. You're going to win about 3 games next year, so you're going to get the first or second pick in the second round, first or second pick. Now all of a sudden you can get some talent.
You know, I've actually changed my mind. I changed my mind on the whether I want the Broncos to take the brunt of the salary cap with Russ this year or next year. I thought I wanted them to take it this year and just eat it right now, start cutting everybody left and right, and you still need to cut everybody. But I think I would rather push it back now. I mean, the salary cap never goes down. It doesn't. And it's just going to become more and more feasible to actually absorb it.
No. Do it this year. Be suckable and get the first or second pick in the draft.
D-Mac?
And you can get Shedeur.
Oh, my Lord.
Go on.
Oh, my God.
Go on.
What time is the bus coming? I mean, what intersection? Just point me in that direction. Just, what's draft night going to be like? What is draft night going to be like?
What do you mean?
Here's what's going to happen.
Pizza and soda?
I've actually been through this before. You're going to inherently root against me. And so you're not going to want the Broncos to draft a quarterback. And that's what happened with 400 people screaming.
When people get as annoying as you are,
screaming
these
chub,
things
chub,
happen.
chub in my face.
Yeah, these are the things that happen.
Whoa.
I'm not changing.
When you refuse to back down,
I'm not
from
changing.
an
I won't back
idiotic
down.
take,
Tom Petty.
like
I
the
won't back
Broncos,
down.
knowing hindsight, with hindsight 2020, they still should have selected Justin Fields, and you won't back down from that.
We'll never back down.
I start rooting against you.
No, we'll never back down. Oh my God, I almost lost it when Leggy said that earlier today.
Because you're out of your damn mind.
He did dig up the past.
Oh my
Out
God.
of your dang mind.
It's so crazy.
Your favorite phrase
Dude,
is
all
you
right.
can't choose when you suck.
That's, well.
In other words.
That's several, but
In
yes.
other words, just because you suck, you should
learned
select
that
a
from
sucky
Mama.
quarterback.
You know what it cracks me up about people?
Who? Jeff?
Yeah.
Cosweider, Jeff.
Just say Jeff.
Yeah, it's like.
Start over and just say
What do you
Jeff.
think? Do you think the sample size of what's happening next year, you think it's any better than it is this year? Also, I love how people say, oh, if you make a mistake, it'll set you back. What the has been going on here for the past 8 years? Really? I mean, at what point do you seriously have nothing else to lose?
Why do you simplify it like that?
Simple.
It's not that simple.
It is.
You employ a scouting department to make a judgment, to give you an evaluation on whether a player is going to be good or not. And just because you don't have a good player on the team doesn't mean you roll the dice on a dude that your scouting department has said is not good. If your scouts told you Justin Fields is not good, if your GM says he's not good, you don't take him just to roll the dice.
You know what's tough? I'll give you something that's tough. Finding
somebody that agrees with you.
Finding a player in Sombor, Serbia that nobody really thinks much of.
Oh, because that was the plan.
Well, you think that's easy to find a dude in Serbia that we should roll the dice with? You know what's easy?
Well, by your logic, you would say the Nuggets messed up the Jokic pick.
You know what's hard? Finding a hockey player in Slovakia or Estonia, a shortstop who's 15 years old in El Salvador or the Dominican who's the future. You know what easy is? Look at the top 5 guys in college football and picking one of them.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to decide
That's
if you think
easy
they
to
suck.
do.
It's pretty easy to decide if you think they suck.
And nobody overanalyzes and overthinks things more than scouts in the NFL. They're, as a group, a bunch of idiots. And we're looking at footwork and hip swivels and pivot points. There's 5 guys, maybe 6. Pick one of them. It's not that difficult. And we make it, I wasn't even going to say anything. And now.
3. That's a new world. Can we get celebration music? Right
Yeah,
here to-
yeah.
You know,
What do you got next, Dan?
Is there another story?
please be 4.
Yeah,
World
let's
record.
go. Come on.
World record. Could be world record.
It doesn't have another story. Are we done?
Well, I mean, after that, it's kind of stupid. Peyton Manning's Omaha Productions has begun pursuing
I
a
read
role
an
for Bill
article.
This is
Belichick
great.
and
If
Nick
I
Saban.
hear
Oh,
Bill
this isn't
Belichick
stupid. This
doing
isn't stupid.
TV,
This-
it's the dumbest. No, I could just, What's he doing?
Take your money and run actually said he would never watch that because of the way Bill Belichick treated the media when he was a coach. He will never watch it.
Well, that's stupid. Bill Belichick is one of these weird guys who actually has a pretty engaging personality. He's just been a jerk to the media over the years. But there's a difference.
So they want to make a Manning cast for those two guys, right?
Like
And-
they talk about like Belichick and Saban.
That would be
Right.
amazing.
Right.
Of course.
Tell me you wouldn't watch that.
Of course,
Heck yeah,
of course I
watch
would.
it.
It'd be amazing. It'd be incredible.
Do it like for like Thursday night football.
I would. You know what? I don't know if they could do it, but it would be awesome to see him do it for college and
Syracuse should have never fired Boeheim.
it's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's Z-Mac for AAA Home Improvements. All right, if you've been thinking about remodeling your home or adding living space but don't know where to start, AAA Home Improvements. They are the premier design and build contractor in the metro. They've helped hundreds of families transform their homes from tired and dated to beautiful and modern. I mean, they are incredible. Here is Kathy in Arvada. We used AAA for 3 projects and have been delighted each time. Bob was thoughtful in his designs and was able to work with our budget. JT, Bill, and Carlos worked around our schedule. 2 rowdy dogs and small additions to the scope of the project. Good quality construction at a fair price. Toby's team couldn't be any nicer. That's my guy, Toby Hurdle. Listen, their schedule does fill up quickly, but reviews like this are commonplace. Make that dream a reality. Call today for a free, no-obligation estimate on your dream renovation. AAAHomeImprovements.com. One more time. AAAHomeImprovements.com. Quality at a fair price. All right, well, interesting show today. Thanks to our friends at Revitalize Health. Visit them at revitalize-health.com. We'll see you down at the rink tonight for the Avs and the Red Wings pregame here at 7 o'clock.
TNT game.
It's a TNT game.
I love the TNT studio
Oh,
shows.
yeah. What'd Connor say? 7:52 actually, puck drop? You love the TNT what? The guys?
I love all the
Oh, it's phenomenal.
Basketball and NHL. I love their pre-post and
You know what I like
You know,
about
who was a dud, and I know it wasn't TNT, but Gretzky. He was a dud, I thought.
Who's that?
Gretzky.
Oh, yeah.
But
He's,
the cool thing is the guys
Still
would
Gretzky, though.
bust his chops once in a while. But when he did speak, the knowledge that came out was crazy. But there was no entertainment value
But
to
people want
his speaking.
entertainment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
Did you-
Biz is
Biz is the best.
phenomenal.
Biz is absolutely the best. Did I tell you I sat in a CVS with Wayne Gretzky behind me in Edmonton?
So you like Biz, but you don't like Pat McAfee.
Oh, I think Biz is way better than Pat McAfee.
Yeah.
I don't think it's even close, actually.
Yes, I do know your story, but tell it because it's a good story.
During the Western Conference Finals, there was a rule in Canada. You had to have a COVID test within 24 hours of your flight, and there were very few places to actually get this done. Rules did not change. Didn't matter who you were. There was a CVS near the arena. It just literally everybody was basically going there, and you had to do it within 24 hours. And because of morning skates, games, everything was kind of for everybody in the media same time. You had to make an appointment too. I ended up making an appointment, and as I'm waiting for my results, Wayne Gretzky pulled up behind me to get a COVID test. And I sat there with Biz and Wayne Gretzky for about 10 minutes while Wayne waited for his results for his COVID
Now,
test.
Did you talk at all?
That's the question. Did you actually join in the conversation?
I talked to Biz, complimentary. Hey, man, the pot. I was really into everything he was doing, spitting chiclets, the whole thing.
So you saw Biz as the easier in, right? And so you decided you were gonna
Loved your
start
wife
with
and
Biz
the
because he's
Flamingo kid.
friendly, and then you're hoping that Gretzky jumps in after that.
No, because I'm not. I really like Biz, or I wouldn't have said a word, period, but I respect him and like him. I don't know Gretzky. It sounds ridiculous. But, like, I just figure he gets bothered so much. And it's a little bit like, you realize, like, 300 yards down the street, this is Edmonton, there's a statue of this guy.
Right.
A statue. And he's behind me at the CVS getting a swab up his nose.
And you didn't offer that he could take your spot.
You couldn't do it. There was this COVID stuff is like, dude, it is what it is.
That is pretty freaking funny. Just the idea of Michael Jordan being
Yes,
at CVS,
yes.
getting a COVID shot right behind you, waiting in line.
I got a
Yes.
great in you could have had with Wayne.
Okay, what?
Wayne, D-Mac, blah, blah, blah.
He's got his hat pulled
Yeah.
down. He's wearing. He's
He's trying to be
sunglasses.
But
unrecognized.
you can't. It's Canada, Edmonton, Wayne Gretzky. I mean,
Yeah.
okay. Anyways,
But you go, hey, Wayne, I loved your wife in the Flamingo Kid.
what if I just went to Wayne? Hey, Wayne, your daughter. Boom.
Paulina.
Whoa.
Man.
Woo.
Oh, the Flamingo Kid.
No, I know. I get it. Shaq. What is this, Dan? Shaq on TNT last night?
Yeah, he's
All right.
picking the Nuggets to repeat and doesn't remember Joker's name apparently.
All right. So the game here is this shtick or is this for real? All right. Let's play a little game. Shtick or for real?
I mean, of course. I mean, yes.
Oh, wait a second. Shaq. Where is it?
That was Jokovic.
Got it.
The Celtics or the field to win the championship? Who would you take right
did this in the group chat.
We did do
that.
Who's in the field? Here is the rest of the Eastern Conference. They have an 8-game lead on the other 29 teams in the NBA.
I'm going with the field.
Okay.
Who is there somebody stands out, Shaq, that you like more? Yeah, the best big man in the league. Djokovic. Nobody.
Djokovic.
Whatever his name is. Jokic. Oh, I thought it was Jokic.
Djokovic plays tennis.
Come on, Shaq.
Come on,
You knew it
Shaq.
wasn't
You can't
Joker.
have
Both Serbians.
You knew this.
Just say Joker to keep it simple.
knew this.
Yeah, they're both Joker.
Keep it clean. Just say Joker.
Don't do
The
that.
Joker that plays tennis is
It's not
Djokovic.
Djokovic. And he acted shocked to hear know his name.
This whole
you're right.
time.
You're right.
Exactly.
No, listen. The way they're playing, especially like when they're definitely locked in,
We will see them later tonight.
I don't see anybody beating them in a 7-game series. Because one, they have the blueprint, but Boston has a copy of the blueprint. They really haven't matched it yet. Denver has the blueprint. So, when you talk about the field, we all know this. When you're playing and you're on a good team, we want to have one of those 4 spots. Like, sometimes you can get out and, be like Boston and, just have such a lead that, you keep the first spot. But listen, Milwaukee's comfortable, Cleveland's comfortable, the Knicks are comfortable, Sixers, and Orlando's coming up. So you want to have one of those 4 spots. But to answer your question, I'm going with the field. And my favorite team in that field
is the Denver Nuggets.
Denver beat Boston at home.
Okay, that's cool.
It's going to be a fun game, man.
Is it shtick or not?
Shtick. I think the first time he accidentally did it. Like, it wasn't intentional, but it wasn't that he didn't know his name. He just got his tongue twisted. And then it was a shtick.
Then it becomes a stick. Yeah.
Nobody knows that game better than Scott.
So it's okay. Is that what it is? A mistake than shtick?
Well, you just saw Jokovic and Jokic together
Yes.
2 days ago, right?
Yes.
It wasn't like a disrespectful thing. He just got his tongue twisted. Like, it's not that he didn't know his name.
It's too funny. Last night was kind of funny with Jokic. Last night sucked, by the way. We haven't really talked about the game.
Should I buy a couple tickets for me and my son?
For tomorrow night?
Yeah.
Hell yes.
Yeah.
Hell, it's the game of the year.
Yeah. I should do that.
It's the game of the year.
I mean, but since I'm putting it out there, if anybody's got any free ones you want to toss by me, I'd be happy to take them. I think that's illegal, so I can't technically just pretend I didn't say that.
You should go.
But yeah.
Why isn't it the game of the year?
This is not the postseason.
Because the Suns was the game of the year.
So far, to this point. Last night, all right, why isn't it the game of the to this point?
It's a big game. It's two of the best teams in
It's
basketball.
the best game of the year. It's the best game of the home schedule so far.
So far, probably. Yeah.
Okay, that's all I was saying.
You said of the year.
I didn't say no.
I got you go from the year to the schedule.
Stop it.
I'm not getting a time machine and going
Is this
forward.
game bigger tonight or tomorrow night bigger than the first game of the playoffs?
He's going to prove his point.
No.
Now he's going to prove his point.
No, it's
It's a
not.
big game.
Regular season.
Maybe.
Big regular season game. Monster.
Okay.
All the eyes of the country will be on it.
All right.
That's what you wanted?
That's all I wanted. Dopey,
Hey,
Massachusetts.
you got like 12 tickets in the box the other night. You think I could go ask for a couple to this thing?
If they're playing the worst team in the NBA, I think they'll be, as I saw Chicago Blackhawks play. So, Tyler, yes, if they were playing Detroit or Washington, I bet you could wallpaper your bedroom with sweet tickets.
Okay.
I can't speak on what's happening with the best game of the year against the best team record-wise in the NBA.
You know what? Actually, would you just go ask for me and say they're for you?
No. Here is Jokic.
Would that work, Scott?
Give you a better chance.
Yeah, well, that could be true. Here is Jokic being asked by our guy BK. I gotta give BK a little bit of love about LeBron saying nice things about him.
We love all our listeners.
And I got a no dumb question. You just remind me of.
All right, should I
play this
first?
and then I'll do the no dumb question.
So this is about getting praise from other good players.
I mean, of course. I mean, yes, but they need to say something nice, of course, and they're not going to talk. I mean,
that's freaking hilarious. That's as cocky as you'll ever hear Nikola Jokic.
Of course, they said something nice. I'm not going to talk.
What are they going to say? Something bad?
They're not going to talk trash about guys. Yeah, that's a good point. So, no dumb question.
I dare you to call me bad at basketball.
He's great. He's
no
the
dumb
best.
question.
Yeah.
Say we're all married. All of our wives play golf or tennis or golf or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And you're kind of buddies with your buddies with a guy. Is it okay for that guy to text your wife and say, "Hey, I got a tea time at 10 o'clock tomorrow. You want to come play?" Or is that a little strange?
Super strange.
Okay. Shout out to BK.
Wow.
Scott,
Really?
we appreciate all of our listeners.
Absolutely. I love him to death. Good friend. But I told the wife, I said, that's a little strange.
Wait a second. Stop. Let me
that
back
bad?
this truck back. Who texted who?
Yeah, him, her.
To your wife?
Yeah.
To play golf?
What?
Yeah.
What?
He
Stop it.
texted
BK
your wife
texted the warden.
Yeah.
to play golf.
Yeah.
Without you?
Yeah. I got a radio show.
Stop. No way. That did not happen. He had to have texted her and said like a couples thing. Like not even that wouldn't be okay. Even that would not be okay. But it had to been like, hey, you want to go out.
I got a foursome at this place. Blah, blah, blah. Would you be interested in playing?
Without you?
Yeah, I got a radio show.
Are you sure you appreciate all our listeners?
Oh, yeah. I don't agree with
We
all
have an emergency, no dumb question or comment from Vic Lombardi for you as we walk out the door here. Dan, what do you got?
Vic texted me and said, I have a question for Hastings. Ask him what he thinks about an NBA fast break that ends up with a pull-up three-point attempt.
No. If it goes in, there's no such thing as a bad shot if it goes in.
I'm with Vic. Just go give me 2 points. Just go give me the gimme.
I'd rather have the layup also if it's a sure thing. And if you pull out and shoot a three, then you better make it, in my opinion.
It's been fun hanging out with you guys.
KCP had a good big one last night. Went from down 2 to up
What if you have
1.
What if you have a 12-year-old kid that drains it every single time he does it, but you don't want him to learn?
Here's what I was thinking the other day when you brought this story up in the break. He's got a dad at home telling him not to listen to you. I'm just telling you.
Oh, that ain't no doubt about that. It's PhD.
I'm just telling you.
Nate and Andy coming up next.
You want to throw another one?
Oh,
Just a little interesting time to throw it out there.
I think Mikko Rantanen has not been the same guy since the Cup run.
Oh, now you're just trying to get them all to yell at you.
Dude, he had over 100 points last year.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Right back, though, is McCarr down the right side. Little shake and bake, far post pass, and that was deflected away. Skinner back to even strength to 2-on-1. Middlestat with Benson. Got 3 on the rush. He scores! Casey Middlestat! Play it to the high slot. Great play by Middlestat. Skinner now has it back. Alex Tuck is with him. Skinner holds it. Protects the puck on the near wall. Off the bench. Power for Dahlin to the middle. Rasmus Dahlin! What a pass! What a goal by Casey Middlestat! That was magic!
Joki Harju battling along the boards. Slap away at it on the wall. It's taken back by Joki Harju. He got it across ice. Doesn't shot right under the score! Casey at the back. Casey Middlestat hammers it home, and Buffalo wins it in overtime.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
It's two guys in blue flannels. Everybody, get excited about it.
Not even that cold today. How'd this happen?
Just two white dorks, everybody. We're with you until 6. We got a lot to do.
Is that the podcast?
On this radio show.
On our podcast?
Podcast, live show, Twitch feed, all of it. It's all
daily lives.
It's all right there, everyone. Hey, we got some hot hockey highlights in the Open today, Andy. It was a double trade day. Yes, the Avalanche and Chris McFarland working the old phones. Ryan Johansson, peace out, Brosiv. They acquire defenseman Sean Walker from the Philadelphia Flyers. And then, well, what are they doing going to get a defenseman? Well, the reason was because they were going to ship Bowen Byram out of town. Bo Byram to the Buffalo Sabres for the services of second-line center. A nice 2C, Andy. Casey Middlestad. Casey Middlestad is now a part of the Colorado Avalanche. They get the depth forward that they needed, legit top 6 forward that they needed, and they trade away from a position of strength, the very robust blue line of the team. However, Sean Walker is now here. Andy, you're Mr. Avalanche Country, or what are you guys?
Sure, let's roll with that.
Yeah, Avalanche Country. Let's ride. Andy,
no, never again. Never again. Never again.
That's all I'm going to hear.
Ain't nobody riding unless it's an Uber pickup. All right? We're done.
I'm going to have to say
that's out of our lives.
Every time I say it for the rest of my life
I'm going to count every time you say it, and then I'm going to send you his Instagram post that you love so much to match the number of times you say it. How about that trade? Anyway, yes.
Hashtag dad time.
Yes.
Is Russ on some dad time today?
Yes. So,
so yeah, they made a couple of trades here today. What do you think? You fired up?
Well,
let's ride.
Hey, I'll tell you what. Stick around at 3:45.
Okay.
I went to my guy Jason Greger. I've known him forever. He's in Edmonton, hockey insider.
Very Canadian.
Wait till you hear the interview. He's a full Canadian today.
He's more Canadian than maple syrup.
Dude, yes. He is the maple leaf.
Yes.
All right? So, yeah, he gets very Canadian on this thing. He'll give you another opinion about this. But I will warn everybody, he loves Bo Byram.
Yeah.
So I'll give you a little bit of the temperature of the trade. I'm bummed Byram's gone. I get it. I do get it, but I loved Bo. I did. He was our guy. I think we had him on more than any other Avs
friend of
on
the
this
show
since we got here.
He was our bro.
So I'm wishing him luck. But yeah, look, I like the Ford. A little bit of we'll see. You know what? This year's kind of been a we'll see. Did I hear right? Somebody was telling me, is Johansson released already out of Philly?
Yep.
Did they release him
Gone.
already? Like that move did not work.
They didn't want him.
Nobody wanted him, apparently.
The Avs didn't want him. Nobody wanted
The
him.
Avs wanted the money back.
The NHL doesn't really want him.
Here's a good job by the Avs, though. It's not $85 million left on their cap, so you got that going.
They
for
do
you.
have that going for
You got that working. No, you know what?
Well, the good news is that 85 is the entire cap in that sport, so it's good. All is well.
The Aaron Rodgers. No, I'm excited to see what this all looks like. I'm excited for Val to get back. I guess Jared Bednar letting us in that maybe the Players Association hasn't quite green-lighted the move yet. So as soon as that happens,
yeah.
Look, I think the trade deadline in the NHL, because I do love the Avs, I think it's always fun. I think it's fun to see what the new parts and pieces look like. You got Zach Parise here that's been, I think, a very pleasant surprise. You know when I knew the Johansson thing was probably not long for the world? When Parise showed up after 18 months off and 5 years older or whatever and was skating faster than him. I'm like, ooh, that doesn't make that look very good. But yeah, let's see. Let's go. Now, there's also one move that Jason Gregor goes into at 345 that he still thinks the Avs need to make.
So I'm hockey stupid. We know that. But this is my read on this situation.
Can I call you hockey ignorant? You're smart at anything you try to be smart at. I just don't think you're trying hard enough. How about that?
Fair enough.
Fair description?
It's very generous of you. I'll take it. Okay, so potato. But
Sure,
either way.
sure.
Okay? The Vic Fangio and Nathaniel Hackett drops exist on our show for a reason.
I'm not going to lie. I don't know that much about hockey.
So this is my read on this situation. Chris McFarland knows that he's in a cup window.
Oh, yes.
I mean, he is knee deep in cup window at the moment right here. All right? He has got the best forward in the world. He has got the best defenseman in the world. He's going for it. He's got a goaltender that not the best in the NHL, but he can play at a pretty damn high level. He's loaded up on his blue line, and he knows that his forward depth has sucked. Okay, like he's very well aware of what the problem has been, and that was the thing that going into the deadline he knew, I've got to address this. I've got to get a second line center. When we had an awesome second line center, we won a Stanley Cup. When we didn't, we didn't. Okay, so he makes these moves today. In a perfect world, the Avalanche would have moved Sam Girard. He's a little bit of damaged goods at the moment. And so Bowen Byram was going to be the guy that was going to fetch the best return on the market.
Right.
He was the one that the market wanted. Like, I'm sure a lot of Avalanche fans are sitting around going, I really wish they would have moved Girard. Well, yeah, the problem is that you need teams to want that guy. You need teams to be enticed by him. Byram was the one that was going to get you the best return. And in that case, that was Casey Middlestad, who is a legit top 6 NHL forward. You desperately need a second-line center. You're praying there's a world where you get Val Nichushkin back, where you get Gabe Landeskog back for the playoffs, but you need a second line. If you're going to go and win a Stanley Cup, you bring in a solid to good defenseman in Sean Walker, so there shouldn't be a massive drop-off. Bo Byram was never going to be a top 2 defenseman on this team. It just so happens that was the team that he was on. He was on a team that had Makar and Taves, and so he was never going to be in that spot. You're never going to get a great return in a trade in any sport without giving up something that you love. That was what happened today. Yes, it sucks to see Bo Byram walk out the door. To a certain degree, I do think that Buffalo is betting on his ceiling a little bit.
Sure.
They're betting on his health. He's had the concussion issues and everything else that is going on right now. That's why this all goes down today. But I fully believe on paper the Avalanche are a better team today.
Okay, I don't necessarily disagree with that. I don't want to steal the real meat out of the pie coming up at 3:45, but Jason does express a concern that I'll share with him, but we can get into that a little bit later. As far as Bo goes, I will say this. As much as you and I liked Bo, and I like Bo a lot.
Yeah.
The concussions started to, we think, add up. They never fully tell you.
I think it's a fair concern.
But, you start to worry about that a little bit. And look, we talk about this all the time. This team's got to be careful with its cap. It's got people that it wants to keep signing. Bo was going to – how long was Bo's contract extension this year, spring? How long before he was going to be up again?
One more season.
So there you go. You know, I mean, you gotta continue to, like, again, I've said it for the last year and a half. I really wish there was another way for them to manipulate the cap in this sport so you could keep more of the dynastic teams together while they're in the window. But it's, you know what? They're not into it. They need cost control. They've got cost control. I am curious, are they done? I think they're probably done, but we still got 2 more days to go. And I want to credit Mark Springer, if for nothing else, to keep hope alive. He said it yesterday when we were getting into the Crosby thing. Because what I do, I woke up and sent you guys, I sent you the old, you know what today's the anniversary of? The Ray Bork trade.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, today's a day to go get Sidney Crosby. Let's just make it a magical day in Avalanche history.
Hey.
Mark said yesterday, I do think a Sidney Crosby trade is a touch complicated. Probably not something you pull off before the deadline. Maybe they revisit it in July or something.
I mean, Casey Middlestad
That's
and
still good.
Sean Walker, that's kind of like Ray Bork, right?
That's still good. I don't look Middlestat.
By the way, based on the text line, I remain the darling of the hockey dork audience that are listening to our show right now. Those people love me. I'm their guy all the way. I can tell.
Yeah. You know what I found? You want spicy takes. You open up a can of hockey worms and I'm going to say, let's see what the text line says come about 3:50.
Yep.
We may have to give Mark Springer.
Should be good.
Let's give Mark Springer. I think Mark Springer needs a chance to retort come 3:50. That's all I'll say.
We got to talk to our buddy Nick Kosmider coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. Broncos got roster gymnastics that they're going to have to take part in. Plus, Andy, we gotta get into a basketball game that was played in our fair city last night.
Nate.
There sure was a basketball game last night,
Nate.
wasn't there? Mm-hmm.
When the kids from 90210 and the Backstreet Boys are the ones stabbing you in the heart, nothing makes me angrier as I watch basketball. I went full Broncos/Avs mode yelling at the damn TV last night watching that game.
Did you, speaking of appearances, did you see my tweet that I've decided that Drew Eubanks is just a taller version of Sean Hayes from Will and Grace?
No, I didn't see that.
It's got it perfectly, man.
There you go.
Just look at the side by side.
I'd have given it a like. No, I was more bothered by, one of the dirtiest players ever to come out of college basketball just raining threes on you last night.
Yeah, he sure does do that sometimes, doesn't he? We're going to get into this Nuggets game because I want to ask Andy this question when we come back. And I don't mean like for your blood pressure, for your standard sports rage. I mean in the big picture. Is there a Nuggets loss that can really bother you? We'll talk about that next.
Bradley Beal has it right side of the midcourt circle. He gets jumped, throws it off over to Durant. Short clock, you got to shoot it. Jumper. Good, that's a ball game. Phoenix is going to end Denver's winning streak coming out of the All-Star break. They're up by 10 with 80 seconds left to go.
Yeah, 117-107. Nuggets fall last night in overtime. First overtime game of the year for your
how about that?
23-24 Denver Nuggets. They didn't want to go to overtime last night.
Well, I love our guy Maul. When you only need a 2, can we just find a way to get it to Jokic and end this sucker?
Once Joker missed that shot at the buzzer, they were like, okay, we're good. All right, this thing's over with. What was funny about that game last night, and I asked the question before the break, is there a Nuggets loss that can bother you? For me, the answer is no. And let me tell you why. I thought the Suns played great last night. And I thought the Nuggets played like crap last night.
Yeah.
And the Suns still needed Durant to hit a crazy fall-away 3 to tie it, have the best player in the world miss a runner at the buzzer, and then go to overtime to be able to get that game. That's my big takeaway from that is, like, if you're the Suns, and I know they didn't have Booker last night. They played really well. Grayson Allen hit 8 damn threes in that game last night. Like, all of the things that went right for them, the Nuggets missed a billion open shots in that game, and you still had to go to overtime to beat those guys.
Can I tell you what else annoyed me beyond Grayson Allen and his punchable face? It was like a volleyball game out there at times, right? Rebound comes down. How many times did they just swat the ball to midcourt?
Right.
And there was a Sun there waiting. Why? Because they were breaking back to go on defense.
Yeah.
And there was one, I can't remember exactly I think it ended up in Beal's hand where it bounced off like 4 guys' hands and Beal's right there to get it. I'm not angry that they lost. There were so many little annoying things in that game that just were stupid. So that's what I'm annoyed by. I don't think it's, oh my God, the sky's falling because they lost to the Suns.
It's not.
But it's just stupid. That I wanted them to win that game. How about Shaq? Do you see Shaq at halftime? They're down 15 or 20 or whatever. He goes, oh, the Nuggets are coming back. They're winning this one. He was going to bet one of the other panelists.
I assumed they were going to win. I
did too.
I assumed they were going to win that thing the whole time. Again, like, Durant doesn't hit that prayer. Jokic hits it, and they didn't deserve to win that game.
That's funny. I talked to Scotty, exact words out of his mouth.
They gave a C- effort in that game last night. Jokic,
he had a weird game, didn't he? He had some weird turnovers.
Let's call it like it is, okay? He had a bad game.
Okay.
Nicole had a bad game last night. Now, he's the best player in the world, and he is going to be that almost all the time. But last night was an example of this is what it's like when I show up with a slightly dropped focus from where it typically is. He did not have a clean game. He didn't have a precise game. He turned the ball over 7 times. He was sloppy with the basketball. You know, he shot inefficiently in that game last night. And again, we're saying he had a bad game. 25, 16, and 5.
I know.
Right?
I know. You don't want to gripe about greatness. You really don't.
But
look.
But he's set that bar.
Right. He
has showed us this. Now here's the good news, okay? Like, we know he's the best player in the world. He knows he's the best player in the world. So I was watching a little bit of the post game with him last night, and he just kind of had this air of just like, so. You know, like when you play in the NBA long enough, you can't get emotionally invested in every single basketball game. And I don't think that he views the Phoenix Suns as a big matchup. I don't think he views Jusuf Nurkic as a big matchup. I thought that he showed up last night after he's been nothing but A+ brilliant since the All-Star break. Last night was a game where it was just like, okay, I'm just going to try to meander through this one and let's see how it works out. And they almost won the damn thing.
Listen, fair enough, honestly. But Nate, God, I thought it was funny because we were talking about this yesterday, and what did I say to you? There are times where they all go cold. Remember when the Rockies and their Blake Street Bombers all couldn't hit at the same time? The Nuggets had one of those nights with their shooting. Jamal couldn't hit. Like, at least it felt like MPJ was more 50-50. But how many open threes did how many different guys take that wouldn't even go in?
The lid on the bucket last night. P. Watt going 0 for 5 from 3. Yeah, MPJ hit some. He also missed 8 threes last night in that game.
But he won the one. But look, he won the biggest culprit. How many guys couldn't throw it in the ocean?
It was unbelievable.
At least MPJ got in a couple of times and put some kissed layups in.
15 of 40. Now,
yeah, Jamal. Someone just texted. I was going to tell you, what was the Jamal, like the weird pass to nobody?
Yeah.
And I love Jamal. But, bro, like you talked about the bar. What was that?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody was out there.
No.
They all came in with you.
No, there was just some weirdness in that game last night. You can't bring it every single night in the NBA. I know that sounds so lame to say to people, but you just can't. There's 82 of these things, and like as a basketball fan, you're like, hey, they're playing Phoenix, okay? Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal are coming to town. The Ishbia thing. Oh, Nurkic, our old enemy, is returning into the building. Like, this is it. And the Nuggets very much showed you, like, nah, not really. Like, we brought, especially the last 4 victories, we brought it for those. We're not really going to bring it tonight. We got one on Thursday that we gotta bring it for. And it's just last night was a game where the Nuggets treated it like, let's try and put this thing in cruise control and just get a victory out of it. And they damn near did.
The Nuggets showed up like probably half the press corps annoyed that there was an 8 o'clock tip-off.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
No, now we got to do this at 8 o'clock.
Uh-huh.
And like I said, all the complaining, like this is their greatness. All the complaining, you just hit a handful of the shots that you miss, you win that sucker.
Yeah.
The Suns showed you what they kept talking about. Fourth quarter problems, second half problems for that team. Durant looked tired like he did in the playoffs, and then somehow, like, let's be honest about it. The Suns were saved because somehow Kevin Durant found a way to hit 2 or 3 shots at the end.
And how did he find it? Because he's one of the greatest offensive players that's ever lived.
Tip your cap to the guy.
Aaron Gordon had a bad night. He had a bad offensive night. KD really picked on him on the defensive end. Now, to Aaron's, again, some of this is to Aaron's credit, like, Durant missed a lot.
Sure.
But he's 7 feet tall. He can shoot over anybody in the league, and eventually he's just going to make those.
So get back down in the paint. Like somebody had texted this in too, and again, I love AG. There's not a Nugget on this team I really don't love. They're the champs. But, dude, please don't post up at the 3. But that's just not your game, brother.
Yeah.
You can hit them sometimes, but we want you in the paint. We want you in the dunker roll. You know what else annoyed me? You know what else bothered me?
This is good. You're unloaded.
Oh, I'm telling you, I'm
not that worked up over this game.
I've broken over the Broncos thing, so I'm now all in on the Nuggets. So I'm going to just start yelling, coaching at the TV. Who the hell let the kid from Phoenix, the 2 kids jumping up courtside every time Durant made a shot? Get them out of here. Who let you have those seats? Get them out of here. You're not allowed to have the seats.
They overpaid for him.
Sit the kid down.
Don't worry, Andy.
I don't care.
Somebody made their week on those ticks.
Get out of here. Get him out of here. Pull the Elaine rule. Remember when Elaine got in trouble for wearing the Orioles hat? Should be the same thing. You can't have a Suns jersey at our courtside seat. Get out of here.
It's one of those things that happens in Denver. Yusuf Nurkic last night. I thought Nurk played well. 7 points, 12 rebounds. He had 6 assists by the time it was all said and done. Of course, he fouled out because he always fouls out against Jokic. Jokic just knows how to get that guy into foul trouble. But he played really well in that game. Something that's interesting to me is I do believe Nurk very much gets up for games against Denver.
Oh, there's no doubt.
He's
still salty about the trade.
Of
Let's
course.
not kid ourselves.
He was the guy that, he walked in. He was going to be the guy in the paint.
It was his team.
It was that was going to be the situation, and then eventually, like, it just became apparent. Nikola Jokic is just a lot better than you, dude. The lineups don't work with the 2 of you on the floor. You got to go. He was, he was salty about the situation. Yusuf Nurkic has turned into a really good NBA big man and a very good defensive big man, and he's one of the few guys in the NBA that is strong enough to be able to hang with Nikola.
What I like about that, to pick up on that point, he's big enough that he makes Nikola flop a little. And I don't think Nikola's flopping. They're like, that's an even weight class battle right there.
Yeah.
He gets Nikola to, he gets him to herky jerky where he actually gets some calls. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, all the other skinny big guys can't move Jokic if they had a tractor with them, but he and Nurkic are a pretty good battle every night, and that's why Nurk can't not foul out when he plays them.
I think it was after the game, Jokic mentioned it's Nurk, it's Embiid, and Steven Adams. Like, those are the guys that physically
can hang with him.
Can hang with Nikola. Now, Jokic, again, he always is going to get Nurk into foul trouble. Nurk is he cannot stay on the floor against the Nuggets. That game clearly means a ton to him. I don't think Jokic cares.
No, I'm with you.
I don't think a matchup with the Phoenix Suns is the one that lights any spark underneath him.
You know how I know? I was about to say, what does Jokic care about anyway? He's got the championship, but I will tell you, we have seen it. Jokic he gets pretty saucy against the Lakers. I
think
like
so.
it. You know what I mean?
I think so.
There's 2 Laker games in a row where he came out like, oh yeah?
I think
he was that way against Boston too.
I think he was that way against Golden State when they played each
good
other.
call.
Of like, okay,
Yes.
that's what these guys are. And he never knocked those guys out of the playoffs. Like, he doesn't have that on the resume quite yet. I do think that he'll get up. If the Nuggets get a series against the Phoenix Suns, you'll see a different version of Nikola going up against Nurk.
I agree. Now look, I think it's good. You may get the Suns. We said it yesterday. If things were not to change, that could be your first round matchup.
Yeah.
But I think it's a good reminder that the Nuggets better be ready. You're going to have to defend the 3-point line and bother those guys. Because I think last night's a nice little cute reminder that if you let them run out a little too far, they may be too tough to reel in.
I mean,
now, you still did it.
One of the other things too is, this is 6-1, half dozen the other. But like if Devin Booker plays, Grayson Allen didn't take 15 shots.
Yeah, but
how
how many of those is Devin making? You know what I'm saying?
He's going to. Vic made this point this morning, and I think he's dead on. If Booker's going, I think it's a different effort out of the Nuggets. I do think that's one of those situations where it's like, okay, no Book. All right. Okay. I really believe the Nuggets viewed that game as we can C- our way through this thing, and it damn near worked.
Well, and again, yeah.
The second quarter it was an all-time terrible quarter. They had no focus whatsoever.
Dude,
they couldn't
hit
stop
shots.
turning the ball over at all. I mean, that's as bad as this team is capable of being able to play. They're almost never going to do that.
Let's hope not.
Yes.
I'm with you. I think playoff time they won't.
Don't have a quarter like that in a playoff game. You'll lose by 15. Like, don't do that, obviously. But they're good to go. All is well. This team is awesome. They've got Boston coming up this week, and that game coming up tomorrow night. I think you see a focused version of the Nuggets.
Oh yeah, I think they want to let them know we got some for you. I hope I'm not wrong. I mean, you went and did it in Boston. Why not turn around and do it here? Because Boston's thinking about that. Boston ain't showing up with a half rear end effort.
20 games remain in the regular season right now. And we talked about this going to the break. It's one of those things where it's like you get in the middle of a 6-game win streak, and especially the last 4 against good teams, not great teams, but good teams that you beat, and you start to think of like, oh, this is just what they are now. We got to remember, it's still March. It's still March.
Isn't it crazy?
It's still like the players are all still looking around going, we still got how many more of these?
This is why they call it the dog days.
Yeah.
The trade deadline's done for them.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I got a question for you I want to ask about that too. I'm glancing at the Nuggets schedule again. You asked, would anything annoy you as I take a quick glance? Maybe you losing to the Hawks at home. Like, if you want to talk about annoying, like games you shouldn't lose, you know what I mean?
Sure.
You finish up against the Spurs and Grizz, try to close that out the right way.
Let me tell you something I could see happening, okay? I could see the Nuggets beating the Celtics on Thursday.
Okay.
I could see them doing that.
Yes.
And then crapping the bed on Saturday at home against Utah.
There's something about Utah, right?
There is.
I don't know what it is about Utah.
Well, there's that, and just, again, like, it's the... All right, we did that thing.
Right. Oh, that national attention was fun.
Right.
Man, was the building alive. Look, last night I felt good for the fans. It was late in the fourth quarter. They're still there being really loud.
Entertaining game.
It was.
Yeah.
All right, my question for you is this. The trade deadline. So the NBA's is what, 2 weeks old, 3 weeks old?
Yeah.
Coming up Friday is the NHL's.
Mhm.
And for those who missed it, we'll have another Avs interview coming up at 3:45 about the deadline. My guy Jason Greger in Edmonton. When the NFL's was Halloween this year, right? About there. Remember that? It's like dead in the middle of the season.
Yeah.
Why do we need a deadline at all? Like, why not maybe the last month of every sports league? Why not allow the trading? I know it's against tanking and all that, but dude, by the end of the year, let's load up. Let's have some super teams. Let's have some fun. You know what I mean?
Sure.
I mean, why do we need these middle of the? Because first off, the NFL's is and they're talking about pushing that back. By the way,
your idea. I think it is chaos, and I'm here for it.
Well, let's have some fun.
If Andy Lindahl is the czar of sports, blow up trade deadlines.
Seriously,
why must they exist?
Come playoff time, all right, shut it down. That's your team. But why would you, like, especially in the NFL, it's going to be harder to integrate somebody into your system. And look, we think it's easy in hockey. Sometimes it takes guys a minute. I think it took Colton a minute. I think that was one of the things. Johansson and Tatar didn't jump off right away. It took them a minute. So I think any savvy GM is going to want to pick a guy up with enough time to factor him in. But dude, seriously, you're going to get rid of a guy anyway. You know what I'm saying? Let's go and look at all the dudes getting waived. Who got like some Jordan Poirier got waived by the Bills today.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let that guy be a guy you trade. Hey, we're going to get rid of him anyway. How many guys could the Broncos have traded in December if they were allowed?
That would make the chaos of like the last 2 weeks leading up to Super Bowl week to be massively more entertaining.
Think about it, too. If you were to do it at the end of the regular season or whatever, then you start we're going to get better playoffs. And if teams are just going to dump these, it gives you a chance if you're in a situation, sadly, like the Broncos are, where you know you're going to suck and you're going to cut guys anyway. Well, maybe you could trade some of these dudes away and actually get something.
Well, that's what's funny about it is, yes, like you would get the thirstiest GMs that would be looking at it and going,
Buffalo or San Fran or somebody would have been into Cortland Sutton.
If I got to win a playoff game, I'm shipping off a second rounder. Here you go.
Samaje Perine. We talked about him yesterday. We don't quite know his fate. You don't think Cincinnati's in the playoffs? They're not maybe going, hey, we'll take him back. He knows the system. Why do we have deadlines? Who cares?
I'm into this idea. You've sold me.
We don't need a deadline. Because I'm looking at the NBA. Like, how the hell have they already had their trade deadline?
Deadlines are stupid.
Put the deadline at first April Fool's Day is the deadline day. That'd be a damn nightmare trying to figure out what's real and what isn't. But I'm just saying, right? Look at baseball. Baseball doesn't have a deadline until 2 months from the playoffs. They at least got that right.
Then don't they have like the non-waiver nonsense?
Yeah, they got that weird. Everybody's been waived and we can trade them anyway.
Sure, right.
It's the deadline, non-deadline. I'm just saying, let's get rid of these deadlines. You know what? Nothing's the same as it was anymore. We have peed all over tradition left and right in modern sports. What do we need the deadline for?
I'm for it.
The Avs decide that this ain't working out. Yahtzee, another trade.
I will not push back on this at all.
Give me an April 10th trade.
I elect Andy Lindahl, czar of sports for today.
Yeah, for now.
Trade deadline for now.
I do a few things you wouldn't like.
I reserve the right to impeach.
You would be like, I recall the czar.
Drag him out to the town square and give him the guillotine. We're checking in with hockey. Coming up next, Jason Greger from Sports 1440 in Edmonton and the Daily Face-Off podcast. He's extremely Canadian, and
he's got thoughts.
He is no partisan hack. He has got some thoughts about the Avalanche at the deadline. We'll find that out next.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl from my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. My friends are Jerry and Wendy Jones, who own this fine business. If you need accessories for your truck or 4x4, let me point you in the direction of Colorado Off-Road. They're 3 blocks south of historic downtown Littleton on Prince Street. They're right there behind ACC. Very easy to find. Stop by the showroom. Have a conversation with Jerry. Again, a lot of the stuff I have on my truck, I knew I wanted a bed cover. I didn't know I needed step rails. I knew I wanted some floor mats. These are all things he had a conversation with me about. And then ultimately I just said, hey, you make the decision. Tell me what's best here. And I've been pleased with everything that he's picked out. Got the remote start put in there as well. Jerry's a Colorado guy. This is a Colorado-grown business. He knows the weather conditions here, the state, the way things change. He knows what's going to be good to keep your truck looking new in the case of the floor mats. And he has he loves having conversations about bed covers because there's so many different types. He wants to make sure you get the one that fits you. If you want to start the conversation, stop by the showroom or find them at cooffroad.com. That's Colorado Off-Road. And we welcome you back to Kreckman and Lindahl. Andy Lindahl, Nate Kreckman rolling with you. Mark Springer along as well. And, of course, the Avs made a couple of big trades today. And when it comes to hockey inside knowledge, I like to go to my friend Jason Greger up in Edmonton. He's with Team Sports 1400 up there. Also does a lot of national hockey stuff, and he's the guy I always go to. Jason, how are you today? Give me your thoughts on the Avs' moves this afternoon.
Well, I'll be honest. I was caught a little off guard when they moved out Bo and Byram. But admittedly, I'm going all the way back. I watched him as a 17-year-old in the WHL final take a veteran Prince Albert team to Game 7, and he was a beast at 17. And then he got drafted, by the Avs. I really like him as a player. And so that they get Middlestad. Obviously Middlestad's replacing Johansson's kind of a 2-for-2 deal that's kind of separate, right? So is Middlestad and Walker better than Johansson and Byram? Well, probably because Johansson wasn't doing very much. But I look at Colorado. Look at when they won the Stanley Cup, Andy. Sam Girard got injured. Look at their defense. Huge. Like, you had Makar and Taves, but if you have guys who are elite like that, they don't have to be monsters. But Manson was huge. Johnson was huge. Look at now. You got Girard. You got Walker. I'm concerned about Colorado's size of their blue line come playoff time, where we all know the game just gets bigger and heavier. The Avs offense, no problem, right? Even, Nichushkin's been out. Obviously Nathan McKinnon's on an unreal year. He's going to be a hard finalist for sure. So, there's nothing to be really concerned about offensively. I think Middlestad probably will be better than Johansson. But, man, I look at the Avs, and I just look at the size of their defense. When you look at the teams who win in the playoffs, look at the majority of their defensemen, man. They're huge now. So, to me, that'd be a concern. And if they don't get a backup goalie, Andy, is Georgiev, are they pumping oxygen in him 24/7? You just can't keep playing that much.
So, and what can you tell us about Sean Walker, the defenseman that they got from the Devils? Again, I think part of the problem that they got a little bit backed into there, Jason, and in my opinion anyway, and you probably noticed it on some of the games that you caught, Johansson just could not keep up with the team speed of the Avs. And though I think maybe the thought was right, I think we were all taken back. Like Parise comes in here. Parise's had 18 months off or whatever. He's older, and he's moving faster than Johansson. Do you think maybe part of this was just the Johansson thing just wasn't a fit and they had to make a move?
Oh, I think so. Sure, right? I think both these trades happen almost simultaneously. And, Walker coming over from Philly, he was kind of buried on the depth charts a little bit in LA. And, he's had an he's had a very good year. I'm not going to say unreal. He's had a very good year in Philadelphia. Do I see him now? This is my own personal opinion, because lots of people in Edmonton were talking about the Oilers should go get him. And I'm like, I'm not sure Sean Walker on a cup contender is a top 4 defenseman. And that's just me. I'm a little bit biased. I'll admit it openly. I like, unless you're Makar and even Taves, although he's 6'1", there's not many guys sub 6 feet that really are difference makers come playoff on defense. And so, to me, that's the concern. But Walker can move the puck. He can skate very well. He'll fit into the style of the Avs very well, right? It's just, to me, it's about defending in the playoffs. Offense, everybody knows you have offense, but, the Edmonton Oilers, they had offense too for years. They couldn't win because they couldn't defend come playoff time, right? And when the Avs won, they had great offense, but they also had a huge defenseman who could defend. Now, they won with their goaltenders having probably the lowest combined save percentage we've ever seen from a goaltending tandem, right? In recent memory, maybe in the last 25 years. So is that repeatable? When you go up against Winnipeg, right now, the concern is, can Winnipeg score, right? The Avs can score, right? So if they can defend well enough against Winnipeg, they got a chance. But, man, Winnipeg and Dallas, that's a trifecta of a beast in the Central right now, just like the Pacific. The West has way better top 6 teams, right? And maybe even LA is 7. So, that it's going to be a war, man. And finishing first in either the Pacific or the Central could be a huge advantage, because you're not going to have to play that second or third place team in the opening round.
Let's just say, and I still think it's a long shot. I want to speak conservatively this way because you don't like getting fans' hopes up. Let's say they do throw a Gabe Landeskog back into the mix in the playoffs, and Jared Bednar did say yesterday there's a timeline still out there that he could return for the playoffs. What do you think that would do when you're adding a guy that hasn't played in 2 years but is the team's captain?
Well, just from an emotional standpoint, I think it'd be huge, right? He's beloved by his teammates. I think, they're all going to respect the fact that he just kept grinding to want to get himself back to where he could play. As you mentioned, he hasn't played in 2 years, though. So that's a lot of rust to come in at the hardest time of the season, right? Like you don't really get to, get up to speed in the playoffs, man. Like all of a sudden it's like, everybody's speeding down the freeway, Andy, and you're hitchhiking, and then you try to just jump in the car like nothing's wrong. And so I think it's going to be very challenging for any player. But man, even if Landeskog is 80 or 85% of what he was before, he's still a good player, right? So that's the advantage. Obviously, that's the one wild card that nobody knows, and the Avs would know. But I'm not even sure the Avs can say honestly for sure if they know he's ready to play yet. I think they're all hoping he is, and he wants to. But yeah, that's the one unanswered question right now in Colorado. And you bring him back, I think that would be a huge boost for the team because at bare minimum, he's reliable defensively, right? Right, like if his conditioning and speed isn't up to there, he's a really smart player. He can win key draws. He's hard to play against, so he checks a lot of the boxes of what you want. But 2 years on, I'm trying to think if that's ever happened, where we've seen a guy out for 2 years and he returns in the playoffs and is a contributor. I can't think of one off the top of my head.
Just your opinion. Do you think they're done? We still got a couple days before the deadline actually hits.
No.
Do you think they're done? You think more moves may be coming?
They got to get a goalie, man. Like Jake Allen just makes a lot of sense for Colorado. Like I know he's not having a great year in Montreal, right? But he's got a pretty good resume. I really think they need a backup goaltender. When I look around, like there's not a lot of other ones out there. Like, and Montreal's going to retain half for sure. He also has a contract for next year. Like, there's a lot of reasons why Jake Allen fits in Colorado, and I think it helped him. Right now, the challenge would be he hasn't played a lot. Well, I guess he's up to 20 starts now, so he's played enough as a backup. So, because they really have to limit Georgiev's starts here down the stretch. If I'm Colorado, they have to, right? And like, yes, it would be nice to finish first, but you don't want to blow your brains out to finish first and tire out your goaltender, right? Come playoff time. So I think if they don't get a goalie, I don't know how. Then they're going to for sure not finish first. And then, the Georgiev, how worn out he's going to be. So I think at bare minimum, they're going to add a goaltender. And I wouldn't be shocked to see McFarland and Sakic team up, and I wouldn't be surprised if they had another depth forward.
He's my guy, Jason Gregor. If you want to hear him, catch him on Sports 1440 up there in Edmonton. Before I let you go, Jason, handicap the West for me. Tell me what you think we're looking at come playoff time.
Whew, you know what, man? The West is an absolute killer right now. So obviously we've talked about the Avs. I think they're good. Dallas is very good. They got Tanev. Winnipeg, added Monahan. They got Hellebuck. You look what the Oilers did today. They get Henrique and Carrick and really, spice up their forward depth. And the Edmonton Oilers, since Chris Knobloch took over, Andy, the best team in the NHL. And they got Connor McDavid, who is on tear right now. So, they're good. Vancouver is pretty solid. Vegas, how about this, Andy? Since December 21st, Vegas has the 27th best points percentage in the L. 27th. And Mark Stone lacerated spleen. I don't know, man. Vegas, they're a wild card for sure. They got all the experience, but they've been leaking goals, and so that's their calling card. But I think Edmonton, the Vancouver, those top teams, and Vegas is a little bit of a wild card. But, man, selfishly, I want to see McDavid and McKinnon head-to-head again in the conference final. To me, that would that's the matchup a lot of people would want. I don't care if you're an Avs fan. I don't care if you're an Oilers fan. That's an entertaining matchup to watch.
Thank you to Jason Gregor. Of course, I had a chance to record that a little bit earlier. A lot of people mad at him like I figured they would be. But I told you, look, we went to get a national opinion. It does not go in line with what a lot of people feel about here. And we'll wait and see if Jason's right or if it. Now, again, remember, Jason's not telling you that they're not good. He thinks the Avs are a really good team and they're a cup winner. But I think anybody that wants to ignore how small the D-core gets, because Byram was a little bit bigger. Now, I know they're going to call some guys up. But look, say whatever you want to, okay? Mm-hmm. Smallish in the playoffs can be tough to deal with. That's all to me, I've told you before, Nate, where I do agree with Jason. I don't agree with everything that he said. Frankly, I'm not. I've said it. I'm all right with Noonan or with Ananen, and I'm all right. Prosvetov is doing pretty good down in the minors too, for whatever that's worth. But I'd rather, if you're going to make another move, I'd rather the move be for an everyday skater. I get what he's saying, but look, man, Ananen right now, I'm okay going with him. So, but I will tell you, I think I'd worry about the size. I would not hate it if they could pick up another Eric Johnson type you for the playoffs.
You call it a national view of it, but he's in Canada. Does that make it a continental view?
Sure.
Yes.
Sure.
North American view?
Northern American view.
There you go. Avs fans are triggered, man.
Well, I knew they would be, but again, what do you want me to do? You want? Here, I'll be dead. I just said it to you.
You know what just happened right here? Okay.
We did a Broncos style interview. You guys want coverage like the Broncos? All right, I'm going to reach out the circle. I'm going to reach outside the circle of trust and let you hear what other people think.
Jason Gregor is a size queen.
Yeah.
And Avalanche fans right now are like, it's a good size. I have solid technique, okay?
And I will also say, now again, I will tell everybody, I like going to Jason because, I got a few people, even Connor's big mad at me. Connor, I still love you. But here's the deal, man. First off, Mark Springer and I try really hard to get a lot of these national guys on. I can't even tell you how many times Mark's tried to get Pierre LeBrun on. I just wanted someone that's got an outside look at the soup. That's all.
It was good stuff right there. I was entertained.
And this is exactly what I thought was going to happen.
Trade deadlines are
People
gone.
are big mad.
Avalanche.
And it's fine.
Defensive core is too small.
I am bummed that I will not hide that I am bummed Byram's gone. Now, I'm open to love the new guys. I'm excited about the forward, but I liked Bo Byram.
Yeah, Andy, you can't make wine without smashing a few grapes, okay?
Well, I want the grape, I want smashed.
Just how it's...
Hey, I told you grab the green grapes, not the purple. You grab the purple.
Funny thing about trades. It's Altitude Sports Radio. right, second hour of the show. Our buddy Nick Kosmider stops by at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock.
Am I a jerk?
Yeah, but you're our jerk, okay?
I told you this would trigger people. Connor wants to come on now. Should we let Connor come on? Connor's all big fired up.
He is allowed. We open our arms to our pal Connor McGahee.
Is this all moving too fast for you, Nate? As you talked about, look.
By the way, I want to read this text from our pal Cuban Benny. It's not the size of the Zamboni that matters; it's the kink in the rink. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
By the way, I like this too. God, Andy, you're the one cool guy at the bar, but you brought all your D-bag friends that sneak out the joint. I know some people that are not everybody's taste. I don't know what to tell you.
Connor McGahee, he is joining us right now here on a lovely Wednesday afternoon. The Avalanche making 2 transactions. Jason Gregor from Edmonton is not a fan. Connor McGahee.
Well, but he didn't say he hated it. He said the guys are very talented. All he laid out there was that he worries about the size come playoff time, and I agree with that part of it. Now, Connor doesn't have to. Hello, Connor.
Connor McGahee is confident in his technique. He doesn't worry about the size.
He's
Connor?
not. Yeah, he doesn't need the biggest Zamboni in the barn.
Counterpoint. Counterpoint, sir.
Counterpoint. Hey, that's what we'll do.
Yeah.
New bit.
Nice. Point, counterpoint.
Yes. Connor, react to that, to what you just heard right there. Should there be legitimate concern about the Avalanche's D-core having shrinkage?
The amount of innuendo this whole show has been just tremendous.
But you knew that before you called in, so.
No, I know. I mean, it
you know what you're getting into.
Yeah, it's 100%. My technique's great, by the way. No, I just think he's not necessarily wrong, but if you look at it's here we go again. It's more than just size. I mean, it's left or right shot, which is important to a coach. And Taves and McCarr are never going to be split up. So you look at your second D pair. You got Manson and Sam Girard, left and right, and you've got Meat who can move, and you've got Sam Girard who can dance around everybody, and also is a very underrated defender. I know everyone doesn't want to give him credit for it, but Sam Girard is a lot more physical and has been ever since he came back than we really give him credit for. Third D pairing will be Jack Johnson and Sean Walker. Walker, everyone pointing to the fact that he's 5'11", but skating helps him to defend. He's a great penalty killer, smart. He's never been a minus player in his career, either with Los Angeles or with the Philadelphia Flyers, who have struggled. So I know you're looking for a little bit of beef, but you may not necessarily need it because the Avalanche dominance is based on puck possession, and you have some smart defenders there now. And Sean Walker is a smart defender, like Devon Taves is a smart defender. So it's just not about. I mean, once in a while you do need the Jack Johnson, Josh Manson, put a glove in his sternum and throw him down to the ice. We absolutely need that, which is why the matchups and home ice is important in the postseason. But it's not the end-all, be-all. There are many layers to a D-core.
Connor, we've had a lot of people asking, so if you could offer an explanation. What is the situation with Val? Because Bednar said he's good with him, but there still needs to be a couple protocols handled. Is that it?
Yeah, you get cleared by the NHLPA and the NHL and the Players Assistant Program in 2 steps. One step is to practice, and step 2 is to play. So he has been cleared to practice, and no one knows what the qualifications are, but he hasn't been cleared to play yet. So we're hoping that comes in the next 48 hours so he can go against Minnesota on Friday. But, yeah, on the ice, he looks great. I mean, he physically could play tonight, but again, he has to be cleared to play in order to do that. That hasn't happened yet.
Talking to our buddy Connor McGahee, voice of the Avalanche on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Connor, Casey Middlestad, that they get from Buffalo, number 8 pick back in 2017. He's only 25, but he's been in the NHL for a really long time. finally really broke out as an NHL player last year, and he's been quite good this season, playing over 18 minutes a game. Now, he has no playoff experience because he's been in Buffalo, but give me a breakdown as to where he fits in and how he improves this team below that first line.
And this will be the 13th year, Nate, that Buffalo has missed the playoffs. It continues to be an NHL record drought for the Buffalo Sabres. But as you mentioned, 25 years old. He's a restricted free agent after this year, which is attractive to the Avalanche because even though he doesn't have his number assigned to him, they now have the negotiation rights, so they can negotiate on their terms instead of trying to just get in line and bid on a UFA like everybody else. So that's a very important piece with the age. His face-off numbers a little bit better than his career average of around 45.5%. That's something he probably will want to work on. But where I think he's going to excel, and where the Avalanche, again, as a forward group, everyone wants to talk about the blazing speed through the neutral zone and your odd man rushes and everything like that. But I think where the Avalanche is the most dominant is zone time and offensive puck possession. And that's where Casey Middlestat really excels. He's a brilliant passer. He's a smart player. And he works hard to win puck battles. And I think that even though he's not the fastest skater, and frankly nobody is when you put him up against Nathan McKinnon, Miles Wood, and Logan O'Connor, he's miles better than what Ryan Johansson was, and that's no offense to Johansson, but he had 30 seconds in him in a shift, and then the tank was empty. And you're going to need 25-year-old lungs when it comes to the playoffs and beyond. And the Avalanche don't make a deal for a player unless they usually view him as a piece of the future, and I can see Middlestat as a piece of the future for the Colorado Avalanche. So good hands, smart player, good passer, and when it comes to keeping a team hemmed in their own zone, I think that's really where Middlestat's at his best.
What's the goal call? What goes into the new goal call? What goes into have you lived with the name a minute? Are you listening to like opera as you try to figure it out? Like, what are we coming up with here?
I don't have one. Unfortunately, neither of them are going to play tonight, so I got some time. And I didn't used to do this. This used to just be off the cuff, but now the pressure comes from people, and
yeah, well, you
deliver.
did it.
I do have Sean Walker's decided, however.
Oh, really?
And we'll just wait. Walker's has been decided. I don't have a Casey Middlestat yet. I'll keep you posted.
Stuck in the Middlestat with you?
I see. I was going to go, hey, babe, Walker on the wild side. We got both musical.
Yeah, not bad. The Middlestat
bad.
one, Nate, I laughed at myself earlier this morning because that was asked on our Twitter Spaces that Kiefer and I did on the Avs Twitter page, and that was the first thing that came to my mind. But, it's a work in progress. We'll see.
Hey, Connor,
we'll iron it out.
One more point on this, okay? And I want to get into the intangible of this day and what this does for a hockey team, because this is an Avalanche team that is in we are trying to win cups window, okay? Like, we're trying to win multiple Stanley Cups. And this is also an Avalanche team that in recent years, for all intents and purposes, has basically said, F them picks, okay? Which is not unheard of in the Kroenke Empire at all. Like, this is a team that is willing to say, okay, if we're going to upgrade our second-line center, keep our defense, hopefully as strong or close to it as it was, we're going to have to give up a 2025 first-round pick. So this is very much a team that is like, nope, we're straight up going for it right now. And, tomorrow's problems are tomorrow's problems. What does that do to the room? When the guys get back in there to be able to look at each other and say, hey, organization's going for it.
Nice Canadian reference,
Thank
by
you.
the way. It's a process inside the organization.
Nice.
Thank you very much. But I do think that it's a motivating factor. One of my favorite lines from Hunt for Red October is, when he reached the New World, Cortez burned his ships. As a result, his men were well motivated. And that's kind of the feeling that you get from when front offices are making big moves like this and taking out what was a core piece of a cup team and moving it to try and make another core piece of a cup team. Is like, we're not messing around here. We're like Garth from Wayne's World. Live in the now.
Yeah.
And this is exactly the attitude that that trickles down from the front office to behind the bench to the players on the ice. And I think that's made very loud and clear, and moves like this just put an exclamation point on the end of that ethos that the Avalanche have. And there will be a time for picks maybe way down the road, but that time is not now. And the good news is with both of these moves, you saved money. You saved $1.35 million on each of these trades today, which means that you still have money to spend before Friday if you want in another different deal. And you still have first-round picks this year in 2026, and you got another fifth-rounder for your Troubles today as well. So it's not like the vault is totally empty like the Florida Panthers. I don't think the Florida Panthers have a first-round pick this year or next. They're in win right now mode too, but they've been a little bit more careless with their first-rounders than the Avalanche have. So the idea there of we can get rid of these, it exists, but you don't just spend money just to spend money. You got to spend it smartly, and I think the Avalanche really have done that over the past 4 or 5 seasons.
Yeah, especially in a hard salary cap sport like the NHL. Connor McGahey, everybody. Amidst all of the trade banter, there is a hockey game tonight. The Avalanche will take on the Detroit Red Wings. We'll drop the puck at 7:30. Connor and Berto got your pregame starting up at 7 o'clock following the Blitz. Connor, beautifully done, my friend. Thank you.
Hey, good to talk to you, boys.
All right.
Good God.
Good stuff. That was Connor Point right there.
I don't know if we can do that again.
With Connor
With
McGahey.
His ethos, and his Cortez. The hell? All of a sudden, I'm in a college class. Who let the smart guy in?
Speaking of college for a moment before we get to break, can I give you a few tales from a box score?
Please.
I got some.
From who? Do we know the team?
So earlier today, MGM Grand Garden in Las Vegas, the Colorado Buffaloes, 18th ranked team in the country, led by our friend J.R. Payne, dispatched the Oregon Ducks in the opening round of the Pac-12 women's basketball tournament, Andy, by a squeaker of a final score. It was Colorado 79, Oregon 30.
Read that again.
79-30.
That's a healthy spread there.
This was a game where the Buffs out-rebounded Oregon 53-28. 53-28. For the game, the Ducks, 18 turnovers in the contest. They shot 10 of 53 from the field, Andy. That's a robust 19%.
10 of 53.
10 of 53.
10 of 53.
1 of 13 from behind the arc.
That ain't great.
7.7%.
Was that the Nuggets last night? I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
That was the Nuggets' second quarter last night.
Just a joke.
Yes. The Ducks were led by, let's see, the Ducks were led by Grace Van Slooten, who poured in 9. She poured in 9.
So 9's your leading scorer
9.
from Van Slooten?
From Van Slooten.
I don't feel like poured is the proper adjective
Of
for
the
that.
Ducks.
Or what would that be? Verb? Poured?
No Oregon Ducks in double figures in the game. Buffs were led by the great Freda Foreman with 17 in the victory. She was 5 of 6 from behind
Is she
the arc.
related to Freda Felcher of Dumb and Dumber fame?
Probably
she
not.
might have played like that today.
Probably not, as their names are spelled and pronounced differently. We'll take a break. When we come back, Nick Kosmider is going to join us. Boy, the Buffalo Bills are letting everybody go. When are the Broncos going to get around to this? We'll talk about that next. Yes, it's Nate Craigman. It's Andy Lindahl. Big Avalanche trades, weird Nuggets game, and we wait. We wait to see what the Broncos are going to be doing. It's going to be something in the coming days. Joining us right now, chatting with us on a Wednesday afternoon, as he so often does, it's our pal Nick Kosmider. He covers the Broncos for The Athletic. He is also the host of the Not Another Bucking podcast. He joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Hello, Nick Kosmider.
What's up, guys? Happy Wednesday.
It is a delightful Wednesday. The Buffalo Bills they're doing a lot of stuff. Just as the Broncos are going to be doing a lot of stuff. Yesterday on the show, Andy and I used the phrase bloodbath that is most likely coming for this roster. First off, Nick, do you think they're taking the bigger chunk of the Russ dead cap money in year number one? And if so, what will be the fallout from that?
Well, if it's not gonna be a bloodbath, it's gonna at least be like a blood foot bath. Like that's gonna be, if you can paint that image in your head. There's going to be cuts. There's going to be some contract restructures. There may be a trade. Perhaps there's an extension, although I don't necessarily think that tool is going to be used a lot. From what I understand, I think the Broncos have been working through it, and the decision of which year to kind of take this bigger hit has been, one that they've put a lot of time into. There's obviously so much that goes into it, because if they take the bigger chunk this year, they have to clear that additional $18 million before, as the new league year starts. So that would put them in a situation where right now they're having to create about $34 to $35 million in cap room just to get cap compliant. And then that's to say nothing of the money they need to create to sign free agents and ultimately sign their draft class. Of course, once you get cap compliant, then you can make those moves, sort of as the off season goes on, but they've got to get to that number by next week. So again, it's working through how much, shedding of the roster they're actually going to have to do in order to get to that number. But clearly they're not going to be able to do it without, making some pretty significant adjustments to the roster right now.
So, Nick, is this, though, I don't want to call it a perfect scenario. None of this is about, can be perfect with what they're dealing with in dead cap money. But I feel like Sean Payton wants to flip this roster anyway. What you described there would cause some pain. But at the end of the day, how many guys do you think Sean really loved off this last roster?
Well, that's part of it. I was talking to somebody today, and a lot of us who have been watching this team for however long, you view certain players as part of the core of this team, right? But he and the coaching staff and even the front office might have a different view of what constitutes the core going forward in terms of where they're ultimately trying to take this thing. Just because a guy has been on this team for a long time, they might not align with whatever he has as the vision. Again, right or wrong, I'm not saying, some of these players, guys like Garrett Bowles, Justin Simmons, who have been a big part of this thing for a long time, Josie Jewell, that they are not, that they couldn't be part of that same foundation. But again, I think you're looking at it from a lens of we've watched some of these guys for 7, 8 seasons, 6 seasons, and the coaching staff likely has a different view of who those guys are going forward. And so I think when you see cuts happen that might seem stunning on the surface, it might be part of a larger plan that they have in terms of who they think is actually kind of going to be a foundational piece, or even what positions they prioritize as foundational pieces. It's all kind of lumped in together.
Yeah, it's not his hump. It's not his roster. Sean Payton has made that perfectly clear since he walked through the door. Nick Kosmider, The Athletic, covering the Broncos and the NFL. Nick, who's tradable? Amongst the guys that the Broncos could get the savings on, who's tradable? Who could return anything in a potential swap?
Yeah, that's always the tough part about this, right? Is because once teams know you are you're shopping a guy around this time of year, it's easy to just wait and say, hey, we'll go out, we'll sign that guy. We got the cap space, we'll get it done. Why give up a draft pick? So this tends to be a little bit of a tough year when you're trying to do that, especially because there's other teams that are trying to, they're trying to shed salary of their own. They're trying to make kind of make their own space in order to have their plans come to fruition when the new league year begins. That being said, a guy like a guy like Justin Simmons, who has more interceptions since he entered the league in 2016, 30 of them, than any other player in the NFL. It's really interesting when you look at the safety market. Like, guys who have been Pro Bowlers, all pros, are getting cut right now left and right. And it's a really interesting decision when you have a guy that has no guaranteed money left on his deal. He has an $18.5 million cap figure. They would save $14.5 million by either cutting him or trading him. It's resources that they could potentially look around and say, we need this elsewhere. And especially when you look at the trend of the position right now. So those are some of the things that they're going to have to really evaluate going forward. But I still think a guy like Justin Simmons, given what he has produced, given who he is as a player, would be a guy that could bring back an asset. Jerry Jeudy, same thing, although, of course, he is not going to have the same value that he did before the start of last season. He's not going to even have the same value that he had in November at the trade deadline. But at this point, what you would do is, I thought it was interesting that Sean Payton noted on a couple of occasions at his press conference at the Combine was that we think highly of Marvin Mims, kind of saying the biggest reason that he didn't kind of blossom the way that he could have was, Jerry Jeudy, he's kind of behind Jerry Jeudy. That to me felt like a table setter for what they might do. By trading Jerry Jeudy, you get off $13 million in cap space. You kind of reset that position with a guy that you probably don't have long-term visions for. You could bring back a draft asset, even if it's maybe a fourth or a fifth rounder. So those are reasons where you look at him and say, hey, there's still teams that probably want to get out. You look at a team like Cleveland, team like New England that certainly needs wide receiver help, and say there's probably a chance that guy could be tradable for you.
What about Bowles and Sutton? What do you think happens there? Bowles looks like another easy cap number to maybe maneuver around, but then you don't have a left tackle. But it sounded like they liked Palczewski last year or whatever. And then, look, Nick, we know if there's a big Russ guy in the room, it's Courtland Sutton. Now, should that affect Sean Payton's thinking? No, not at its core, but I do wonder if it will, considering he was basically benched for the second half of that Raider game at the end of the season. What do you think the future of those two players are?
Yeah, it's interesting with Courtland Sutton because he's a guy that has 2 years left on his deal, but has no guaranteed money left. So I think that they're in a situation with him where if he's going to stay, it's going to be through a restructure, something like that where, maybe he gets a little more guaranteed money. Right now, he does have a $2 million guarantee if he's on the roster, I believe, later this month. But outside of that, there's really nothing there. So perhaps, they work a deal where there's a little more guaranteed money involved, but he agrees to kind of get that cap number down a little bit. You still have to have players like, look, I know that they're angling toward, something different here, right? They've got guys that they're bringing in that they want to sort of be part of wherever this thing is eventually going to go, but you still have to be out there competing. You have to have guys that catch the football. And as much as Courtland Sutton, he's had his struggles here and there, has been the closest thing to a consistent target that they've had for the last several years. So, again, you can't just get rid of everybody to where you don't even have any kind of proven talent on the team. I definitely think they're going to be going younger. They're going to be going, cheaper in terms of having a lot of these rookie second-year players stepping into bigger roles. But that's one to figure out. With Bowles, again, the savings are huge. If you move on from him, cut him or trade him, it's $16 million in cap space. But to your point, Andy, you've got to have a left tackle, and they might think highly of Alex Palczewski or Demontre Jacobs, guys that were on the practice squad last year. But there's a big difference between liking what you're seeing in practice and putting a guy out there on Sunday protecting a quarterback's blind side. Like that's a big difference. So whether they ultimately come to the conclusion that they're ready to put one of those guys in. The other thing is you don't want to give away that you're going to draft a left tackle in the first round by moving on from Bowles, before the draft. You're almost you're playing your hand a little bit there. So, but again, you could go out, you could get a veteran in free agency to kind of bridge you over for a while. That one's really interesting. I don't have a great feel on where it's going with Garrett Bowles, but he is absolutely one to watch as this new league year approaches here in the next week.
It is advisable to have a left tackle, so says our esteemed Broncos reporter, Nick Kosmider of The Athletic. Nick, we got a report from Shefty today. Russ has permission to immediately begin speaking and meeting with other teams in their home cities. He is going to be released once the league year begins. But Nick, How robust is the Russell Wilson market going to be? How many folks are going to come calling on Russell Wilson?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because here's the thing. I don't think that for any team that he is going to be kind of their like plan A, right? Like in terms of this is how we're going to go in the offseason. He's the guy we're going to pursue in free agency, and that's going to be our plan A. So what that means is he's now going to be sort of kind of awaiting a bit, I think, to see how it plays out for other teams as they pursue the top players in free agency. There's two top free agency quarterbacks. Obviously, Kirk Cousins is the unquestioned number one, and I think Baker Mayfield's the unquestioned number two. And there's going to be several teams that are probably courting both of those guys. Once that sort of plays out and they know where those guys are going, well, now Russ might be kind of a plan A or at least a pre-draft plan A for a team, especially because he's only going to cost them $1.2 million as Denver picks up the rest of the tab next year. So I don't think that he's going to be a guy that signs within the first few minutes of free agency. He's not going to be the top target. I don't think for anybody, unless you have a team like, Pittsburgh that is saying, we still want Pickett on our roster. We want him to compete in camp. He might be the guy. And then you have Russ come in as he's going to be the camp competition. And then you have something like a Luck Bridgewater thing, and you could still entertain the idea of drafting a quarterback. But again, I think he's going to probably have to end up waiting for a little bit. He's more talented than a number of starting quarterbacks in this league. I think that will ultimately become what decides this thing. I do think he'll end up as a starter. It's just that he's going to have to kind of wait and see how these wins shift in the first week or first few days of free agency before he's finding a landing spot.
All right. You've been through all the combine. You got the notes. You did all the thing. Broncos got a shot at getting a guy to fall to them, do you think? There's a lot of smoke about, J.J. McCarthy being 4 and still not making it even to 10. You think they're picking something other than a quarterback come April 25th or whatever it is?
I think there's a great chance that they pick something other than a quarterback. Now, I think they want to get one. I think they have this notion that, hey, player X can get to 3 or 4, and maybe we can make this deal work. I'm kind of on the boat of like, you probably should stop giving away all your draft picks because that hasn't worked out real well. But again, I think there's this thought of like Sean Payton has told us publicly that he doesn't really care a lot about what's happened previous to him. It's like his job is to make a good team. His job is to get a quarterback. And so I think he doesn't really have a lot of care about what's come before. But again, if the price is just too much, if it's just too untenable, then I think there's a great chance that they draft somebody because look, this draft is stocked full of positions that they need help with. Like they need an offensive tackle. They need depth on the defensive line. They could use a wide receiver as they try to get younger in that room. They definitely need a tight end. They need an edge rusher. Like there's a chance, especially if the run you're talking about, Andy, goes where all these guys are going in the top 4 picks. Well, that obviously moves back one by one all these other really good non-quarterback players. And the Broncos, I told you guys this again, dump out all the players in the AFC West, start drafting them, see how long it takes you to get Broncos in between each round. And that gives you an idea of the amount of good players that they need to add to this roster. So, yeah, I think it could be a chance you got a Dallas Turner, a Byron Murphy, a Brock Bowers, a J.C. Latham, guys like that. It's possible.
I love me a Brock Bowers. I'm going to tell you that right now. I think that would legit get me excited if they could get that guy.
By the way, you know how they put like slogans on the wall or they print up T-shirts?
Sure, all over the place.
The 2024
Fox
Denver Broncos.
Painting them.
That's right. No shortage
here's
of
my
needs.
question. Brock Bowers played his high school football in Napa, California. I want to know what the concession stands are when you play high school football in Napa, California. Like people sitting in the stands eating Gruyere and having a little bit of a Cabernet,
lobster salad,
getting that cheap 4-pack of Sutter home. Sure, crack it open.
They golf clap for a big first down. Yeah, give me the rowdy Napa high school football scene. That's the story I want to do.
A lovely Niçoise, perhaps.
Hey, if Nate prints up the old camp shirts like they like to do that says no shortage of needs, are you going to wear that? You got the guts? Got the guts to do that?
I'll wear it right in front of Sean. Row 1. Let's do it.
Nick, man, good stuff as always, buddy. We appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, fellas, be good. Talk to you soon.
All right, Nick Kosmider, theathletic.com. That is where he covers this team. Also, subscribe to the Not Another Bucking podcast. It's very good. By the way, did you know you can watch the Kreckman and Lindahl show and our conversations with our pals on Twitch? Our Twitch feed is brought to you by our friends at Safeway, which now offers drive-up prescription pickup with your drive-up and go groceries. Save time while Safeway brings your prescriptions to you, plus get $30 off your first drive-up and go order. See Safeway.com for details. Nate Craigman, Andy Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nuggets got Boston coming up tomorrow night. Avalanche and the Detroit Red Wings this evening in a nationally televised affair. Connor will have the call for you at 7:30. We'll drop the puck at 7 o'clock. Avalanche swinging 2 trades today ahead of Friday's NHL trade deadline, sending Ryan Johansson and a 2025 first-round pick off to Philadelphia for the services of 29-year-old defenseman Sean Walker. The pick, by the way, is top 10 protected. It won't matter. And then the Avalanche trade Bowen Byram to the Buffalo Sabres, and they acquire centerman Casey Mittelstadt, a legit top 6 NHL forward, 25 years of age, in his 7th NHL season. He was the number 8 overall pick of the Sabres back in 2017. So, Andy, it's a top 10 pick for a top 10 pick in Byram and in Mittelstadt. And Sean Walker will slot right into Byram's minutes. 2 moves today made by the Avalanche. Are they a better hockey team right now?
That was so Vic Fangio.
Wow.
Yeah, I hope so. I don't.
He
look,
says with conviction.
Can I tell you? You know what I think is interesting? I was thinking about this as I took a break down the hall.
Okay.
Thinking how I wanted to make this point.
Had some time to yourself, did you?
Yeah. Luckily, this time I have. In there, not always, but this time, yes.
Stayed out of those front bathrooms, didn't you?
I respected the request.
Sure did.
This is why what the Broncos are about to face is so hard.
Mm-hmm.
I have nothing but the utmost respect and trust for both the Nuggets and the Avs front office.
Yeah.
They have brought us the 2 most recent championships. Joe Sakic seems like Joe Sakic and Chris McFarland know what strings to pull, on and on and on. And yet, even they didn't bat 1,000 in the offseason moves. Johansson was not a good move. Tatar was not a good move.
They had to give up a first-round pick to get somebody to take
They
Ryan
pulled
Johansson.
the Brock Osweiler to Cleveland.
Yeah.
Basically, Philly said, you know what? We'll buy your first-round pick for the $4 million. We're going to eat on this guy's salary when we waive him.
Totally.
And that's how it goes. And I bring the Broncos up because, dude, everybody, even the best at this, and I think the Nuggets and Avs are, get some things wrong. You're not going to get everything right. Stuff doesn't work out the way you hope. Fits may look good from the outside, may not happen when they get here.
Theo Epstein traded DJ LeMahieu for Ian Stewart.
Yeah, how about that?
Right.
And then we let him walk to the Yankees for nothing. Yahtzee. What a day.
No, they signed Daniel Murphy that year.
Cool. That was awesome. That was great. No, but seriously, so yes, I trust what they think they're going to do. With the cap savings, I do kind of wonder, is one more thing coming? I don't agree with my guy Jason that they need to go get a backup goalie. He was saying you don't want to wear Georgiev out by the end of the year. I get that. But you know what? Annunen has shown me, and I know it's the Blackhawks. The kid still shut out a team with one of the best young shooters in the league 2 games in a row.
Yep, sure did.
And he's supposed to be the future of your franchise anyway. He looks like the light might be coming on. Let's see what he's got. Because frankly, if you're going to the goalie rotation in the playoffs, we already live that. You're going to white knuckle that thing all the way to the cup. I wouldn't mind one more bigger defenseman. Now, maybe they've got someone in the minors they're going to call up who they think is ready to go and maybe it's our guy Caleb Jones. I don't know. But at the end of the day, yeah. I'm totally in for this, Nate. I am. But I will tell you, for the first time in 3 years, after the Tatar thing didn't work out, after Johansson didn't work out, who was our guy last year too? Carl Eller, was it? Carl Eller. That is
Lars Eller.
Lars Eller. Who was Carl Eller? Is he not with us anymore?
Cool, Carl.
Wasn't Carl Eller the...
Cool, Carl.
Who's Carl Eller? No, he's the Minnesota Vikings defensive lineman. That's who he is.
He was, yes.
Lars Eller.
He was one of the Purple People Eaters.
I can remember Carl Eller's career better than I remember Lars Eller's career as an Av. So I've moved into a little bit of let's wait and see. I'm excited to see these guys play. There's no doubt about it. Listen, Nate, one of the biggest things that's going to happen for this team is Val Nichushkin's return, right?
Yeah.
They need the big physical forward back out there, and then hopefully come playoff time, Gabe Landeskog.
There's something else to this, and I brought this point up with Connor, is that I think when you look at the guy, and you look at your players, and you just say, we're going for it, okay? We're going to – Bowen Byram, been here the whole time. He's won a cup. He's a good young player, but we have other needs that we need to address, and this is another win now move being made by the Avalanche. The players are no dummies. Like they know, man, we really need a better second line center. This guy ain't exactly Nazem Kadri over here. And they made that move, and they go and get Middlestad today. And they bring in a guy in Sean Walker who is a viable NHL defenseman. And you add him to a group, by the way, it should be noted, you add him to a group that already has Cale Makar and Devon Taves. So it's like you are already loaded up in that part of the ice. We know that for a fact. But I love the F them picks mentality. Okay? McKinnon in his prime. Makar in his prime. Rantanen in his prime. Let's try and go win a damn Stanley Cup. Like, there's going to be repercussions of the Avalanche. First off, it's always difficult when you're picking at the end of the first round because your team is awesome every year anyway. And then you tack onto it, you're moving picks to try and, make your team better in the short term. But this is the time where you do that, okay? Is there going to be a rough season in the future someday? Yeah, probably. That's how it goes in salary cap sports. You got to take your friggin' swings when they're available to you. You have to do it, and that's what the Avalanche are doing. That's what the Rams did. Hell, we look at the New Orleans Saints all the time. We're like, Sean Payton, screw those guys. He was winning 12, 13 games a season every year with Drew Brees. He was trying to snag one more ring before it was all said and done. Sometimes you really do have to look at it and say, I'm trying to do something big right now, and that's what the Avalanche are doing.
Yeah, I'm going to look. What did Joe Sakic play, 19 years?
Yeah.
Something like that?
Yeah.
Went to 2 cups. He was 2-0 in those cups, only got to 2.
Right.
I mean, I say only.
It's
God,
really
they were great
hard
times.
to win a Stanley Cup.
It is, but the bottom line is they have found a way to get a core back together that is probably on par if they can get another cup with what we saw in the late 90s, okay? Early 2000s when they won the 2 cups. You got to take advantage of it while you have it. I completely agree with you. Now, look, there could be pain somewhere down the road.
Yeah.
You're going to need to restock the coffers at some point in the system.
I mean, a part of this, Andy, is like when you have McKinnon and Makar, who, by the way, were both premium picks. Rantanen was a top 10 pick.
Yeah.
Hell, Byram was a premium pick. Landeskog was a premium pick. When you're that loaded with those guys, you're presumably going to go from an era of your organization that was crap into one where you start winning all the time. And just as a result of the way that drafts are set up in sports, it does set you up for a downturn. You can't just be awesome all the time. Look at what the New England Patriots are right now. You can't just be awesome all the time. That's not how sports works. When you have the dudes, you got to go for it. And that's what the Avs are doing.
And the dudes in their prime. These guys are all in their prime.
Yeah.
And look, Lehkonen, you made a heck of a trade pulling off a Lehkonen. I hope Middlestat is a Lehkonen. That was someone that Spring compared him to on our chat today. So I'm hoping that's the kind of move that this thing turns out to be. Again, I don't think we can completely dismiss Jason Gregor's take, though, that you do need size come playoff time, especially if you've got the Stars. The Stars are not a small team. Mm-hmm. Winnipeg is not a small team. We can't just dismiss. You can't just say we're going to outskate you every game.
Right.
It's like we have a texter that asked a little bit earlier, after listening to Connor, do you think they're just good enough to make the playoffs, or are they truly a Stanley Cup team? We're going to have to see how all the pieces come together. I believe the core can get them into the Stanley Cup again because it's done it already. But we'll have to see. You don't want to get the wrong matchup. That was another thing about when the Avs won the Cup. They didn't have to go through a Vegas. They didn't have to go through a Stars. They didn't have to go through a bigger team that historically has given this team some problems. They got to play Edmonton, who wanted to skate with them. St. Louis was probably the biggest team they dealt with that year. Right? And then the Lightning and the Avs, that was an amazing series. But you get some of these bigger, clunkier teams, if you will, where you're going to need some defensemen to get guys out from in front of your goalie. So you can't completely dismiss that.
You also might lose a series because sometimes stupid things happen. They do.
Like last night's game. You could get a game like last night for the Nuggets where the stupid ball just seems to have a magnet to the other team.
Yeah, there's just an absolute lid on the rim and it won't go in, and guys that normally make open threes suddenly can't throw it into the ocean.
And Jamal Murray, for the first time maybe in 10 years, didn't know where a teammate was on a throwback out to the three-point line.
By the way, speaking of dumb goals, did you see Parisi's goal the other night?
Yeah, I knew that would drive you nuts. Hey, he was smart. He didn't make the kicking motion.
Nope.
He savvily put his skate in position. Now, first off, he went off the Chicago player.
I was going to
first.
say, I don't think he made the kicking motion because he didn't know the puck was going to hit
You know
his
what
skate.
I thought was great, though? Caleb Jones had told Katie Gaz in the intermission, I want to score to hold it over my brother.
Right.
And technically he did.
It was
bounced
awesome.
off two guys. It wasn't necessarily his goal, but he shot the puck.
Plus, Seth Jones was caught in no man's land on that Drouin goal.
Drouin?
Yeah, that was pretty sweet. It's Craig Bennett Lindahl. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL that we have got to get to coming up here in just a few minutes. Russell Wilson is allowed to talk
to other teams.
Does anybody actually want to listen to him? We'll find that out next. Hey, you got Kreckman and Lindahl, hour number 3, best 5 o'clock hour in the biz. We're rolling with you until 6 p.m. We got the Avalanche and the Wings this evening right here on Altitude Sports Radio. We'll get it going at 7:30. Mark Bertinoli will provide you pregame coverage starting up at 7 o'clock. The Blitz with Spring and Berto immediately follows the Kreckman and Lindahl show, but Springs, he's busy before that. He's got a high five to give us the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Go ahead, Mark Springer.
Let's do the high five. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. And the Denver Broncos are so nice. They are granting Russell Wilson permission to immediately begin speaking and meeting with other teams in their home cities ahead of the official start of free agency. That's class right there.
You like that move?
They're also giving him $140 million. So, yes, it's all working out for us. Yeah, classy gesture there, Andy. Go ahead. Go ahead and get to work out there. Why was this reported today?
Well, I think...
Is this out of the ordinary?
No, but listen, Russ is still a name that moves the needle.
Of course.
They can't quit talking about this thing on all the morning talk shows I
Sure.
watch, right? Because it's a quarterback, and it's a quarterback people know.
And it's a quarterback that once won a Super Bowl.
It is.
And has since become a polarizing whipping boy.
Oh, there's a lot of people. There's been some fighting going on here.
Disastrous 2 years in Denver. People talking about the Hall of Fame legacy of Russell Wilson.
RG3 cussing on ESPN.
Which, by the way, he's still a Hall of Famer. Okay?
Well, are you sure?
Anything that happened in Denver doesn't change what he did in Seattle.
I don't know if I like the taste of that juice you're pouring there, Nate.
9 Pro Bowls? I mean, a
not
guy...
an MVP, though.
Not an MVP, a second-team All-Pro, a guy that has quarterbacked in 2 Super Bowls, who has won one of them, won a lot of games, man. This guy is still a Hall of Famer. There is still a decade of good football in there. The problem is that it all went down the drain and didn't come to Denver with him.
Yeah.
You don't think he's a Hall of Famer?
I don't know. I think this is hurt. There's a lot of people talking a lot different about this. And even Ryan Clark got a little snarky about things, right? You sent us that last night. So Booger McFarland went full, he and RG3 went full first take yesterday, yelling at each other to the point where RG3 said something I think his bosses wish he hadn't. Wasn't the worst word in the world, but still not something you want dropped on Mike Greenberg's prim and proper morning show.
Do they even care on ESPN anymore?
I don't know. I don't know why they have to.
They got
right?
McAfee. They say whatever they want, right?
Look, TBS has joined you. Anyway, here's the thing. I don't know about that. I think his next stop could. I think he needs to get back to at least mid-level play at the next stop, and maybe then everything will be fine.
I also think that the 5-year waiting period between the end of a career and Hall of Fame voting time
will help.
It lets a lot of temperatures cool. And it refocuses the conversation on remember all the good stuff this guy did.
Probably, yeah. We have short memories. We'll see. Hey, look, real quickly, back to the point of why they're letting him do this. It behooves the Broncos for him to negotiate something more than a minimum deal, period. So you might as well start on it. I don't think anyone's going to give it to him necessarily. But there is some equation. Like, does it help the cap or the cash? It helps something in the Broncos' favor if he gets a higher deal.
I believe the cash. The cap, I don't
it doesn't alter,
think
right?
they can mess with.
Yeah,
and
but
nonetheless, and the cash, who cares?
Yeah, at this point, I don't think they care. I agree with Nick. Again, going off of everybody the people that I've talked to, the things I've heard nationally, he'll be the guy that they turn to once Fields and Cousins are decided.
And Mayfield.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody talks about Mayfield, I guess, because they think he's going to stay
Assuming
in Tampa.
he stays in Tampa. Spring.
High five. Dave Canales is the new head coach of the Carolina Panthers after doing a good job as Baker Mayfield's offensive coordinator with Tampa. But before that, he was a longtime assistant offensive coach with the Seahawks, wide receivers coach for most of the 2010s. Then he was Russ's quarterback coach for a year in Seattle. Then he was their passing game coordinator in Russ's last season with the Seahawks. So Dave Canales went on with Kay Adams on the Up and Adams show, and it even crossed my mind, like, Bryce Young wasn't great last year. Maybe Russell Wilson could be a good voice in the room, a good mentor for Bryce Young. Dave Canales shutting that down. Here he is on Up and Adams.
There are a lot of people on Twitter. I said I was coming to Carolina. They make the Russell Wilson connection right away. Yeah. He hasn't looked the same since you were there. It's true. It's a huge credit to you and what you were able to get out of him in your time in Seattle. Then he goes on to the Broncos. It doesn't work out. You could bring Russell in here. I'm seeing tweets about it all day long on my timeline. Why won't you? Or why don't you?
Well, this is not the situation for Russ, but what I will say about him is taking that chance and that opportunity to go to Denver. I really admire him for that. I really admire the courage it took to say, I'm going to branch out away from what I'm comfortable with, and certainly guys like me who was with him for all 10 years, and the level of comfort that comes from, like, I know exactly what he wants, what he needs, what he's going to ask for. I can anticipate those things. And he really gambled on himself to go and try to do something a different way to see what that could become. So, and what it's become, hey, the film's out there, but I really credit him for that.
Yeah, I'm going to try like hell to say something nice after I'm like, yeah, I don't want him at all.
Weren't they were at odds in Seattle a bit, right?
I mean,
he's been at odds. Look, the reality is, people, this is not kicking dirt on the grave or anything. He was at odds with most of his OCs in Seattle.
Canales was the passing game coordinator during the heart of the let Russ cook era of Seahawks football, where they had to look at him and go, stop cooking, okay? Yeah. You put up some numbers for a few weeks, but it's turned into a disaster, and we need to be able to rein this all back in. So it's not surprising that Canales would want him. This really, Andy, to me is the central sticking point that Russ is going to have on the open market is, and Kosmider brought it up earlier in the show today, is, Russ is unlikely to be a plan A. Because if you want Russell Wilson to be your quarterback, you got to be all in on Russell Wilson and his style of play that drove Pete Carroll up the wall.
Crazy.
That drove Sean Payton up the wall here in Denver. Like, you have to be comfortable with saying it is going to be the second play or the third play. And that's what we're going to have to live off of with this guy as my quarterback. If you're an offensive head coach, play calling head coach, or an offensive coordinator, Andy, your offense is the thing that you've dedicated your life to, right? It is every piece of football experience, everything that I have learned along the way, I have downloaded down into this particular playbook right here, and this is my scheme, and this is my everything. This is the thing that I stay up all night long for and dive into the film for. And with Russ, you have to be willing to say, okay, now I'm going to burn like 3/4 of that and say we're going to live with doing things differently. Like, yes, Russ is a more athletically gifted quarterback than other dudes on the market, but a part of where Sean Payton made his bed, and other offensive coaches I think are going to show you this, is, yeah, this other guy may be lesser than, but I know he's actually going to run the damn plays that I call.
Can I tell you, though, who I think ultimately he maybe fits best for, and this is going to sound counterintuitive? A younger coach with some college experience.
Mm-hmm.
Because guess what? The college coaches are used to things not running the way that they perfectly designed it.
Sure.
Right? Look at what Shedeur did last year. There was the first play. They were living off the second and third play sometimes, right? They weren't always able to get that first play out, okay? They had to wait. He had to run around. Caleb Williams was buying some time. So as funny as it may sound, I think if you were to find a play caller, at least I think a defensive head coach with a play caller that is more college experience, I think Russ would probably get along with, because I think they would live with him working for the second play mantra that he showed here, rather than I want this out in 3 or 4 seconds.
The other problem that you deal with on second play guy, and I think this is going to be Shedor's greatest flaw.
I think a lot of college quarterbacks, period, have
when
this.
he's going into the draft process is takes way too many sacks.
Yeah.
And sack avoidance is a buzzword right now because the analytics guys have dug into it, and they will. Some of them will even tell you a sack is worse than an interception. Okay? Because interceptions, there's some 50-50 to it, and you're trying to make a play. All right? A sack, basically a drive killer, right?
Yeah.
And when Russell Wilson takes 100 sacks in 2 years, how many drives does that just kill for you?
Well, and on top of it, your offense wasn't good enough to come out of it. Like, again, the Peyton Manning team in 2013, they took a sack. It was like nothing happened.
Right.
They could go get 20 yards in a
but they
heartbeat.
also hardly ever took
You're
sacks.
right. You're right, because Peyton got rid of the ball so quickly. To your point about the college quarterbacks, I feel like some of these guys, and look, this has been told to me. I'm not just pulling this out of the backside. They take sacks because it's not so hard to make up that extra 5 yards or whatever, right? It's not quite the killer in college because you're able to go out there with your 5 wide receivers and go get your one-on-one matchup and go make a play again.
Mm-hmm.
You know, now I'm not saying they love sacks in college, but you often see a sack not be in the NFL, the sacks and the 10-yard holding calls are crushing drives. Period.
Yeah.
You can fight back from it in college. That's what I think is going to be interesting, though. Again, I think it's interesting that like Russ might fit with a younger coach. I don't think, though, I'm not so sure everybody's going to want to put him with a younger coach because of what happened with Hackett.
Right.
Even though Hackett wasn't all that young, if you really think about it.
Yeah.
He was never been a head coach before, but
I'm with Cosmiter on this. I don't think Russell Wilson is going to be
plan A.
anybody's plan A. Nor was he Sean Payton's or Pete Carroll's.
High five.
Got some Bills news. This from the Twitter of Field Yates. The Bills and pass rusher Von Miller agreed to a renegotiated contract. The deal has a base value of just under $9 million for the upcoming season, with a chance to make up to $20 million with incentives. That's up about $2.5 million under the old terms. The move saves the Bills about $8.5 million in 2024 salary cap space. They also today cut 29-year-old cornerback Tre'Davious White, who tore his Achilles in October, and longtime Bills safety 32-year-old Jordan Poyer, who had signed a 2-year deal with them last year.
Man, cold business is the NFL. Hey, you were a core guy for a whole lot of playoff teams. Yeah, well, we can't pay everybody. You got to go. Josh Allen's massive extension has kicked in.
Allen?
You just flat out can't keep everybody at this point. I'm really interested to see what Tre'Davious White is going to look like bouncing back from this injury.
yeah. And remember, Tre'Davious White was a guy they wanted back in the day. Poyer was really good too. I did want to ask you though, are you surprised Vaughn stays? They would have eaten too big a hit. Did you tell me that? So this, I guess, works out for both sides.
Yeah, this wasn't the year to be able to get rid of him. You know, you hope another year post-injury of recovery that there is still going to be a little bit something left in the tank there with Von Miller. That's what you sort of hope for. The other thing about it, too, is, believe it or not, pass rushers, they kind of sometimes do age gracefully in the NFL. You can still get pretty good production out of veteran defensive linemen. One of the things that they have going for them is they don't really necessarily have to go hard down in and down out. You pick your spots. You get after it on third down. You put up production. You force some punts, whether through pressure or occasionally finishing with a sack. You knock a ball out, 4 or 5 times a year, and boom! Like you've kind of got something going on right there. I think the Bills are hoping Vaughn can recapture that.
Yeah, we've seen it. I mean, to your point, we could go over the Colts. Dwight Freeney was one. Didn't they have another one that came afterwards? Mathis. Remember, Mathis was another one that would go and just get a deal at the right time.
And rip off 8, 9, 10 sacks and have a good year.
Look, let's be honest about it. The Bills signed Vaughn hoping that he could be – remember, when he got to the Rams, he didn't start tearing it up right away. He got to the playoffs when the Rams won the Super Bowl, and he had another playoff like he did here in Denver.
Mm-hmm.
No one will stop me when I decide I'm not going to be stopped. That's what Bills were hoping to get. I'll be curious to see how this works out. I wonder if Vaughn could do it again. Would he do it in Buffalo?
Spring.
High five.
According to Andrew Marchand, who is now with The Athletic, Bill Belichick is meeting with TV networks, including CBS and NBC. And Peyton Manning is trying to land Bill Belichick at Omaha Productions.
Yeah, so what it sounds like there, and this is what is being theorized, I saw, as the dream situation for Peyton Manning and Omaha Productions would be pairing Bill Belichick and Nick Saban on a sort of coaching cast broadcast. Put those two dudes together and get really whiteboard X and O-y on a broadcast, and that could be a thing that would drag in viewers, which honestly, Andy, I'd be interested. I'd tune in. I want to listen to those two guys talk about football.
You know what I'd be psyched about? I hear all the time Bill Belichick has a great personality.
Right.
So I'd like to actually see that.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Now, Nick Saban, when Nick Saban does the pre and post, he does show you, I got some personality too, right? Nick, I think knowing he wanted to transition to media, started opening up in some of his interviews lately.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to see two Scotch deep, both of these coaches, and then really tell me what you think of this game.
That actually, yes. Get the right sponsor on there.
Yeah.
That is what
Johnny
I want to
Walker
see.
Blue. Let's do it.
It's Craigman and Lindahl. We'll take a break. When we come back, Nikola Jokic was bad last night. Or was he? We'll talk about that next. Nuggets fall last night to the Phoenix Suns, lose by 10 in overtime. First overtime affair for your Denver Nuggets so far this season. They kind of they got to OT last night, and then they reverted back to the second quarter version of themselves. Just here, Suns, have the ball. We're not interested.
They gave it a shot. They gave it a shot the first minute or two.
And then it was
I think,
we're
it
good.
8? When they got up 8, they're like, all right, fine, your game.
This is over. Okay, this is over. Look, this is a Nuggets team I get it, man. It's nationally televised. It's the Suns. It's a team from the playoffs a year ago. Sold out crowd at Ball Arena. There's hype. There's all of that. I get all of that. What this game is a good reminder of is what may be a big deal to us, what may be a big deal to media and fans, not necessarily to the players. They weren't into it last night.
No, you could tell.
They had won 6 in a row. They got, as of last night, there was 21 games to go. Okay, we say this all the time. You're not going to bring it for all 82. Well, you got 21 games left. You got a quarter of your schedule remaining, essentially. You're not going to bring it for all of those either. And the Nuggets didn't do that last night, including Nikola Jokic, who played, honestly, Andy, about as poor as he's capable of playing. Final stat line for the Joker. 45 minutes, which that's way too much. 8 of 18 from the floor. He did make threes last night, which was kind of fun to see. 25 points, 16 rebounds, 5 assists, 7 turnovers. Suns did a lot of crowding him, throwing bodies at him, Nurk, Eubanks, doubling, etc. They slapped at the ball an awful lot last night, and I think even got him a little frustrated at times in that game. I will go ahead and say it, and Andy, you know this. I worship at the altar of Nikola Jokic. He had a bad game last night. Yeah, but 25, 16, and 5 is this guy's bad night.
Yeah, the 5 could have been helped by making some shots,
That
too.
also
That should have
would
been
help.
a triple-double. It's funny because I agree with you where I don't think they brought it the whole time. And look, even Mike Malone said we had guys that were too chill out there tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And at the same time, Nate, they just shot horribly. That was their problem. We haven't seen them shoot that bad in a long time.
Second quarter, they were 1 of 8 from behind the arc.
Dude. I mean, and in the fourth quarter, I could not believe they even got even with some of the shots they missed down the stretch in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. Here's the other thing that's kind of funny about it, too, and I get this reaction. When a team is just laying bricks from downtown, as the Nuggets were last night, I think there's naturally an inclination, and I'm not even necessarily saying it's wrong, for fans to go to the rim, okay? Just get an easier look for a change. But the problem with that thinking is these are the best shooters in the world. And when they're open, they think it's going to go in. To them, it's a good shot because between what they've done in games, what they've done in practice, what they've done in their countless hours in the gym, until midnight every night, just sweating it out, putting up 500 before they go home or whatever it is, they think they're going to make them. In fact, they know that they're going to make them, and they look like good shots, and that's why they take those shots.
Yeah, and look, they were in a point where you kind of wanted them to hit some threes, get the momentum going back in. There was a couple times, again, the Jamal pitch out to nobody was a little frustrating.
Was weird.
Just go ahead and take that shot, brother. But yeah, I get it. And what did they say? Shoot yourself out of a slump or whatever. Isn't that the old saying?
Shooter. That's what Kevin Durant did last night.
Yeah, he did.
KD, by the time you looked up at the end of the night, 35 points on a not-so-efficient 34 shots.
See, and it's funny because you said it earlier. He kept shooting, and then finally, once he hit one, he couldn't miss.
Right.
Well, he had 4 or 5 going into overtime, and he was draining threes, and it just was what it was.
By the way, our buddy Paul Klee texted this to me before. This is the way Paul Klee's weird brain works. This is the things he notices. But he's not wrong about this. Do you know Kevin Durant is taller than Nikola Jokic?
Really? No?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What is he, 7'1"?
He's listed, I believe, at 6'10".
Okay, how tall is Nikola?
Nikola is 6'11".
Okay.
Kevin Durant is not 6'10". KD is 7 or 7-1. He's the anti-Tyler Chatwood. Durant lied about his height going in the other direction. But Kevin Durant's over 7 feet tall, which goes to show you, like, you're that good of a shooter. You are that good of a ball handler. You can get to your spot on the floor, and you're 7'1". Like, Kevin Durant, in so many ways, just has broken the game of basketball.
Yeah, but I like how it feels like sometimes the Nuggets have broken him. Like, I feel like the Nuggets make him work hard. He looked tired.
He had to work really hard last night. Aaron Gordon, and you look up at the end of the night, and AG didn't have a great game, and you're absolutely right about that. Like, KD had to work for all 35 of those points last night.
He just, that's why I thought he was missing his shots finally.
Yeah.
Because he was good in the first half, not so much in the second. Then he hit that one right before the buzzer, and he was good to go again in overtime. And he was the difference. He's why they won it in overtime.
Yeah, he's a human cheat code, though. You can. I've said this about Kevin Durant forever. This is what made Golden State so unfair. The moment you put that guy on the floor, it's almost impossible to have a bad possession because any shot that he takes is a good shot. It's going to be better than almost any other shot you're going to get on the floor just because of how damn good he is. And that means contested fall-away jump shots are sometimes the best shot you're going to get in a possession.
Yeah, he was he was frustrating. But again,
Grayson Allen made 8 threes last night.
Grayson Allen raining threes on you with the smug look on his face. And look, the kid's a tough player.
Yeah.
But again,
no, he sucks.
Yeah, he's a dirty player.
It's okay for everybody to hate Grayson Allen.
So
you should.
It just was one of those. And you know what? What was with guys getting the ball knocked out of their hands as they were dribbling to the hoop? Like, I feel like we never see that. What was going on?
Nikola had one where he had a clear path to the bucket, and Bradley Beal reached in on him and swatted it out of there. It
it's
was
like he forgot he was there.
What is going
it was
on
super
tonight?
Weird.
Yeah,
that was a weird game last night.
I firmly believe Nuggets show up in a big time way tomorrow.
Oh yeah,
yeah. This will be the game that they get up for, and then, like I said earlier in the show, it won't surprise me if they turn around and lose to the Jazz. Just wouldn't stun me at all. I know I'm not trying to put that on them. Also, hey, shout out our buddy David Roddy was out there last night.
Yeah,
David Roddy got a good bucket.
I didn't realize he got traded, let go, and just came back to Phoenix.
Mm-hmm. Yep, David Roddy. He's one of the many depth guys on the Phoenix Suns team. Bull got his 13 minutes last night, got a bucket in the game, and got a technical on it. So, way to go, Bull.
How about Bull? Bull, there's sometimes where he just looks so fun.
Right.
Why doesn't it sustain? Like, again, he was a big storyline in the second quarter. I don't remember him being out there the rest of the way. I mean, I'm sure he was.
Focus, I guess. Yeah. I don't know.
Hey, Ryan Johnson, not Ryan Johansson.
Mm-hmm.
Did Ryan Johansson leave town? Like, did the Flyers just call and go, hey, man,
yeah,
you don't need to get on a plane?
Do you have to fly to Philadelphia to officially get waived?
I don't know.
Do you ever have to, like...
You can buy a house over your phone. I think you can do that, too.
Do you have to set foot in the facility so they can be like, I'm here.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
I showed up.
Transaction official.
Here's a Philly cheesesteak and a gift card to Chicky and Pete's. Ryan Johnson says death taxes and a scrub player going unconscious against the Nuggets. Isn't that how we all feel?
Yeah.
This dude you haven't heard of.
Yeah, that's kind of how it goes. In this case, it was Grayson Allen. Nuggets fall last night. They got Boston coming up. I can't get worked up over this game. They're too good. They're too good.
No, I'm not saying the sky's falling. I could still be very annoyed you lost to that team. I hate every team you're playing, frankly.
The other thing about it, too, is, Nikola Jokic is a dude that can play objectively bad like he did last night. And I say bad because there is a level of expectation for what he is. He didn't have if Peyton Watson had Jokic's game last night, we wouldn't be able to shut up about it. But he didn't. That's Nikola Jokic. But Jokic, his air last night in the postgame was just kind of like, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was.
We play tomorrow.
Well, you brought up Peyton Watson.
Bad night
love
for
our
him.
P-Watt, but man, there's
Bad
just
night.
nights where the shooting, you're kind of like, all right.
Yeah, bad night.
Can we look to assist that?
0 for 5 from behind the arc.
Didn't you have one where you had like 2 in a row right at the rim?
It's just it's hard to get terribly confident in his outside shot.
I think he feels the same way.
Right.
I think he shows it to you. He feels good. Now, he felt good enough to take it because I'm sure Coach Malone has probably told him, man, if you're that wide open, you're going to have to take it because if you don't, then they don't think you want to shoot, and then they're not going to guard you. All he has to do is hit a couple. Just need a couple to go.
2 Avalanche trades today, Andy.
2 deuce.
A deuce or a hockey trades. So the Avalanche send Ryan Johansson in a 2025 first off to Philly for defenseman Sean Walker. And then the Avalanche send Bowen Byram to Buffalo, and they acquire the services of centerman Casey Middlestat, 25 years of age in his 7th NHL season, a second-line center. He was the number 8 pick by the Buffalo Sabres back in 2017. He's a guy, he got to the NHL extremely young. They didn't really mess around with him all that much. They got him right to the NHL level. He is a guy that, like, I think the NHL kind of kicked his ass for a while.
Sure, happens.
And quite frankly, it happened to Nathan McKinnon.
It did.
And
great rookie year, and then it got weird for a couple years.
Right, exactly. But he is a guy that broke out last year, a 59-point season. This year, 47 points in 62 games played. He's playing over 18 minutes a game, a career high for him in his time there with the Sabres. He now comes to the Avalanche. Sure, he's never been to a playoff game before, but Andy, like, if the conversation going into the trade deadline was the Avalanche need a second-line center, well, that is what they did. Yes, it cost them a good player in Bowen Byram, but I think the Avalanche almost look at it as, okay, we 1-for-1'd it. Sean Walker steps in. Bo Byram was never going to be a top 2 defenseman on this team anyway. He's on a team with Cale Makar and Devon Taves, so this is what we have done, and this is a better hockey team than we had this morning.
Yeah. Yes, they got another puck-moving defenseman there as well. Again, we talked about it earlier in the program.
Love a puck mover.
Size maybe is something to think about once you get to playoff time. But look, they still got a couple more days to get out there, get another trade done.
Size isn't everything, Andy.
You know, you really are pushing that narrative today to the point where I'm getting suspicious.
You don't have to be that suspicious. My heart's on my sleeve.
Wow. Is that why the hand holding starts early? Now, what is interesting is a couple people have texted in.
Very charming, Andy.
That apparently Elliot Friedman of TNT is saying that the Avs may still have some interest in Gensel. So Jake Gensel, the wing from Pittsburgh.
From the Pittsburgh Penguins.
So
wrong Penguin. Okay?
I know. What's going on?
We want Crosby. All
this
right?
is the anniversary of trading for Ray Bourque.
That's
I
right.
kind of wanted a Sid the Kid trade going down today, not to be. I don't think Sid's leaving Pittsburgh. I really don't.
Doesn't seem to be the case.
He's a year away from the contract being done.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't he just pull the Helton and be like, hey, look, we have won cups. I'm not Ray Bourque where I've never been in, the cup final or whatever. I'm just cool staying here. So.
All right. I think Crosby's still got a lot of good hockey left in him.
Okay.
And obviously, like Ray Bourque is a great example of it. I will put DeMarcus Ware into this sort of category as well. But a lot of times, Andy, you can make the splashy move. The one that really, it moves the needles for the fans and gets them excited. Here's a dude that I know. Here's a dude that I have heard of, okay? I'm excited that he is on our team. But the problem is these guys, a lot of the time, they're available because it ain't there anymore. Was Jerome McGinley an awesome member of the Avalanche?
No, you're right. You know what else? Look, I'll give you another example. A guy that Avs acquired at the deadline 2 decades ago, whatever it's been. Theo Fleury. Theo Fleury was supposed to be, he was a great scorer for Calgary.
Oh, Paul Curry and Teemu Solani.
Yeah.
It
doesn't always work out.
Jason Giambi, okay? Ryan Howard, the Matt Kemp, dudes that the clubs will go and get at the tail end of their careers, and you're like, I had that guy's birthday, his baseball card. All right, I know who that guy is. Okay, that's exciting stuff. That guy won an MVP 12 years ago. I'm excited to get that guy on my club. And it's no, there's a reason why they're available now.
I'm with you. I do think.
I don't think Crosby's
I was about to say,
yet.
Crosby's different, but Crosby feels more Bourque or Wall-like to me, where how can it not work? But maybe, I don't know. I guess he could get. Look, that's a guy that's had a few concussions in his day, too. So
Yeah. Mitchell. Chris Bryant.
Oh, Mitchell. Why? Why, Mitchell?
Hey, I got another one for you. Russell Wilson.
Too soon?
Not anymore. Not on the club anymore.
All right, who are some of the big names? What about a Randy Gregory? Were we ever there with him? Frank Clark?
Oh yeah. That was one of those splashy moves right there.
I bet you don't even remember the guy who played here. Do you realize Tony Dorsett
Sure
once
did.
pulled on a 33 for the Denver Broncos?
Sure did.
That didn't go well.
No.
God,
not
are we
really.
gonna? Let's keep doing this. Who else you got?
Jerry Rice.
Jerry Rice. Oh my God, didn't even make the team. Shanahan had to call him in and be like, "Dude, don't make me cut you. Don't make me cut you."
For
Come on.
Charlie Adams.
Please.
I don't want to be the guy that has
Just
to do
retire.
that.
Can you please retire? Even if you want to try to come back, can you please retire?
Will says Allen Iverson with the Nuggets. That's not to me in that same category.
Allen was fun.
We certainly got the decline.
Oh yeah, but he was still fun.
Still an
Scored
all-star.
a lot of points for this team.
Absolutely. Yes.
What else have the Nuggets had?
Late career El Bustos that you got your Richard Jeffersons, your Mike Millers of the world where you're just like, oh hell yeah, like that.
Gosh, I forgot those two played for the Nuggets.
I remember when those dudes hit big threes 14 years ago. Absolutely.
What about? Well, see, now you could do it with who are some of the forwards that we've had that we've talked about for the Avs?
Oh, somebody said Roy Hibbert.
Roy Hibbert was here.
He was here.
Jamal Charles is a good one.
Roy Hibbert's on CBS Sports Network now. He talks college buckets. Still get to see Roy out there. He was on an episode of Parks and Rec. Brian Dawkins.
That's a tough one for me. I did like Doc.
He
was not the Dawkins of.
No, he couldn't cover anybody.
Daryl Gardner. Oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, they didn't have Anquan Bolden, did they? Dale Murphy for the Rockies.
Oh, Ty Law.
Yeah,
it was one.
Sean Payton says.
Well, yeah,
Gary,
Dale Murphy and Brett Saberhagen. Who could forget those proud eras?
Andre Reed. Oh my gosh, I did forget about Andre Reed. Wow, that was like when I first got in the media, going up there trying to get him to talk.
Again, not saying Crosby is that, but those are one of those things that, like, again, I think we get irrationally excited because we've heard of a dude, and doesn't always necessarily work out for you.
Melvin Gordon, Dre Bly, yes, Johnny Jazz Cabbage.
It's Craigman and Lindahl. We're rolling with you here. It is a lovely Wednesday afternoon, and we're on with you until 6. We got the Avalanche and the Red Wings coming up. Plus, Andy, are you ready for your rockhead of the day today?
Sure.
Yeah.
Let's rock it out.
This one, I'm excited to share with you. It could concern the both of us. We'll tell you about that next. Wait a minute. Is this true, Andy? We have breaking NFL news?
Breaking
We have breaking NFL news.
Oh, man.
Break it. Oh, this is
first quarterback is off the board.
Spicy March news. Does Russ already got a team?
According to Mike Garafolo.
Yeah.
The Bills have agreed to terms with Mitch Trubisky.
All right.
Once again, the Buffalo Bills have agreed to terms with Mitchell Trubisky.
Okay. They got a new backup. They're in Buffalo. It'll be Mitch.
I almost expected that Price is Right, you lose music.
Mitch Trubisky is going to back up Josh Allen with the Buffalo Bills. Mitch Trubisky, like
Josh Allen?
any mystery of like, is Mitch going to turn it around? Nope. The NFL is saying it's over. Mitch's agent has told him it's over. I'm sure Mitch himself is well aware it's over. There is a quality paycheck to be made as a backup quarterback in the NFL. You will go down as one of the all-time great draft busts. You will go down as the guy that was taking 8 spots before Patrick Mahomes for a team that traded up to get you. Get the paycheck while you can. Mitch Trubisky is a Buffalo Bill.
There it is. Not sure anybody really knows what to do with that.
It's good work if you can get it.
Look out, Josh Allen.
Yeah, it is certainly good work if you can get it, and he gets to go and play for the Bills now. So
Is he the Jared Stidham of that situation? Should Josh Allen be worried? Is Trubisky lurking?
Sean McDermott's going to be looking for a spark.
Yeah.
He's going to put
Who's
in.
their OC now? Who did they get to replace Dorsey? Is that guy like
Joe Brady?
Yeah,
Joe Brady. Joe Brady
Good
needs
call.
him some he needs him some Trubisky.
I am at the point of the year where I push offensive coordinator knowledge out of my head. At least the very best of my ability. So there you go. Way to go, Mitch. You got a gig. One less job for Russ, I suppose. He can't be Josh Allen's
Bills
backup in Buffalo.
You got to be a starter to really want to go to Buffalo, don't you? Have you seen the winters there?
It's
Like,
very
don't we
cold.
get one snowstorm a year where they're like, got to shut down the town? They had to shovel out every playoff game.
They have to play in games where that's what they're living with
I'm
right
sure
there.
the people of Buffalo are a lovely folk. And we all love their wings.
Yeah, they go jumping through tables
Yeah,
and
but send me some.
drunkenly falling into holes.
Send me some stuff. I don't want to go to your... You live on Hoth. That's what you do. I'm going to go buy an AT-AT to get around your town.
I mean, the one thing you have going for you is like you'll know you'll go to the playoffs.
Playoffs?
So you've got that going for you, and there's got to be 1 year where Josh Allen will win a playoff game against Patrick Mahomes, right?
Listen, I'll take it next year, please.
It has to happen one time in our life, I think. Andy, you ready for your Rockhead of the day?
Rockhead me up.
Rockhead you up. Your Rockhead of the day, Andy, is brought to you by our friends at Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your local home comfort specialist. Visit rockheating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life. We go to Las Vegas for this story here today. Off to Vegas, where I will be next week, where we'll be spending some time here in the near future. So something to be aware of before you head to the desert here.
Viva Las
Andy.
Vegas.
Here we go. Headline: Scorpion stung man in his testicles while he slept at Las Vegas hotel.
What hotel?
A California man is suing a luxury resort in Las Vegas after claiming that a scorpion stung his testicles while asleep at the hotel. Michael Farshi told Las Vegas news station KLAS on Monday that he found a scorpion hanging on his underwear after waking up to a lot of pain during a stay at the Venetian late last year.
Okay.
Farshi said he was sleeping when it suddenly felt like somebody stabbing me in my private area while he was in bed at the hotel on December 26th. That's how some people describe watching Broncos football in recent years. He said he didn't even ask the hotel how the arachnid got into his room, adding, "It was just under my cover." Farshi elaborated on the scorpion sting and said he was stung at least 3 or 4 times in a separate interview with Los Angeles news station KABC on Monday. God, this guy's really excited about telling this story, isn't he? Quote, I woke up with sharp pain in my private area. Didn't know what it was. I reached my hand to see what was happening under the covers and got another sharp pain, close quote.
Gotta hate when you find these stories.
You know, this wouldn't be the first time that somebody felt a sharp pain in that area in Las Vegas, but not because of a scorpion sting. Farchi and his family checked out of the Venetian the next day, and the hotel paid for his room. That's nice. The Las Vegas news station also said that he filed a medical incident report with the hotel, noting that he was diagnosed with a scorpion sting at a local hospital after being bitten by a scorpion in the groin area. The Venetian did not immediately respond to HuffPost's request for comment. Officials for the hotel told KLAS that the resort has protocols for all incidents, and we can confirm they were followed in this incident, close quote. What were the protocols? Somebody at the front desk going, I'm sorry, what now?
Yeah, you had what happened to where?
Wait, what?
You want proof? I don't need proof, sir. Take your word for it.
Scorpions typically hide during the day and are active at night, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Though less than 10% of scorpion stings cause systemic symptoms such as fever, body aches, or fatigue, those that can are possibly life-threatening, according to the National Library of Medicine. There you go, Andy.
Upper shelf text here. Like the insect, although we learned it's an arachnid. Like the arachnid scorpion or a member of the Scorpions, the 1980s hairband. That singer just standing there.
From the 347.
Whistling at you.
Hell of a way to get out of the minibar,
Hey,
Bill.
look, whatever you got to do. Also, I will not be paying for any of the videos that may be listed on there. Breaking news again. Breaking news again. The Broncos have made a move.
Oh, we got to move.
They won't be tendering Jonathan Harris for the 2024 season. Spring yanked that down pretty quickly. Is this what this week's going to be? Just sarcastically and bitterly reporting not that big a deal news?
Jonathan Harris, number 92,
Yeah,
I want to
sure.
say.
Yeah, why not?
92?
Yeah.
Jonathan Harris?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Not getting a tender.
At least he didn't get stung in his tenders.
No. No. How do you walk out there with that? I did not know a scorpion was an arachnid. I thought that was just spiders.
Also, like, okay. Are we sure? Are we sure? Like, if I'm the Venetian, I'm going to be like, what were you doing on this night? Kind of stuff were you getting into?
So now you're claiming the scorpion got picked up somewhere else? Wasn't there waiting for him?
Or is it possible the scorpion was a part of what that guy was paying for that night, and he got a little bit more than he bargained for?
What the hell do you get into in your free time? Who's paying for that? What's your deal?
Andy,
so it's dusk till dawn all of a sudden?
I don't know if you've been on the internet.
Not there. Not that internet. No.
There's an awful lot of
a whole
a lot of options.
So we know what you're doing while I'm on Bronco and Avs Dark Web.
There's a lot of tastes that are out there. I'm just saying, I'm not judging anybody. You do you.
You're apparently watching.
But don't go suing the hotel because of it, all right? That's not their fault.
You got to clean that. You got to make sure that's scorpion free. I am stripping the beds at the end of the month.
That's going to do it for the Kreckman and Lindahl show this afternoon. Yes.
Yes. It was hot and heavy today.
It really was. What's hot?
Then, hey.
And what's heavy?
We broke some news in the last segment of Jonathan Harris and Mitch Trubisky.
It's good stuff, man.
Pour one out.
Oh, we're on our way.
Sure.
The snowball of NFL news is rolling down the hill. We're back tomorrow at 3 o'clock. We'll be talking about the Avalanche and the Red Wings, looking ahead to the Nuggets and the Celtics, and so much more. Have a lovely evening, everybody. And remember, don't get into scorpion play. Good night.